Chapter 1121 delivered to the door. The so-called airport city is not that different from the small town before. It's just that there are more houses, more people, more crowded streets, and people run faster. Help! Run! Duanmu Huai and his companions had just stepped off the train, and had not yet figured out which way to go, when they saw a large group of people screaming and running towards them on the street not far away. They looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing them. What's the situation? Duanmu Huai looked curiously at Ravacial beside him, who also shook his head with a puzzled look. I don't know either. However, before she could finish her words, she heard two warriors in white armor flying backwards accompanied by screams, and fell heavily on the street not far ahead. That's a knight of the church? Duanmu Huai was also stunned when he saw the armor. After all, they had just separated from Lai Gulf not long ago, so they were familiar with his attire. In other words, these two people were from the church like Lai Gulf? Then what were they fighting against? Boom! Soon, Duanmu Huai's question was answered. At the other end of the street, a thing that was as tall as two people, and looked like a robot without hands and feet was floating in the air and rushing towards this side quickly. That's a BR-type tower guard. When he saw the robot, Ravacial also screamed. What it is? It's an automated mechanical guard used to maintain order and security. But how could it attack humans? I hate intelligence. I know this thing can't be trusted. After hearing Ravacial's explanation, Duanmu Huai just sighed and shook his head. As expected, this is the world forged by the oil man. There are all kinds of messed up things. The abomination intelligence, which has long been strictly prohibited by the tribunal, has also been resurrected. This is why there is a Scarlet Agreement. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also took a step forward and blocked in front of the mechanical guard. Wait! Get out of the way quickly. You are no match for it. My lord. Without the cord, there is no way to fight it. I will chant now. As she spoke, Ravacial also hurriedly raised her hand and tried to chant. However, just as she raised her hand, the mechanical guard rushed in front of Duanmu Huai, and then a bright red high-energy beam shot out from its eyes and hit Duanmu Huai's chest directly. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed greatly. You know, Duanmu Huai is not wearing armor now, but only a windbreaker of the Inquisition and a wide-brimmed hat. He doesn't look like a combatant at all, although the hammer behind him is indeed scary. It can't compare to the laser of the mechanical guard. Even those church knights wearing armor were now in a mess. And Duanmu Huai, who was not wearing any armor at all, was almost dead, compared to the others who were making a fuss. And Ogus and the others were more calm. They had been with Duanmu Huai for so long, so they naturally knew his abilities. What's a small laser beam? You can just fire a macro cannon at him in the face, and Duanmu Huai won't even get hurt. Nothing more. Just as in others thought. Facing the attack of the mechanical guard, Duanmu Huai did not dodge or evade, but simply clenched his fists. Then he roared and punched towards the beam of light emitted by the mechanical guard. Duanmu Huai's fist as big as a casserole collided with the light beam fired by the mechanical guard. The light beam that could even penetrate hard steel instantly decomposed in front of Duanmu Huai's fist. Then Duanmu Huai's fist turned into a sledgehammer and smashed the mechanical guard's head, then broke it easily like smashing glass, penetrated it, and blasted it away. Swoosh! The mechanical guard that was knocked away by Duanmu Huai flew backwards like a baseball, then hit the ground, exploded instantly, and turned into a pile of wreckage. Humph! Not even a single blow. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the mechanical guard that he had smashed into pieces. He reached out his hand to shake off the dust on his clothes, and then stood up again. At this time, the two church warriors and Ravacial were almost stunned and doubted their lives. What did they see? A man who destroyed a runaway mechanical guard with his bare hands without relying on poetic magic or using any weapons? Are they hallucinating? Paw paw paw. Just then, applause suddenly broke out, followed by a man's voice. Oh, I didn't expect it. I would see such an interesting scene. To be honest, it really made me eye-catching. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Then he saw a tall and sturdy man wearing purple armor with blonde hair standing up like a scion, staring at this place with a smile. Looking closely, he found that soldiers wearing similar combat uniforms like him were holding guns and completely blocked this place. The clothes they were wearing looked very familiar to Duan Muhuai. Just like Lagolf. After all, he had just seen them not long ago. I was still wondering who had the guts to rob Tianba's assets. I didn't expect that you seemed to have some skills. That is, looking at the man in front of him. Repti beside Duan Muhuai suddenly turned pale and trembled all over. You know him? Yes. He is the second in command of Tianba Enterprise. Lord Boulder Red. I never thought that he would come here in person. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? Hearing this, Duan Muhuai's eyes lit up. Just when I was worried about not being able to find someone. This person actually came to my door on his own initiative? Tianba is really thoughtful. Boulder over there had no idea what Duan Muhuai was thinking. At this moment, he obviously felt that he had the situation under control. So he looked at Duan Muhuai complacently. Listen carefully. Kid, just because you dare to seize Tianba's assets, you should be executed right here. But you are very strong. In my opinion, it would be a pity if you died here. What do you think? Do you want to join Tianba? Become my subordinate. As long as we have your strength. Then our Tianba will be invincible. Hearing what Boulder said, and silently reached out his hand to press his forehead inside. Lorena said nothing, and even Maria was speechless. As for Otis, she was still sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulders, looking at Boulder in front of her without a word, without any expression. This proposal is quite interesting. Instead, Duan Muhuai put his hand on his chin, thought seriously for a moment, and then looked at the man in front of him again. But I have a better suggestion. Oh, any suggestions? It's very simple. Tianba belongs to me, and you can go away. In return, I can spare your lives. Having said that, Duan Muhuai grinned and smiled coldly. What do you think of this suggestion? What crazy things are you talking about? You want to go against Tianba? Why? Is there any need to ask this? At this moment, and couldn't help it and jumped out directly, with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Boulder. We don't want to join people like you who don't treat Revacial as human beings. Humph. What do you know? Little girl. In response to Anne's rebuke, Boulder snorted. Revier? Don't be naive. They are just spellcasting machines. Nothing more. When they are worn out, just replace them with new ones. What did you say? Hearing Boulder's answer, and was like a furious kitten, eager to pounce on him and scratch his face. However, Boulder obviously didn't take it seriously, and just looked at her with contempt. I understand why you don't want to part with your doll, but people have to grow up. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Having said that, Boulder seemed to have lost interest in it and looked at Duan Muhuai again. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join Tianba and work for me? Or do you want to die here? At the same time, the Tianba soldiers around them raised their guns and pointed them at Duan Muhuai and others. And Tianba's guard airship appeared in the sky, surrounding everyone. Sir, let's stop here. Seeing this scene, Revacial was so scared that his face turned pale, and he looked at Duan Muhuai. I am very grateful to you, but Tianba is serious. They will never let you go. I will go back and ask them not to embarrass you. Although Revital tried to persuade Duan Muhuai. In fact, no one listened to her. I'm so angry. Now, Mr. Knight, I'm going to beat that man up. What a spellcasting machine. This is outrageous. At this moment, Anne was really angry. Although she was not Revacial, she was also a mage. The other party called Revacial a spellcasting machine. To Anne, what was the difference between that and treating herself as a spellcasting machine? At this moment, Duan Muhuai was also looking at Boulder, and then spoke. In that case, I only have one decision to make. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Moon Prism. Power. Transform. The next moment, a pitch-black power armor instantly appeared on Duan Muhuai's body. Then he opened his hands, put one hand on his chest, and pointed the other hand at Boulder. You have wantonly abused the Empire's legacy for your own selfish ends. On behalf of the Inquisition, I will destroy you. For a moment, the situation seemed to become quiet. Mr. Knight, what are you doing? And was speechless as he stared at Duan Muhuai. Lorena and Maria also stared at Duan Muhuai with wide eyes and shocked expressions, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Oh, nothing. Just a joke. Duan Muhuai coughed and then took out the warhammer. Okay, Let's get started. Act recklessly. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Boulder's face darkened. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai's strange posture meant, there was one thing he was sure of. That was that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Are you kidding me? He is the second in command of Tianba. And this arrogant kid, who came from nowhere, actually dared to cause trouble in front of him. It's simply courting death. So Boulder also made a decision. Raised his right hand and pressed down. Get started. Chapter 1122 Judgment. Get started. Boulder gave an order. And then the Tianba soldiers around him raised their weapons, aimed at Duanmu Huai and others, and then pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Wow! Hearing the gunshots, Repi was so scared that she fell to the ground with her head in her hands. In her opinion, no matter how powerful Duanmu Huai and others were, they would probably be powerless in the face of such an attack. However, at this moment, Anne held a magic book in one hand and stretched out the other hand. Then, a magic circle emitting brilliance emerged from Anne's hand. This kind of thing is simply not worth a single blow. Come on! Refine it to the second level. Woo! Following Anne's call, two chubby clay dolls that were taller than the previous mechanical guards overturned the floor, then stood up from the ground, blocking everyone like a city wall, and directly bounced away all the bullets fired by the Tianba soldiers in front of them. What's this? Even Boulder was shocked to see this scene. He looked at the girl standing there with the magic book in her hand and staring at him in amazement. He could not understand the scene in front of him. This was normal. Although there were spellcasters like Ravacial in this world, they had to chant poetic magic to cast spells. In game terms, these Ravacial poems have too long a pre-swing. If you don't sing the whole poem, you can't cast the magic. And once interrupted, the magic will also fail. A bit like the bards in the world of Faerun. You must play to cast magic, and the magic effect disappears when you stop playing. That's why Ravacial must have someone to guard him. Otherwise, he won't be able to concentrate on chanting poems. However, the girl in front of him didn't chant at all. She just stretched out her hand and pointed. And she was able to cast such a powerful magic. What's going on? Is this girl some kind of mutant of Ravacial? Can she cast magic without chanting? Thinking of this, Boulder's eyes suddenly lit up. Interesting. Little girl. It seems that you are also very interesting. I have decided that I must get you. I don't like a jerk like you. Go to H.L. Hearing what Boulder said, and made a face at Boulder through the clay doll. Then reached out and pressed forward again. Attack! Woo! Following Anne's order, the two clay dolls raised their hands, let out strange cries, and rushed directly towards the Tianba soldiers around them. Faced with this huge, hard, and invulnerable clay figurine, the Tianba soldiers were helpless. They just fired a few shots symbolically, and then turned around and ran away without hesitation. It seemed that the salary Tianba gave them was not high enough to make these soldiers risk their lives. Humph! A bunch of trash. Seeing his men falling apart, Boulder gritted his teeth. But soon, he resumed communication. Blow them up. Blow these weird things into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Following Boulder's order, the Tianba airships in the sky quickly approached, turning their guns and aiming at the clay dolls that were driving away the Tianba soldiers. Then a huge roar sounded, and a fierce bombardment broke out, instantly blowing large holes in the clay dolls' bodies. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Boulder also laughed with relief. This is our Tianba's latest technological product. No matter how powerful your poetry magic is, you are no match for it. Just surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. However, before Boulder could finish his words, he was interrupted by Anne's scolding. Come out, giant heroic spirit. What happened next was a scene that Boulder could not imagine at all. A huge centaur knight suddenly appeared out of thin air. It even looked taller than the tallest building here. In front of this huge centaur knight, the latest airship of Tianba Company was as small and insignificant as a balloon. Before Boulder could react, he saw the huge centaur knight holding a spear, aiming at the insignificant airships in front of him, and fired a shot. Boom, 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 boom. Although the airships tried to evade the knights in front of them, it was obviously meaningless. With a few loud noises, the airships exploded into fireballs in the air and then fell to the ground. How come? Seeing this scene, Boulder's hands and feet turned cold. He stood there blankly, not believing his eyes at all. The previous arrogance had disappeared. This was also normal. As Boulder said, These airships were the latest products of Tianba military technology, and had not even been put on the market. And the reason they were dispatched this time was because of Boulder's order. At that time, Boulder just heard from his subordinates that someone had robbed Tianba's Revachel. So he wanted to take the opportunity to dispatch these airships. In Boulder's opinion, if the two sides really wanted to fight, it would be a good opportunity for him to collect first-hand combat data. And by the way, let others see how powerful Tianba is. But now, hello. Just when Boulder was freezing cold and unable to speak, a big hand suddenly appeared in front of him and shook, frightening Boulder so much that he quickly took a step back. Then he raised his head and saw Duan Muhuai, who was wearing black armor, standing in front of him. You bastard. At this moment, Boulder was completely furious. He roared, drew out his sword, and was about to raise it to chop at Duan Muhuai. However, before Boulder raised the weapon in his hand, he saw Duan Muhuai's right hand stretched out like a pair of pliers, grabbed Boulder's head, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! How dare you tease my woman? You are so brave. Duan Muhuai exerted a little force with his hands and pressed Boulder's face directly to the ground. Although it was just a slight effort for him. For Boulder, it felt like his head was pressed directly to the ground by a hydraulic press. He could even clearly feel his nose and cheekbones being shattered and cracked under this extremely terrifying and powerful force. Even Boulder could not endure the pain of having his skull crushed. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly. But before he could scream a few more times, Duan Muhuai's right hand pressed down hard again, pressing Boulder's entire mouth into the mud. His cry soon turned into an indistinct groan. And then, there was no movement. At this moment, and also came over bouncing, looking curiously at Boulder, who was held motionless in Duan Muhuai's hand like a puppet with its strings cut. Not yet. This is our ticket to Tianba. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai grabbed Boulder's head and shook his body. The latter no longer had the domineering look he had just now. His mouth was full of dirt, and his cheeks were uneven, looking like a tattered corpse. This looks pretty good on him now. Looking at the tattered state of Boulder in front of her, and commented with dissatisfaction that it seemed that she really hated this man. But soon, and lost interest in Boulder, and turned to look at Duan Muhuai with a smile. Hey, Mr. Knight, didn't you just say to him, how dare you tease my woman? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. How is it? Like the Prince Charming guarding the princess? No. It's like the villain in the story, who captured the princess and confronted the hero. The princess is mine. Don't even think about taking her back. It hurts. Duan Muhuai silently retracted the finger that was tapping his head and looked at him who was covering his forehead. Does it still look like that now? It's becoming more and more alike. You want to take it away from me? Impossible. No matter what kind of hero you are, I will take care of them all. Alright. Let's go! As he spoke, Duan Muhuai turned and walked to the other side of the street, covering his forehead, and laughed and followed behind Duan Muhuai, although the group made a lot of noise. Fortunately, Tianba seemed to have completely blocked off the area before, so it didn't cause too much commotion, and Revachel was walking in front tremblingly at this moment, looking back at Duan Muhuai and others with a complicated expression from time to time. After all, the scene just now was unbelievable to her. Although Revachel did have the ability to summon through chanting poetry magic, the girl didn't chant at all. How did she do it? Who are these people? At the beginning, Revachel felt that these people were not normal. But now it seems, they are not just abnormal. This is not human at all. Although Revachel is also considered non-human. Compared with these people, they feel so weak. Okay. Soon, Tianba's headquarters appeared in front of everyone. Duan Muhuai and others had come all the way. So naturally someone had informed them long ago that this was nonsense. Duan Muhuai dragged Tianba's second-in-command and paraded through the streets in a swagger. Everyone saw this scene. It was impossible for Tianba to pretend to be blind. Therefore, when Duan Muhuai and others arrived at Tianba headquarters, what appeared there were fully armed soldiers, armored airships, and various weapons. It looked like a war was about to begin. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai sneered and walked out carrying the half-dead Boulder. This is really a grand welcome ceremony. Although I don't know who you are. This is the end of it. At this moment, in front of the crowd, a woman with long white hair, wearing a red-eye mask and dressed like a female pirate walked out and stared at Duan Muhuai with a cold expression. You attack Tianba members and rob Tianba assets. What exactly do you want to do? Who are you? I'm Ayano, the president of the Tianba group. The pirate girl stared at Duan Muhuai. Should I say that she had some courage? At least she didn't fall down in fear at the first moment. Who are you and why are you against Tianba? You ask me? Well, the reason is actually very simple. Duan Muhuai chuckled. Because you Tianba don't treat Revacial as a human being. I can't stand it. This reason is enough. Don't you think of Revacial as a human being? That's right. Ignore Revacial's will. Forcibly penetrate her mind. Or conduct experiments on her. Oh, by the way, this stray dog also said that Revacial is a spellcasting machine. If it's worn out and broken, just replace it with a new one. Is this your attitude towards Revacial? Is this your attitude towards the Empire's heritage? After hearing Duan Muhuai's words, the woman was silent for a moment. I have no idea. I am not aware of what Boulder did. Nor do I know the situation in this regard. If what you said is true, then I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Oh, I see. As the boss of Tianba, you know nothing. And all the bad things are done by your subordinates. Duan Muhuai nodded. Do you King think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Do you think I'll believe your lies? As Duan Muhuai spoke, he exerted force with his right hand and crushed Boulder's head like an apple. The church and even the common people know what kind of person Tianba is. Yet, you, the boss of Tianba, want to play it safe here? Do you think I'm stupid? What do you want? Hearing this, the pirate girl's expression also became serious. It's simple. You use the Empire's assets without permission and even caused damage to them. This is unforgivable. As the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, I hereby declare that from now on, all of Tianba's assets will be seized by the Tribunal, and all resources will belong to the Tribunal. The ownership of Revacial will be handed over to the Tribunal. No objections are allowed. The judgment will take effect and be executed immediately. In response to Duan Muhuai's words, the pirate girl's eyes suddenly turned cold. What if I refuse? Reject? Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. The Inquisition will not accept rejection. If you refuse, then there is no need for you to exist. I will be here to purge you thoroughly and completely. All those who resist will be killed without mercy. As Duan Muhuai spoke, the next moment, overwhelming murderous aura spread out completely with him as the center. Chapter 1123. There is only one choice. Facing the murderous aura bursting out from Duan Muhuai, the faces of Tianba's soldiers all turned pale. It was perhaps the first time in their lives that they felt the murderous aura so clearly. It was as if it was real. The terrifying murderous intent that almost burned their bodies and minds was like a wave rushing towards them, completely engulfing them. There is no way to move or think at all. The Tianba soldiers at this moment seemed to be caught in a quagmire. They wanted to escape, to leave here, but their legs were motionless, as if they were stuck in quicksand. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move their legs, as if their bodies were no longer their own. At the same time, behind Duan Muhuai, and was already eager to try and rubbed his hands. Ojas, who was sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulders, also opened her hands and stared at the people in front of her. Even Lorena was holding the heavy holy book in her hand. Only Maria looked around and then picked up the rocket launcher with a little embarrassment. Come on. Make your choice. Staring at the Tianba soldiers in front of him, Duan Muhuai gave a sinister smile and then stretched out a hand. Survival? Or destruction? No one spoke. There were only 5 people on this side, and there were hundreds of fully armed Tianba soldiers on the other side, and even airships and fully armed mechanical guards. However, Duan Muhuai's behavior at this moment was as if the 5 of them controlled the power of life and death of the entire Tianba headquarters in front of him. He was overbearing, unreasonable, tyrannical and crazy. We surrender. At this moment, the pirate girl almost screamed, and the murderous aura disappeared the moment she finished speaking. It was only then that the pirate girl's legs softened and she collapsed to the ground. She kept gasping for breath. At this moment, the pirate girl had completely lost her previous arrogant look. Instead, she was trembling like a drowned dog. Cut. TSK. The other party surrendered so quickly and neatly. Not only Duan Muhuai was dissatisfied, even and seemed a little disappointed. She had just prepared a fireball as big as a wash basin to throw over. If you hold on a little longer, won't this problem be solved? As the boss of Tianba, are your knees so weak? On the contrary, Lorena and Maria breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were indeed disgusted by what Tianba did, they were not to the extent of directly wiping him out. Fortunately, the president of Tianba turned back at the last moment. Otherwise, there would only be a pile of charcoal left here. As for the soldiers on Tianba's side, no one objected to their boss's choice to surrender. In fact, they all felt lucky to have survived. It was as if one of their feet had already stepped off the cliff. But their boss pulled them back with a word. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the abyss. However, since the other party has surrendered, Duanmu Huai is too lazy to bother with these guys anymore. After all, this kind of capital enterprise has basically no strength. The tribunal bullying it is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The other party is willing to give in. So Duanmu Huai is too lazy to cause trouble again. So he put away his weapon and walked up to the pirate girl, who was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, she gritted her teeth and stood up shakily. Although the two sides had not started fighting yet, the pirate girl looked as if she had just gone through a life-and-death battle. You? Who are you? We are from the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and then stared at the pirate girl. So do you know what to do? I understand. But I really don't know what happened in Boulder. Crack. The pirate girl wanted to explain. But then she saw Duanmu Huai raised his right hand and pointed it at her. And then a flash of light appeared as if taking a photo. Well, as to whether you really know, we can talk about it later. Duanmu Huai put down his hand and stared at the pirate girl. The first thing I want you to do is to gather all the revacial of Tianba to me. Is that a problem? All? Yes. All of them. This will take some time. I have plenty of time. We can wait here. I see. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the pirate girl finally lowered her head. By the way, I would like to remind you that you'd better not play any tricks on me. If you dare to seek death, I have 100 ways to make you understand what it means to live a life worse than death. After saying this, Duanmu Huai led the others forward as if they were entering an empty space. Seeing them approaching, the Tianba soldiers hurriedly made way. They looked at the group of people with fear and uneasiness. But they did not have any hatred or humiliation. In all honesty, they were just mercenaries who punched in and worked for money. If they couldn't continue, they could resign. There was no need to risk their lives for the company. That would be really miserable. Look at what happened to Boulder. He even lost his head in the last shift. They don't want to follow in their footsteps. This is just a job. Only a psycho would work so hard. It was not until Duanmu Huai and the others entered the Tianba headquarters that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pirate girl also reached out and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Boss, what should we do now? At this time, someone soon came up to ask. And the pirate girl glanced at him coldly. What should we do? Of course we should do as he says. Now, immediately, gather all the reptiers of Tianba to the headquarters. Do you really want to do this? The subordinates seemed a little surprised to hear the pirate girl's answer. They originally thought that their boss just saw that the other party was showing off his strength and didn't want to hurt the Foundation here. So he pretended to agree. After all, Tianba's family was big and powerful. They could just pretend to agree, and then take the opportunity to think of other ways. After all, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If I can't defeat you head-on, can't I defeat you behind your back? Certainly. The pirate girl certainly knew what her subordinate was thinking and glared at him fiercely. I said, do it now. Don't take it upon yourself. Do you understand? Yes. And what on earth did that bastard Boulder do? Give me all the information immediately. Although Duanmu Huai thought that the pirate girl's claim of ignorance was just a way of shifting the blame to the temporary workers after the accident. In fact, the pirate girl was not very clear about what Boulder had done. The reason was very simple. Tianba had many departments, and Boulder was only responsible for collecting protection fees and maintaining public order, accepting commissions, and destroying monsters. The pirate girl was responsible for the research and development and marketing of other departments, etc. So she might have heard about Boulder's practices, but she didn't think too much about it. As for why the pirate girl trusted Boulder so much, it was because they were partners in the past and had a very deep friendship with each other. That's why the pirate girl arranged this position for Boulder after she became the president of Tianba. Well, the above is the information Duanmu Huai obtained from the pirate girl's shadow. Of course, Duanmu why? Well, he doesn't care. The reason is very simple. You are the president. President? You don't even know what your own corporate culture is like. How can you be the president? Next. It depends on the pirate girl's choice. As long as the pirate girl has an IQ high enough, Duanmu why believes she should know what to do. In fact, this is true. The reason why the pirate girl chose to surrender and did exactly what Duanmu why asked was not just because her life was in danger, but also because of her keen intuition as a businessman. The pirate girl didn't know what kind of organization the Inquisition was, nor did she know the identities of Duanmu why and others. But she knew that this group of people was very powerful. With just a few of them, they not only killed Boulder and his guards, but they even looked like they were going to destroy Tianba. And from her previous feelings, she knew that they were not exaggerating, but really had the strength. There is only one choice for the pirate girl. If it were a church, they would probably fight to the death for their beliefs, even if they knew they were no match for the enemy. But Tianba is different. After all, Tianba is a capitalist enterprise. Just like the soldiers of Tianba will not fight for the capitalists for a little salary. The pirate girl, as the president, will not sacrifice her hard-earned enterprise just to show off or something. The purpose of starting a business is to make friends and earn more money. Who starts a business to make enemies? Isn't that crazy? Everyone wants to make more friends. Who would risk their life for the survival of a business? After all, if you have green mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. If you lose even the mountains, then you will have nothing. Even if the entire Tianba disintegrated, as long as I was still alive, I could start over again. But when a person dies, everything is over. Don't expect anything. Moreover, the pirate girl was also keenly aware that this might be a great opportunity for Tianba. Although the two parties are now in a very unpleasant quarrel, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Now that the two parties have already known each other, maybe Tianba Enterprise will be able to use the power of the tribunal to move to a higher level. It was also because of this that the pirate girl decisively chose to surrender after she realized what was happening. What she has to do now is to do what Duanmu why asked her to do. Only in this way can Tianba show his sincerity and strength in front of this mysterious court. Chapter 1120 For the Coming of the Past. For Duanmu why, the trouble with Tianba was successfully solved. After that, and he excitedly took Lorena to explore and travel in this world, while Maria stayed in Tianba and began to curiously visit their technology. Apart from anything else, this world is indeed unique in anti-gravity technology. It is not possible for any technology to make a large piece of land float steadily in the air. Even a floating city created by magic cannot achieve this level. So Maria was very interested in this. And Tianba, which used a lot of anti-gravity technology, naturally became her favorite toy. Obviously, Maria also planned to refer to this technology and do something in other worlds. The others disbanded on the spot and stopped doing their jobs. Only Duanmu why? Well, at least he came to this world to do something serious. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Where are you going? Sitting on the airship. The pirate girl was very respectful to Duanmu why. Although Duanmu why didn't really care whether she was here or not, the pirate girl still stayed, whether it was to express her sincerity or to stay as a hostage voluntarily. At least it seemed that the other party had no intention of resisting Duanmu why. Duanmu why was not surprised by this. In fact, most people would become very talkative when they saw him, no matter if they were unreasonable vendors or bully security guards. As long as they saw his gloomy face, they would immediately cheer up and come to greet him warmly. Let's go to the Magic Tower. Magic Tower? But entering the Magic Tower requires special permission from Platina, and we don't have this permission. Don't worry about that. Just take us to the gate. Yes. The pirate girl agreed obediently, and without saying anything more, she immediately ordered the airship to take off. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in front of a heavy door under the tower. This door looked very strange, full of a unique metallic luster. There was no one around, and even from the vines and weeds in front of them, it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. This is the main entrance to the Demon Tower. The pirate girl looked at Duanmu why and spoke again. But to be honest, no one on the ground has ever successfully opened the door and entered Pratina over the years. And this door is quite strong. No matter how powerful the bomb is, it cannot cause damage to it. It looks like you've tried it. Hearing the pirate girl's last sentence, Duanmu why glanced at her silently, and the latter just lowered her head without saying a word. However, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to care about such a small matter. And Ojas, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, yawned silently, looking unconcerned. Then Duanmu Huai strode to the door and stretched out his hand towards the metal panel in front of him. However, just as Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, the metal panel suddenly emitted a dazzling light. And then a female projection appeared in front of everyone. This is A3 Isolation Gate number 5. Please come forward. Certifier. What is this? It doesn't look like a servitor. It must be something that someone who came later made. Well, I hope it's not an abomination. Duanmu Huai glanced at the three-dimensional projection and ignored her. He just took out his rose knot and placed it on the metal plate. However, the next moment, the female projection that originally seemed to be doing a routine job suddenly showed a surprised expression. This is activation of low-level permissions? Wait. Before she could finish her words, the female projection disappeared instantly. And at the same time, another inorganic voice sounded from the gate. Highest level of authority detected. From the Inquisition. Access permission enabled. Welcome, Inquisitor. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the door that had been blocked for who knows how many years finally opened slowly. Seeing this scene, the pirate girl opened her mouth in surprise, and could hardly believe her eyes. Although she had vaguely realized before that these people might be related to Pradana, she didn't expect that they were actually related. But, why would the people from Pradana come to the underworld? Don't the guardians of the tower have any interest in the underworld? Just when the pirate girl was puzzled, Duanmu Huai and Ojas had already walked into the tower. Seeing them leave, the pirate girl hurriedly followed them. She had a premonition that she was about to witness unprecedented history. Just as Duanmu Huai and others entered the magic tower, its upper level fell into unimaginable chaos. What did you say? Elder Raymond, the ruler of the Guardian clan, had a serious expression on his face, and could hardly believe his ears. The tower door is open. Yes. Standing in front of Elder Raymond was a woman wearing a helmet and a white space suit-like outfit. Her name was Shirelia, and she played the role of a saint among the Guardians. Just now, I received news from the control room that someone has opened the gate of the tower with external authority. How is it possible? How could this happen? Facing this unexpected situation, Elder Raymond's face turned pale. Ever since humans moved to the floating continent, their Guardian clan has been in this tower for generations, and their only mission is to protect the tower from being destroyed. After all, the floating continent is now established by relying on this tower. Strictly speaking, they are like leaves spreading around the tower. Once the tower collapses, these floating continents will also fall. Because of this, in order to prevent the outside world from interfering with the tower, the Guardians closed the tower and completely isolated it from the outside world. Therefore, even if outsiders wanted to invade or even occupy the tower, it would be impossible. Only a very small number of people were allowed to have the code to enter and exit the tower, and others did not have this authority at all. However, now someone has opened the door from the outside, and it's not using their authority? What happened? According to the report, the other party is using a high-level visitor privilege. We have never seen this kind of signal before. According to the data, the other party is from the Inquisition. What's the clearance level? 5 stars. What's this? How could this happen? After hearing the Saint's report, the others were also shocked. You have to know that even the chief of the Guardian clan only has the 4th level authority. The information shows that his authority and responsibilities belong to the Forger, and he has the authority to maintain the daily operation of the tower. But even the chief of the Guardian clan has limited authority. There are several important places, and even he was prompted that he did not have enough authority and could not enter. However, the opponent is actually a 5-star. After all, what is the Inquisition? The other party is currently taking the throne elevator to the top. Throne elevator? Can he actually activate the throne elevator? Hearing this, Raymond could no longer sit still and stood up. The throne elevator was the only elevator in the tower that could go directly to the top floor. But even Raymond could not normally enter the top floor. He was only authorized to enter when the tower broke down and needed repairs and maintenance. In fact, in the minds of the Guardians, the highest level is the holy land of the tower. And now, an outsider can not only activate the throne elevator that even the clan leaders of previous generations cannot ride, but also go to the top floor. Not good. At this moment, Raymond thought of something, and was suddenly shocked. That seal! Ah! Hearing Raymond shout, the saint also cried out in surprise. The guards and others present were also in an uproar. No wonder they were so terrified. Only the guardians knew that at the top of the tower, a terrible demon was sealed. It all started a long time ago, when the god of creation created Revachel, who indeed used her powerful strength to help humans create a prosperous world. But gradually, humans began to fear Revachel's powerful strength and wanted to destroy it. So they created the strongest Revachel to deal with her compatriots. However, during this process, Revachel naturally rebelled against humans, and even wanted to destroy humans and create a world with only Revachel. Eventually, this being created by humans to fight against other Revachel was defeated. But her soul still existed. So the guardians had to use the properties of the Holy Land to imprison and seal it. Originally no one could enter the Holy Land. But now, let's go to the Holy Land immediately. The elevator reached the top floor, slowly stopped, and then the door opened. This is Magic Tower. After walking out of the elevator, the pirate girl looked around blankly with a look of shock on her face. This was normal. After all, they had already reached the altitude of low Earth orbit, and could even see the Earth covered by clouds and the burning stars in the distance from the window. For the people in this world, it was undoubtedly the first time to witness such a scene with their own eyes. There's no one here. It looks like it has been abandoned. Duanmu Huai walked into the orbital starport and stared at the equipment in front of him with a frown. Although they looked generally intact, it was obvious that they had not been used for a long time. But at this moment, who is it? Suddenly, a voice came from the loudspeaker. Who is here? Can hear me? Along with this sound, the originally dim screen began to flicker, and then lit up one by one. Duanmu Huai and the pirate girl also raised their heads and looked around. At this moment, Ojas, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, stretched out a finger, poked Duanmu Huai's face, and then pointed to the other side. Huh? What's going on? What's that over there? Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a sphere-emitting light floating on the platform in the middle of the starport control room, in which a human-shaped shadow could be vaguely seen. What the hell is this? It doesn't look like something the oil guy designed. Duanmu Huai walked over curiously, circled around the ball of light, and then looked at the pirate girl. Have you ever seen anything like this? Of course not. But this is the territory of the Guardian clan. Right? They must have done something. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the pirate girl also shook her head. The Guardian clan. Hearing the pirate girl's answer, the ball of light suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and its voice became excited. Those despicable people. They imprisoned me here and tried to seal me away completely. But I won't let this end. Why does it sound like the words of a sealed villain? Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Who are you? I am Mir. I am the most perfect Revachel. Ah! Hearing this, the pirate girl seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly approached Duanmu Huai. Your Majesty, I have heard her story. Oh! Is such that? As she spoke, the pirate girl quickly told Duanmu Huai about past rebellions and wars. After listening to the pirate girl's words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Has this kind of thing ever happened in your world? Yes. So after that, it became taboo to transform Revachel, and no human experiments on Revachel were allowed, in order to avoid creating another Mir. But I heard that she has been destroyed. As she spoke, the pirate girl looked at the ball of light in front of her with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that it was sealed up by the Guardian clan. Just seal it. Why are you using the data host for this when you have nothing better to do? Duanmu Huai muttered something, then reached out his hand towards the ball of light and squeezed it hard. Ah! The next moment, accompanied by screams, the suspended ball of light completely disappeared, like a flame being blown out. Alright. Done. Your Honor? What did you do? Destroy it. This thing has occupied the data server. How can I retrieve the data if I don't kill it? Speaking of that Guardian clan. Never mind. I guess they have even forgotten what this thing is for. Duanmu Huai glanced at the place where the light ball was originally suspended. Now it was clean, and nothing was left. The screen images that had been shaking with the shouting of the light ball also returned to normal. Then Duanmu Huai walked to the console and began to input information. I didn't expect it to still work. It looks like these people have done a good job of maintaining it. Your Honor. What on earth are you saying? Duh. Before the pirate girl finished speaking, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. And then the door suddenly opened. And then a group of white knights with weapons rushed in. They were also surprised to see Duanmu Huai busy in front of the console and the empty platform. Oh no! Muir has been released. Quick! Stop him! While shouting, the knights rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Owner? At least I helped. Don't kill him. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Ojas, who was sitting on his shoulder, nodded. Then she stretched out her right hand and saw that the knights were suddenly like prey rushed into a spider web, tightly entangled by invisible silk threads, and then hung upside down. Stop! At this moment, Raymond and the saint also walked in. When they saw Duanmu Huai, Raymond screamed in surprise. What on earth are you doing? You are not allowed to touch the artifact casually. Divine tool. You don't even know what this thing is for. It's a good thing you don't know. Otherwise it would have been broken long ago. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all when the old man shouted at him. Without an astropath or a mechanical acolyte. It's amazing that you guys have managed to maintain this thing until now. I can only say that you did a good job. But leave the rest to us. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pressed the keyboard. Connection tower number 1 is activated. Received. Activating connection tower number 1. Along with the sound of inorganic machinery, Raymond saw a scene he had never imagined. On one side of the Holy Land, the wall that seemed to be tightly closed suddenly stretched and opened, forming a rectangular thing like a pipe extending into the void. After a moment, it formed a long passage pointing to one side of the starry sky. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Raymond's eyes almost popped out. They were not illiterate and knew that the operating console of this Holy Land should be used to control this magic tower. But the problem was that they did not have enough authority to handle it. Even if they started the device, they would be told that they did not have enough authority and could not operate it. This is normal. If you, a logistics repairman, go to the tower to command, no one will let you go. The highest authority, taking the throne elevator directly to the top floor, and even being able to control the magic tower. Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, the old man swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, You, who are you? He. You'll know soon enough. Oh, here it comes. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked out of the window, and everyone at this moment also subconsciously turned their heads to look out of the window. At the same time, a huge shadow blocked the sunlight that came into the room. Then, a magnificent warship passed by the window like a huge whale. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. At this time, Duanmu Huai turned around and looked at everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. I come here in the name of the Tribunal, and on behalf of the Empire, to reclaim this world. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1125, Careful Thinking. Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, both the Guardian clan and the pirate girl were now in a state of bewilderment. After a long while, Raymond finally spoke tremblingly. Excuse me. What do you mean by that? I don't know how much you can understand. So I'll just explain it directly. Duanmu Huai tapped the keyboard, opened the door of airlock number 1, and looked at everyone at the same time. Your world once belonged to the Empire, and it was controlled by the Mechanicus of the Empire at the time. Later, something happened. The Empire ran into problems and lost contact with this world. I don't know what happened to you after that, but I came here to take back this world and Revachel, the legacy left by the Mechanicus here. Although Duanmu Huai explained it very clearly, everyone, including the saint wearing a helmet, opened their mouths wide, their eyes looking like they were about to fall out of their sockets. No wonder they were so surprised. The past history of this world is now only myths and legends. The only thing they remember is that this world was once a prosperous and peaceful world. Later, due to wars and disasters, the earth was destroyed. The remaining people could only hide in the magic tower under the guidance of the creator god. Then, they created the floating island and started a new era. That's right. From here on, for Raymond, it was the recorded history. The previous myths and legends were not even about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but went directly to the rhythm of Pangu creating the world. And the one standing in front of them now is actually a being who came from the mythological era. To be honest, everyone was unwilling to believe these stories. After all, the so-called creation era was too far away from them. Who knew whether it was true or not? But the problem was that the man in front of them could really control the magic tower that even they couldn't control. From his appearance, he knew exactly what this thing was used for. And that huge monster outside, silently glancing at the golden battleship outside that was many times larger than the magic tower. Raymond swallowed hard, feeling that he could hardly breathe. However, he still clenched his fists and stared at Duanmu Huai. What does it mean to take back this world? Literally. But as of now, the world is still functioning normally, and the Inquisition is unwilling to interfere. So my only goal is to recover Revachel. For the Inquisition, Revachel's importance is unquestionable, and he must be taken away. I see. Hearing this, the pirate girl suddenly realized that she had thought about why Duanmu Huai insisted on Revachel, although she did not want to belittle her own people. After watching the battle between Duanmu Huai and others in Boulder, the pirate girl felt that Revachel had no power to fight back against the other party's strange and weird magic. Logically speaking, even if the other party was interested in Revachel, it was because of their powerful strength. But was their strength considered strong? Well, at least compared with these people, there is a question mark. But now, the pirate girl finally understood that Revachel was the legacy of the Mechanicus. From now on, this planet officially belongs to the Inquisition. You can maintain the current autonomous system. If you have any problems, you can ask the Inquisition to solve them. But we will regularly select a group of Revachel to serve us in the Inquisition. Is there a problem? Well, that. Just then, the helmeted Revachel raised his hand. Excuse me, what does it mean to serve in the Inquisition? It means exactly what it says. Do your job as Revachel. You don't really think that the hymns you sing are only used to release magic. Isn't it? Of course not. The Mechanicus originally created Revachel to specialize the characteristics of your chanting hymns. And the hymns you chant are used to appease the machine spirit. Machine soul? If you want to put it simply, you can say it's the soul of the machine. Like this space elevator, or the airship. According to the Mechanicus's philosophy, these machines all have their own souls. If they're happy, they can run smoothly. If they're unhappy, the broken machine will malfunction after a while, or even go on strike. So in order to appease the machine souls, and allow them to be used smoothly, the Mechanicus here created a specialized version of Revachel to appease the machine souls. Having said that, Duanmu Huai glanced at the saint. Now you understand? The tower has been able to stand for thousands of years, not only because of your unreliable maintenance work, but also because the poetic magic you chanted made its machine soul very happy. So it has been able to hold on until now. Well, faced with Duanmu Huai's words, everyone was confused again, and the saint was speechless. Although there are indeed many different opinions about the origin of Revachel, they did not expect that the reason why they were created in the first place would be like this. So, what you mean is, that's right. Revachel's work in the Inquisition is no different from before. All you have to do is chant poetic magic. Your magic can inspire the warship's machine spirits, making them more powerful and helping the Inquisition deal with the enemy. So, for us, Revachel is a must. It's that simple. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands. Of course, I am not a devil, and the Inquisition is willing to assist you to a certain extent. If you have any problems that need to be solved, you can also come to us. As long as it is related to the crisis of mankind, the Inquisition will do its duty. Well, then, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Hearing this, Elder Raymond suddenly became excited. Excuse me, can the Inquisition purify this world again and restore it to its former state? Purify this world? Oh. Faced with Raymond's request, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he came to his senses and remembered that this world seemed to be uninhabitable due to some natural disasters or man-made disasters. Purification. Do we really have to do this world? If you are willing, I can find a new planet for you to migrate to. But we still want our homeland to be restored to its original glory. Hearing Raymond's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned and thought for a moment. I have no say on this. Well, the Inquisition isn't good at this. But I'll take people to check out the situation and assess the possibility of purifying the planet. Well, it's not impossible to give it a try. The reason why Duanmu Huai suddenly changed his words was that he suddenly remembered a discussion among players about this planet on the forum. According to that player, he suspected that the reason why Revachel in that world possessed this ability was not just because of his ability to appease the machine spirit, but also because there were fragments of the star god in this world. After all, the myths and legends of this world say that the soul of the planet has its own will, and then created 3 reptiers to lead mankind to prosperity. This is the origin of the original reptier, and it is also the root of the belief of the 3 goddesses. Of course, there is nothing much to say about this simple creation myth. But the problem is, what if this is not a myth, but the truth? The so-called planetary will was actually a sealed fragment of star god. Then the Mechanicus used some method to extract the power of the star god fragment and injected it into Revachel's body, thus creating the Revachel species. Is this a possibility? Of course there is. After all, players all know that the star gods are all conceptual entities, the kind that are immortal. And Revachel's magic that can affect inorganic matter is obviously more like the prototype of some kind of conceptual magic. In addition, this is the Mechanicus. Isn't it natural for the Mechanicus to have such an aircraft? After all, the Mechanicum and the Inquisition don't get along very well, and the former has come up with a lot of tricks to deal with the latter's inspections. Duanmu, why had seen similar situations before. Do you know why the Mechanicus always mentioned the machine soul? That was to deal with the inspection of the Inquisition. As we all know, the Mechanicus loves archaeology and digging graves, but they often dig up some incredible things while digging. And these things are generally artificial intelligences banned by the Scarlet Protocol. If the Court of Inquiry saw it, it would be torn down and recast immediately. But the Mechanicus is reluctant to dismantle it. So what should we do? Then tell the Inquisition that this thing is not an artificial intelligence. You see, it is a little smarter because it is blessed by the god of all machines. The machine soul is very happy, so it reacts so quickly and works so reliably. If you want to dismantle it, the machine soul will be unhappy. Once it is unhappy, it will stop working. Then you will have to pay for the loss? Basically, when the Mechanicus says these nonsense, the Inquisition won't even listen. I'll just watch you commit suicide, and sooner or later you'll hack and kill yourself. As it turns out, most of them ended up being killed by themselves. Therefore, under the banner of appeasing the machine spirit and creating Revachel, the Mechanicus will transform humans and give them the power of the star god fragments. Not only can they do this, but they will definitely do it. As for why the fragment of star god was taken away by the Mechanicus for manipulation, it was probably because the star god was not strong. After all, star gods also have strong and weak ones. If the Mechanicus had been lucky back then and found a weak fragment of star god on this planet, it is not impossible that they would have taken it and used it. But unfortunately, it was just a brain-opening post after all, and the original poster didn't respond, so everyone just watched for fun. And now, it seems that it is time to verify whether the speculation in this post is correct. Chapter 1126 Field Investigation. Soon, Duanmu Huai organized an investigation team to go to the surface, intending to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the planet. Of course, for convenience, Duanmu Huai also brought a lot of manpower from the courtroom, and will definitely come. And so will Lorena. And then Maria. After all, she is the boss of the mechanical engineering department, and she will have to deal with some mechanical things. Then, there is Sydney. That's right. This biochemical boss, who was brought back by Duanmu Huai after the Resident Evil world finally has a place to use his skills. In fact, Shueli had always been a nobody in the court of justice. After all, most of the worlds that Duanmu Huai visited did not need biochemical experts. This did not mean that Shueli had nothing to do. Basically, whenever Duanmu Huai explored a world, she would take people to conduct field research and investigations on the local biosphere, and then study those alien and otherworldly plants and animals. Shueli also gained a lot and grew a lot, at least in her own world. With the help of these experiences, Shueli also successfully became a top biochemical expert. If another biochemical crisis breaks out, she can probably handle it with just a flip of her hand, and was in charge of magic. Maria was in charge of mechanics, and Shueli was in charge of biology. They conducted a full-scale investigation and scan, leaving no part untouched. By the way, Duanmu Huai still called Mary over. Although he felt a little embarrassed towards him, he still had to rely on Mary's golden eyes. However, Mary would not act with Duanmu Huai this time. She would stay on the battleship and use her golden eyes to scan the entire planet to find the core points. After all, this planet is completely covered by clouds, and ordinary satellite scans are completely useless. We can only rely on the golden eyes. As for the vehicle, the Mammoth was naturally chosen. This thing has a large space and strong firepower. It is simply a mobile military base, with more than a dozen night guards. Duanmu set off. Of course, the method is a bit wild. Boom! The huge and heavy mammoth fell from the sky, passed through the clouds, and slammed heavily on the ground, shaking the ground. Why do you have to resort to this method? Grabbing the back of the chair next to her, and leaned sideways and screamed, while Duanmu shrugged his shoulders. We can't help it. The cargo hold of the space elevator is damaged and can't be used. The visibility of the clouds here is 0. This is the only way. So, Mr. Knight, you're just going to throw us down from up there? Don't worry. You won't die from the fall. I know I won't die from falling, Perhaps knowing that it was useless to protest to Duanmu, and sighed silently and simply skipped the topic. Then she raised her head and looked around. This is the surface world. It really looks like there's nothing to see. Yes, it's just like the deep sea. Shweli next to her also spoke a little uneasily. Just as Shweli said, the thick clouds completely blocked the sunlight, although they were clearly on the ground. They felt as dark as if they were at the bottom of the sea where there was no sunlight. When we were on the floating island, the scenery was quite nice, and was somewhat depressed. After all, the floating island was really beautiful, with blue sky, white clouds and green grass. She had a lot of fun there. As a result, all of a sudden, it was like two completely different worlds. Well, that's pretty much the case. Okay, I'll tell you my thoughts later. Duanmu waved his hand. Let's start testing all 4 weeks now. Hearing Duanmu words, the girl sighed helplessly, then raised his hands and cast a magic circle, while Maria and Shweli opened their own auspicious instruments and personal terminals respectively. The magic concentration is a bit high. The magic concentration of the entire surface has reached a somewhat dangerous level. Radiation? Exceeding the limit? But not very serious. Is it because it has decayed over a long period of time? The air barely meets the minimum standard for human survival. Soon, the three of them gave their opinions from different perspectives. What do you think about this cloud layer? The three of them gathered together to discuss for a while, and then turned around and looked at Duanmu. Honestly, I think this might be man-made. From a scientific perspective, the current concentration and duration of the clouds are too unusual to be naturally occurring, and it is unlikely that this planet has ever been like this. Sydney also gave her own answer. So what do you mean? This is some kind of weather weapon effect? Warning. Lightning storm created or something like that? I don't know what you were talking about, Mr. Duanmu, but it is very likely. But there's clearly something magical going on with this cloud formation. And also interrupted at this time. I sense dense magical fluctuations in the clouds. Even if there really is a weather weapon, it might be a magical weapon. Magic weapon. After hearing Anne's answer, Duanmu thought for a moment, then turned to the silver-haired girl wearing a helmet who was sitting obediently on the chair next to him. What do you have to say? Sorry, Your Honor. I haven't heard of anything like this. Facing Duanmu's question, the silver-haired girl also waved her hands hurriedly. She was the saint of the Guardian clan, Shalilia, and also the strongest Revacial at present. Of course, Duanmu brought her here not to let her fight. But, after all, she was a native who was familiar with local legends. What was there that she didn't know? Maybe she could find clues from the myths and legends? So I brought her here. This person was just like a country girl coming to the city. After arriving, she sat on the chair, trembling with fear, not saying a word, and not daring to move at all. Then now, Duanmu thought for a moment and looked at everyone. What do you think? Let's follow the direction of the magic flow. We should be able to find something. Well, get ready to go. Duanmu nodded, then gave an order, and then saw the lights of the mammoth light up, illuminating the surroundings. Well, not that bright. To be honest, this really feels like the bottom of the sea. Looking at the dark and lightless environment around her, Shweli couldn't help but sigh, while Anne looked at her curiously. Has Miss Sydney ever been to the bottom of the sea? Well, when I went to investigate marine life, I have to say that the seabed is like this. Dark and without light. Even the light doesn't illuminate a large area. To be honest, I am a bit afraid of the deep sea. Sometimes I am really afraid that when I am walking, a bloody mouth will suddenly emerge from the bottom and swallow me up. That would be very scary. Ouch. It's really scary. Imagining the scene, and couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, I don't like water, let alone going into it. Because you can't swim. Right? Duan Muhui saw through Anne's excuse at a glance. I'm afraid even though I can swim. I've seen great white sharks. Too. The ocean is so dangerous. As a princess, what's wrong with me staying away from the ocean? You're still feeling confident. Right? Let's go to the swimming pool next time. Well, hearing this, Anne stuttered and turned to look out the window. Really? Why is it so dark? Can't it be a little brighter? Just change the subject. Theoretically, this is obviously not possible. But it just so happens that. Having said that, Duan Muhui looked at Zelilia again. Miss Shurelia, could you please sing a song? What? What do you mean? Your honor? Poetic magic. Didn't I say that before? The main purpose of Euremitire is to please the machine spirit through chanting. If you can sing a song to this mammoth, maybe it will be happy and its waist and legs will no longer ache. And it will have more energy to climb mountains and walk faster. Wouldn't that be better? Does it really work? To be honest, even though she had heard Duan Muhui's explanation before, Shuleria still found it hard to imagine. Why don't you try and find out? Then, I'll try. As she spoke, Shuleria stood up, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and remained silent for a moment. Na Nipo Dor. Neath Gadionla. Called the rune IRS Sor. It sounds really nice. Even if he just listened to the previous chanting. And then couldn't help but whisper to Duan Muhui. And Duan Muhui nodded. There are two most representative songs among them. One of them is sung with aha, most of the time. But it makes people feel the true emotions in it. Even if there are no lyrics, and it's just a variation of people can't stop listening to it. As for the other song exec_with.method_metaphalica, it is even more terrifying. It even contains a piece of binary code. 1x110110110011001100 Sayak Maya. The 1 and 0 in that song are pronounced as E and OU. But such simple lyrics are sung in a sacred way. It is the kind of song that even if you don't understand what she is singing, you can still feel the emotions in it. It can be said to be the best example of music transcending language to resonate with emotions. Not to mention it. Even Shueli and others who were hearing the Tajik song for the first time had calmed down. They felt as if they were bathing in a hymn. And their spirits became extremely calm and peaceful. Soon, the song ended. And at the same time, boom boom boom, as if responding to Shurelia's chant, the engine sound of the mammoth suddenly became louder. And even the lights that could only illuminate the surrounding area within a few meters shone again, illuminating the entire surrounding environment like a small sun. Very good. Success. Looking at the buff words displayed on the interface. Speed plus 20%. Illumination range plus 3. Firepower enhancement plus 15%. Consumption minus 18%. Duan Muhui nodded with satisfaction. Then waved his hand. Set off. Chapter 1127 Above Ground and Underground. Boom. 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 In the pitch-black world, the mammoth moved forward, and the roar of its huge engine echoed in the dead silence. But there was nothing. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a world this desolate. Looking at the scene outside the window, Duan Muhui couldn't help but sigh. And everyone nodded. They had been to the Doomsday world before, such as the War Planet, Skynet Planet, Guardian Planet, and the weird zombie world. But strictly speaking, in these worlds, it is almost only humans who are facing extinction. And other animals and plants are still thriving in these worlds. Even in the demon world that is connected to the gate of Mars Hell, and is almost completely slaughtered by demons, there are plants and life. For example, the vines climbing on the dilapidated high-rise buildings, the green grass, and the wild animals walking among the ruins. These are at least considered life. But there are no humans among them. But it's completely different here. I don't know if it was because the clouds completely blocked the sunlight, or if something really went wrong during the war. But the whole land was in complete silence, with no signs of life to be seen, whether it was animals or plants. As for the ruins of the city, after thousands of years of weathering, most of them were already gone, and the foundations could barely be seen, which was considered good quality. Honestly, do you really plan to come back to this world? Why don't you listen to me and change to another planet? Duan Muhui looked at Shuleria, who was standing beside him, silently looking at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but complain. If there is life below, even if it is a life form that has mutated due to radiation. It means that there is still life here. However, they have been walking in this damn place for several hours, and there is not even a single thing that can be called life. Even the auspicious instrument is dead silent, and no signal is responding. Even if this place is purified, can it still be used? Duanmu Huai silently turned his head and looked at the high mountain next to him. In fact, it was not a high mountain, but the surface of the earth that was raised due to the movement of the earth's crust. The earth's crust was even shaken by this attack. God knows what the Mechanicus used to cause this. To be honest, Duanmu Huai had no expectations for this. If he were to ask them, it would be better to let them consider finding a new home. There are atmospheric modification devices in the Dardanelles. Even if there is no habitable planet nearby, they can build one. Isn't that better than this? A forge world was destroyed like this, and most of the things inside were hopeless. I was still hoping to salvage some of the stock, but now it seems that even if I pick up garbage, I can't find anything hot. Maybe even if the star god fragment is real, it can't be used. Maybe the world in front of me is the result of the power of the star god fragment. Ding ding ding. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking about it, suddenly, the bird fortune teller made a clear low sound. At the same time, Maria, who had been staring at the bird fortune teller, also had her eyes lit up. Signs of life detected on radar. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately perked up. Where? It's 5 kilometers directly in front of us, and is currently moving. Very good. Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction, and then gave the order. Let's see what it is. Speed up. Boom boom boom. The mammoth accelerated again and moved forward. Just like its name. The giant chariot in front of it really rushed forward like a giant mammoth, and soon arrived at its destination. But, there's nothing here? Duanmu Huai looked at the radar, and then looked around. All the searchlights on the mammoth have been turned on, covering a 180-degree angle without blind spots. Even the sky. But there is still no sign of any living creature. Right here. Right? Yes. What's wrong? The signal shows that the other party is underground. Underground? Duanmu Huai frowned when he heard Maria's answer. How deep is it? 150 meters. Detection shows there should be an underground cavity below. So there's no life on the surface. And it all went underground? Well, that seems understandable. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm about this. After all, if you think about it carefully, the surface environment might be so harsh that no life can survive. But that might not be the case underground. Alright. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his hammer. That's it then. Next we will conduct further underground investigation. Deep underground? How can I go on? I can't find the entrance nearby. No need. Just follow me, and... Ojas. Lorena. Follow me. Maria. You. Shueli. And Shurelia stay in the chariot. Wait for my orders at any time. And be alert to the surroundings. Yes. By the way, remember to wear power armor. Why? Hearing this, and Shushi was unhappy. Do I have to wear it? It's so ugly. If you don't want to wear it, then don't go. How about staying in the mammoth? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Anne's momentum suddenly weakened. Alright. Although according to the instrumental detection, the outside air can still maintain human survival. In order to prevent it, Duanmu Huai also wants Lavanna and Anne and others to wear cosmic armor from Star Lilian. At least this stuff has shields to resist or a full seal cosmic battle style. Whether there is no problem with any environment. Of course, for Anne, she doesn't like this ugly design. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. You can either wear this or wear the power armor of the Inquisition. It's your choice. So in the end, Anne chose the Star Alliance's armor, which was at least a little stronger than the Inquisition's iron cans. Soon, after changing their equipment, the group walked out of the mammoth and came to a nearby open space. How do we get down now? And looked around and then asked curiously. By the way, my teleportation magic is not useless. But it is very dangerous to teleport to an unknown space. And the flow of magic here is a bit disordered. I am not sure if it will succeed. I don't intend to use such a troublesome method. Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai swung the hammer and then clenched it tightly. I have an easier way. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the three of them were stunned. And then, they saw Duanmu Huai raising the warhammer high. Wait, Mr. Knight, Are you? Boom! Amid and screams. Duanmu Huai's warhammer had already hit the ground heavily. And the next moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet instantly cracked and shattered. The next moment, accompanied by the girls' screams, the group fell into the dark abyss of the cave. Seeing this scene, Shulilia and Shueli were stunned. They stared out the window blankly, then turned to look at Maria. Ms. Maria. The Inquisitor smashed a hole in the ground and disappeared. Well, that's what your Honorable Inquisitor is saying. Maria watched the bird body silently, and said very calmly, "You'll get used to it." Well, faced with Maria's answer, the two looked at each other in confusion. To be honest, they feel that they may not be able to get used to this kind of operation at all. If En and the others knew what Shueli and the others were thinking, they would definitely tell them that they couldn't get used to it either. Wah! Under the influence of gravity, the group fell rapidly and arrived underground in almost no time. Fortunately, everyone was not an ordinary person. After coming to their senses, they immediately thought of various ways. Lorena followed Ogis's example and grabbed Duanmu Huai's power armor, while En quickly raised her hands. Soon, with the emergence of a magic circle from above her head, a violent gust of wind turned into a tornado that rose from the ground and directly swept everyone in, quickly offsetting the impact of their fall, and then put them safely back on the ground. Call. Only when his feet landed on steady ground did En breathe a sigh of relief. I forgot that Mr. Knight likes to do this kind of thing. Can you please tell me earlier next time? Well, I will pay attention next time. Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's insincere answer, En sighed helplessly and looked around. But it's dark here. I can't see anything. This is not a problem. Duanmu Huai raised his left hand and pointed to the sky. With a bang, a dazzling flare was launched, shining in the sky and illuminating the scene in front of him. Under the bright light, one could see the still dilapidated platform and the ruins of the collapsed houses below. Well, it seems that this place used to be an underground factory or subway station or something. Duanmu Huai took a look at the railroad tracks buried in the soil and quickly came to a conclusion. So where's that life signal? 300 meters ahead. But before that, I found something more interesting. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai strode forward. Then he reached out his hand and pulled out an object from behind the ruins. That is, one person? A dead man. Duanmu Huai shook the corpse in his hand, and the girls' expressions changed slightly when they saw the scene. How could someone die? Could it be the hole you just made? Mr. Knight. No. Look carefully. This guy was torn into pieces by something. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and opened the man's stomach, which had a wound extending from the neck to the navel, completely cut open. Just as Duanmu Huai said, this man died from the attack of a monster. But before that, hey! Is there anyone alive down there? Lorena looked at the corpse in front of her in surprise, and couldn't help but scream. Hearing her scream, and was also stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Indeed, they had walked on the ground for so long before, and didn't even see a shadow of a person. And it seems like this person died not long ago. Could it be that? Interesting, isn't it? Duanmu Huai put down the corpse in his hand and laughed. Looks like we've found something fun. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1128 Underground Civilization? After discovering the body, everyone, led by Duanmu Huai, began to pick up the body. Yes, this unlucky guy had obviously run into some monster, and was torn to pieces, and a large part of him was bitten off. But the problem was not this. The problem was that the victim's equipment was very complete. The quality and workmanship of the clothes are good. Duanmu Huai glanced at the piece of clothing in his hand and scanned it. It seems that these underground people live a pretty good life. Yeah, of course. To be honest, I originally thought that with an environment like this underground, it wouldn't be surprising even if we regressed to the tribal era where people ate raw meat, drank blood and wore animal skins. Duanmu Huai has quite a bit of experience with this. Many Empire ruins planets are like this. In the ruins of a high-end technological civilization, there are a group of savages who eat raw meat and drink blood, and feel like they have returned to primitive society. I don't know how this civilization regressed. On the contrary, although more than half of this world has been destroyed, the technological civilization is still quite advanced at present. At least it has not fallen directly to the level of savages. It should be said that it is worthy of being the forged planet of the oil man. It is indeed not the same routine as the coquettish Bexes and other places. Then, there are the weapons. Close combat. Yeah. This is a good civilization. Duanmu Huai picked up the half-broken sword next to the corpse, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the metallurgical forging technology of this underground world has finally been ignited. But it's very strange. Mr. Knight? At this moment, and raised his hand curiously and asked. They can forge metal weapons. So why don't they wear armor instead of ordinary clothes? Yes. This is also the question that I discovered. Judging from the condition of the corpse, the victim was obviously attacked and killed by some monster during the battle. Of course, this is not surprising. But the strange thing is that as of now, he is only wearing light and ordinary cloth clothes, not armor. Which makes people wonder. You have to know that even the knights in the magic tower have armor. If you fight monsters without even wearing armor, unless your body is harder than steel, otherwise it would be a gift. In fact, this was indeed a gift. Who knows what this underground civilization is like? Let me see what else it has. Oh! Wallets. Gold coins. Silver coins. Well, now it seems that the development of the civilization down there is quite interesting. It should be completely centered around mineral mining and forging. TSK, 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 TSK. If they didn't look like this, I would have thought this was a dwarven civilization. But dwarves also wear armor. So this is very interesting. Maybe it's a dwarf mixed with a dark elf. After all, dark elves do not wear heavy armor and specialize in assassination and sneak attacks. If the underground humans here also follow the path of the dark elves, then they really don't need to wear armor to fight like the dwarves. There's no map. Even if there was a map, it would be useless. Duanmu Huai flipped for a long time and finally stopped. Then raised his head and looked at the ground in front of him. Forget it. Let's follow the blood trail and see what we can find. This is the only way at the moment. Obviously, the unlucky guy was not killed here, but was killed by a monster and carried all the way here. However, they couldn't find what kind of monster it was after searching around. Fortunately, the bloodstains of the monster were clearly visible along the way, which could be used as a signpost. So everyone took action again and continued to move forward along the bloodstains. It is obvious that this should have been a subway station before. But the subway trains that originally stopped here have naturally turned into a pile of useless scrap metal under the influence of time. Things that have no one to maintain have long since become a pile of waste. Not to mention the displeasure of the machine's soul. At least for now. The underground is not as concerned about the maintenance of the equipment as the magic tower. Well, Duanmu Huai can understand this to some extent. According to the legend, those who were able to hide in the space elevator at that time must have been important members of the Mechanicus. And they would naturally not neglect the maintenance of the space elevator. The underground is probably just a group of ordinary people. At least, they don't look like the kind of people who can maintain the mechanical teaching device. So the development of the sky and the underground is naturally very different. Although the sky is still backward. At least, they have even built airships. As for the underground, as far as we can see now, it is probably retracing the development path of human civilization. And it may have only reached the Middle Ages. Of course, as he walked, Duanmu Huai did not forget to inform the others on standby on the mammoth of his discovery. It was okay for the others. But when Shalilia heard the news, she was completely shocked. There is actually human civilization underground. It's quite interesting. Isn't it? One of you is above ground, and the other is underground. But after so many years, you don't even know each other exists. Isn't that quite interesting? This? Facing Duanmu Huai's joke, Shalilia didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, just as Duanmu Huai said, they had always thought that they were the only survivors in this world. But they didn't expect that under the sea of clouds, deep in the earth known as the Land of Death, there were actually traces of human civilization. Owner. At this moment, OGC, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, suddenly spoke. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction. Wrong direction? Didn't we follow the blood trail? What's the problem? Hearing the reminder from his little friend, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Although he was not an idiot when it came to directions, the underground world, where he could not tell east from west and south from north, was also a headache for him. But he did not need to find the direction now. He just needed to find the direction according to the reaction of the bloodstains. What was the problem? Are we on the right road? Duanmu Huai looked back at An and Lorena, who were following behind him. And the latter shook their heads. But we're moving back. Go back? Wait. Which way back do you mean? Duanmu Huai came back to his senses, and seemed to understand what his little cotton-padded jacket meant. When the group set out before, Duanmu Huai airdropped the mammoth under the space elevator. After all, except for the space elevator, other places were covered by clouds and fog, and there was no way to know what was underneath. It would be funny if you just found a place and threw it into the sea. So Duanmu Huai used the space elevator as the coordinates and threw the mammoth near it. The result now is... Are you saying that we are heading towards the Devil's Tower? Yes. After hearing Ogis's answer, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment and looked at the other two. Interesting. Isn't it? Maybe we'll see another Tower Eater. Is that so? What's so strange about this? A space elevator must have a very deep foundation. Otherwise, how do you think such a tall building could stand? And this tunnel? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to the tunnel in front of him that had been severely weathered and could no longer recognize its original appearance. Maybe it's the passage that connects the space elevator to other places. Well, if that's the case, then it makes sense why we didn't find any life signals after searching for so long. Maybe we simply overlooked this point. If you think about it carefully, it's really a blind spot. Indeed, as Duanmu Huai said, they definitely detected life signals around the magic tower. But at that time everyone thought that those live signals came from the floating island in the sky. So they didn't think much about it. No one thought of digging under the tower. After all, most people's imaginations are not that big. Now what? Let Maria and the others turn around first, and we'll continue moving forward. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Since we're here, why not take a look around? Well, you have a point. And pounded his sore legs and looked at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. But I can't walk anymore. After all, and is a mage, not a warrior. He was already tired after walking for such a long time. Come up. Duanmu Huai is not stupid. When he saw the look in An's eyes, he knew what the other person was thinking. So he stretched out his right hand towards An. The latter grinned and hurriedly climbed up along Duanmu Huai's arm, then sat on the other shoulder opposite to Aji's. She made a face at Aji's complacently. The latter just looked at her silently without saying anything. After all, Aji's and An had been together for quite a while, and had a good relationship. If it was someone else, who was not so familiar to her, Aji's would probably kick her away. Lorena? You want to come up? No need. Sir Knight. Faced with Duanmu Huai's invitation, Lorena shook her head, and clenched her fists. That's great. I can still exercise for a while. Speaking of which, this guy is a ruthless person, who runs around the planet's ring belt in the space station when he has nothing to do. His daily WeChat step count must have exceeded 10 million. Then let's go. Since no one wanted to walk, Duanmu Huai didn't say much. He turned on his jetpack and rushed forward. Lorena followed Duanmu Huai slowly, running very fast. To be honest, she didn't look like a priest at all. Of course, this road is not unobstructed. Due to years of disrepair, many parts of the passage have collapsed, and some places even look like they have exploded, completely blocked by piles of scrap metal and debris. Usually at this time, you should choose to take a detour and take other paths. But Duanmu Huai obviously didn't plan to do so. For him, there are thousands of roads, but he only chooses one. Wah! Boom! With An's screams, the hard concrete wall in front of him exploded instantly. And then Duanmu Huai rushed out like an angry Tyrannosaurus Rex. And on his shoulders, and Ogis each grabbed Duanmu Huai's shoulders and hid behind him. After all, if they didn't do this, they would have been thrown out long ago. Oh, sorry. I'm used to bumping into people. Duanmu Huai touched his head, then stopped and looked around. Behind him, Lorena rushed in quickly, taking 2 steps at a time. Almost at the same time Lorena rushed in. The dilapidated wall in front of them collapsed instantly, blocking the gap tightly. I'd better come down and take a walk by myself. At this moment, and also climb down from Duanmu Huai again with weak hands and feet. Ogis might be used to sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, and was completely unmoved. But An couldn't do that. It felt like she was sitting on a heavy truck that was running out of control. She watched herself crash into the wall, and couldn't avoid it. That feeling was really terrible. Although he knew Duanmu Huai was powerful. And felt that as a mage, he could not withstand such stimulation. It's time to come down. Duanmu Huai was not surprised that An refused to continue riding the car. We are finally there. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and was stunned for a moment, then looked forward. And then she was surprised to see that what was in front of her was no longer the narrow passage before, but a huge, vast underground cave. In this underground cave, various houses were built one after another, and there were people everywhere. At this moment, they were wearing relatively simple clothes and stared at her with wide eyes. Hey! Looking at yourself? And turned his head and looked around carefully. They are rushing directly into the other side city? Run! Monster aha! The next moment, accompanied by screams, the people around immediately scattered. Ah! Seeing this scene, and helplessly reached out and pressed his forehead. This is bad. Chapter 1129, City of Light. Soon, everyone around ran away. But Duanmu Huai stretched lazily without caring, looking at the hole in front of him curiously. And this place looks kind of interesting. Doesn't it? It's pretty. Yes. Indeed, very beautiful. Looking at the scene in front of them. And Lorena nodded. Although they had been to many places with Duanmu Huai, the uniqueness of this city still exceeded their expectations. First, there was a faint glow at the top of this huge hole, which seemed to be caused by some kind of luminous moss. If there was only a little bit of this moss, perhaps no one would care. But when this moss covered the top of this hole that was almost as big as a football field, it was very shocking. Under the illumination of this glimmering moss, you can see all kinds of houses everywhere. But the appearance of these houses is not very exquisite. Well, to be honest, they are only slightly better than the illegal buildings randomly built in the slums. The reason why they are slightly better is that at least people have left a way for you to go, and they are not completely blocked. Apart from that, these houses are not aesthetically pleasing at all. Outside the walls of the houses, which are built with a large number of stones, you can see iron sheets that look like patches on top of patches, and no one knows where they were taken down from. How should I put it? The buildings here are compared to the floating island. It's like the contrast between a down-and-out beggar and a suited office worker. It's really very striking. Although the building quality and aesthetics here seem unremarkable, there are indeed some interesting things, such as the street lamps on both sides of the street. At first glance, they seem to be no different from ordinary street lamps. But if you look closely, you will find that the bulbs of these street lamps are balls as big as goldfish bowls, and inside them are glowing things that are not sure whether they are animals or plants. It is quite magical. Boom boom boom. Just as Duanmu Huai was admiring the street scenery in front of him, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and then several men and women in black clothes and holding weapons ran over and surrounded the three of them. Damn vampire. How dare you come here to cause trouble? The black-haired young man in the lead stared at Duanmu Huai and others with a serious expression, then stretched out his hand and clenched the black sharp blade in his hand. This is not a place for you vampires to do whatever you want. Go to H.L. Along with a roar of the black-haired young man, a strange black mist suddenly appeared on their weapons. However, feeling the strange fluctuations in these weapons, Duanmu Huai's face became serious. You actually used the power of the warp demon. That's right. Although the fluctuations on these strange black weapons were not obvious, Duanmu Huai could clearly feel that it was the demonic power from the subspace. Heresy! At this moment, Duanmu Huai quickly switched modes, from a tourist to the working mode of a judge. Go to H.L. As Duanmu Huai roared, a fierce aura of destruction instantly burst out from him and spread out in all directions. The soldiers had obviously never seen such an enemy before, and in panic they hurriedly raised their weapons to try to resist. But before they could react, they were hit by the surging air wave and flew backwards, and the weapons in their hands were directly shattered and turned into fragments all over the ground. My weapon. How could it be? The black-haired young man was shocked when he saw the weapon in his hand had turned into pieces. Before he could think of a solution, he saw a huge shadow emerge from nowhere and enveloped him. The man raised his head and saw Duanmu Huai holding up his war hammer and staring at him coldly. Go to H.L. Heretic. Just being stared at by Duanmu Huai made the black-haired young man feel the heavy pressure like being crushed by a mountain. At this moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death, and it seemed that he would be killed here in the next moment. Just like that time. I can't do anything and can only be slaughtered by others. But I can't die yet. I haven't avenged everyone yet. I haven't killed all those vampires yet. I can't die here. Damn it. I won't die here. The power of anger erupted from deep within the black-haired young man's heart, allowing his body to finally break free from the shackles of fear. He clenched his fists and punched towards Duan Muhuai. At the same time, Duan Muhuai's warhammer also blasted directly towards the black-haired young man. Stop! At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over and pushed the black-haired young man away. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, drew the sword at his waist, and went straight to meet Duan Muhuai's hammer. Boom! Nothing could stop Duan Muhuai's hammer. Not even this guy who suddenly appeared. The hammer kept coming down and hit the ground heavily. And then the whole ground shook. Duan Muhuai just glanced at the empty ground, then turned his head to look at the side. There, a ragged man was gasping for breath, staring at Duan Muhuai with an embarrassed look. And the black sword in his hand was only the hilt. No way. Seeing this scene, the black-haired young man was stunned. You know, the one who appeared here was one of the strongest people in this city. But even he could not block the hammer of this horrible monster. You run pretty fast. But that's all. Heretic. Duan Muhuai raised his warhammer again, squinted his eyes, and stared at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Isn't it just a dodge? I'm going to use my ultimate skill to destroy this city for you. I want to see where you can run to. Prepare to die? Please wait a moment. Just as Duan Muhuai raised his warhammer and prepared to strike hard, the man who appeared behind him suddenly looked at Duan Muhuai and shouted loudly. What's up? May I ask? Were you sent by the vampires? Vampire? Hearing the man's question, Duan Muhuai frowned. What the hell is this place? There are even vampires? I don't know anything about vampires. Call. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the man seemed relieved. Then he threw away the hilt of the sword in his hand and looked at Duan Muhuai. That's easy to say. Although I don't know what happened here. I think this may be a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Duan Muhuai thought for a moment and put down the warhammer in his hand. Well, I'd like to see what you heretics have to say. Heresy. Who are you, and why do you call us heresy? Because of your weapons. Duan Muhuai pointed at the hilt of the sword that the man had thrown away. Don't think I can't see that you are using the power of the demons from the warp. This kind of blasphemous and evil power must not be allowed to exist. Any heretic who dares to come into contact with this blasphemous power must be thoroughly purified. Warp demon. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the man frowned and then looked at the weapon wreckage at his feet. Are you talking about the cursed weapon? I see. Indeed. I admit that it is very dangerous. But for us, it is necessary. Necessary? It's a long story. It seemed that it had been confirmed that Duan Muhuai and others were not vampires. The man also breathed a sigh of relief and showed a relaxed expression. If possible, why don't we find a place to talk? To be honest, I'm also very curious about who you are, and why you came here. As he said, the man looked at the AOG silk sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, as well as an Enlevana around him. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Alright. Duan Muhuai thought about it and nodded. I want to see. What are you talking about? Anyway, this city is so small. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Right? Afterwards, Duan Muhuai and others also learned the history of this underground world from the man who called himself Honglian. Compared to the floating island, which was generally peaceful and stable, and only occasionally attacked by monsters, this underground world was not so peaceful. According to Honglian, there are two major forces in this underground world. One is humans, and the other is vampires. The vampires that Honglian mentioned are no different from the vampires that Duan Muhuai knows. Because they are underground, it is not known whether they are afraid of the sun, but they rely on sucking blood for survival. And their regeneration speed is extremely fast. They can also turn others into their followers by sucking blood. And they possess powerful and strange powers. Not only that, these vampires also created a lot of terrifying monsters as their subordinates. In comparison, humans are naturally miserable. Just look at the city now, and you will know that their conditions are obviously worse than those on the floating island. They don't even have reversal. Under normal circumstances, humans would have been wiped out by vampires long ago. However, humans have been able to hold out against vampires until now. So they naturally have their reasons. That is, the ghost curse weapon. According to Honglian, this kind of cursed weapon is a kind of equipment formed by binding ghosts and gods through a certain ritual and sealing them in the weapon. At the same time, It is also the only weapon that can kill vampires and their followers. Because vampires have strong regeneration ability. Even if ordinary weapons cause damage to them, they will recover immediately. Only the cursed weapon can eliminate their regeneration ability and destroy vampires. Of course, Honglian also admitted that the demon-cursed weapon was very dangerous. If a person with a weak mind got hold of the demon-cursed weapon, his body and mind would be corroded, and he would become a demon. Then he would have to be dealt with. So in order to survive, you use this thing to fight against vampires. After listening to Honglian's story, Duanmu Huai also looked serious. Well, now it seems that compared to the world in the sky, this underground world is really not peaceful. However, the use of this method of sealing the warp demon in a weapon really reminded Duanmu Huai of some radical inquisitors in the Inquisition, who liked to use their own weapons to attack their own shields, under the pretext of using the enemy's strength to deal with the enemy. Of course, everything ended up in failure in the end. I understand your attitude, this Iron Warrior. But in order to survive the vampires, we need strength. Perhaps you don't know that in the vampires' territory, they also raise a lot of humans, and use, and treat them like livestock. In the vampires' territory, those humans have no dignity, just like livestock, and can be slaughtered and eaten by vampires at any time. Hearing this, Anne and Lorena were a little restless. Instead, Duanmu Huai glanced at them, and then looked at Honglian again. Are you sure what you said is true? Certainly. So, you use this blasphemous power to fight in order to protect yourself from the vampires. Right? Yes. So, if I tell you that I can completely wipe out those vampires, will you give up this cursed power? Staring at Honglian, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth and asked his question. Chapter 1130, Convincing People with Reason. If I tell you that I can completely destroy those vampires, will you give up this cursed power? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Honglian was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. I'm sorry, but I don't have the right to make this decision. I understand. After all, in order to survive here, you did have suffered a lot. It can be seen that survival is a very dangerous and difficult thing here. It is understandable and understandable. In the face of Honglian's answer, Duanmu Huai didn't say much, but just smiled and brought it casually. Then I haven't asked you yet. Where are you from? There's no other human city nearby. And you don't look like vampires. Oh, we're from the surface. Surface? Excuse me. Everyone. What is the surface? Let me start explaining from here. Hearing Honglian's curious question, everyone was confused. But if you think about it carefully, the underground humans have been breeding here for thousands of years. It is estimated that for them, the whole world is limited to the underground. Duanmu Huai still remembers a joke about dwarves. It said that a dwarf came out of the underground for the first time, and then he held a big wooden barrel and refused to let go. When someone asked him what he was doing, he said, I have to hold it tight. Otherwise, if I let go, I might fall to the sky. After all, there is no lid on the head. Drizzt also wrote in his novel that the Dark Elves have always said that there is a big fireball on the surface of the earth, which has been burning the earth. Just looking directly at it will blind your eyes. So in the imagination of the Dark Elves, the surface of the earth is actually no different from H.L. But you can't say that this is wrong. After all, everyone knows that you can't look directly at the sun. Therefore, many things that are common sense to people living on the surface are simply unimaginable to the underground races. And many things that are commonplace to the underground races are also unimaginable to the surface races. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to explain it to them. So he just simply said that it was the space red lotus above their heads. And they immediately understood. I never thought that there was a bigger hole above our heads. Well, let's just leave it at that. After all, strictly speaking, it's not wrong. So, why did you all come here? Oh, we fell down accidentally. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Anne and Lorena looked at each other silently. It is true that he fell, but it is hard to say whether it was accidental or not. I see. Honglian nodded. Similar things were actually not uncommon underground. Many places would collapse and fall if one was not careful. Perhaps in his opinion, these people came to the underground because of similar situations. So everyone just entered the city. Oh, we didn't expect there to be a city here. We were just trying to find a way out and accidentally ran into it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's sincere answer, Honglian turned her head again and silently looked at the city wall not far away. At this moment, The soldiers over there have begun to clean up the surrounding environment and reinforce it again. In fact, no one had thought that the city wall here could actually be broken by someone. Is that so? There is really nothing we can do about it. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. So I have a suggestion. You've seen our strength. If we help you eliminate those vampires, will you help us leave here so we can return to our own world? After all, you've lived here for a long time, so you should be very familiar with this place. This, after hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, Honglian thought for a long time, and then smiled bitterly again. I understand what you mean. You mean to say that if you help us eliminate the threat of vampires, in return, we will find a way home for you. That's about it. But perhaps you don't know that the vampires are so powerful that even if we have cursed weapons, we can only barely resist their attacks. Moreover, those vampires have been keeping humans captive and turning the obedient ones into followers to increase their strength. If the vampires were not afraid of the cursed weapons that could kill them completely, and did not dare to attack in large numbers, I'm afraid our city would not have been able to hold out until now. I understand. It's about sustainable development. I'm not stupid. Duanmu Huai certainly understood what the vampires meant. Just like Honglian said, if the vampires had attacked regardless of casualties, this side would have been finished long ago. The reason was also very simple. Honglian had said before that the ghost curse weapons were also selected by people. It was not that everyone had one, but that they had to go through a series of selections. Otherwise, once the mind was not firm, it would be controlled by the subspace demons and become the host of the subspace demons in this world. So in this city, there are probably less than 500 people who can use ghost curse weapons. So why bother? Moreover, vampires can also create monsters. Even if they don't fight you to death, they can just create thousands of monsters to rush towards you. And humans probably can't stop them. So why don't vampires just wipe out humans? It's very simple. If you become extinct, then we can only see domesticated ones in the zoo. And there will be no wild ones. Although they are both horses. The starting price of a Przewalski's horse is 1 million. It is a protected animal that is more valuable than the giant panda. Anyone who dares to kill it will be sent to prison or a shooting range in minutes. But it looks like an ordinary horse. So why is it so precious? Isn't it because it is wild? If you domesticate the horse, it is not illegal to kill it and eat the horse meat. The same goes for tigers. There are tigers in zoos, but people generally don't care about wild tigers. After all, there are few tigers now, and we need to protect the environment. What if they become extinct like the South China tiger? Wouldn't that be a pity? Of course, Duanmu Huai would say that the strength of these people is not as good as that of a South China tiger. At most, they are at the level of a wild wolf pack. This thing is deadly to ordinary people. But if you use a fully armed army to deal with a wolf pack, won't it just be a massacre? But who would be so bored as to do such a thing? Obviously vampires wouldn't do that either. So, from our perspective, we don't want to anger those vampires. That's understandable. That's understandable. In response to Honglian's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Anyway, I will report this matter to the Council of Elders immediately. As for you all, please stay here for the time being. As she spoke, Honglian stood up. No problem. Watching Honglian leave, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Don't worry. We Inquisition are reasonable. It was just a misunderstanding. After all, we thought, just like you said, people controlled by the power of the warp will become demons. So, sorry. I can rest assured that. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Honglian also nodded. I will send someone to take you all to rest temporarily. As for your situation, I will talk to the Elders' Council first. After saying this, Honglian turned and left. And only after his back disappeared did he roll his eyes at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Knight, are you serious about what you just said? What did you say? Of course I'm serious. Who are you kidding? And didn't believe Duanmu Huai's answer at all. He thought it was a joke. The court should be reasonable. She had been with Duanmu Huai for such a long time. When had she ever seen a court be reasonable? You think they're untrustworthy? Honestly? Any being that uses the power of the warp can hardly be trusted. Duanmu Huai could understand the principle of the ghost curse weapon. But because of this, he became more vigilant against these people. In the final analysis, this method of summoning the subspace demon to possess and seal it is just like the soul stone in the dark world, which is simply a way to sneak the subspace demon into the real world. And I heard from Honglian that this actually requires a contract? Well, even the host has prepared it for you, which is really thoughtful. Look at how the demons in the dark world influenced humans. Leoric was such a powerful king, but he was driven crazy by the demon god, who gave you the illusion that you can control a weapon like the Dark Soul Stone. This is exactly the same as the idiot who inserted the Soul Stone into his head. He was so confident. And then he fell. It was only a matter of time. Duan Muhui gave the answer decisively, while frowned. But Mr. Knight, I think it's unrealistic for you to convince them to give up those cursed weapons. Mr. Honglian looks like a soldier, not a politician. And from what they say, these cursed weapons are the only weapons these humans have to fight against the enemy. Will they agree to your request and give up their own military power? As the Princess of Manalia, and was well versed in politics, she naturally understood that what Duan Muhui asked of Honglian was simply impossible. If someone else asked Manalia to give up magic, they would definitely not agree. Even if as a princess, agreed, others would not agree. So in Anne's opinion, under such conditions, the two sides could not talk at all. Originally, political consultations should be handled by Anne. But Anne also knew Duan Muhui. He was definitely not the kind of person who liked to use roundabout ways or compromises to achieve political goals. You can rest assured about this. We in the Court of Inquiry have always convinced people with reason. Facing Anne's doubts, Duan Muhui spread out his hands with a smile. Trust me. When the time comes, I'll make them an offer they can't refuse. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1131 Patrol Team. The efficiency of this place was obviously not very high. Duan Muhui and the others waited for almost a day before Honglian appeared in front of them again. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. That was indeed a long wait. Hearing Honglian's words, Duan Muhui couldn't help but complain. And Honglian also smiled bitterly. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, although there is a precedent for accepting outsiders, we have never encountered people from other places. What's more, you all caused trouble when you just arrived here. It is difficult for the elders to make a decision. At this point, Honglian appeared calm, but deep down she was sweating. The reason why it took so long to make a decision was that the elders were full of doubts about the identities of Duan Muhui and others. Not to mention the wild and violent way he appeared. Duan Muhui's extraordinary size and height, and the strange equipment, made him look nothing like an ordinary refugee. It's not surprising that the Elders' Council even suspected that they were some new monsters created by vampires. After all, this is what vampires are best at. Some elders even suggested that they should all be detained and then investigated slowly. Honglian's reaction to this was, I haven't lived enough yet. Are you kidding me? The elders wouldn't know how strong the guy is. But how could Honglian, who was hit by Duan Muhui's hammer, not know? He had tried his best to dodge it at that time. If he hadn't dodged it and was hit by Duan Muhui's hammer, he would have turned into Honglian's sauce. So Honglian said directly, You can die if you want. We will never be able to defeat that monster anyway. If you want to destroy the entire city, go ahead. I won't get involved in this mess anyway. Due to Honglian's firm opposition, and the evidence proving that those ghost-cursed weapons were completely vulnerable to the other party, the Elders' Council discussed for a long time before finally making a decision. So? What's your decision? Duan Muhui sat there with a look of complete indifference, while Honglian chose his words carefully and spoke at the same time. First, we will prepare a place for you to rest. Of course, since it is a temporary residence, it will be very simple. In addition, the Council of Elders will send a team of guards to monitor you. Oh, what else? Duan Muhui didn't care where he lived. He had a wizard's mansion anyway. It didn't matter where he lived as long as you didn't throw me into the cesspool. And we will send someone to question you all. Ah, please don't misunderstand. We are just very interested in the surface world you mentioned. After all, we have no idea what kind of place it is. So we also hope to get some information from you. Oh, but you know, that's not the point. Duan Muhui was too lazy to waste time, and looked directly at Honglian and spoke. That's right. These arrangements didn't matter to Duan Muhui. With the role he was playing now, Duan Muhui only cared about one thing. Yes, I understand what you mean. As for the case of returning to the world, the elders really have a way. To this end, we also want to get the assistance of you. As for the specific situation, wait for you to rest first, and then I will send someone to explain it. Okay. I get it. Hearing Holian's answer, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and then spoke. There is nothing much to say next. Holian brought Duanmu Huai and his party to an empty house on the edge of the city. According to Holian, this place was originally used as a temporary dormitory for the defense team. And now Duanmu Huai and others were allowed to live here temporarily. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. After sending Holian away, he directly opened the wizard's mansion, and then took a few people back to his warm and comfortable nest. What do you think? Sitting on the sofa, drinking the coffee brought by the magic servant, Duanmu Huai asked. The Elders' Council must want to use us to do something. When Duanmu Huai and Holian were talking before, and did not interrupt, but she still noticed the problem with her unique vision and keenness. It seems that the Council of Elders is not completely unaware of the existence of the surface world. You can tell by looking at it. I guess they have no way of getting in. Hearing Anne's analysis, Duanmu Huai sneered. Before Holian arrived, he had already conducted an analysis scan of the entire city and concluded that the city was built in an area centered on the underground part of the space elevator. According to the previous investigation results of the Servo Skull, the Elders' Council mentioned by Holian was located in the core area. It was obvious that this so-called Elders' Council should be the same as Platina on the floating island, which was the kind of tower that relied on the tower to eat the tower. It's just that the Guardians of Platina are also the maintenanceur of the space elevator. At least they could open the main door and go in to fix the water pipes. But the Elders' Council may not even be able to enter the main door, and can only sigh in despair. And as the pirate girl said before, the gate of the magic tower was extremely strong. They couldn't blow it open even with explosives. That was only the upper world of airship technology. Looking at this underground world of medieval level, there was probably no hope. Will they think we have access to the space elevator? We do. Who knows? I am too lazy to care about the break of these dogs. And the duties of the trial court have always been only one. Simple and clear. Other things are not within the scope we need to care about. Mr. Cavaliers is really as always. And curled his lips. Although I think it is better. But many times, the necessary political risks can save a lot of trouble. For example, inquiries tomorrow. What do we say? Just talk about it. You two can talk about the Holy City and Manalia. I'll just talk about the Inquisition. Is it okay to just say it? No problem at all. Faced with Lavanna's inquiries, Duanmu Huai showed a sneer. It would be more interesting if there were questions. By the way, how is the situation up there? Miss Aurelia has returned to the Demon Tower. After all, the situation is serious. No one expected that there is still human civilization in the underground of this world. She said she would go back to report. As for Miss Maria, she has done what you asked. Mr. Knight? Very good. That is enough. Wait for my orders. Mr. Knight? Although I have already guessed it, I still want to say. Didn't you tell me before that you should convince people with reason? Is that right? Looking at Anne's complaints, Duanmu Huai chuckled. We in the court are very reasonable. This is how the Inquisition makes sense. Balanced diplomacy requires both an olive branch and a sword. You still have a lot to learn. Excuse me. This is definitely not balanced diplomacy. And dared to bet her status as a princess that what Duanmu Huai was going to do had nothing to do with diplomacy. But no matter what needs to be done must be done. The next morning, just as Hongyan said, a few serious-looking staff came and called Duanmu Huai and others to separate rooms for questioning. Of course, the questions were only about what the surface world was like, why they came here, what kind of life the surface people lived, whether it was dangerous, what kind of organization the tribunal was, and other investigative questions. Duanmu Huai naturally answered this question casually. As for whether the Elders' Council was interested in the information revealed by Duanmu Huai and others, Duanmu Huai had no idea. However, not long after those investigators left, the person Hongyan mentioned finally arrived. Hello, fellow outsiders. Appearing in front of Duanmu Huai and the others was a purple-haired girl who looked lively and cheerful. She wore a big bow on the back of her hair, which made her look petite and cute. I am Shirnoa Hiragi, the captain of the Special Tactics Team of the Defense Team. I am here under the order of the Elders' Council to lead your actions. Thank you for your guidance. Team leader? Yes. We are going to carry out a series of tasks next. So the Elders' Council has formed a team, and I will be in charge of leading it. You all have to act with us. By the way, I am also the supervisor set by the Elders' Council. I will report your every word and action to my superiors. How should I put it? Although it is not impossible to guess that this would happen. As a surveillance officer, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to say it out loud? Forget it. As long as you are happy. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to dwell on such an insignificant issue and decisively skipped the topic. So, what are we going to do? First of all, patrol. According to Shirnoa Hiragi, the people living in this city make a living by digging and mining ore. This is normal. But the problem is that many mineral veins are in dangerous areas far away from the city. The so-called dangerous areas are places where vampires and the monsters they create are infested. At present, the exploration team has found a new mineral vein. But no one is sure whether there are vampires nearby. Therefore, the elders organized an exploration team to investigate the area around the mineral vein and confirm the situation. Only when there is no danger will people be sent to mine the mineral vein. So all we have to do is patrol. After listening to Hiragi Shinoya's introduction, Duanmu Huai frowned. That's right. Oh, by the way, don't worry. The child can stay here while you go on your mission. We will send someone to take care of him. As she spoke, Hiragi Shinoa looked at Ojus, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's lap and yawning. According to what Duanmu Huai told the investigators, this child was his sister. Well, forget it. Just treat her as a sister. Oh, I see. Thank you for your concern. Duanmu Huai naturally understood what this meant. On the surface, it was caring for her. But in fact, it was just an excuse to hold Ajis hostage. After all, to ordinary people who knew nothing, Ajis was obviously just a weak and powerless little girl. Well, in fact, Ojus alone can take down this city in minutes. But this needs no explanation. I can rest assured that. Looking at Hiragi Shinoya, Duanmu Huai chuckled and spoke. Chapter 1132 Raid. Just like that. After leaving Ojus behind, Duanmu Huai took In and Lorena on a patrol trip. Of course, it is nominal patrol. In fact, this is Glorious Avenue. It is said that here is the path developed by the founder of the city. The ancestors escaped the chase of the vampires through this, and then built this microcomio. Ah, please look over here. How about it? It's beautiful, isn't it? The night moss plains here are our most proud scenery. If you are lucky, you can even see beautiful butterflies. But unfortunately, it seems that it is not the time for them to appear yet. Be careful in the river over there. Blind snakes may appear occasionally. They are monsters without eyes, but can catch prey through their keen hearing. They are not as dangerous as the monsters created by vampires. But they are still dangerous. That's right. It was more like a tour than a patrol. Hiragi Shinoa completely took on the role of a tour guide, smilingly taking the three people for a walk and chatting, and introducing them to the local customs and culture. But soon some people fell behind. Wait a minute. Mr. Knight, let me sit for a moment, and gasped and raised her hands, announcing that she could no longer walk. Really? Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed In and put her on his shoulder. Only after In sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulder armor did he breathe a sigh of relief. You are too weak. I'm a mage, not a warrior. I don't have the same abilities as you guys. That's right. Although only a short while had passed. Strictly speaking, everyone had already walked the distance of a marathon. Duanmu Huai and Lorena naturally didn't feel tired. And although Hiragi Shinoya looked small, she had obviously been trained. And she walked in the front, jumping and skipping without even breathing hard. It's just a pity for In, who has put all his talent points into magic. Miss In really needs to exercise more. Lorena nodded at this moment, and then looked at In curiously. And, Miss In, have you gained weight? Why? Hearing Lorena's question, and immediately screamed, and then she grabbed Duanmu Huai's head. Mr. Knight, am I fat? I'm not fat. I think it's okay. To be honest, maybe girls like skinny girls. But from a man's point of view, girls should have some meat on them. Duanmu Huai looked carefully at In front of him, and then gave his answer very honestly. In fact, a long time ago, when Duanmu Huai was still a pure and innocent virgin, he thought that the thinner the girl, the better. But after he started to have sex, Duanmu Huai realized that he was so stupid. Indeed, many girls have very slender figures, and their waists are so thin that they can't be grasped. Not to mention Duanmu Huai's hand. Even an ordinary man's hand can grasp it. And it looks thin and tall. But it just looks like that. It's totally unbearable to look at without clothes. Why? Skin and bones. This woman looks like a human being when she puts on clothes. But when she takes off her clothes, her ribs are clearly visible under her skin, just like the starving people in Africa, and feels hard and full of bones. Who would be interested in such a woman? Imagine a woman with a beautiful face, but a skinny body from the neck down. Who is the incarnation of the evil white bone demon? Duanmu Huai still remembers the hot girl Izzy he met in the last world. Later, she introduced him to another companion. The girl looked thin and small, very pretty, cute and fashionable. But after taking off her clothes, I was shocked. Where did this biochemical zombie come from? I was so frightened that I went limp in an instant. I heard from Izzy that she only eats one meal a day in order to lose weight, and that meal only consists of fruits and vegetables. The problem is that in Duanmu Huai's opinion, she is already skin and bones. So how can she lose weight? Are you planning to lose your soul? There are also the two goddesses, Stheno and Uriel. Although they look like petite girls, they have a lot of fat on their bodies. Their waists are soft, and they look very well proportioned. How should I put it? They are the embodiment of men's wishes. It can be seen that men don't like skinny girls. It was not until this moment that Duanmu Huai finally understood why martial arts novels always describe beauties as 1 point more is too fat, 1 point less is too thin. This is probably what it means. After all, everyone can understand fat. But to be honest, Duanmu Huai was a little confused when he saw it. After all, the thinner the girl, the better. Right? Well, it turns out that what they wrote is right. The state of 1 point more is too fat, 1 point less is too thin is the most perfect. If I'm too fat, I'll naturally become a tank driver. If I'm too thin, I won't be interested in attacking biochemical zombies. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, and fits this requirement very well. She is neither fat nor thin, and her face is a little chubby, which is quite cute. She feels soft and smooth, unlike some girls who feel uncomfortable when they grab her. It doesn't feel like grabbing a woman at all, but more like grabbing a Terminator. Huh. That's good. And also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Duanmu Huai's answer. That's right. There's no need to worry about it. Yulia's tail is also fat and cute. Even though she certainly doesn't like it, Yulia's tail is indeed fat, which is very annoying to her. But there seems to be nothing she can do. Although they are both dragon people, Feilin's tail is thin and long. Duanmu Huai has seen Yulia looking at Feilin's tail with envy several times. But it's a pity. Maybe it has something to do with race. I see. Men on the surface like plump women. Hiragi Shirnoa next to her also nodded, then took out a notebook and wrote it down seriously. This is really interesting information. Okay. Enough of the nonsense. How far is it? We're almost there. Over there is the newly mined mineral vein. We just need to switch shifts with the patrol squad. Wah. However, before Hiragi Shirnoa could finish her words, a scream suddenly came from the front. And then everyone saw several men who looked like miners running towards them from the other side of the passage in panic and desperate efforts. What happened? Seeing the scene, Hiragi Shirnoa, who was smiling and leisurely just now, also became serious. She hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed someone and asked, Monsters. Monster and vampire hunting team. The hunting team. Where's the patrol squad? They're almost all dead? I don't know. After saying this, the latter hurriedly broke free from Hiragi Shirnoa and ran away desperately. This is troublesome. Everyone. We need to speed up. At this moment, Hiragi Shirnoa also hurriedly turned her fingers, and then a huge black sickle appeared in her hand. Seeing the sickle in Hiragi Shirnoa's hand, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned cold. But he didn't say anything, but tightened his hammer, followed behind Hiragi Shirnoa, quickened his pace and ran forward. Roar! When they arrived at the mine, it was already a mess. They saw several monsters that were taller and stronger than Duanmu Huai, and looked like mutated gorillas, waving their arms and roaring in a melee with several guards. The latter were obviously no match for these monsters. In a moment, 2 or 3 people were knocked to the ground by those huge monsters and turned into corpses. Go to H.L. Duanmu Huai would not hold back against the aliens. He shouted loudly and swung the hammer forward, instantly hitting the huge monsters and causing them to explode. Seeing their companions being killed, the other monsters also roared and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Are you okay? At this moment, Chernoa Hiragi and Lorena also came to the remaining personnel, who took this opportunity to leave the battlefield. The latter was a blonde girl, who looked about the same age as Chernoa Hiragi. At this moment, she was covered in wounds and looked like her life was in danger. Seeing Chernoa Hiragi coming, the blonde girl showed a bitter expression. Wow, it's actually you. This is what I wanted to say. How did it turn out like this? You shouldn't have come here at all. The blonde girl slapped Hiragi Shinoa's hand away. Didn't you see? This is a trap. A trap set for us by the vampires. Trap? Hearing the blonde girl's warning, Hiragi Shinoa frowned. At the same time, in the darkness around them, cold and gloomy laughter was heard. Hey hey. Along with laughter, everyone saw figures wearing white cloaks, with white hair and red eyes walking out of the darkness silently and surrounding everyone. Is this what you call a vampire? Duanmu Huai had just killed the last monster. He patted the residue on his hands and looked around. It really doesn't look that different from humans. The vampire hunting team. Second-level armed forces. They like to wander around and look for prey. It seems that this mineral vein is indeed the bait they left behind. Holding a sickle in hand, Chernoa Hiragi stared around vigilantly. There were only 4 of them in total. 5 including the blonde girl, while the other side had dozens of vampires. Hey hey. Hearing what Chernoa Hiragi said, the vampire sneered again. As expected, humans are fragile and incompetent creatures, and are the easiest to be caught. Mineral veins of this level are enough to be used as bait for fishing. And we actually caught 2 patrol squads. It looks like we've had quite a harvest this time. Looking at the vampire in front of them, Hiragi Chernoa and the blonde girl picked up their weapons again and stared at them. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice suddenly rang out. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to ask you. Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, the vampires were stunned for a moment and turned to look at Duanmu Huai in front of them. Why? You want to beg for mercy? No. I just want to know. You don't think of yourself as human beings? Then what do humans think of you? What the hell is this question? Hearing Duanmu Huai's inquiry, not only did the vampire stunned, but even Xia Xiaoya and blonde girl were confused. I don't know what Duanmu Huai asked what to do. But soon, a vampire gave an answer. Is this even necessary? We are stronger and more advanced beings than humans. We are not as lowly and inferior as you weaklings. You should know that you humans are nothing but livestock to us vampires. Boom. However, before the vampire could finish his words, Duanmu Huai's figure flashed, and the next moment a huge iron hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed the vampire's head, and smashed it directly against the wall behind him. I see. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded like a demon from the underworld. In that case, in the name of the Inquisition, I officially declare vampires to be heretical solutions, completely purged. Having said that, Duanmu Huai suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the vampire's head was shattered into pieces in Duanmu Huai's hand. It exploded with a bang, and blood mixed with flesh and bones spurted out, staining the black armor. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai just raised his head, and a strong murderous aura emerged from the scarlet light emanating from the helmet. You vile and filthy heretic bastard! Smash you completely before the wrath of the Inquisition. Chapter 1133 Seeking Death. Seeing their companions being killed, the vampires in front of them were stunned at first. Then they picked up their weapons and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Go to HL. You lowly beast. You're courting death. Facing the vampires rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai did not dodge or evade, but just stood there. Then he clenched the warhammer in his right hand, swung the heavy hammer head, and smashed the vampire who leaped up, smashing him heavily against the stone wall next to him. With a loud bang, the unfortunate vampire was completely flattened by Duanmu Huai's warhammer, and his flesh and blood turned into bright red mud and spurted out of his skin, scattering all over the ground. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's left hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed another vampire who was swinging a sword at him. The huge palm directly grasped the opponent tightly, and his right foot suddenly raised up and stepped hard on the vampire who dared to rush towards him head-on. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and in just a blink of an eye, the 3 vampires turned into bloody corpses in front of Duanmu Huai, completely without any shape. Their incomplete bodies looked like pies that had been flattened and the filling had spilled out, which was disgusting. Seeing this scene, the other vampires that were rushing over stopped involuntarily. It's not like they had never seen killing before. But such a cruel, wild, unreasonable, and one-sided massacre was too shocking even for vampires. Call. Duan Muhui loosened his hands, letting the ravaged, inhuman corpse fall down, and took a deep breath. Hiss. A breath filled with murderous intent gushed out from the exhaust ports on both sides of the helmet. And then Duan Muhui raised his head again. It's not enough. You lowly heretic bastard. Cry. Shout. Yell. And then die in despair. Keep on yelling. Let me hear your wails again. Ha ha ha. What on earth is this? Looking at the steel giant in front of them, which was emitting an incomparable, terrifying, killing intent, the vampires widened their eyes and held their weapons tightly. But they had no way to move forward. Their originally light bodies now felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. They tried desperately to move, but they couldn't. It felt like facing some kind of beast that they couldn't resist at all, watching the other party open its bloody mouth and about to devour them. But they could only watch helplessly. Ah! Suddenly, a vampire leaped out, holding a sword in his hand, and rushed towards Duan Muhui. How dare you? How dare you kill my Aisha? You bastard monster! Perhaps anger surpassed fear. And at this moment, the vampire was much faster than before. It crossed the battlefield and rushed forward like lightning. Boom! The warhammer swept past. And then the vampire that rushed over disappeared. Then, the broken limbs turned into blood rain and fell from the sky. At this moment, the vampires seemed to finally come to their senses. Run! 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 Monster ah! The vampires' first reaction after coming to their senses was to immediately flee from this horrible H.L. However, just as they turned around, they heard a voice emerging from behind them. Do you think you can get away, heretic? As Duan Muhui spoke. Suddenly, an incomparable, terrifying, murderous aura surged from behind like a wave, engulfing the vampires. At this moment, their bodies seemed to be paralyzed and stopped, as if they were drunk, swaying and kneeling on the ground. At the same time, heavy footsteps sounded again behind them. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. The heavy footsteps. Every step was like a hammer hitting the vampires' hearts. They turned their heads in horror, only to see a huge, dark, terrifying shadow with glowing scarlet eyes. Scream louder, heretic. Feel the wrath of the Inquisition with your soul and body. And then die. Aha! The screams rang out again. But this time, the hunter became the prey. What is that? Staring blankly at the battlefield in front of them, both Hiragi Shirnoa and the blonde girl were dumbfounded and speechless. It was the first time for them to see a vampire with such an expression. The vampires, who always looked at humans with a smile, as if they were mocking fools, and treated them as livestock, were acting even worse than humans on weekdays. No. Maybe it's because of the opponent. Help! Help! Spare me! A vampire woman sat on the ground with trembling, looking at Duan Muhui, who was walking towards herself. Please, spare me. I will never eat anyone again. I can be obedient. I can be your slave. I can do whatever you want. Please. Ah! However, before she finished her words, Duan Muhui stepped on her legs, flattening the vampire woman's slender legs into a paste. Then he reached out, grabbed the woman's head, and forcibly pulled her body off from her legs that had turned into a paste, lifting her up in front of him. Come on. Yell a few more times, heretic. Ah, ah, woo-woo. Finally, perhaps because her sanity had completely collapsed, the woman burst into tears and began to whimper like a wild beast. Then she suddenly opened her mouth, and her bloody internal organs were forcibly squeezed out of her mouth, and her head exploded at this moment. Seeing this scene, Hiragi Shinoa's expression became extremely stiff, and the blonde girl even fell to the ground, covering her mouth and vomiting. At this time, Anne's voice sounded in their ears. I advise you not to watch it. Otherwise you will lose your appetite easily. Missin. Hiragi Shinoa turned her head and saw that Anne and Lorena had completely turned their backs to the battlefield and began to appreciate the scenery around them. Although strictly speaking, there was not much scenery worth appreciating nearby. But no matter what, it is better than the H-lish battlefield ahead. Missin. Is it really okay? It looks very dangerous. Hiragi Shinoa hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth to ask. Duanmu looked very much like those people in Aragi Shinoya's memory, who were possessed by ghosts, and went berserk, because they could not withstand the ghost-cursed weapons. So much so that she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Ah, don't worry about that. That's what happens when you get hit on the head. Mr. Knight, you just get used to it. I see. Hearing Anne's calm answer, Haragi Shinoya could only nod blankly, and obediently shifted her gaze. Although it is reasonable that as a supervisor, I should carefully observe the opponent's fighting style. But, well, just listening to the disgusting screams and miserable wails coming from behind, Shinoya Haragi felt that she was going to have a nightmare. No, I will definitely not be able to sleep if I go back tonight. Call. After a while, Duanmu's face was refreshing after the vampires. As expected, there is nothing more pleasing than completely crushing the aliens and heretics to death and listening to their screams and cries. The joy brought by the painful death of the fragile life struggling in one's hands. It really makes people unable to stop. Hey, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's already been done here. Duanmu raised his hand and greeted everyone. Seeing his expression, Haragi Shinoya and the blonde girl both stepped back, while rolled his eyes. Mr. Knight, at least wipe your armor. It's so dirty. Oh, sorry. I forgot. After hearing Anne's reminder, Duanmu finally reacted. And then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Soon, dark flames emerged from Duanmu's body, covering him. A moment later, Duanmu walked out of the flames again, and his armor was completely new. There was no trace of the shredded meat and eyeballs and tongues hanging on the armor. Now what? What to do? Hearing Anne's question, Duanmu snorted. How simple. Vampires fish. So we fish too. I'll just stay here and see how many more vampires I can catch. I'll kill as many as come. Isn't this much more interesting than just fishing? No. 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 It's better not to do that. Faced with Duanmu's answer that showed he didn't take vampires seriously at all, Haragi Shinoya broke out in a cold sweat. Although she already knew that Duanmu was so powerful, she didn't expect that he would continue to be so powerful. I suggest that we should evacuate immediately. Miss Ogis is still in the city. If you stay here, she will be worried. As for the problem of this mineral vein, let's talk about it later. Yeah, okay. Duanmu certainly understood what Haragi Shinoya meant. But she was indeed right. If his little girl knew that he had left her alone to have fun, she would definitely be unhappy. Thinking of this, Duanmu also waved his hand. Then let's go back first. Call. After hearing Duanmu's decision, Haragi Shinoya breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she began to worry about another problem. That is, how should I write the report after returning? Chapter 1134. For Shinoya Haragi, her biggest headache is the reporting problem. But for Guren, oh my goodness. Now those old people are definitely going to jump up and down. Looking at the report from Shinoya Haragi in front of him, Honglian gave a wry smile and said to himself, ordinary people don't know. But Honglian knows very well that the so-called patrol team is just a cover. On the surface, the patrol team is to protect people who go out to mine from being attacked by vampires. But in fact, this is a tacit agreement between the elders and the vampires. The vampires kill the patrol team for entertainment, thus giving up the comprehensive siege of the City of Light. On this basis, the City of Light will send patrol teams out to meet the entertainment needs of the vampires. The reason is very simple. It is just like domestic pig meat is obviously fatter and more delicious. But why do some people still like to hunt wild boars? It's very simple. What matters is the excitement. This is also a tacit balance between the elders and the vampires. After all, if they really fight, humans will definitely not be able to beat vampires. So we send a few people to be sacrificed, so that you can have fun, and you can be merciful and leave us alive. That's about it. But now, this tacit understanding has been completely broken. If Haragi Shinoya's report is correct, then it means that nearly 30 vampires died at the hands of Duanmu. Of course, for vampires, 30 people are not a lot. But losing 30 people at one time during a hunt is unprecedented. It is certain that the vampires will be furious. And as for the Elder Council, looking at the report in front of him, Honglian shrugged. It depends on whether they want to live or die. As expected, when Shinoya Haragi's report was submitted, the Elders' Council was in an uproar. You must be kidding me. How is this possible? Killing more than 30 vampires at once. Such a huge loss will definitely cause the wrath of the vampires. What should we do? Honglian leaned back in his chair, listening to the old man's noise out of boredom, and yawned. Well, in fact, he could understand the old man's thoughts. The Elder Council originally transferred Duanmu Huai and others to the patrol team because they wanted to test their strength. But they didn't expect the other party to be so violent. They killed the entire hunting team without hesitation. At this point, the Elder Council was in a dilemma. We should contact the vampires immediately and explain the situation. Do you think the vampires are fools? They must think it's a trap set by us. What's the point of explaining the situation? I suggest that we take this opportunity to organize people to fight back against the vampires, and let them know that we humans are not to be trifled with. Just because of a few outsiders? You are totally kidding. The Elders' Council was in chaos at the moment, and everyone's opinions were divided into 3 factions. One faction believed that since Duanmu Huai was so powerful, the City of Glimmer should not endure it, and should just strike while the snake is still there, and take advantage of this good opportunity to counterattack the vampires. Another group believed that Duanmu Huai and others were the plague gods, so they simply sent them away as quickly as possible, and then insisted that the vampires were killed by underground monsters and had nothing to do with them. The last group said that this would not solve the problem at all. We should hand these outsiders over to the vampires. After all, they were the ones who caused the trouble, and it had nothing to do with the City of Light. As long as we find an excuse to hand them over to the vampires, we can clear ourselves of the responsibility. Honglian, what do you say? As expected, the 3 factions could not reach a conclusion. And then, they turned their attention to Honglian, who spread his hands helplessly. I don't have much to say. I just want to remind you all, although the opponent is only a 2nd-level armed vampire, the outsider kills without hesitation. According to the report of my subordinates, those vampires can't even fight back in front of him. And I have reported before that those outsiders are very dissatisfied with our use of demon-cursed weapons. So, having said that, Honglian spread out his hands and stared at everyone. The other party can easily slaughter 30 level 2 armed vampires. I think you should consider this carefully when making a decision. After hearing Honglian's answer, the old people who had been making so much noise suddenly shut up. Indeed, they had been arguing for a long time about how to deal with the situation. So much so that they subconsciously ignored the fact that the other party was a ruthless man who could easily kill 30 vampires. In fact, because the process was too disgusting. When writing the report, Hiragi Shinoya did not describe in detail how Duanmu Huai killed those vampires. After all, she wanted to vomit just thinking about it. She only mentioned it reluctantly when reporting to Honglian, which surprised Honglian greatly. Killing 30 vampires is strictly speaking difficult, but it is not impossible. Even if it is Honglian, he can kill indiscriminately as long as you don't set any conditions. But killing is different. It is impossible for a human to cruelly kill a wolf. What is cruelty? It is like a human being needing a bug as he pleases. That is cruelty. Honglian can easily kill a level 2 vampire, but it is impossible to kill it. A level 2 armed vampire is still a vampire. If you play too big, you may be killed by the opponent. So what to do? Let's continue the meeting. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He ate and drank as usual after returning, and then waited until the next day, when Hiragi Shinoya came to him again with Honglian's order. Now we are in trouble. But unlike before, this time Xing Shirya couldn't laugh. The Elders' Council has issued an order to send us to recapture the White Stone Outpost. Oh! So? The White Stone Post used to be the dividing line between us humans and vampires. As long as the White Stone Post is blocked, vampires can't come over. Therefore, the geographical location there is very important to us. This is normal. This is underground, not on the surface. A blockade of a major traffic route may represent a large area. After all, there are no mountains underground, so it is difficult to dig a hole. Right? Then what? Duanmu Huai touched the little cotton-padded jacket that was dozing on his knees like a cat, and asked calmly. As you can imagine, we failed to hold a white rock post in the end. Regarding this topic, Shinoya Hiragi didn't seem willing to talk more. So now we have to take it back? Are there a lot of vampires stationed there? Not a few. Hiragi Shinoya shook her head. Although there is no specific intelligence, according to estimates, there are probably hundreds of vampires stationed at the White Stone Outpost. Are we the only ones going? There is another team cooperating with us. I don't know the details, but they said they were acting on their own. Hiragi Shinoa's expression was a little solemn. The little girl was also very smart. She always felt that something was wrong with this action. Although the order from the Council of Elders said that they had dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of the vampires and defeated their attempt to further hunt humans. So they had to act quickly and seize the opportunity to recapture the white stone post. But she always felt that something was wrong. The first is scale. Although the elder said very much, it was actually very stingy. After all, the Elders' Council said that this operation dealt a heavy blow to the atrocities of the vampires. In addition, it was an operation to recapture the White Stone Outpost, which was related to the future fate of the City of Light. According to Shinoa Hiragi's understanding, they should at least send several teams to act together. In the end, there are only 2 of us, including myself. It's like someone waves his hand very generously and says, "I'll pay for your lunch today. Eat whatever you want." And then turns around and says, "But only eat food that costs less than $10. It feels awkward no matter how I look at it. Secondly, Honglian's attitude was very strange when he gave himself an order. And he wanted them to be careful, of course. This task must be careful. But with the character of Honglian, Xian Xiuya does not think he will be the kind of mother-in-law who reminds himself this kind of trivial matter. I think this mission operation is a little bit abnormal." After hesitating for a moment, Hiragi Shinoa finally expressed her doubts. "You are not from the City of Twilight, so you may not understand this. According to the scale and importance of the White Stone Outpost, at least 10 teams should be dispatched to coordinate. After all, the terrain there is difficult and can only be stormed, and there is no way to bypass it. But we are the only ones. It shows how capable we are." Compared to Hiragi Shinoya, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm and just waved his hand. "When to set off?" "Tomorrow." "Are you really going?" "Of course. Heretics must be eliminated." Without exception, Duanmu Huai shook his head. "No matter what you think. For the Inquisition, we only have one job to do." For Duanmu Huai, after confirming the composition and camp of the vampires, the next thing to do was simple. He was originally worried that the people here would lock them up in the city and not let them go out because they were worried that he would make too much trouble. Now it was good. No matter what the other party thought, at least they would not hinder him from doing things. Which was enough. Unfortunately, vampires are not considered an alien race, so killing them all will not be counted towards the natural disaster progress. Duanmu Huai was unhappy about this. In his opinion, the vampires in this world were just a subhuman race, and a heretic, not the aliens required by the natural disaster progress. Well, forget it. No matter what, you have to continue to do your job. Right? Just like a policeman, who doesn't want to solve a big case. But you can't just ignore the thieves and hooligans on the street. As an inquisitor, you must love your job and be dedicated to it. No matter if they are aliens or heretics. You must kill them all. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai is quite responsible. Chapter 1135 Open Sesame. White Rock Checkpoint. Although Hiragi Shinoya told Duanmu Huai that this was a checkpoint, in fact, this place was completely different from the checkpoints on the surface. The only thing on the thick rock wall is a circular gate that is more than 5 meters thick. Yes, the so-called Baishar checkpoint is actually just a simple sluice gate. But now, for vampires and humans, it has become the most indispensable line of defense. After all, as long as they control this gate, they can ensure unimpeded passage. The vampires also put in a lot of effort and finally took the white stone checkpoint from humans. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would not be able to invade human territory so easily. But compared to the nervousness and anxiety of humans when they controlled the White Stone Outpost, these vampires were much more relaxed. It's so boring. Having played the cards in his hand, a vampire couldn't help but complain. "How long are we going to stay here? There are still 10 days left. Just stay here and be good." Hearing his companion's complaint, another vampire threw down the cards in his hand and then answered. Among vampires, guarding the White Stone Outpost is actually a tough job. After all, humans don't have the courage and ability to attack here. So most of the time, they can only stay in the control room and herd sheep. The only benefit is that when the nobles go hunting through the White Stone Outpost, they will give them some benefits. This is also the best welfare here. Speaking of this topic, by the way, what happened to those people from before? It's been several days, and they haven't come back yet? The third vampire glanced at the cards on the table, then silently gave up following up and changed the subject. They probably went out to have some fun. Those noble young masters and young ladies are just like that. Don't worry. There are dozens of them. And they brought the latest monster knights. There is nothing in this area that can cause them trouble. It's just those humans who are unlucky. Ha ha ha. It's funny to think about them struggling and screaming in front of the 4 horsemen. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Oh! They haven't come back yet? Yeah. If we calculate the time, they should have come back yesterday. Halfway through his words, the vampire who had been answering cheerfully before realized something was wrong. He turned around in surprise and saw a sturdy middle-aged man with red hair standing behind him, staring at him with a smile. Not far behind him stood a petite black-haired girl and a plump blonde woman. Lord Usford. Although the middle-aged man in front of them did not look ferocious. The vampires who were playing cards were frightened and stood up straight and bowed respectfully to the man. The reason was very simple. The middle-aged man standing in front of them was not an ordinary vampire, but an aristocrat among the vampires, or the ancestor of the aristocrats. The classification of vampires is very simple. The older they are, the more powerful they are. The longer they live, the more noble they are. The same is true for the man in front of him, as one of the ancestors of vampires, although he looks like an ordinary middle-aged man on the surface. How long he has actually lived, that is another matter. This is Crowley Usford, the 13th ancestor of vampires. Why did Lord Usford come to the White Stone Post in person? Because those little devils didn't go home. Someone came to find them. So I came over reluctantly to take a look. Although he was not one of the top-ranked ancestors, he was still an ancestor. When Usford frowned and asked, the pressure he brought was not something that ordinary vampires could resist. What happened? That? We don't know either. We opened the gate and sent them out 5 days ago. At that time, it was Master Klein who led the team. He said he was going out hunting. They were supposed to come back yesterday. But until now, we haven't seen any trace of them. TSK. What a hassle. Crowley clicked his tongue at the guard's answer. Do you know where they went? Undeveloped Area 16. I heard they set up bait there. This time we're going to see if there are any prey that take the bait. Send someone to look for it. Since Crowley has come, he will certainly not return empty-handed. Just say I'm here to take them back, and ask them to come back as soon as possible. Yes. No matter how lazy those guards were, they would never dare to disobey the orders of the 13th ancestor. We will send someone immediately. Boom, boom, boom. However, before they could send out a search party, suddenly, a dull knocking sound was heard. What sound? Everyone was stunned when they heard the sudden noise. And then Crowley frowned. The sound came from the direction of the gate. What's going on? The moment the words fell, Crowley disappeared in a flash, and the other guards quickly stood up and ran out of the door. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. When Crowley arrived in front of the gate, other vampire guards had already gathered and stared at the huge gate in confusion. This circular steel gate was as high as 3 stories, completely blocking the entire passage. Generally speaking, the nobles returning from hunting there would contact the duty room through the intercom, and the latter would open the gate to let them in. As for knocking on the door, the solid iron door is 3 stories high and 5 meters thick. Even vampires can't knock it down. So what is this? What happened? Crowley looked gloomily at the guard beside him, who shook his head. I don't know either. There has never been a similar situation before. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the person knocking on the door seemed to have lost his patience, and each knock became heavier and more violent. The vampires were all panicked and had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. For a moment, the entire checkpoint was dead silent. The vampire guards held their breath and dared not speak. Then, a dull voice came from outside. Little bunny, open the door. Open it quickly. Daddy wants to come in. What is this? For a moment, almost all the vampires wondered if they were hallucinating something strange. Why was there someone singing outside? Go and see what's going on. At this moment, Crowley also reached out to press the hilt of the sword, and then gave an order in a deep voice. As a vampire ancestor, Crowley now had an ominous premonition. It felt like a storm was coming, as if some unimaginable disaster was about to happen. And even he couldn't help but tense up his nerves. Hearing Crowley's order, the vampire guards acted quickly. Soon, several guards came up the stairs and were about to open the gate. Boom! With a deafening roar like thunder, the heavy gate flew backwards and rushed forward, smashing heavily on the rock wall, shaking the entire white stone post. The vampire guards who were unable to dodge were slapped away by the gate like flies, and were stuck to the wall in a bloody mess. It was obvious that they were beyond help. Crowley's reaction was faster. His instinctive reaction in the face of crisis saved his life. Almost at the same time when the door was smashed, Crowley instinctively dodged to the side. Even so, he could still feel the terrifying wind pressure passing by him. If he was a step later, he would have died like those guards. What is going on? Are humans attacking? How are they doing it? Walala. As the gate was blown away, countless rubbles poured down, and dust flew everywhere, covering the already distorted gate of the white stone checkpoint. At this moment, Crowley held the hilt of his sword tightly, his face tense. He could feel that an extremely terrifying existence was approaching from behind. The oppressive feeling that seemed to bring death and destruction was almost like a sharp blade rubbing against Crowley's nerves, making him feel an unprecedented fear. What on earth is this thing? Boom, boom, boom! Under Crowley's gaze, footsteps sounded again. And then a dark, tall steel warrior strode out of the spreading smoke with a warhammer in hand. It's really troublesome. If we open the door earlier, there won't be so much trouble. Duan Muhui walked out of the smoke and dust, holding a warhammer in his hand, and glanced around. The red light in his helmet became brighter. Prepare to die. You vampire bastards. Today is your end. Who are you? Hearing Duan Muhui's roar, the vampire guards around him also realized that this was humans attacking the Baishar outpost. They actually had the guts to attack the Baishar checkpoint? Although it seemed impossible no matter how hard I thought about it. The scene before my eyes was already a fact. The blockade that even vampires could only break through by other means had completely disappeared at this moment. In other words, humans had broken through the defenses of the white stone checkpoint and launched an attack on the vampires. How dare they do this? How dare they? Even though they couldn't believe it, the vampire guards at this moment could only admit one thing: they were attacked. Kill him! At this moment, the guards also drew their weapons, then jumped up and pounced towards Duan Muhui, who walked out of the smoke and dust. Chapter 1136 Explosive Killing. Outside the Baishar checkpoint. 10 minutes ago. You people here have no sense of time. Duan Muhui stretched out of boredom, yawned and looked around. We agreed to meet here, but the other party was nowhere to be seen. It was so boring. How strange. We clearly agreed on this time. Hiragi Shirnoa raised her hand and glanced at her watch, frowning slightly. Is there something wrong with your watch? The blonde girl standing next to Hiragi Shirnoa couldn't help but speak at this time. She was the survivor of the patrol team rescued by Duan Muhui and others yesterday. Her name was Sannong San, and Hiragi Shirnoa called her Xiao San. Well, this name sounded weird. In short, because Sannong San's patrol team was wiped out, and she was the only one left. She was assigned to Hiragi Shirnoa's team and came with them. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. Duan Muhui had no patience to begin with. He was the type who would just turn around and leave if a woman didn't show up on time when dating her. Of course he could guess that the Elders' Council was causing trouble. But Duan Muhui didn't care. Any conspiracy or trickery was useless in the face of absolute strength. That's why the cunning and treacherous schemes ended up losing miserably. Those who believed it could win were mentally ill. In the final analysis, it all comes down to fists. I'm going to knock on the door. You guys wait here. After leaving these words, Duan Muhui walked straight forward. Hearing his words, Hiragi Shirnoa seemed to have guessed something and just sighed silently, while Sanamiya Mitsuha was stunned. Wait! What are you doing? Everyone hasn't gathered yet. I told you to wait. Seeing that Duan Muhui ignored her, the latter was so angry that she wanted to go up and catch him, but was stopped by Hiragi Shirnoa. Forget it. Xiao-san. Let him go. Are you serious? Hearing Hiragi Shirnoa's answer, Sanamiya Mitsuha turned around and looked at her in surprise. There are 100 level 2 armed vampires stationed here. Besides, how are we going to pass through this gate? Let's see what he's going to do. And you see? Those two aren't in a hurry. As she spoke, Hiragi Shirnoa looked at An and Lorena, who were standing next to them. The latter had no intention of going up to stop Duan Muhui, but instead just stood there watching the fun. Aren't they outsiders? They probably don't know anything about vampires. But you also saw his strength. Oh. That being said, after hearing Hiragi Shirnoa's answer, Sanemiya Mitsuha was speechless for a moment. And in the end, she just stomped her feet in indignation. In short, if I encounter a problem, I will run away immediately. Yes. Yes. I understand. While the two were talking, Duanmu Huai had already arrived at the gate. Looking at the heavy and huge round gate in front of him, he raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and knocked hard. Open the door. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Boom, boom, boom. I told you to open the door. Get out here and die. Boom. 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 At first, it was a polite knock on the door. But in the end, it almost turned into a manic banging on the door. Seeing this scene, Sanemiya Mitsuha looked at Hiragi Shirnoa speechlessly. This man didn't think that he could break the gate open by his own strength. What should he do if the vampire didn't open the door? As a result, when Sandong Sand was complaining in her heart, Duanmu Huai actually started singing. Little bunny, open the door. Open it quickly. Daddy wants to come in. Is this guy mentally normal? Sanemiya Mitsuha looked at Hiragi Shirnoa in confusion. And the latter just spread her hands and shook her head, with an expression as if it had nothing to do with me. I said. Just when Sandong Sand couldn't help but step forward to stop Duanmu Huai's nonsensical behavior, she saw Duanmu Huai reach out to pick up the war hammer on his back, raise it high, and then swing it hard at the gate in front of him. At the same time, Sandong Sand saw An and Lorena very skillfully reach out to cover their ears, and then squat down and hide behind the stone. Seeing this scene, Sandong Sand was stunned. But unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The heavy impact sound seemed to turn into a physical impact at this moment, rushing into Sandong Sand's ears and eyes without stopping. She felt as if her head and chest were hit hard by a fist. Her eyes were blurred in an instant, and even the sound in her ears was buzzing. The originally hard ground now felt like cotton when stepped on, causing Sandong Sand's body to shake constantly. The world in front of her became extremely blurry. At this moment, Sandong Sand had even given up thinking. She was shaking her body like a puppet. It was not until a hand reached out from the side and pressed her shoulder that Sandong Sand barely came back to her senses. She widened her eyes, and she could see that Xian Xiuya's face gradually became clear from the vague in front of herself. But her head was still buzzing. What the hell is going on? Sandong Sand wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a wave of nausea rising from her chest and abdomen, forcing her to reach out to cover her mouth, and then bend down. It took her a long time to recover. What is going on? It's no wonder that Sanemiya Mitsuha behaved like that. In fact, the loud noise just now was basically no different from a cannonball explosion. It was as if Sanemiya Mitsuha was directly exposed to the cannonball explosion at close range, and she was lucky enough not to be killed directly. Sanemiya Mitsuha, who finally recovered, stood up quickly and asked again. She could only see Shirnoa Hiragi opening and closing her mouth, as if she was talking, but her ears were buzzing, and she couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Perhaps she noticed Sanemiya Mitsuha's condition. Shirnoa Hiragi didn't say anything, but stretched out her hand to point forward. So Sanemiya Mitsuha also raised her head and looked in the direction of Shirnoa Hiragi's finger. Then, Sandong Mitsuha held her breath involuntarily. On the rock wall ahead, the original heavy, huge round gate had completely disappeared, and the flying smoke and dust covered the surroundings, making it unclear what was going on. However, from the twisted door frame next to it, it can be seen that the border gate that was supposed to separate humans and vampires here has completely disappeared. What did that man do? Sandong Sand's memory only lasted until he raised the war hammer and smashed it against the gate. But now? No way. Did this man really break open the door of the Baishur checkpoint? What on earth does he want to do? Let's go up and take a look. Just when Sanemiya Mitsuha's brain was unable to think normally, she saw her friend grabbing her and spoke to An and Lorena beside her. No, okay. The sound came back intermittently. Although it was still not clear, it finally came back. This made Sanemiya Mitsuha feel relieved. She didn't want to become deaf because of such a boring reason. That would not be funny at all. At this time, Hiragi Shinoa's voice also clearly reached Sanemiya Mitsuha's ears. In any case, let's just follow them. There are at least 100 level 2 armed vampires inside. Even if Mr. Duanmu is really powerful, we can still help him block some obstacles. I don't think Mr. Knight would like someone getting in his way. Never mind. Let's go check out the situation first. As he spoke, and stretched out his hand forward. And then a gust of wind suddenly blew from somewhere, instantly blowing away the smoke and dust spreading around. At the same time, the true face of the Baishur checkpoint also completely appeared in front of Sangong San. The originally most eye-catching heavy, huge round gate had completely disappeared. The door frame beside it was twisted and crooked, and even the ground was cracked. To be honest, it was impossible to imagine that this was a mark left by a person using a hammer. But I don't know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that no vampire rushed out from the other side. Instead, there were noisy shouting and yelling coming from the other side, which looked very lively. And Angu Lia seemed to be accustomed to this and walked straight in, while Hiragi Shirnoa and Sanamiya Mitsuha summoned their weapons together and followed them with tense nerves. After all, the current situation did not allow them to retreat unscathed. The 5-year-long passage was not too long, and in a short while, the group passed through the gate. Then what they saw. Ah, I knew it would be like this. Along with Anne's helpless complaints, a scene like H.L. appeared before everyone. Looking around, whether it was the ground or the wall, there was blood and blurry mincemeat powder everywhere. The scene was so tragic that it was impossible to see its original form. It was like a person was stuffed into a meat grinder and ground into pieces, and then thrown to the ground casually. There was no shape or form at all. Only fragments of flesh and blood remained. And standing in the center of this H.L. is the demon that brings death and destruction. Damn it! Get out of here quickly. Don't fight him head on. Crowley held the sharp blade and dodged Duanmu Huai's attack at an unprecedented speed, while loudly issuing orders to other vampires. At this moment, most of the vampires at the Baishur checkpoint were dead or injured. Even Crowley himself did not expect that the existence in front of him was so terrifying that even the vampires could not deal with him. Go back immediately and inform the others. The city must be prepared. Yes, sir. Hearing Crowley's order, the other vampires nodded hurriedly, then turned around and ran to the other side of the passage. However, before they could take a few steps, they saw Duanmu Huai suddenly swung the warhammer in his hand. The warhammer flew across the battlefield like a cannonball and slammed heavily on the rock wall, with a loud rumbling sound. The rubble that rolled down quickly blocked the only exit of the passage. Seeing that their way was blocked, the vampire guards couldn't help but stop and turn their heads to look behind them in despair. There, Duanmu Huai was staring at them coldly. You think you can get away? You lowly heretic bastards? We'll fight you. They could no longer run away. And the only choice for the vampires at this moment was to turn around and fight to the death with Duanmu Huai. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Crowley gritted his teeth. He had just barely avoided Duanmu Huai's attack, which had already cost him his life. Now he couldn't even run. What should they do? Sir, please leave it to us. We will hold him back. Please escape from the other side immediately. At this moment, the two maids beside Crowley also spoke, staring at Duanmu Huai with serious expressions. What the H.L. are you talking about? Sir, now is not the time to hesitate. He has lost his weapon. Now is a good opportunity. We will entangle this monster. Please make sure to escape from here, and then find a way to go back. The moment the words fell, two maids jumped up and rushed towards Duanmu Huai with other vampire guards. Hateful. At this moment, Crowley had no other choice but to accelerate suddenly and rush towards the gap in the gate that was blasted open by Duanmu Huai on the other side of the battlefield. You are just a lowly bastard. And you dare to stop me? You are just wishful thinking. Looking at the vampire rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai, who was unarmed, showed an even more excited grin. He clenched his hands into fists, and then blasted forward with force. Take my punch. Boom! As his fists blasted out, the surging chi burst out, instantly knocking all the vampires in front of him away. At the same time, other vampires rushed from both sides, using their flesh and blood to try to stop this terrifying and terrible rampaging monster. But Duanmu Huai did not dodge or evade, but raised his hands to the left and right, grabbed a vampire with one hand, and then squeezed them hard with both hands, crushing them into pieces. Ha 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 ha. But with the help of the sacrifice of these vampires, the two maids finally rushed to Duanmu Huai. The petite purple-haired girl shouted loudly, and stabbed the rapier in her hand directly into the gap of Duanmu Huai's helmet. No matter how hard the armor is, The eyes are the weakest defense. As long as his eyes can be pierced, the monster's further actions can be stopped. However, the opposite happened. Clang! The purple-haired maid thrust out her rapier with all her strength, which made a slight sound and then broke into pieces. Huh? How is that possible? At this moment, the purple-haired maid widened her eyes in disbelief. She could feel that the sword she had just stabbed was like hitting a steel plate, and there was no way to penetrate the opponent's defense. At the same time, she also met Duanmuhuai's eyes. At this moment, the purple-haired maid felt as if all the blood in her body had completely solidified like ice, and her body had lost its intuition and was completely out of control. When Duanmuhuai's iron claws grabbed her, the purple-haired maid didn't even have time to dodge, and was pressed to the ground by Duanmuhuai. Ah! A shrill scream came from the mouth of the purple-haired maid. Just one glance was enough to make her completely collapse. The courage to sacrifice herself for her master collapsed. Boundless fear completely occupied the girl's heart at this moment. There was only fear and despair, and instinctive screams in her brain. Then it all came to a halt. Duanmuhuai's right hand dug deep into the ground, and then he raised the purple-haired maid in his hand. Her body was already in pieces, as if she had been flattened into a flat two-dimensional body, and her head was in a distorted and terrified state. Her wide-open mouth and eyes seemed to show the girl's despair before her final death. Qixi, seeing the miserable state of her companion, the blonde maid on the other side couldn't help but scream. But unfortunately it was too late. At the moment when she was distracted, Duanmuhuai's iron fist had already appeared in front of the blonde maid. Like the purple-haired maid, the blonde maid was also a tall, mature and beautiful beauty. However, Duanmuhuai completely ignored this. He swung his fist forward and easily smashed the blonde maid's head and upper body. The only thing left was her slender waist and long legs, which swayed twice on the ground before she fell down. And all this happened in just a moment. Qixi. Fong Fong. Hearing the screams of the maid who had served him for many years, Crowley was extremely sad at the moment. Qixi was a lively and lovely girl with an unrestrained personality. Fong was like Qixi's sister. Although she was troubled by her free-spirited behavior, she always helped to take care of Qixi. Crowley always watched the two peoples play with a gentle smile. But now, the vampire guards and maids in charge of guarding the white stone checkpoint are all dead. And thanks to their sacrifice, Crowley has now arrived at the smashed gate. He only needs to take a few more steps to escape from this horrible H.L. But there is one last obstacle before Crowley. Careful! It's a first-level armed vampire. Get out of my way! Looking at the four girls in front of him, Crowley roared and swung his sword. He had made up his mind that although he was no match for the steel monster, he had to at least kill a few of his men before leaving, as a way of avenging his subordinates. Let's start with you. Crowley glanced at the two people who were on guard against him. From their uniforms, it was clear that they were members of the patrol team. He fixed his eyes on the brown-haired girl standing beside them. The latter seemed to have no weapon at all. She just stood there looking at him, as if she was not even aware of his existence. Although I don't know who she is, she looks easy to kill. So I'll start with you. Thinking of this, Crowley did not stop and swung his sword, directly chopping at the brown-haired girl's fair and slender neck. Go to H.L. However, the girl's head was not chopped off as Crowley had expected. On the contrary, just before his sword was about to pierce the girl, a barrier emitting a faint glow suddenly appeared and blocked Crowley's attack. What's this? Looking at the strange barrier that suddenly appeared in front of him, Crowley was shocked. But at the same time, his fate also came to an end, when the heavy holy book in Lorena's hand flew from the side and hit Crowley's face hard. The latter didn't even react until the next moment, when his vision flew from the ground to the air, and his rotating sight scanned his headless body standing on the ground. Only then did Crowley realize what was happening. Unfortunately, it's too late. Boom! The pitch-black steel giant dropped from the sky and crushed Crowley's head into pieces as he stared at him in despair. Chapter 1137 Disaster. Is that a lie? Staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him, Sandong San felt as if he was dreaming. The situation in front of him seemed completely unreal. More than 100 vampires, including a vampire noble, were killed in less than a few minutes. Although Sandong San had seen Duanmuhuai fight before, this time, even in her craziest dreams, she had never imagined a similar scene. And it's not just Duanmuhuai. Thinking of this, Sandong San turned to look at An and Lorena beside him. The latter seemed quite calm, and was brushing the dust off his clothes, while Lorena clenched her hands on her chest as if praying. To be honest, they had no idea what it did to block the opponent's attack. But at least they were sure that even a first-level armed vampire noble would be powerless in front of them, even being killed instantly in one blow. Compared to the ones up there, the monsters here are so boring. Compared to Aragi Shirnoa and Sanamiya Mitsuha. Anne's feelings were very simple. After all, for this princess, her favorite thing was magic. Although she encountered a lot of interesting things after coming to the underground, they were not interesting to Anne. Even the vampires that are feared by the humans here are at best just a little faster. Enemies of this level pose no threat at all. To be honest, now Anne wants to study poetry magic as soon as possible. After all, it's rare to find magic that sounds nice and interesting. That's it. We've got it done. Let's call it a day. Duanmu Huai also walked over and waved to everyone. Lorena also put down her hands and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Thank you for your hard work, Sir Knight. It's not that hard. It's just like that. Why are you still doing that? Yes. As a priest, I should do my duty. Never mind. I don't have anything special to say. Please continue. Lavanna's habit of Duanmu Huai has long known for a long time. Basically, every time she finished the battlefield, she kept her eyes closed. As for the content, you have become an enemy of the Inquisition, and your fate has come to an end. Please live a good life in your next life, and do not do bad things again. It was more or less this prayer. Is this prayer? All in all, Lorena prayed when she should pray and took action when she should take action, without wasting time on either. So Duanmu Huai just let her do what she wanted. After all, in terms of strength, Lorena is on the same level as Duanmu Huai in the Inquisition. Although her defense is not as strong as Duanmu Huai, Lorena's special ability, Lorena's Iron Fist, has the terrifying ability of dealing damage to an enemy follower equal to the highest attack value of her followers on the battlefield. In other words, from the perspective of attack power alone, Lorena and Duanmu Huai are in the same tier. No wonder that unfortunate vampire noble died so miserably. Strictly speaking, being hit by Lorena's holy book and being knocked down by Duanmu Huai's hammer were basically the same damage. It's just that Lorena is not as resistant to attacks as Duanmu Huai. Although she works hard to train, her defense is really not high. If Lorena was not a soul card with many ways to increase defense, Duanmu Huai would have converted her into a follower long ago. Anyway, in the end, the team you mentioned didn't show up. Were you drunk? This, in response to Duanmu Huai's question, Haragi Shinoya twitched her eyes. This? Sorry. I don't know what the situation is. In short, the white stone whistle card has been broken. So what we have to do next is to go back and report the matter to the elders. Boom. Unfortunately, Haragi Shinoya's proposal was destined to be impossible to implement. Because just when everyone was about to leave, there was a loud noise not far away, and the ground began to shake, which startled everyone. What happened? I don't know either. Let's go check it out. Since the road leading to the vampire city was blocked, everyone was not worried that the vampires would come and cause trouble in the near future. So they left the white stone post and looked in the direction of the sound. Then they saw the road leading to the City of Twilight had been completely blocked by gravel. How could this happen? Looking at the passage in front of her that was blocked by rubble, Haragi Shinoya's face turned pale, and Sanamiya Mitsuha's expression was not much better. Wait. What's going on? Why did the road suddenly collapse? Our luck is so bad. Well, it seems that luck is really bad. Compared to Aragi Shinoya and Sanamiya Mitsuha, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm, and then silently made a gesture to him. Is it okay for Miss Ojas to stay there alone? No problem. She knows what to do. Duanmu Huai nodded to him, then looked at the two panicked people in front of him. Okay. We can't go back now. So calm down. How can we stay calm? This is the only way to the City of Twilight. Once this road is blocked, we won't be able to go back. Sandong San was obviously not as heartless as Duanmu Huai, and he was also very angry at this moment. Really? Why did this happen? Okay. There's no point in rushing now. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Sandong Mitsuha and Haragi Shinoya on the shoulders. Look, we can't go back now. Right? So let's keep moving forward. Keep going? Hearing Duanmu Huai's suggestion, Hiragi Shoyo was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something. Wait, Mr. Dwanmu, you don't mean to go to the vampire city? That's right. Since we've already started fighting, why not just cut off the roots? Isn't it fun to take a trip on a whim? What a joke. Sanemiya Mitsuha hurriedly expressed her objection. Now I know you are very powerful, but there are more than just a few hundred vampires in the vampire city. There are tens of thousands of transformed vampires, and the monster soldiers they created. With just a few of us, no matter how powerful you are just going to die. Whether it's suicide or not, you'll know after trying it. Dwanmu didn't care about Sandong-san's opposition at all. Besides, you can't go back now. Right? In that case, let's move on. Didn't you, Mr. Dwanmu, also destroy the road ahead? When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way. There is no way in the world, but it will appear as you walk along. Having said this, Dwanmu smiled at the two of them. Don't worry. Maybe when we come back, we can see a brand new shimmering city. Why? Chapter 1138, Attack of Ojas. It's really troublesome. Walking on the road, Honglian scratched his head and kept complaining. Just now, the elders issued an order for Honglian to take care of the little girl named Ojas. Although Honglian objected in every way, he finally accepted the order reluctantly. I don't want to take care of a little kid. I'd better let someone else do it. The elders' council is really planning something. Maybe I should find a way to find out. While muttering to himself, Honglian came to the door of the resident house. Seeing Honglian coming, the two guards at the door hurriedly saluted him, and Honglian nodded to them, then pushed open the door and walked in. Hey, little devil. However, beyond Honglian's expectations, there was no trace of AOG in the room. The girl with silver-haired double ponytails and a strange black lace dress was gone. There was no one in the entire room. The Red Lotus, and even the wardrobe and the bed were watched. As a result, there was no ghost. Where's that brat? After looking around, Honglian rushed out hurriedly, stared at the guard and asked. And the latter was stunned by Honglian's questioning. We have been guarding here the whole time, and no one has come in or out. That little devil is gone. What? The guards were also startled when they heard Honglian's words. They rushed into the room and searched it carefully again. As a result, the entire room was empty, and there was no trace of Ojas at all. How could that be? There is only one entrance and exit here, and the ventilation window is so small that it is impossible to enter or exit at all. A bunch of gluttons. Looking at the panicked guard, Honglian was speechless. He didn't know where the kid had gone. By the way, why did she leave now? Did she find something? Or did she just sneak out to play? Suddenly, there was a noise coming from a distance. Honglian originally didn't intend to care about such a trivial matter, but for some reason, this time he turned his head a little uneasily and looked towards the place where the noise came from. At this moment, he saw several people running past Honglian quickly, talking excitedly while running. Really? Someone is having a conflict with the guards. Yes, I heard it was a little girl. She has defeated several guards. Those guards were no match for her. Who is that? Where is she now? Central Square. That little brat. Hearing the conversation between the two passers-by, Honglian's heart sank. And then, he hurriedly quickened his pace and walked towards the Central Square. The Central Square of the City of Light is located in the core area of the entire city. It is also the center of the City of Light. Here, a huge circular metal pillar penetrates the thick rock wall straightly. Even in the legend of the City of Light, it is this huge metal pillar that supports this space, allowing the City of Light to exist here. Therefore, this huge pillar is also called the Pillar of Creation. This central square is located in front of the Pillar of Creation. No one knows what it is used for, but from the outside, it should be part of the Pillar of Creation. Therefore, no one is allowed to enter or leave here, and only guards are responsible for guarding it. Only during festivals or celebrations will people come here to hold ceremonies. But now, the scene here has become completely different. Ouch! The guards in charge of guarding this place have now collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. And the ghost-cursed weapons they held have been completely shattered. Without the guards of the ghost-cursed weapons, they naturally lost their strength. For the guards now, they can't even stand up. But the instigator of all this doesn't care about it at all. Damn little devil. Seeing the silver-haired girl continuing to move towards the metal pillar in silence, the patrolman, who arrived, shouted and raised the spear in his hand. "Stop it now. What have you done to these people?" The patrolman let out an angry shout, then clenched his spear and stabbed at Otis. Of course, he didn't intend to really attack the little girl, but tried to use this to make her stop and block her way. But even this was not achieved. Crash! The spear had just been thrust out when it suddenly stopped as if entangled by something. Then, in the blink of an eye, the extremely hard steel spear broke into several pieces like tofu. Why? The patrolman was stunned when he saw the short-handled remains of the spear in his hand. Then a huge impact force suddenly hit him in the abdomen, causing him to scream and fly backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and could not get up again. When Hongyan arrived, this was the tragic scene he saw. "Hey, kid, what are you doing? Stop it now!" Seeing the guards lying on the ground, Hongyan hurriedly stopped. He was not a fool. He knew how strong Duan Muhui was. Now it seemed that this little girl was not an easy person to deal with. But why did she come to the Pillar of Creation? You know, before this, they had never shown any interest in the Pillar of Creation. However, Otis turned a deaf ear to Hongyan's question. She just continued to walk forward until she reached the Pillar of Creation. Then Hongyan saw Otis take something out of her arms and hold it high in front of the Pillar of Creation. Then a ray of light emerged from the Pillar of Creation and shone on Otis. What happened? Seeing this scene, both Hongyan and the people around were shocked. They had been looking at the Pillars of Creation almost since they were born, but they had never seen the Pillars of Creation glow. Then, something even more unimaginable happened. Shortly after the light shone on Otis, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. "The highest level of authority has been detected. From the Inquisition, the blockade has been lifted, and the upper area track is being reconnected." As the words fell, the entire ground began to tremble slightly, and then everyone saw that the huge Pillar of Creation was slowly rotating. What on earth is this? Looking at the rotating Pillars of Creation, Hongyan was stunned. And at this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. "What's going on? Hongyan? What on earth happened here?" Hearing this voice, Hongyan's face darkened, and he turned around to see a black-haired, black-clothed, serious-looking man walking towards them with several team members. At this moment, he stared at the rotating Pillar of Creation with a serious expression. Why did the Pillar of Creation suddenly become like this? You ask me? I don't know. The man in front of him is also a member of the Elder Council, Hiragi Kirito, who is considered a powerful figure in the Elder Council. Hongyan and he do not have a good relationship. But now is obviously not the time to talk about personal grudges. Anyway, I only know that the little devil must have done something to activate the Pillar of Creation. Is that the kid from outside mentioned in the report? Looking at Otis, who had her back to him and the others, and was just standing there quietly with her head raised and gazing at the Pillar of Creation in front of her. Hiragi Kirito's face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Go. Catch her." Hearing Hiragi Kirito's order, the team members he led quickly drew out their own cursed weapons, then jumped up and pounced towards Otis. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginable scene occurred. Before the attackers reached Otis, the ghost cursed weapons in their hands were instantly shattered, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade. Then the whole person flew backwards heavily, and then fell to the ground, unable to get up again. I advise you not to act rashly. Seeing Hiragi Kirito reaching out to hold the hilt of the sword, Hongyan still reminded him that it would be embarrassing if the elders were also beaten down in public. This is why Hongyan didn't go up himself. I'm not a fool. Am I going to die? Hearing Hongyan's dissuasion, Hiragi Kirito looked at him and said nothing. Unfortunately, Hiragi Kirito was not the only one who noticed the unusual situation. Soon, several other members of the Elder Council arrived at the scene, looking at the Pillar of Creation that was making a huge roar in front of them. Their faces turned livid. They shouted and ordered their men to capture Otis. Then, like everyone else, their weapons were broken and they were knocked to the ground. There was even a hot-tempered member of the Elder Council who relied on his strong strength to rush forward and got the same result. Boom! Seeing his colleague fall heavily to the ground, Hongyan rolled his eyes helplessly. And just at this moment, a voice rang out. "Stop it now!" With a roar like thunder, an old man holding a cane strode out. He was the real ruler of the city, and the head of the Presbyterian Church. "What are you doing? Outsider? We let you in with good intentions. Not to let you desecrate our holy relics here." Perhaps because he saw the miserable state of the unfortunate guys lying on the ground. The old man did not foolishly step forward and attack them. Instead, he stood at a distance and looked at Ogus and shouted. However, Ogus still looked as if she was deaf to the old man's words and just stared at the pillar of creation in front of her, as if she did not hear what the old man said at all. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Seeing Ogus's appearance, the old man had a gloomy face. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and then dozens of armed guards quickly walked out from behind him. However, they did not hold ghost-cursed weapons like other soldiers, but long cylinders. Is that an ancient weapon? Seeing this, Honglian was shocked. The ancient weapon was a mysterious weapon found in the ruins of the City of Light. It was a powerful and terrifying equipment that was faster than the cursed weapon. It looked like a handheld crossbow, but it was more powerful. The elders had always believed that as long as the ancient weapons were mass-produced, they would have enough power to fight against vampires. Now it seemed that they had indeed cracked the manufacturing process of the ancient weapons and entered the mass production stage. But, do we really have to fight? Even when being pointed at by the ancient weapon, Ogus still had no reaction. Instead, the pillar of creation made a ding sound at this time, attracting the attention of everyone present. Please note that we have reached the bottom. Afterwards, the emotionless electronic sound came from inside the pillar of creation again. Then, everyone saw the walls of the pillar of creation begin to move slowly, and then separate to the left and right. What on earth is this? Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. But the scene they discovered next was even more unimaginable for them. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the gate of the pillar of creation opened, dozens of tall warriors in heavy armor strode out, holding weapons that were thicker and taller than those on their side. They aimed at the front and quickly dispersed to form a formation. Then, a figure in a red robe walked out from the group of steel warriors. I am the master of the Judgment Base Forging Furnace, and I am here to announce it in the name of the trial court. Maria raised her head and stared at the stunned people in the square. From now on, this city will be confiscated by the Inquisition and will belong to the Inquisition. Anyone who violates this will be killed without mercy. Chapter 1139 Raid. Needless to say, the arrival of Maria and others was naturally at the instruction of Duanmu Huai. This is also why Duanmu Huai didn't care about the elders and didn't investigate when they used the subspace demons to attach to create weapons. It was pure heresy. Although the original intention was to keep humans alive. You use subspace demons just to keep humans alive? This is a matter of principle. Duanmu Huai was already showing leniency by not pursuing his past. If it were a pure inquisitor, he would have been killed if he had any contact with the subspace. He simply took over the city, which was already considered a great mercy. This is why Duanmu Huai told the pirate girl that he was polite enough to Tianba, regardless of how the church or Tianba used Revacial. At least Revacial was a genuine Mechanicus technology without subspace pollution and invasion problems. So the Inquisition would give them some benefits. For example, even if the Inquisition occupied the floating island, they would not intervene in the problem, but acquiesce to the self-management of both parties. As long as Revacial was handed over to the Inquisition on a regular basis, everything would be fine. As for the underground, it's not so easy. Those who are contaminated by the subspace are all heretics. Not burning them on the spot is already a mercy. Do you still want autonomy? Impossible. According to Duanmu Huai's idea, this city will also be managed by Tianba in the future. Anyway, the space elevator has been restarted, so it's not a big deal. As for the Council of Elders, they will be executed or imprisoned depending on the situation. Don't expect to be treated like the Tianba or the Guardian clan. If you are involved in the subspace, don't expect a good ending. Duanmu Huai has already issued an order for Ogus and Maria to collect all the information about the Ghost Curse equipment and then destroy it. As for those Ghost Curse weapons, they must also be destroyed. If anyone resists, they will be directly regarded as heretics and their accomplices and killed on the spot. Do you really think the court is just there to do nothing? So Duanmu Huai doesn't care what the elders want to do. And it doesn't matter. After all, no matter what, their fate has been decided. The most important thing for Duanmu Huai right now is another thing. Should we go this way? Following Duanmu Huai, the girls walked forward in the tunnel. Vampires can see in the dark, so there are no lights or torches in this part of the tunnel. However, the searchlight on Duanmu Huai's helmet made the surroundings as bright as day, clearly illuminating the originally dark passage. Why would I go to a vampire city? Looking at the map in her hand, Sandong-san couldn't help but complain in a low voice. To be honest, even if she had 100 guts, Sandong-san didn't want to go to the vampire city. After all, it was the territory of vampires, and there were countless terrible monsters wandering around. No one had ever been to the vampire city. Sandong-san only occasionally heard about everything there from a few captive humans who were lucky enough to escape. In short, that place is definitely not a place that normal humans should go. So you want to go back alone now? Hearing Sanemiya Mitsuha's complaint, Hiragi Shirnoa looked at her with a smile and made a suggestion. But Sanemiya Mitsuha glared at her. I didn't say that. Besides, we can't go back. The passage has collapsed. It's impossible to go back. But you? Aren't you worried at all? Because at this point, there's no point in worrying. And since it's Mr. Dwanmu, maybe he can create a miracle. It's not that easy. You said the same thing about capturing the White Stone Outpost before. Right? After hearing Hiragi Shinoa's accusation, Sanemiya Mitsuha was speechless. Indeed, she had previously believed that it was an impossible task to capture the Baishur checkpoint with just a few people. However, Dwanmu used facts to tell her that there was no need for several people. He could do it alone. So do you think he really can do it? What if? After all, everyone should always have dreams. Compared to Sanemiya Mitsuha, Hiragi Shirnoa seems to be really open-minded. Anyway, if it can really solve the tricky trouble of vampire once and for all, isn't it a good thing for us? At least everyone will never have to worry about vampires. I still can't imagine. I can't even imagine it. So I have to see it with my own eyes. As she spoke, Hiragi Shinoya looked at the tall figure of Dwanmu Huai in front of her with shining eyes. After all, we all have to face battle and death. If we can use this opportunity to witness the defeat of a vampire, wouldn't it be worth it? Faced with Hiragi Shinoa's answer, Sanemiya Mitsuha was speechless for a moment. Indeed, joining the patrol team and signing a contract with a cursed weapon meant that one day she would most likely die in a fight with a vampire. In fact, Sanemiya Mitsuha had witnessed her companions being killed and sucked blood by vampires more than once. She also understood that one day, she might be the next victim. Thinking about it this way, since I'm going to die anyway, if I can really make it to the vampire's capital before I die, it seems like it would be worth it. Right? As he spoke, light gradually appeared at the end of the dark passage ahead, and Dwanmu Huai adjusted the brightness of the searchlight and continued to stride forward. And Lorena followed him without hesitation, seemingly not caring at all what to do, if this was a trap or the enemy they were about to face. Seeing this scene, Hiragi Shirnoa and Sanemiya Mitsuha looked at each other and took out their weapons at the same time. They were not as powerful as Dwanmu Huai, who could tear vampires apart with his bare hands. Without the ghost-cursed weapons, it would be impossible for the two of them to fight against the vampires. In this way, the group walked to the end of the passage. Wow, this place is really interesting. Walking out of the cave and looking at the outside world, Dwanmu Huai couldn't help but whistle. And the others also curiously stuck their heads out and looked outside. Then, a huge city appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the city of Glimmer, which looked like a large slum, this vampire city looked more organized. In the huge cavity, towers and castles full of Western style built against the rock walls were everywhere. Long bridges ran through it, and the surrounding street lamps emitted a cool blue glow, illuminating the city in front of them. Although this city is larger than the city of Glimmer, it does not seem to be as popular as the city of Glimmer. I don't know if it is because the lights in the city of Glimmer are warm in color, while the lights in this vampire city are cold in color. But to be honest, Dwanmu Huai feels like this place is like an operating room under the lighting of a shadowless lamp. Cold, indifferent, and without any human breath. Well, but it's not completely uninhabited. Look over there. Mr. Knight, at this moment, and seemed to find something, raised his fingers below, and everyone looked down in the direction of Anne's finger. I saw that a large group of children wearing white clothes were standing there next to the city streets not far below. It seemed to be a vampire in front of them. What are the strange buildings? And looked at the building the children had entered with curiosity, with a puzzled look on his face. It was no wonder that this building was very strange compared to other buildings. Although its appearance looked ordinary, there were pipes extending from it, spreading out in all directions like water pipes. But you say this is a water pipe. Why is it so? I have heard of it. Seeing this scene, Hiragi Shinoa's expression changed slightly. I heard from people who were lucky enough to escape from here that those children were slaves kept by vampires. They would enter a large building at regular intervals. And then the vampires would use a strange device to pierce their veins and suck their blood. It seems that these heretic bastards really know how to enjoy themselves. After hearing what Aragi Shinoya said, Duan Muhui snorted coldly, then reached out to grip the warhammer and raised his chin towards him. Let's do it. Now? Of course. These heretics have no value in survival and must be executed immediately. All right. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, and nodded silently. Then she reached out and took out the magic book from her waist and pointed forward. Second level of refining. Boom, boom, boom. As it moved, the ground outside the vampire city suddenly began to surge. And then two tall clay dolls emerged from it. They raised their hands high, and their round heads faced the city in front of them. Whoa! The next moment, the clay doll let out a loud roar and rushed towards the vampire city in front of it. Faced with the sudden appearance of the clay dolls, the vampire city did not react immediately. Perhaps even the vampires thought that the city could not be captured. So when two extremely tall clay dolls appeared outside the vampire city without any warning, the vampire's first reaction was to look at them in confusion, not knowing where these two strange things came from. But soon, when the mud waved his arms hard and smashed into the wall of the vampire city, a series of huge roar and explosion made these vampires finally reacted. This is an attack. Soon, vampires in white uniforms and holding weapons rushed out from the streets and alleys of the city, rushing towards the clay dolls that were breaking through the city wall and rushing towards the center of the royal city. Very good. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui nodded with satisfaction, then reached out to grasp the warhammer and swung it forward. Let's go! Chapter 1140 Behind the Scenes. For the vampires, they never thought that their city would be attacked, let alone that the attackers of their city were not monsters from underground. Nor were they humans, but something that even they themselves could not explain clearly. What kind of ghosts? The vampire soldiers were confused as they saw this fat, round thing in front of them, raising its arms like a snowman and making a whiz sound as it charged towards the city wall. They had no idea how to deal with it. After all, this thing was almost as tall as the city wall, and it didn't look like a living creature at all. How to fight this? But the clay giants obviously didn't care about the vampire's struggles. They just raised their fists as big as houses and smashed them directly on the city wall. Boom! The hard tall city walls with a little magical color were hit by a huge gap by the mud giant statue. Seeing this scene, these vampires are also numb. There is no way. What else can you get? However, this is just the beginning. Although Duan Muhui is professional in combat, when it comes to a real large-scale battlefield, mages still rule the world. Take my move. And stood on the edge of a high cliff, looking at the city below, and quickly flipped the magic book in his hand. Magic savings. Along with Anne's call, powerful magic power began to linger and condense in Anne's magic book, turning into shining magical light. Then enclosed the magic book with a snap and reached forward again. Extremely refined. Boom! Following Anne's call, the ground cracked again, and then an extremely tall steel golem and a clay golem covered with trees emerged from it again, roaring and joining the battle to attack the vampire city. But it had no intention of stopping, and she flipped the magic book in her hand again. Next, howling hail fell from the sky, covering the entire vampire city in front of them. The vampires who were trying to stop the clay golems had no idea that they could be attacked by hail underground. They were unable to dodge, and were hit all over the head. The cold air also began to spread in the vampire city, and in the blink of an eye, most of the city was shrouded in frost. However, this is not over. Accompanied by the overwhelming hail that smashed his head and face, and the whistling cold wind, frozen storm. Call. A storm comparable to a force 10 gale howled and swept through the entire royal city. The vampires had no time to dodge and were directly caught in the cold wind and flew out, then smashed heavily against the wall. Although it should be noted that the powerful regenerative ability of vampires meant that they would not be killed so easily even if they were hurt. They had a fatal flaw. That is, vampires are, after all, a species that relies on the blood of others to survive. Therefore, when the bitter ice cold froze in their bodies, the blood in their bodies stagnated. And then, they saw those vampires, who were like ghosts, suddenly became slow. And then, they were smashed into the ground and walls wrapped in the wind. And then, They were directly smashed into pieces. Maybe? What's this? Looking at the scene in front of them, Hiragi Shirnoa and Sanemiya Mitsuho were now stunned. Although Dwanmu Huai's strength has exceeded their imagination. Strictly speaking, the ability he has demonstrated is still within the scope of understanding of Hiragi Shirnoa and others. After all, there are also extremely powerful vampires, so it is not completely incomprehensible. But what do they see now? Why can this girl summon moving clay statues, even strong winds and ice, just by raising her hands? What kind of power is this? Just when the two were doubting their lives, Dwanmu Huai's voice rang out again. So, those children will give it to you. I go to clean up the boss, and the others are giving me a round. Don't let them run away. Okay, Mr. Knight. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's order, and nodded excitedly. Then she closed the magic book, and then a magical light flashed. The next moment, everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and then they appeared in front of the huge, strange-looking building. Because of Ant's control, the previous attack did not affect here. The vampire guards guarding here were also shocked to see several girls suddenly appear out of thin air. Who are you? How can you? Chain lightning strike. Before the vampire guard could finish his words, he saw a dazzling light suddenly flash before his eyes. The shining lightning swept over like a giant snake, directly turning the vampires in front of him into charcoal. Before they even had time to be surprised by Ant's magic, the girls hurriedly rushed into the huge building in front of them. The scene in front of them surprised them. Pushing open the door, I saw in the wide hall in front of me children lying on the bed, with long tubes inserted in their necks. Bright red blood was being drawn from them, and then gathered in the container above. It must be said that Lienen and Lorena were shocked when they saw this scene. Although they were born in a magical civilization, they had been with Dwanmu Huai for so long that they were familiar with modern technology. They had also seen blood and blood draws before. However, even in the Star Alliance, blood was drawn from the arms, who would directly stab the neck. And these are children. Go to save people. Just as the girls hurried to save people, Dwanmu Huai also stood on the high platform and saw this scene. Okay, now that the matter over there is resolved, the next thing is this side. As he spoke, Dwanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the tallest building in the city. Basically, these buildings have one thing in common. When you don't know where the boss is, finding the tallest one in a city will most likely not be wrong. Just like now, Dwanmu Huai raised his hand and pointed forward. Earth cannon. First level preparation. Fire! The next moment, Dwanmu Huai flew like a SHL, spanning the entire city, and then hit the building at the highest place in front of the city. Boom! The solid stone wall was completely shattered by Dwanmu Huai's ruthless impact. And then Dwanmu Huai broke through the stone wall and fell heavily to the ground. Then he stood up and looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. Oh! It looks like I came at the right time. It was no wonder Dwanmu Huai said that. The reason was very simple. When he looked up, he saw the whole hall was full of people. There were several chairs above the head, on which sat several characters like the 4 heavenly kings of the 3 imperial clan. And on both sides below stood the civil and military officials of the court. At this moment, they also turned their heads and looked at Dwanmu Huai in surprise, and the unlucky guy, who was unlucky enough to be trampled into a bloody mess under his feet. Alas, when the emperor was on the dynasty, a bomb could be able to paralyze the entire high level, which was almost the same. In other words, all the high-ranking vampire leaders are present. What else is there to say? Hello everyone. Have you had breakfast? Looking at the vampire in front of him, Dwanmu Huai grinned, clenched the Thor's hammer in his hand, and swung it violently. It doesn't matter if you didn't eat, because you won't have to eat anymore soon. Boom! The sound of gunfire rang out. Hiragi Kirito hid behind the wall, listening to the gunshots coming from the front and gritting his teeth. The Court of Inquisition. Of course, he knew about this organization from the previous report. But Hiragi Murin didn't take it seriously at that time. After all, in Hiragi Murin's opinion, no matter what kind of force the Inquisition was, it was far away from his territory. And it was the Elders' Council that controlled and ruled the city. No matter how powerful the Inquisition was, it couldn't do anything to the City of Twilight. Well, that's what Hiragi Kirito originally thought. But now, well, he admitted that he had not expected that the other party would be so ruthless and directly send people to occupy this place. And it was naked, without any excuses or reasons. Either surrender or die. Of course, there were some people in the Elders' Council who chose to resist to the end. But when those people were executed on the spot by the night guards of the Inquisition, and their tattered bodies were hung on the street lights in the square, most of them chose to keep silent. After all, life or death is a very simple choice for the people in the city. However, Hiragi Kurito had no choice. Because the Inquisition has begun a thorough investigation into the research on ghost-cursed weapons. The research and development of the demon-cursed weapons was a secret of the Hiragi Murin clan, and was firmly in Hiragi Murin's hands. To be honest, before this, Hiragi Murin himself did not think there was anything wrong with the demon-cursed weapons. At most, the demon-cursed weapons would backfire on the user, turning the user into a demon. However, this backlash was not unsolvable. At most, the user who turned into a demon could be eliminated, which was not a big deal. But the court obviously did not see it that way. The reason is simple. They killed all the people who were researching those cursed weapons. The entire research institute was slaughtered. Even the cleaners were not spared. No one was left alive. There was a bloody massacre and countless heads of people. Since the research and development and manufacturing of the demon-cursed weapons are confidential, Hiragi Murin also put all these people under control. This makes it easier for the other party to deal with them together without having to go out to find people. And now, Hiragi Kurito is hiding in the deepest part of this research institute. It's not that he didn't think about surrendering. They had already seen how powerful the Dark Knight guards were. His own ghost-cursed weapons didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's armor, while the enemy's weapons could make a big hole in their bodies with one shot. The power was even stronger than the ancient weapons they discovered. Oh! Speaking of ancient weapons, the elders also used them in a desperate resistance. But the result was that it didn't hurt at all when it hit the people, and there was no reaction at all. But that's not the problem now. If he could surrender, Hiragi Kurito would want to surrender. For someone in his position, face is not as important as life. But the problem is, the court won't give him a chance. Ordinary demon-cursed soldiers would be fine as long as they handed in their weapons, and confirmed that they were not possessed by demons. However, the Hiragi Kurito clan, who were mainly responsible for the research and development of demon-cursed weapons, had no such luck. Think about it. The Inquisition did not even let go of the gatekeeper of the Research Institute. So how could it let them go? So now Hiragi Kurito has only one last way to go. Damn it. Listening to the gunshots and screams outside, Hiragi Kurito gritted his teeth. Those who were standing outside were all his trusted aides and his last trump cards. Hiragi Kurito originally wanted to use them when he took over the Elder Council. But now, the Elder Council was all gone. So it didn't make any difference whether he used them or not. Thinking of this, Hiragi Murin secretly made up his mind. Then he reached out his hand, pushed open the heavy door in front of him, and stumbled in. In the dim and gloomy room, a huge iron box was clearly visible, and ropes and runes were wrapped around the box. This is Hiragi Kurito's final trump card. In fact, Guanmu Huai's guess was correct. 9 out of 10 people who study subspace demons will end up taking the same path. That is to directly summon the warp demon. And this is also the most confidential research mastered by Hiragi Kurito. It is not a situation like being possessed by ghosts. They have been studying how to actually summon ghosts into this world, and use them for their own purposes, so that they can master the power of ghosts and rule everything. Now the research has reached the most critical moment. But it has not yet been completely successful. However, Hiragi Murin can no longer care about these things. Sooner or later, you will die. So, in this case, let me show you the true power of the demon curse. Thinking of this, Hiragi Murin no longer hesitated and directly tore open the seal of the box in front of him. Boom! The sealed heavy iron door was blown open in an instant. And then several night watchmen rushed in with grenade launchers. Otis walked out from among them and stared at Hiragi Kurito in front of her. Very good. You guys are awesome. I admit that I lost this time. Staring at Otis fiercely, Hiragi Murin revealed a sinister smile. But you didn't win either. Let me show you what real power is. As Hiragi Kurito roared, the box behind him suddenly broke. And then a huge, extremely dark figure emerged from it. Its eyes burning with flames, staring at the people in front of it with great greed. With its appearance, the surrounding space began to wail. An unparalleled power and aura burst out. The malice from the subspace turned into a real tide. Rushing forward, Hiragi Kurito looked at everyone fiercely, and then gave orders. Kill them! Chapter 1141, Meaningless. Ayah! With a scream, the face of the last vampire hit the ground heavily, and merged with the hard stone slab. Duanmu Huai then stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at the petite figure in the front. Well, now it's just you, little girl. At this moment, the area around Duanmu Huai had turned into a bloody H.L. Those noble vampire ancestors and nobles had now turned into bloody fragments on the ground. At first, these arrogant vampires wanted to rush up to Duanmu Huai, but when Duanmu Huai killed most of them, the rest chose to escape. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not give them this opportunity. So after a short game of hide-and-seek, those vampires who tried to escape only lived a few minutes longer than their unfortunate compatriots before reuniting in H.L. Now there is only one person left. There was a little girl sitting on the throne in front, who looked only 13 or 14 years old. She had long pink hair and looked quite cute. However, there was no expression on her face. Whether it was when Duanmu Huai rushed in or when he slaughtered those vampires, the little girl did not move at all. She just sat on the chair and looked at the scene in front of her indifferently, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with her at all. But Duanmu Huai would certainly not let her go just because she pretended to be dead. Alright, kid. Let me see how long you can play dead. Duanmu Huai flexed his fingers and walked towards the girl. I'm still looking forward to hearing your wails and screams. They will surely be very pleasant to the ears. Who the H.L. are you? At this moment, the girl stared at Duanmu Huai and finally asked. I initially thought that the plan of the elders had succeeded. But now it seems that is not the case? The Council of Elders' plan? What is their plan? Duanmu Huai was stunned when he heard the girl's words. You do not know? Of course. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor from the Tribunal. Of course, maybe it's a little late to introduce myself now. The Inquisition? I've never heard of this organization. Now you know. Duanmu Huai stared at the girl and chuckled. Our duty as the Inquisition is to protect humanity, and to eliminate those who pose a threat to humanity, such as you heretic subspecies, at all costs. I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the girl nodded. Although she looked young, she looked old and very calm. Well, if you think about it, the age of a vampire should not be judged by appearance. Bambi is a good example. It doesn't seem right. That guy's mental age and appearance age are similar. In the court of inquiry, Bambi and Kula are just two young children. They run around and play all day long. Basically, Duanmu Huai left them alone after bringing them to the court of inquiry. The two of them rode the soul jellyfish and ran around everywhere every day. Of course, with their abilities, they can only be mascots. Never mind. That was a special case. Just when Duanmu Huai was pulling his thoughts back to the topic that had strayed slightly, he saw the other party looking at him and speaking again. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Krula Sepisi, and I'm the queen of this vampire city. Oh, H.L. Your Majesty. Duanmu Huai was talking, but he didn't stop. He walked straight to Krulu and stretched out his hand to grab Krulu's head. But even when she saw Duanmu Huai's big hand reaching for her, Krulu, who was sitting on her chair, didn't waver at all. Instead, she stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke again. In that case, I will give you one last piece of information. Did you know that the elders are trying to destroy humanity? The Elder Council will destroy humanity? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai paused slightly and looked at Krulu curiously. What's the meaning? Although Duanmu Huai believed that the Elders' Council did not have that ability, and based on Krul's understanding, the so-called destruction of humanity would only affect a tiny place like the City of Light, and might not even affect the floating island above. But he was still very curious about what Krul was talking about. You know about the ghost curse weapon, right? It's the Elder Council summoning ghosts and sealing them in weapons with spells to use against our weapons. Certainly. Then you know what? In fact, the elders are not satisfied with this. They have always longed to be able to truly summon ghosts to this world. Not by possessing humans, nor by sealing them in weapons. The elders are eager to open the channel connecting this world and the other side, and then summon powerful ghosts here. They are eager to gain victory against us vampires by manipulating ghosts. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of this. Although Kroyulu dropped a depth charge, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Just kidding. The final stage of any game of the subspace is to directly open the subspace channel, and then summon the subspace demon to the world. This is a fixed process. Just like you have to take off your clothes when you find a girl. It is nothing new. Of course, don't take off your socks. Some people prefer this. If the Elder Council succeeds in summoning ghosts into this world, everything will be destroyed. Whether it's us vampires or humans. Well, that's true. But I'm not worried. From Duanmu Huai's perspective, what Krulula said was right. Once the warp demon came to the world, it would not care whether you were a human or a vampire. It would definitely send you to heaven. Just like the Tyranids. No matter what you are. In the eyes of the Tyranids, you are all living matter. Even if you fought to death in life. After death, you are just a ball of energy in the mouth of the Zerg. Maybe even the kind of two enemies fused together. Although Krull suddenly revealed this big news to him, Duanmu Huai did not panic. The reason is very simple. What a joke. Isn't that what the tribunal does? It's a good match for your major. Duanmu Huai can guarantee that even if the Elders Council really summons the subspace demons now, they are not afraid. You know, Duanmu Huai is the god of destruction. And the Inquisition is basically all Duanmu Huai's followers. So they naturally have the blessing of the power of destruction. In front of this power that can completely destroy everything, ordinary subspace demons are no match at all. Only those at the level of the Great Demon can resist Duanmu Huai's power. Otherwise, any ordinary demon, let alone Duanmu Huai, even the Night Guard would be killed indiscriminately if they encountered one. As for whether the Council of Elders has the ability to summon the Great Demon, Duanmu Huai thinks they don't have it. After all, summoning the Great Demon requires too many sacrifices, and the reality barrier is too weak. If the Elder Council really had this ability, it would have been discovered by Duanmu Huai long ago. Considering that the Elder Council is still using the undead in the subspace whose presence is basically zero as the source of ghost-cursed weapons, it is probably a great achievement for them to be able to summon a pink terror. Don't even think about the blue ones. In fact, while Duanmu Huai was standing in the palace covered in blood plasma and talking with the vampire queen, the same scene was happening in the secret research base underground in the city of Glimmer. How come? Standing there blankly, Hiragi Murin stared at the front without saying a word, not even daring to believe his own eyes. Just now, he destroyed the seal regardless of the danger, and summoned a powerful evil spirit from another world. When the evil spirit appeared, Hiragi Murin also felt its powerful strength and incomparable terrifying pressure. At that moment, Hiragi Kurito even thought that he had a hope of turning the tables. He would manipulate this terrible ghost, destroy the Inquisition, and regain his own city. However, just as Hiragi Kurito ordered the evil spirits to attack, he saw that the girl in a black dress and a silver ponytail in the crowd opposite just raised her hand and clenched it slightly towards this side. Immediately afterwards, the evil ghost that had just poked its body out of the whirlpool with its fangs and claws bared let out an angry scream. And then its body was seen bulging in several pieces, as if it was tied up by something. And then it was cut into pieces and completely dissipated into the air. After a moment, there was nothing in front of me. How come? Staring blankly at the empty scene in front of him, Hiragi Murin only felt a chill all over his body. Although the dream of their clan, the efforts and sacrifices of 100 years, have now all come to an end, Hiragi Murin still wants to take a gamble to prove that their sacrifices and efforts are not in vain. But what did he see? The evil ghost that his clan regarded as a treasure was completely destroyed with just one blow? The fruit of my clan's hard work was destroyed so easily. Hiragi Murin stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and even looked around involuntarily. He even imagined that he could hear a burst of sneer, and then the brainchild of his clan would appear again, laugh at the ignorance and incompetence of these invaders, and then kill them mercilessly. Instead of now like this. What on earth is this? But soon, Hiragi Kurito no longer had to think about this problem. Boom! As the gunshots rang out, Hiragi Murin's head suddenly exploded like a balloon, and blood splattered all around. The headless body fell backwards, lying on its back on the ground. And after twitching a few times, there was no movement anymore. Destroy everything here and burn it down. Just didn't even look at the body, but just gave the order silently, and then turned and left. Behind her, a night guard holding a promethium flamethrower raised his hand and aimed it at the cold, dark, dim and evil room. Immediately afterwards, Scorching heat and flames spurted out, covering everything. Chapter 1142. Why are you here? When Duanmu Huai walked out of the royal city, a large group of people followed him. Of course, these people are all humans captive by vampires in this city. It is nonsense that most of them are young people. Vampires probably don't like to suck the blood of the elderly. As for those old humans, well, in this city where vampires have the final say over humans, it is estimated that few people can live to old age. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not need to lead these people through the dim tunnel again and then go to the City of Twilight, because when they came out, the night guards had already completely opened up the passage and joined Duanmu Huai and others. As for the next task of dealing with a group of vampires, Duanmu Huai left it to the night guards. When Shirnoa Hiragi and Mitsuha Sanemiya learned that the Inquisition had completely seized control of the City of Glimmer, they were also shocked. But that was all. The two of them didn't seem to have a good impression of the Elder Council. So after the initial surprise, they were very obedient. When Duanmu Huai asked them to take back the ghost-cursed weapons, they handed them over obediently. After all, they have followed Duanmu Huai and others all the way and are very familiar with their strength. Naturally, they would not be stupid enough to resist here. As for the Vampire King City, after the Night Sentinels took over and rescued the human slaves inside, they simply blew it up with a melt-a-bomb, leaving no ashes behind. And naturally all the vampires inside were killed. When Duanmu Huai returned to the City of Glimmer, the first thing he saw was naturally Honglian. To be honest, although I knew you would bring unimaginable changes when I met you, but this is really beyond my expectations. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Honglian also showed a bitter smile. Most of the people in the Elders' Council were killed, and Honglian was one of the few survivors. After all, when the Night Guard arrived, Honglian was the first to surrender directly when he saw the situation was not good. In addition, he had a good attitude towards Duanmu Huai and others before, so the treatment of prisoners was relatively good. According to Duanmu Huai's decision, this City of Twilight will be managed by Tianba, and Tianba will naturally need help from local people. Honglian is in charge of public security in the City of Twilight, and has a good reputation among the people. In fact, most people in the City of Twilight do not have an intuitive impression of the Elders' Council, just like many citizens have lived in their city for a lifetime, and don't even know who the members of the mayor's team are. They don't care too much about the life and death of the Elders' Council. Therefore, the handover of the entire Twilight City was a relatively smooth transition. After all, the situation here is special. Before the arrival of the Inquisition, this place was always threatened by vampires. People lived a life that was not precarious, but almost the same. Although the Twilight City is now managed by new people, it also means that they don't have to worry about the threat of vampires. As for how these people will manage the Twilight City, that can only be discussed later. Compared to the uneasiness of the City of Light, Tianba was extremely excited, especially the pirate girl. According to her, after taking over the City of Light, the pirate girl also conducted a thorough investigation of the surrounding mineral veins, and was surprised to find that many minerals that seemed ordinary in the City of Light were what they urgently needed but could not get. This is also normal. At the beginning, the floating island used anti-gravity technology to float the land directly into the air. The first factor was to protect human safety. As for whether there are mineral veins in the land of the floating island, no one cares. Therefore, for people living on the floating island, the lack of mineral resources is a big problem. Many of Tianba's designs and products cannot be mass-produced due to insufficient mineral resources. Now, taking over the City of Glimmer means that Tianba has secured a continuous supply of mineral veins, which is naturally a pleasant surprise for Tianba. Of course, Tianba will also carry out a comprehensive transformation of the City of Twilight. After all, as a leading enterprise, Tianba's technological products cover all aspects of daily life. Although they are not particularly advanced in the eyes of the Inquisition or the Star Alliance, they are already a generation gap from the Middle Ages to the modern level in the City of Twilight, which is enough for the residents of the City of Twilight to enjoy the benefits of technological development. Honglian's feelings about this are very complicated, but not particularly complicated. After all, what they have been most worried about is the threat of vampires. Now that the Inquisition has come and the vampires are finished, what will the future of this city be like? Only the future can tell. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything about this. He chatted with Honglian for a few words, and then sent her away. Then he saw a girl wearing a tights and a helmet walking towards him. Zurelia? What are you doing here? Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised to see Shalilia appear here. This reversal from the Guardian clan had nothing to do with the City of Light. Why did she come down here instead of staying in the Magic Tower? Let me take a look at the world below. To be honest, I never thought that there are still humans alive deep in the earth beneath our feet. At this point, Shalilia seemed to find it difficult to speak. Also, I would like to ask the Inquisitor about the plan to purify this world. Oh. After hearing what Shalilia said, Duanmu Huai patted his head in sudden realization. By the way, what were they doing here in the first place? Oh. By the way, because the surface of this planet is covered with toxic atmosphere, the Guardians wanted to completely purify the air and return to the surface. However, because they discovered new life reactions along the way and encountered the City of Glimmer, Duanmu Huai turned around and forgot about it. How about forgetting it? You've seen the situation on the surface. It's really not suitable for life. If all else fails, we can go underground. At least it looks like the ecological environment underground is still like that. Duanmu Huai was not talking nonsense. Even dogs would shake their heads at the environment on the surface. On the contrary, the underground was better because the ground was thick enough to isolate the toxic gas pollution from above. Moreover, when they came to the City of Light before, Hiragi Shinoya, as their tour guide, also introduced them to the beautiful scenery underground. At least for now. Compared with the dead environment on the surface, the ecological environment underground is still very good. Zalilia didn't say anything, but just looked at Duanmu Huai pitifully, without saying a word. Okay. Let's move on after we finish this matter. Duanmu Huai was helpless. After all, he had already agreed to it. What else could he do? He had to continue to see what was going on. But relatively speaking, these were all trivial matters to Duanmu Huai. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai found Aji's and heard from her about the Chaos Demon. It's all bright red. It has long horns and no clothes. Like a giant lizard. A vampire. After listening to Ojis's description, Duanmu Huai was not surprised. It was the same as what he thought. Even the gangster-level Elder Council could not summon any great demon gods. A mere bloodletting ghost was already the limit of these things. But, he's actually a bloodletter? It must be said that this was somewhat beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. Although vampires and bloodthirsty are only one letter apart, they are two completely different things. Bloodthirsty vampires are low-level soldiers of chaos demons. They are not particularly strong. Not to mention Duanmu Huai. A night guard can easily defeat dozens of them. But the problem is that the vampires are a type of soldier under the command of tyrannical fury. That's strange. Among the four evil gods, the tyrannical wrath is the one who dislikes conspiracy and brainstorming the most. Their philosophy is to rush forward, rush to death, and rush forward until death. This is actually very similar to Duanmu Huai's god of destruction. He also doesn't like to use his brain. When encountering problems, he just uses his fists. If you can't win, it's not because you are too smart, but because my fist is not big enough. As long as my fist is big enough, any conspiracy is not worth mentioning. Therefore, among the four evil gods, the relationship between tyrannical wrath and treacherous cunning is the worst. And Duanmu Huai doesn't like treacherous cunning very much either. But the problem is, logically speaking, tyrannical fury shouldn't appear on the Forge planet. Duanmu Huai was not surprised at how the Council of Elders could come into contact with the Chaos Evil God. If the planet was destroyed because of the influence of the Evil God, then there must be a lot of things contaminated by chaos. If the Council of Elders dug up these things contaminated by chaos, then it would only be a matter of time before they were contaminated and influenced by chaos. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the Forge planet and the Mechanicus should have nothing to do with tyranny's wrath. It is true that the Mechanicus often conducts heretical research, but most of these fall into the realm of treacherous deception. For example, if the Mechanicus creates artificial intelligence, it will most likely be associated with treacherous deception. Of course, the Mechanicus itself believes in the god of machines, so generally speaking it is not the turn of the evil god to appear. But there are always some things that are unclear. So generally speaking, the chance of a oiler being corrupted is very low, but not impossible. However, given the oiler's characteristics, they should be insulated from tyrannical wrath and obsessive evil. The tyrannical rage uses only fists without using the brain, and is the type that the oilman despises the most. As for the obsessive evil, the oilman wishes that his whole body could be transformed into steel. and his flesh and blood could ascend to mechanical ascension. Who cares about those worldly desires? Only if the cunning one can use some ancient forbidden scientific knowledge to fish. Or let the corrupt one teach them the great mysteries of life. Will it be possible to make the oil man take the bait? So at the beginning, when Duanmu Huai realized that the Elder Council was connected with the Chaos Demon, his first reaction was that of treachery and deceit. As for why it is not the filth of corruption, the reason is very simple. That is, the humans in this city of Twilight are still human. If it was the filth of corruption, what Duanmu Huai would have seen when he rushed in would probably be a large smelly incubation pool. But Duanmu Huai never expected that it would be violent rage. This had nothing to do with the oil man. He couldn't imagine the oil man shouting blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull to the skull throne, and then rushing forward waving a chain's word. It's like a white-collar worker in a company suddenly turns into a midnight butcher. It's incongruous no matter how you look at it. Or are the ones fighting the oil man followers of tyrannical wrath? If you think about it carefully, it seems possible. After all, the state of this planet is beyond imagination. The crust is shaking, and it is just short of issuing an extermination order. It is not impossible that both sides are blinded by the rage of tyranny. But a forging planet can be infiltrated by the followers of tyrannical wrath? Are the oilmen on this planet just for free? But these things happened thousands of years ago. And it is possible that the engine oil guy on this planet had already disappeared at that time. But no matter what, this also reminded Duanmu Huai that with the gradual awakening of the Chaos Evil God, their power did begin to penetrate and accelerate in all directions. It seems that we really need to investigate the abnormal climate of this planet and find out what the cause is. If this is really related to tyrannical rage, then it is something that needs to be carefully considered. Chapter 1143 Continue on the road. After leaving the matter of the City of Light to Tianba to deal with, Duanmu Huai continued on his way to investigate the surface atmospheric environment of the planet again. Fortunately, during this period of time when he was busy, Xueli and others were not idle either. Maria went to carry out Duanmu Huai's task, and Xueli took the opportunity to analyze the collected samples. And the conclusions obtained were really incredible. If I hadn't collected the sample myself, I would have thought it was a sample of soil from an asteroid. When handing the report to Duanmu Huai, Xueli looked incredulous. Just state the conclusion. Duanmu Huai couldn't understand those reports that were like incomprehensible books. So it would be more appropriate to ask the person himself for the conclusion. To be honest, judging from the specimens collected from the surface of the planet, there are indeed signs that there were once living things on the surface of this planet. Is it true? Yes. The only thing I found here is some structures with the characteristics of microbial fossils, and almost no living life, including bacteria, microorganisms, not to mention plants and animals. It's like, having said this, Xueli paused, as if thinking about how to describe it. It's as if the surface of this planet has completely died and turned into a dry fossil. Nothing remains except traces of the past. And what about those toxic atmospheres? I still need to find the source of the pollution and then conduct research and analysis before I can draw a conclusion. But, to be honest, I don't think this falls within the realm of science. Yeah, that's right. Xueli nodded. At least, from the perspective of science that I know, the situation on this planet is a bit too strange and violates some normal laws and logic. Of course, at other times, I might try to prove it scientifically. But now, I think it's more appropriate to find an expert. At this moment, Xueli was even a little discouraged. To be honest, her work in the courtroom did broaden her horizons and was a great help to her research. It even gave her a deeper understanding of biological research. But in turn, Xueli also discovered that there were many things that could not be explained by science. Especially magic. Can magic be explained? Of course it can. But can it be explained by science? Well, Sydney's experience working in the courtroom taught her that it was difficult. Or very difficult. For example, Bambi. Everyone in the court knew that Bambi was a vampire. And they also knew that the little girl could survive without drinking blood. But these were not important to Sydney. The important thing was that she had wanted to figure out one thing, which was why Bambi could sleep for hundreds of years and still be alive and kicking when he woke up. In human cognition and in movies, vampires are indeed immortal, but in a more rigorous way. If a vampire does not drink blood for a long time, even if he is handsome or beautiful, he will become a skeleton. Only after drinking fresh blood can he return to his handsome appearance. This seems like magic. but it can actually be explained scientifically. Because matter is consumed. So even vampires will consume it. And if there is consumption, there must be replenishment. Although it is also magical that after absorbing fresh blood, the mummies can turn back into handsome men and beautiful women within a few seconds. But at least this is a process that can be explained by science. The most you absorb a little too fast. But Bambi was not like this. When Duanmu released her, little Bambi had been sleeping for hundreds of years. When she opened her eyes, she was as if she had just woken up. She didn't feel any loss at all. And she wasn't even hungry enough to drink blood. It was as if her body time was paused after Bambi fell asleep, and continued only when Bambi woke up. How did all this happen? Could it be that Bambi has some cells or genes that can help the human body to hibernate for a long time? Curious about this, Shweli persuaded Bambi to take blood samples and collected some hair and skin scraps for research. The results surprised her. Although some genes were mutated, after careful investigation, it was found that these mutations had nothing to do with Bambi's ability to sleep for hundreds of years without changing. Apart from these mutated gene structures, the rest of the body looked basically the same as that of ordinary humans. How is this possible? Isn't this unscientific? Sydney was puzzled by this, and went to Bambi twice in a row. After the second time, Bambi refused to let her draw blood, saying that Sydney was even more vampire-like than a vampire, and ran away as fast as he saw Sydney. There are many similar experiences. So in the end, Shweli was numb, laid down, and accepted her fate. Some things are indeed inexplicable by science, so she should leave it to magic. Although from a scientific point of view, sometimes those magic theories are no different from witch nonsense in Shweli's opinion, such as astrology. How can a normal astronomer believe in such nonsense? Although you hear the witch say that it makes sense. But think about it carefully. Why can the orbit of a planet millions of light years away determine the fate of all living beings on Earth? Is there any relationship between the two? Isn't this nonsense? But they can explain it. So what can you do at this time? You can only lie down. Right? So you think this is some kind of magical phenomenon? At this point, that's probably the case. So now Shweli is lying flat. If science can't explain it, then don't explain it. Let magic explain it. Maybe when she finds the source of the pollution, she can still draw some conclusions based on her own abilities. But now there are only a few broken stones and microbial fossils. She is a biologist, not an archaeologist. Oh! Mary majored in archaeology and ancient writing. Duanmu was not surprised that Shweli raised her hands in surrender. If this planet had really been invaded by the subspace, then the problems caused by it could not be solved by science alone. Of course, for Duanmu, the Inquisition does not need science to solve this problem. It just needs to fire a single shot at the planet to solve all the problems. After all, as long as the root cause of the problem is solved, the problem itself will no longer exist. Since science can't explain it, let's see how magic can explain it. After discussing this with Miss Rainey, I think this is probably some kind of curse. Sure enough, and came to a completely different conclusion from Shweli. Curse? Yes. According to Miss Rainey, this is very similar to the scarlet corruption. It should be caused by some kind of curse. Ah, the scarlet corruption. I feel bad just thinking about it. Hearing the word scarlet corruption, Duanmu was immediately upset. He still remembered that when he was at the border, he had seen the land polluted by scarlet corruption, which was rotten to the ground. Oh, yes. There was also that Valkyrie, who couldn't beat him and rushed over to spray him in the face. Fortunately, Duanmu was wearing a helmet at the time. Otherwise he might have been tricked by that bastard like Latin. Duanmu was so angry that he tore the Valkyrie's hands apart. So you think this place is also cursed like the scarlet corruption? Well, that makes sense. So what's the solution? We still have to find the root cause, and then see how to eliminate it. Well, it seems that our plan has not changed. Hearing Anne's answer, Duanmu rolled his eyes helplessly. In the final analysis, whether it was Anne or Shweli, there was a prerequisite. That is, to find the root cause of all this, and then come up with a solution. So now they boarded the Mammoth and continued their unfinished journey. There was just one more passenger. Wow! Is this the world above? It's really interesting. Shinoya Hiragi excitedly leaned on the window, looking outside curiously. Although for Duanmu and others, there was almost nothing to see in this land of death. But for Shinoya Hiragi, Even just looking at the endless horizon in front of her made her curious. It was a dark and boundless world with no tunnels or rock walls. It had to be said that this scene was quite interesting for Shinoa Hiragi, who was born underground. The reason for bringing her along was mainly because the City of Light also needed someone to communicate with the higher-ups. Considering that Hiragi Shinoya had shown good tour guide qualities and eloquence when she led him and others to visit the underground, Duanmu Huai chose her. At least in this way. If others asked about the situation up there in the future, with Hiragi Shinoya's qualities as a tour guide, she would definitely be able to explain it to them clearly. By the way, for the sake of caution, Duanmu Huai asked Shililia and Hiragi Shinoya about the human history and myths they knew, in order to verify his guess. But unfortunately, it was too long ago. What Shililia knew was basically the same as what the church knew. There were once 3 reptiers, who created a prosperous life for humans on the ground. Then a war broke out and destroyed the entire world. The survivors of humanity could only rely on the magic tower to barely survive. As for why the war broke out, Shililia also said that even the Guardians did not record the details of the time. The legends they passed down orally only said that a war had occurred. As for who was fighting with whom and why, no one knew anything. However, it is certain that the Guardian clan should be on the side of the well man. Otherwise, they would not have the maintenance authority of the magic tower. On the contrary, it was the story told by Hiragi Shinoya that surprised Duanmu Huai a little. According to Shinoa Hiragi, the legend she knew about human history was that humans were once ruled by terrible wizards. In order to overthrow the wizards' rule, humans united under the leadership of a hero and waged a brutal war against the wizard, but ultimately failed. Then humans were expelled into the abyss of darkness. As punishment for their disobedience to their masters, they even created evil monsters such as vampires to guard and hunt humans. The Hiragi family is the descendant of that hero, which is why they hold the power of the Elder Council of the City of Light. Well, that's the legend of the underground people. It may not sound like much at first, but if the evil wizards in this legend refer to the well men, then it will be very funny. After all, those grease guys just wear red robes when they have nothing to do, and they look like wizards, wrapping themselves up in mystery. So if these legends are true, then it is possible that the guardians of the floating island and the humans of the underground City of Light are the descendants of the 2 sides of the war. After all, the abilities of those wizards in the legends that Hiragi Shinoya told were too familiar to Duanmu Huai. For example, those evil wizards would turn those who oppose them into living dead. Isn't this a mechanical servant? Combining the legends of the Guardians and the City of Twilight, Duanmu Huai has restored some of the historical truth. It is obvious that the human servants of this forged world may have been bewitched by the evil god, and then conspired to oppose and overthrow the rule of the Mechanicus. And then a large-scale conflict broke out between the 2 sides. The ancestor of the Hiragi family, the so-called hero who led humans to resist wizards, might be a believer of tyrannical wrath, which can also explain why they can possess weapons tainted with the curse of the warp and know how to summon evil spirits from the warp. But the ending made Duanmu Huai a little confused. According to the Guardian clan, they lost, so the remaining people could only live on the floating island. And in order to prevent the other side from rushing up, they also closed the entire magic tower. According to the City of Light, their ancestors also lost and were banished to the dark abyss. This is strange. Both sides lost. So who won in the end? Or will both sides suffer? Or maybe in order to defeat the rebels, the Mechanicus had to use some new weapon, which turned the ground into this state, and the remaining rebel forces had no choice but to hide deep underground. So this ridiculous scene where both sides thought they had lost appeared? Forget it. This happened dozens or thousands of years ago. There's no point talking about it now. The most important thing now is to find the source of all this. Once you get there, you'll know everything. Chapter 1144, Finding a Way. The mammoth continued to move forward, looking for the source of the curse. But for Duanmu Huai, this was very torturous. The problem is, he's taking extra classes. That's right. Duanmu Huai is currently sitting in the mammoth, watching the video, and watching in Lonnie, Fulilian and others taking extra lessons. It's so miserable. As for the reason why Duanmu Huai took extra lessons, it was his own fault. Previously, Lonnie and An had judged that the earth of this planet might have been cursed by some kind of scarlet corruption, which was why it became lifeless. Then Duanmu Huai suddenly had an idea. If this is caused by some kind of curse, can I use the magic of destruction to destroy the curse? If we could destroy this curse directly from the conceptual point of view, wouldn't that solve the problem? Of course. The idea is good, but Duanmu Huai's magic of destruction comes from the human magic system. The characteristic of the human magic system is that you must have a clear imagination in your mind to complete this magic. In fact, from this point of view, the application range of destruction magic is very strong. It can not only be used to destroy enemies, but also to evolve pollution sources and curses, and even to treat diseases. Well, in short, the power of destruction still depends on how you use it. But the prerequisite is that you must understand the concept in your mind and have a clear image in your mind. For example, if someone wants to use the magic of destruction to treat cancer, it is theoretically possible to treat it. But first you have to determine the site of the cancer through CT or surgery, and clearly imagine in your mind the part you want to destroy, and what the result will be after it is destroyed. Only when this process is firmly established in the mind will the magic of destruction work. The same goes for removing curses. Theoretically, the magic of destruction can indeed destroy the curse that has polluted this land. But the prerequisite is that Duanmu Huai must be able to imagine the specific form and characteristics of the curse in his mind, and then imagine the process of eliminating the curse. And then he can cast the magic successfully. But this is Duanmu Huai's weakness. He knew about curses, and he had encountered them in games, but he didn't know what they were, and he didn't care. But now, Duanmu Huai had to change his mind and start from scratch, at least to have a clear concept of the curse in his mind. So Duanmu Huai found an video called Lonnie, Medea and Fulilian, and started a concentrated teaching session. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, there must be no problem with a few magic masters teaching him. Well, he shouldn't have thought so in the first place. The fact is, Duanmu Huai is sitting here pitifully and has learned nothing. It's not that he is stupid, but after the class started, and Lonnie, Medea and Fulilian started arguing about what the curse was. I have a headache. Duanmu Huai felt overwhelmed as he watched the mess in front of him. He had only thought that these people were all magic masters, and that they could solve the problem by working together. But he forgot that these people were all magic masters. But they came from different magic systems, and they were familiar with different magics. Ordinary academic discussions were fine. But when it came to digging deep into the root of the concept, no one would give in, and is good at summoning and refining magic. Lonnie is good at star magic. Fulilian is good at human system magic, and Medea is good at removing curses. After all, she has the repair of all flaws, which is specifically for removing curses and purifying. But the problem is that these people are arguing about the clear definition of curses, and there is no unified concept and understanding at all. I said, a curse is a mutation and distortion of magic itself, a pollution of the laws of nature. I don't think so. The curse should be considered as part of negative energy. Mutation is a result rather than a process. Ultimately, we still have to look for the root variable. The curse is probably the embodiment of emotions, because a large amount of negative emotions are released through the embodiment of magic. Evil spirit. It must be an evil spirit. Only an evil spirit can release a curse. The evil magic power from the evil spirit itself is the end of all this. Why? Looking at the four people arguing, Duanmu Huai sighed silently and lowered his head to look at his blank notebook. Well, the course has just begun, and the teachers themselves are not even unanimous in their opinions. What's the point of learning? I should not have listened to our ancestors. Why would I try to learn from the best of all schools? Now it seems that if these guys weren't separated by the screen, they would have just started a fight with their fists. It turns out that people in the same industry are enemies. Forget it. Just go and have your quarrel. Duanmu Huai quietly moved away from the quarreling guys and opened a new window to connect with Mary. What do you think? That's right. It's better to let these mages study the academic problems themselves. Duanmu Huai thinks it would be faster for him to use the simple and crude plug-in like golden eyes to solve the problem. This is really hard to describe and explain with words. Mary also seemed helpless. But it was true. Duanmu Huai had established contact with Mary through the pink book and used the golden eyes. It was indeed a feeling that could only be understood but not described, especially when it came to the concept of curses. You said that Mary would definitely see the curse if she wanted to. But the problem was that she couldn't describe it in words, which was very disappointing. But? I remember that, Mr. Duanmu. You also have a power similar to the curse. Well, yes, there is. So what? My thoughts may not be accurate enough. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Mary frowned and thought for a moment, as if thinking about how to organize the language to describe it. I think, Mr. Duanmu, you can also use that power to erode the curse. In this way, you will have a clear impression of what the curse is like. Right? Then, can you destroy it? Hearing Mary's suggestion, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. And then he thought, this seems to be a good idea. Duanmu Huai holds the priesthood of Old One. And precisely because of this priesthood, he understands that curse or pollution is a very mysterious thing. He can clearly feel it, control and manipulate it. But it is difficult to describe it in words. But at that time Duanmu Huai just thought that it might be because he was uneducated and had little knowledge. After all, he was not familiar with this area. So it was normal that he couldn't explain it. It's like color. Most people know red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. People who use Photoshop also know a little bit about saturation, brightness, hue, etc. But when it comes to specific professional fields, there are advancing color, receding color, expanding color, surface color. What is this? Most people have never heard of it. So Duanmu Huai just thought it was his own fault for being uneducated, knowing little, and not understanding. Now I see several magic masters are arguing over this. Well, it seems that it is not me who is wrong, but the world. From Duanmu Huai's perspective, Mary's suggestion is really possible. To use a less appropriate analogy, if Duanmu Huai used his old god power to penetrate the curse, it would be a bit like a blind man reaching out to touch an ice cube. Even if you can't see what the ice cube looks like, at least you can guess how big the ice cube is, and what it looks like from the temperature in your hand. Therefore, if, as Mary said, she uses her old god power to erode the curse, and then uses the magic of destruction to destroy it, this step is theoretically feasible. Yes. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly came to his senses. He was just confused by what others said. So much so that Duanmu Huai forgot that the purpose of opening this course was not to solve world problems such as the concept and nature of curses. In the final analysis, he wanted to eliminate the curse. As a result, after those big guys started arguing, Duanmu Huai himself became confused and was almost fooled by them. Right. He is an inquisitor, not a wizard, let alone a scholar. The essence of the concept of curse has nothing to do with him. This is like a group of nuclear physicists or missile experts discussing how to build a missile engine. But this has nothing to do with the heads of the military department. They only care about whether the missile can be launched according to their requirements. As for whether it will work or not, why not just give it a try and find out? I'll go try. You watch for me. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision, then stood up and walked out the door. Then, what about Missin? They? Hearing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai turned his head and glanced at the bosses, who were still arguing about whether the essence of the curse comes from the soul or magic power. Let them be. This is their job anyway. The boss is responsible for researching theories, and he should just be an ordinary person. He just needs to learn how to kill people with the weapons developed by the boss's theories. Sure enough, it's better to stay away from these brain-consuming topics in the future. The mammoth was currently resting next to a ruin. Duanmu Huai did not waste any time and got off the mammoth directly. He found an open space, then reached out his hand to press the ground and then closed his eyes. Nothing happened, at least on the surface. Duanmu Huai seemed to be just squatting there, with his palms on the ground, motionless. But under the illumination of the searchlight, one could see the elongated, dark shadow behind Duanmu Huai gradually twisting, shaking, spreading, and slowly extending in all directions. This feeling is really strange. Feeling the feedback from the ground, Duanmu Huai frowned. The power of the old ones is indeed strong and powerful enough to distort everything. But the pollution of the warp is not so easy to deal with. If he follows Mary's suggestion, what Duanmu Huai has to do is to use his own power to wrap up the warp pollution of this world, and then use the magic of destruction to eliminate it to achieve the purpose of purification. This was no particular loss to Duanmu Huai himself, as the old contamination came from the nature of the outer gods, which was to take themselves as the center and gradually assimilate everything around them into the same form as themselves. In fact, when Duanmu Huai heard Mary talk about this method, he immediately thought of a very famous thing called star color. This is a very famous alien race. believed to have originated outside the known universe. And science cannot explain it at all. Of course, this is not important. What is important is the activity patterns and laws of the star colors. There was a star color mission in the game. At that time, a star color embryo fell from outer space to a remote wilderness on Earth. After that, this wilderness was infiltrated and affected by the power of the star color. The plants living there began to twist and grow wildly. And the animals also began to undergo unimaginable changes. Everything there, whether it was animals or plants, would be contaminated by the star color, and gradually emerge with an indescribable, inexplicable color like the aurora. However, this is not the main purpose of the star color. The reason why it releases power and accelerates the growth of local life is actually to absorb enough life energy and leave the planet after the star color itself grows up. Therefore, when these lives influenced by the star colors gradually grow stronger and possess enough energy for mature star color individuals to leave the planet, the cosmic life from the unknown world will absorb all the energy in one breath, and then turn into a dazzling ball of light, suddenly leave, fly directly out of the atmosphere, and disappear into the depths of the vast universe. In the places where it absorbed energy, everything was consumed, leaving only pure white. It was as if all the colors here were completely absorbed by the star color. When Duanmu Huai heard Mary's suggestion, he immediately thought of the star color. The method Mary mentioned was exactly the same as the method used by the star color to reproduce itself. First, use its own power to erode and distort the local environment. And then after the local environment is completely under its control, absorb the life energy that has been eroded and affected in one breath. Logically speaking, if Xingjisai can do it, then Duanmu Huai can naturally do it as well. As to whether it can be done, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists tightly. Just try it, and you will know. Chapter 1145 Weird Building. Everything is easier said than done. Duanmu Huai's experiment was of course no exception. Using his old god power to pollute the curse, it was unexpectedly successful. And through mastering this part, Duanmu Huai was indeed able to form a clear impression in his mind. The only problem is, it seems like I'm still using too much force. Duanmu Huai stood up and shook his head. In front of him was a huge abyss that was hundreds of meters wide and bottomless. Of course, just a few minutes ago, this was just a flat land. However, after Duanmu Huai used the magic of destruction to erase the curse, the land here also disappeared. If it doesn't work, let's just leave it at that. Duanmu Huai stared at the ground in front of him and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. The best case scenario is that the magic of destruction dispels the curse, and then the earth returns to its original appearance. But now it seems that this path is not feasible. Fortunately, according to the degree of pollution, the surface pollution is only about 100 meters deep. If it doesn't work, Duanmu Huai will simply eliminate the soil on the surface of the entire planet by about 100 meters. With his ability, it is no problem to directly explode the planet, let alone this kind of small job. This is actually like dealing with cancer. If you can't accurately kill every cancer cell, then cut it cleanly. As long as it is cut cleanly enough, it will not recur. Moreover, the crust of a planet is very thick, let alone hundreds of meters. Even if you dig out thousands of meters, it is not a problem. But before that, the most important thing is to find the source of the pollution. Otherwise, even if it is removed, it will recur again. By the way, regarding the concept of the essence of the curse, several people argued for a long time, but could not come to a conclusion. In addition, Duanmu Huai had already found a solution, so they could only temporarily put aside the discussion and continue to focus on the problem at hand. Fortunately, according to the direction of the flow of magic power here, and was still able to lock in a general direction and give a route forward. But, to be honest, walking on land is still a bit slow. It would be much better if we could fly over there. Duanmu Huai yawned out of boredom, looking at the unchanging scenery in front of him. The scenery was not unchanging, but strictly speaking, there was nothing to see. The same is true for deep-sea exploration. Xueli was quite used to it. She was currently concentrating on writing and drawing on the table while speaking casually. I still remember the first time I entered the deep sea, looking at the scenery outside. Even if there was nothing on the seabed, I was so excited that I could watch it all day long. Then what? After a day, I started to worry whether we would make it to the surface alive. Xueli sighed silently. To be honest, Doing research far away from human civilization is really a very painful thing. What is the deep sea? Hiragi, who was sitting next to them, heard the conversation between the two and asked curiously. You can think of it as a very large, very deep, almost bottomless lake. How big? Well, you'll know once you see it. Duanmu chatted with Hiragi for a few words while looking at the Origa. Since the City of Twilight, there has been no life reaction or signal on it. It has been dead for the past few days. Duanmu even sent the three Medusa sisters out in spirit form to search around. But they also found nothing. Oh! Speaking of the three sisters, Steno and Uriel have completely become obedient canaries these days, and no longer have the arrogant temper they had before. At least when they see Duanmu, they are obedient and don't even dare to insult him verbally. This is nonsense. When they did this before, the consequences were not good. Duanmu will not let go of those two little mouths that say bad things. Although these two goddesses are goddesses, they themselves have no fighting power. In addition, Duanmu is not someone who is willing to suffer losses, nor is he willing to be a licking dog for the two goddesses like other men. So they finally accepted their fate and became cowards. Of course, just like a bird, even if it is timid, it will come over and bite you a few times when you reach out your hand to tease it, showing that it still has a temper. It's just that Duanmu felt that this pair of sisters seemed to be doing it knowingly. Yawning, Duanmu looked around again. Xueli was busy with her own research. Ever since and had argued with several other people that day about whether the curse was magic or a reaction of the soul to no avail. She seemed to have been studying related topics in the past few days. Looking at her confident look, it seemed that she was determined to compete with the others on this proposition. Forget it. At least they are all cultured people, and won't start fighting the moment they meet. At this moment, the speed of the mammoth suddenly began to slow down. Feeling that the situation had changed, Duanmu raised his head and looked around curiously. What's wrong? What happened? It seems we have reached our destination. Master. Ogus glanced at the auspicious instrument next to her and spoke. We're here already? Wait. Let me look around. There doesn't seem to be anything. Forget it. Let's just fire the flares. Duanmu looked around through the searchlight. But there was still nothing worth noting in the area illuminated by the searchlight. So Duanmu simply and decisively issued an order. Soon, along with Duanmu order, a flare was fired from above the mammoth, shining like a small sun, illuminating the surrounding land. And under the lighting this time, Duanmu and others finally discovered an unusual building. It was an old and dilapidated metal building. Judging from its tall size, it seemed like some kind of giant factory. Although a very long time had passed, it was still standing. At least it had not completely disappeared due to weathering and the passage of time like other buildings. Are you sure it's here? Duanmu retracted his gaze, looked at it and asked. The latter closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and nodded vigorously. The fluctuations of magic here are stronger than anywhere else before. It is certain that this is the place. Very good. Duanmu also made a decision quickly. Denon, Lorena, Ogus, you come with me. The rest of you stay on the mammoth. Yes. After putting on the armor, the group left the mammoth again and came to the huge steel factory. It must be said that when you look closer, you will find that this building is indeed huge. The mammoth is more than 10 meters high. But in front of this building, it can't even reach the bottom of the foundation. Just standing on the ground and looking up, you can give people an extremely shocking feeling. Even the flare that was launched was only slightly taller than this giant factory. This shows how tall this metal building is. It's definitely the place where the oil man is. Looking at the gears and skull pattern at the gate in front of him with a complicated expression, Duanmu silently picked up the warhammer. Everyone get ready. Although no signs of life were found on the bird body, who knew what ghosts would be hidden in the facilities of the oil guy? The door of the Mechanicus was not closed. Although from the outside, the giant building did not collapse and even maintained its original appearance. Except for a little more dust, it still stood on the ground. But this did not mean that the building was not damaged. In fact, just looking at the door in front of us would tell. It was blown apart. Duanmu turned on the searchlight, then held the warhammer tightly, and was the first to walk into the gap of the gate, while looking around vigilantly, and said that the magic fluctuations here were quite active. But Duanmu did not notice anything particularly strange. Considering his power as the god of destruction, This was somewhat surprising to Duanmu Huai, although he is not proficient in magic. Generally speaking, ordinary magical fluctuations cannot escape Duanmu Huai's perception. After all, he is a god, right? But could it be that the fragment that could escape the fluctuations of my divine senses is really a fragment of the star god? That would be a lot of fun. Duanmu Huai held a war hammer in his hand and silently shuffled a few cards. Fragments of the star god. As one of the main culprits for the universe becoming what it is now. The abilities of the star gods vary. Some are so strong that players can't beat them at all and can only watch the plot, while others are so weak that players can enter a 5-player dungeon. But no matter which one, the star gods themselves are the embodiment of the rules and order of the universe. So it may not be difficult to defeat them, but it is almost impossible to completely destroy them. Duanmu Huai, the god of destruction, can only theoretically destroy the star gods. But the problem is that the star gods represent the order and rules of the universe. And what will happen if Duanmu Huai destroys them? No one knows. Maybe the sun suddenly stopped shining. Or the planets stopped rotating? Such a funny situation shouldn't happen. As he walked and looked around, Duanmu Huai was also thinking about some irrelevant questions in his mind. But soon he frowned. What is it, Sir Knight? Hearing Duanmu Huai's puzzled voice, Lorena asked curiously. There's something wrong with this place. Duanmu Huai raised his head again and used the searchlight to carefully illuminate every corner around him, sweeping the wreckage from top to bottom. Wrong? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and was stunned for a moment. I didn't detect any traces of magic circles or similar fluctuations. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that the structure here is a little different from the Mechanicus facilities I remember. Generally speaking, the facilities of the Mechanicus are definitely based on machinery. But because of their religious attributes, these buildings also have prayers and shrines similar to the god of all machines, as well as indispensable statues. However, Duanmu Huai did not see anything like this here. It was as if the part about the god of all machines had been erased, except for the door that was blown open. We keep moving forward. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. But now, he had a bad feeling in his heart. This place doesn't seem like a good place. Chapter 1146 as expected. The whole building was dead silent, and there didn't seem to be any danger. But Duanmu Huai doesn't think so. It is obvious from the traces here that an extremely fierce battle took place in this place. Although because of the long time, most of the corpses have been weathered and even turned into things comparable to fossils. But at least the traces of plasma and grenade launchers on the walls will not disappear so easily. And those weapons. The flesh will decompose and decay. But weapons are not so easily destroyed. Therefore, even if the corpses here can no longer be seen, Duanmu Huai can still find some clues from the weapons. Therefore, from the wreckage here, Duanmu Huai was able to analyze and restore part of the situation at that time. It was obvious that a force attacked the building at that time. Duanmu Huai judged that it might be the rebels because they were using laser weapons. This kind of thing, nicknamed flashlight by players, is mostly equipped by ground armed forces and star forces, and is also the easiest weapon for the rebels to obtain. The Mechanicus doesn't use it much. Judging from the current wreckage, the rebels attacked the building and encountered a stubborn resistance from the Mechanicus. And many people died at first. But they still did not waver, but became more ferocious. Well, this is a bit like the followers of tyrannical wrath. It is impossible to run away. Only by rushing forward and dying can you maintain the dignity of being a believer. And the power of tyrannical wrath lies in the battle itself. The more intense the battle, the more people die, and the stronger its power. Duanmu Huai had encountered a similar situation in the novice village, when the followers of tyrannical wrath occupied a fortress and started an evil blasphemous ritual there. Duanmu Huai and his companions did not dare to go into fight, because if you go into fight, you are giving energy to tyrannical wrath, and you might end up summoning the warp demon. So at that time, Duanmu Huai first destroyed their altars, and then got rid of these cultists. Therefore, for the believers of tyrannical wrath, rushing forward is the truth. No matter how many people die, they don't care. It was obvious that the Mechanicus was not able to withstand the offensive of the rebels. They rushed into the gate and advanced all the way forward. After leaving behind thousands or tens of thousands of corpses, the rebels finally arrived. Looking at the gate in front of him, Duanmu Huai stopped. What is this place? It seems different from what we saw before. Looking at the gate in front of them, Evanon asked curiously. This was normal. Along the way, they had learned a lot about the styles of the Inquisition and the Empire. Strictly speaking, the Mechanicus was almost the same, but the gate in front of him was a little different. It abandoned the Empire's traditional golden theme and was black in color. It did not look like it was made of metal but more like stone. Because this is not the Empire's architecture. Duanmu Huai stared at the door with a gloomy expression and said in a cold voice that the appearance of the door looked like the style of ancient Egypt. So it was very clear what was here. Necrons. One of the oldest beings in this universe. And the first race to practice flesh and blood are weak. Machines ascend. Although he did this because of the Star God's deception. And if there are remains of the Necrons here, then given the grudges between them and the Star Gods, there is indeed a high probability that there are fragments of the Star Gods here. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also found something even more surprising at the gate. A suit of power armor lying in the dust. Of course, the original person wearing the power armor had naturally weathered away completely long ago. But the fairly clear markings on this set of power armor clearly proved his origins. Court. Now it's right. When Duanmu Huai saw this set of power armor, he suddenly understood. He had been curious before. If the rebels and the Mechanicus fought, why did both sides fail in the end? Was it a loss for both sides? In addition, there is another answer, which is that a third party is involved. Who is the third party? The court. The rebels believe in evil gods, and should definitely be killed according to the standards of the Inquisition. And what about the Mechanicus? You actually build houses on top of Necron's ruins. Secretly researching and using alien technology? I'll kill you if I don't. Even if Duanmu Huai had seen this scene at the time, he would have said nothing, and would have killed both sides together without letting anyone go. Damn it. They are all heretics and should be purified. So as of now, when the Mechanicus and the rebels were fighting fiercely, the Inquisition intervened and fought against both sides at the same time, forcing the Mechanicus and the rebels to flee in panic, one hiding in the space elevator, and the other hiding underground. But the question is what happened next. Was the Inquisition's action successful? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, it might have failed. But at least the Inquisition did not issue an extermination order for the planet. The reason is simple. If the Inquisition issued an extermination order for this planet, it is hard to say what would happen to those hiding underground. But the people on the floating island would have all died long ago, and it is impossible for them to remain until now. Duanmu Huai shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Let's go in and take a look. There were no obstacles along the way. Or it could be said that this place should have been heavily guarded. But the Forerunners had basically helped Duanmu Huai and others to step over all the mines. As everyone moved forward, the wreckage along the way also showed that the intensity of the battle had risen to an unexpected level since entering here. Duanmu Huai even saw the wreckage of several Titans. The Mechanicus actually deployed Titans here. So what is underneath is almost obvious. But on the other hand, the Titans were unable to stop the Inquisition, which shows that the two sides really fought each other. As for the rebels, well, Duanmu Huai never saw them again. So they were probably all dead. After all, in front of the Mechanicus and the Inquisition, even the rebels who believed in the evil god were just little brothers, with no sense of existence. Following Duanmu Huai, and Lorena and Ogus looked around curiously. The style here was really different from all the other places they had seen before. Although and others had followed Duanmu Huai to many ruins or alien civilizations, many of which were very strange. They all gave people a sense of life. But it's completely different here. This place feels like a steel tomb, without any breath of life or signs of past existence. Whether it is the cold and dark green light that appears around, or these strange buildings that look like they are made of some kind of metal, they all give people an inorganic and cold feeling. This is actually a consistent feature of the Necrons. And it is also the reason why players criticize them and do not think they are still alive. To be honest, even the buildings and warships created by those wag greenskins can make people feel their vitality, although the threat level of this vitality is a bit high. But the creations of the Necrons, no matter how you look at them, you can't see any signs of life. So in the eyes of many players, the Necrons are no longer considered life forms, but just an existence similar to the abomination intelligence. In other words, when they were bewitched by the Star God and uploaded their consciousness into the mechanical body, they were actually dead. After all, who can prove that what they think is their own consciousness belongs to them, and is not just a memory? Hasn't there been a similar scene in science fiction movies, where someone wakes up and thinks he is a but finds out in the end that he is just a clone. His so-called past memories are actually just the product of A's memories copied into his brain. In other words, his past memories make him think he is A. But in fact he is not A at all. Are the Necrons any different? They think they are the consciousness of the Necronter. But in reality, it's just the Necronter uploading their memories into the Necron's body. The question is, are they still Necronter? Or are they Necrons? What exactly is the soul? This kind of philosophical question is not what Duanmu Huai cares about. Anyway, whether it is the Necronter or the Necrons, they are all his enemies. Finally, they reach the bottom. To be honest, I'm really not surprised at all. Duanmu Huai looked at the huge building that looked like a metal pyramid in front of him, and was extremely calm. It turned out that the player's speculation on the forum was correct. There was indeed a sealed fragment of the star god in this world. And judging from the pipelines on it, it was obviously controlled by the Mechanicus for a long time. What is this, Mr. Knight? And looked at the pyramid in front of him warily, and asked in a low voice. I feel there is a very scary force in it. A fragment of a star god. A part of a monster that existed at the beginning of this universe. Duanmu Huai waved his war hammer, and stared at the pyramid in front of him. Remember the story I told you about the Necrons and the Necronter? And nodded. Anyone who joined the Inquisition would undergo a training course. And certainly knew the story about the Necronter. Who, out of fear of death, uploaded their consciousness into the Man of Steel at the behest of the Star God, leading to the extinction of their entire race. And the subsequent Necrons. Is this the Star God? Staring at the pyramid. And swallowed. I can feel a very scary and powerful force. It's not quite the same as magic. But it's very terrifying. I can feel it. Too. Duanmu Huai also nodded. When he was a player, he could only understand the power of the Star God from the data. But now that Duanmu Huai has truly become a god, he can personally experience how terrifying these beings are that were born with the universe, and are still alive today. To put it bluntly, things like the true gods in the world of Faerun are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Star God. The last time Duanmu Huai felt so much pressure was when he met Yog-Sothoth through a girl in the Type Moon world, the outer god that brought him. Of course, the power of this Star God fragment is not as strong as Yog-Sothoth. But among the old ones, it is considered to be one of the best, and at least stronger than Cthulhu. But fortunately, Duanmu Huai is not weak either. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to even stand here now. Just like An and Lorena, both of whom are considered very strong. But facing the Star God, they still feel an uncontrollable tension and fear. It is not the difference in strength, but a sense of oppression from time. It's like what a little child feels when standing in front of an old man who is countless times older than himself. The kind of heavy pressure that comes from the long river of time. Even Ojas, who usually had a cold expression, had a stiff face at this moment. She sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulder and stared at the pyramid in front of her, like a cat with its fur standing on end. What are we going to do now? Open it. In response to Anne's question, Duanmu Huai gave a straightforward answer, and then destroy it completely. Chapter 1147 Star God Fragments. It has to be said that this is the most difficult battle Duanmu Huai has ever experienced since he traveled to this world. Fragments of Star God. How strong a Star God is, players can't tell. The game only uses data to show it. But the data is obviously not as vivid as when you stand in front of the cage and feel the shock from the ancient will. The power from the end of time is enough to drive any intelligent life crazy. Duanmu Huai walked down the stairs slowly. And at the same time, soul cards flashed in his hands and then disappeared. With Duanmu Huai's current strength, he actually didn't need to summon soul cards to fight in many cases. But this time, the situation was obviously different. A strange world. A strange fragment of a Star God. No one knew what kind of ability it had. Therefore, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it would be better to treat this as a copy of the Star God in the game. I'll deal with the main body. Duanmu Huai stared at the pyramid in front of him, then began to give orders. Ojas, and Lorena, please be careful around you. The awakening of the Star God will cause unimaginable changes. Remember, if you feel that you can't handle it, leave here as soon as possible. I will take care of the rest. Do you understand? Okay. Perhaps it was because it was rare to hear Duanmu Huai so serious, and swallowed and nodded. But Mr. Knight, do we really have to fight it? Can't we just leave it here? It's been so many years anyway. In theory. Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded. The Necrons imprisoned the Tan fragment perfectly. Even the Mechanicus has not been able to break the seal. So strictly speaking, we can indeed put it here, and do what we need to do. At most, this land cannot be conquered. Well, I think Shurilia should be able to accept this result. But unfortunately, we are the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He could understand what it said. But Duanmu Huai did not allow himself to retreat here. The reason was very simple. No matter what, the final judgment court would definitely face the Chaos Evil God. If he did not even have the courage to face a fragment of the Star God now, then when he really had to fight the Chaos Evil God in the future, wouldn't he also be unable to make up his mind? Duanmu Huai was not interested in the so-called strategic retreat. He always chose to either not do it or do it completely. He would not stop halfway. Unless he gave up everything now, knelt before the Chaos God, and swore allegiance to his new master like those Chaos Space Marines. One day, whether Duanmu Huai was willing or not, he would have to face the threat of the Chaos God. Therefore, this was a test Duanmu Huai gave himself. Indeed, in the game, although the weakest Star God could enter a 5-player dungeon, it required at least 5 players to play together. No one could play Star God fragments alone. But it was a game after all, and the players were mortals after all. However, it is different now. Duanmu Huai holds several priesthoods and has even maxed out the God of Destruction. It just so happens that Duanmu Huai has never been able to find an opponent who can prove his strength, whether it is the gods on the continent of Faerun, the gods of disobedience, or the angels of the highest heaven. They are all natives in the final analysis, and are not vulnerable at all. And this piece of Star God fragment is the best alchemy stone. If I can't even defeat this piece of Star God fragment, then what's the point of fighting the Chaos Evil God? Just go home and take a shower and go to bed. The Inquisition will not let go of any existence that threatens humanity. It would be fine if we didn't know about it. But now that we know there is such a dangerous thing here, the best way is to destroy it directly. Having said that, Duanmu Huai clenched his hammer. Get started. The moment he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer high and took a step forward. Then he looked at the giant metal cage in front of him and smashed it down with force. Boom! Ordinary physical attacks would naturally not be able to blast open this prison built by the Necrons to imprison the oldest gods in the universe. Strictly speaking, they are older than the 4 Chaos Gods. However, Duanmu Huai's power as the God of Destruction is not just talk. When Duanmu Huai's hammer, which was filled with destructive power, hit the prison, the entire building shook violently. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the giant pyramid prison instantly shattered and exploded. And then, a dazzling light emerged from it. And in the shining light, a huge figure emerged from it. It looked like a human, with a glow like an incandescent bulb all over its body. And it looked like a humanoid substance condensed from light. 2 pairs of thick arms spread out from the body of the Star God fragment. And behind it were metal shackles that looked like wings. The face that had no face at all, and looked like a blank space, also raised its head, and stared at Duanmu Huai in front of it. At the same time, a deep voice emerged from everyone's mind. Lowlife, you have liberated me. So, go to H.L. Duanmu Huai didn't have the habit of standing here waiting for cutscenes. Before the Star God fragment could finish its words, he rushed forward to the Star God fragment, raised the warhammer in his hand, and smashed it directly at the big face that had no facial features and was almost blank. How stupid! Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the Star God fragment was obviously a little surprised. But soon it stretched out its 4 arms, along with the Star God's movements. A strange and distorted light like some kind of interference radio waves flashed in its hands. Then 2 spears appeared in the hands of the Star God fragment, crossing to block Duanmu Huai's attack. Clang! Boom! When the 2 sides came into contact, Duanmu Huai's body shook, and the Star God fragment also took a step back. Wow! It's worthy of being a fragment of a Star God. It's really extraordinary. Feeling the recoil from his hand, Duanmu Huai also frowned. It had been a long time since he encountered an enemy who could take his attack. You know, Duanmu Huai had used 70% of his strength in that attack just now. According to his experience, this level of attack is generally enough to break the defense of almost all the beings he has encountered so far. The Star God fragment is still the first one to come. Not only that, it even blocked the erosion of its own destructive power. You should know that Duanmu Huai's destructive power emerges in the form of the dark flame of fateful death. As long as he fights with the opponent and comes into contact with the opponent, Fateful death will gradually reduce the opponent's HP limit and weaken the opponent's physical attributes. However, this is the first time that Duanmu Huai feels that his destructive power did not directly erode the opponent's body as usual, but was directly blocked by the opponent. Should I say it is worthy of being a Star God fragment? It is indeed different. Duanmu Huai's attack obviously angered the Star God fragment, although its face, which was formed by the condensation of white light, had no facial features at all. It still roared with anger. However, the next moment, an unimaginable scene appeared in front of everyone. Boom boom boom. Along with the roar of the Star God fragments, the originally cold and broken mechanical wreckage around them suddenly began to move. They were tightly combined with each other, as if attracted by a magnet. In the blink of an eye, they turned into huge and strange steel warriors, rushing towards Duanmu Huai with weapons in hand. Leave it to you. Duanmu Huai was no exception to the fact that the fragments of the Star God would summon small monsters. In fact, in the dungeons in the game, the fragments of the Star God would also summon small monsters. However, because the nature of each Star God was different, the summoned small monsters were also different. Now it seemed that this Star God should be familiar with being able to manipulate metal and machinery. Could it be the Void Dragon? Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed as he looked at the four-armed fragment of the Star God in front of him. The Void Dragon was the best at manipulating the material realm among all the Star Gods. Even in the war between the Necrons and the Ancient Saints, it was the Void Dragon's technological weapons that allowed the Necrons to defeat the Ancient Saints. In fact, there have always been rumors in the game that Messiah, the god of all machines worshipped by the Mechanicus on Mars, is actually a fragment of the Void Dragon. Could it be that the one I encountered was another one? That's interesting. No one has ever fought against the fragments of the Void Dragon in the game. But the Void Dragon is also a well-known Star God among players. After all, it may be the true body of the god of all machines. And now Duanmu Huai actually encountered a fragment that looked like a Void Dragon here. As for whether it is, you will know after the fight. These thoughts flashed through Duanmu Huai's mind. And then he continued to rush forward, and threw himself face first in front of the Star God fragment. As for the monster summoned by the Star God fragment, he had handed them over to him and others to deal with. With their abilities, they should have no problem dealing with those summoned monsters. What I have to do is to get rid of the fragments of the Star God in front of me. Bang! The warhammer smashed again, and blasted on the star's fragments. Although the starry fragments were shook, it did not seem to be sufficiently harmed. TSK. It's Necron technology as expected. Just troublesome. Looking at the strange glowing body of the Star God in front of him, Duanmu Huai also sighed. The body of the Star God was created by the Necrons with living metal, and its strong resistance to blows was expected. After all, even the Necrons who created the body of the Star God could not destroy it. The fact that it could be broken into pieces and sealed was enough to explain the problem. But this is just the beginning. Duanmu Huai's hammer fell, but did not achieve any results. However, at the same time, a glimmer of light flashed between Duanmu Huai's fingers, and then a shining magic circle unfolded in front of Duanmu Huai, followed by a roaring magic beam bursting out from it, directly hitting the enemy in front of him. This time, in the face of Duanmu Huai's attack, the Star God fragments finally reacted. I saw that it hurriedly raised her arm and the long gun to block it. But then the whistling magic torrent rushed directly, hitting the Star God fragment, and shocked it out. It is true. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. Indeed, the Star Gods themselves possess a power so powerful that it can be called the laws of the universe, coupled with the living metal bodies built for them by the Necrons. Even a fragment of them would be difficult to deal with. However, the Star Gods have an extremely fatal weakness. That is, as the most materialistic existence in this universe, they are completely helpless against magic and psychic power from the subspace. And Duanmu Huai just happened to be a psychic. Sure enough, pure divine power attacks have limited effect on it. But magic attacks from psychic energy can penetrate the defense of the Star God fragments. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was also bottomed out. Do it! Chapter 1148. Die for me. Roar! The dragon-like steel monster, made of countless mechanical wreckage, roared and pounced on the prey in front of it, facing the opponent's sharp steel fangs, and raised his hand without fear. And soon an ice wall appeared, blocking the steel monster. The opponent's claws slapped down hard and hit the hard ice wall, while the ice wall blocked the steel monster attack. The magic guidance book in Anne's hand suddenly turned over a page. And I saw the huge fireball suddenly emerge from the top of the steel monster's head out of thin air. And then smashed it. Boom! With a bomb-like explosion. The mechanical monster in front of him, which was as tall as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was instantly blown into pieces. But then, the wreckage that had been scattered by the explosion quickly gathered together again and stuck to the metal wall next to it. Then it turned into a monster like a giant python and attacked again. It's so annoying that it never ends. Once again, the attack on the mechanical monster rushed towards himself. And it could not help but complain. These mechanical monsters themselves are already very strong. But the intensity is not unable to deal with. The problem is that these monsters are not dead at all. The target in front of you launch an attack. What's going on? Why are there so many? After summoning the clay doll guards again to block the enemies in front. And also started shouting. And Lorena next to him nodded slightly. According to the knight, it should be the power of the Star God Fragment. The knight also said before that after the Star God Fragment awakens, it will summon monsters and so on. But it is too much to fight if you do it fight. Sure enough, you still have to do it for the fragments of the Star God, he said here, holding his fist hard. And AOG looked at her silently. Want to help? Never mind. And quickly looked behind him. Then immediately retracted his gaze and looked again at the mechanical monster in front of him that had changed again. And once again released magic to repel it. The battlefield over there is not what we can participate in it. We are still here to help the Cavaliers from blocking the mobs. As for there, we can only expect Mr. Cavaliers to knock that monster as soon as possible. Asin said, although the best way at present is for them to cooperate with Duanmu Huai and rush forward to kill the Star God Fragment in the shortest time. But Asin said, there is no room for them to join the battlefield over there. Both the Star God Fragment and Duanmu Huai have burst out with power that is impossible for people to approach. Even as soul cards. If and others get close, they will be killed in an instant. All they can do now is to stop these mechanical monsters here. Just as Asin said, the current battlefield below is no longer a level they can intervene in. Drink A. Duanmu Huai roared and raised his war hammer, swinging it hard at the fragment of the Star God in front of him. The latter dodged Duanmu Huai's attack with a series of afterimages. However, the war hammer did not stop there, but smashed directly on the ground. And then the whole earth shook, and surging black flames gushed out, fanning out and exploding forward, hitting the fragment of the Star God. The moment he was hit by the black flames, the latter's body shook violently, and then several strange spears of light appeared out of thin air above Duanmu Huai's head and stabbed straight at him. Swish! The flying spears of light were not deflected by Duanmu Huai's heavy power armor like other weapons. Instead, they pierced directly into Duanmu Huai's body like a sharp knife inserted into a cake. The next moment, with Duanmu Huai's angry shout, a surge of destructive power erupted, turning the shining spears of light into powder. Sure enough, even the enemy who pays the extent of Xingshen, even the effect of the soul card is limited. Duanmu Huai was not unprepared for this. He had said before that there were summons with abilities, like instant kill on contact in the soul cards. However, this ability was useless against large bosses or high-level monsters. After all, if the instant kill ability could be used to deal with evil gods, then almost any summoning judge could open a bunch of necromancy cards and play the dungeon alone. This is obviously impossible. For example, now, facing the Star God Fragment, Duanmu Huai naturally equipped the Holy Sword. Logically speaking, with the ability of the Holy Sword card, Duanmu Huai equipped with the Holy Sword should be in an invincible state that cannot be attacked at all. However, in fact, even facing such a Duanmu Huai, the Star God Fragment can easily injure him, which is enough to explain the problem. Just like instant kill, even if you are invincible, there are also limits. However, this does not mean that Duanmu Huai cannot fight against the Star God Fragments. In the final analysis, is it still a showdown of divine power? Gripping the warhammer tightly, Duanmu Huai let out a long breath. Just as Duanmu Huai expected, ordinary soul cards would not have much effect on the Star God Fragments. This was also normal, even according to the data in the game. Even the weakest Star God required 5 players to team up to fight. So it was naturally not a level that could be fought by one person alone. And here, if Duanmu Huai wants to fight against him, the only thing he can use is his own divine power. Use the power of the God of Destruction to fight against the fragments of the Star God. After all, The power of the god of destruction is to destroy everything. Even the star god is no exception. However, the release of divine power is also limited. For Duanmu at the moment, the best way is to capture the opponent directly, and then use the power of the old ones to forcibly invade the body of the star god, and then destroy it. This is actually to use the method given by Mary before to deal with the curse, to deal with the fragments of the star god. It's just that this star god is obviously not easy to deal with. It seems to know what Duanmu wants to do, so he has always kept a distance from Duanmu. But this can't go on any longer. Feeling the burning pain all over his body, Duanmu took a deep breath. The star god fragment had not yet recovered its original strength. The star god lived by absorbing the power of the stars. Therefore, what appeared in front of him was not a star god fragment with full strength, but at best a star god fragment that was starved and malnourished due to long-term imprisonment. This is also the reason why the other party did not break away immediately. At the moment when he was entangled by Duanmu, this star god did not have enough ability to get rid of Duanmu. But if we continue, if it finds an opportunity to break away and then runs to the side of the star to take a breath, that would be even more troublesome. In that case, let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Duanmu suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the star god fragment in front of him again. The latter saw Duanmu running like a wild boar and quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Duanmu again. At the same time, spears of light appeared out of thin air and flew towards Duanmu again. Roll. Facing the flying spear, Duanmu once again swung the hammer in his hand and knocked it away. At the same time, beams of magic light emerged from it, defeating the violent lightning flashes around. That's right. This fragment of the star god can not only easily manipulate matter, but can even manipulate lightning. No wonder you are regarded as the god of all machines. After all, you can manipulate both matter and lightning, which means you have maximized the attributes of a machine. However, for Duanmu, this level of pulling is no longer useful. Just as he shattered the thunder summoned by the star god fragments, a flash of light suddenly appeared between Duanmu's fingers. Dimension beyond. The next moment, Duanmu's huge body suddenly disappeared. And then in a flash, he appeared in front of the star god fragments. However, puff! Almost at the same time as Duanmu appeared, the spear in the hand of the star god fragment also stabbed out and instantly pierced through Duanmu's body. Depend on. Feeling the burning pain in his body, Duanmu couldn't help but yell and curse. As expected of a star god fragment, could it even resist a magic like dimensional transcendence that could travel through time? If I hadn't opened 3-dimensional transcendences in a row and barely avoided the star god fragment's counterattack at the last moment, then I would have been giving myself away. But my goal has been achieved. Boom! Duanmu threw away the war hammer in his hand, then stretched out his hand with a grim smile and grabbed the fragment of the star god in front of him. Hey! 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 Little beauty. Let's see where you can run to now. Along with Duanmu's low and sinister roar, countless dark shadows burst out from Duanmu's body like dirty mud, and transformed into tentacles. They rushed towards the star god fragments like an octopus catching prey, and tightly entangled with the star god fragments. Then, these tentacles quickly melted when they came into contact with the star god fragments, and turned into objects like turbid mud. They followed the gaps in the star god's body fragments and gradually penetrated into its body. In this pure white, there is a touch of black. What do you want to do? Let me go right now. At this moment, the star god fragment seemed to have finally sensed the coming of danger, and its originally calm tone finally showed a fear that it had never had before. Hey, 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 do you still think you can run away? It's no use. Little beauty. That's it. I'll show you how powerful your grandpa is. No matter how the star god fragment struggled, Duanmu's hands were like iron pliers, tightly grasping the shaking body of the star god fragment in front of him, and ruthlessly injecting his power into the body of the star god fragment. Soon, the star god fragment, which was originally emitting pure white light like a star, gradually dimmed under the pollution of the old ones. Turbid darkness gradually emerged from it. At the same time, in response to it, the dark energy on Duanmu's body also gradually began to erupt. Let me go! Damn it! At this moment, even though the star god fragment was backstabbed by the necromancer, it felt an unprecedented fear. A fear that it had never felt before. The fear of its own complete disappearance. With the loud roar of the star god fragment, the surrounding metal ground began to surge like waves. At the same time, hundreds of spears of light appeared out of thin air and stabbed Duanmu Huai from all directions. Ha ha ha. Die for me! At the same time, amid Duanmu Huai's roar, violent destructive force gushed out, rushing straight into the sky, completely engulfing everything around it. Chapter 1149, Deus Ex Machina? The surging destructive force rushed up to the sky and directly blew away the huge metal building. The violent vibration like a magnitude 10 earthquake spread across the earth. At the same time, the fragments of the star god that Duanmu Huai had forcefully injected also gradually began to expand, and black rays of light scattered from the gaps. Duanmu Huai held on tightly to the star god fragment and had no intention of letting go. Even when his body was pierced by the star god's spear, he still did not let go. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also felt the thoughts from the star god. It was not a telepathic message. On the contrary, the star god's thoughts formed a series of patterns in Duanmu Huai's mind, allowing Duanmu Huai to fully understand his thoughts. It wanted to end this battle, surrender to Duanmu Huai, become his servant, and fight for Duanmu Huai. And its only request was that Duanmu Huai would spare its life. That's right. For the first time in its life, the star god fragment seemed to feel the threat of imminent destruction and death. Its mind was trembling, screaming, and begging for Duanmu Huai's grace. It couldn't imagine what the inevitable advent of death and destruction would bring, but it was afraid of the ending that it couldn't understand or accept. It was willing to give everything it had to Duanmu Huai. Even at this moment, Duanmu Huai could feel the long river of knowledge flowing from the mind of the star god fragment. That was the origin of everything since the birth of the universe. Knowledge, steel, technology, all kinds of knowledge and technology were flowing from the star god's thoughts into Duanmu Huai's brain. If Maria were here, she would definitely be completely immersed in it, because this is all the knowledge and experience that the star god has accumulated over countless thousands of years, from the birth of the universe to the present. To put it more exaggeratedly, this is more like a blessing from the god of all machines. But unfortunately, for Duanmu Huai, his only reaction was, the chirping is so annoying. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar, the violent destructive force suddenly attacked again, directly smashing the knowledge and experience that the star god tried to instill into Duanmu Huai's brain. He hated these messy things the most. What equations? What technology blueprints? What core technologies? Just thinking about Duanmu Huai made his head itch, as if he was going to grow a brain. He hated this the most. Boom! As Duanmu Huai's destructive power intensified again, the knowledge that the star god fragment had instilled into Duanmu Huai's mind shattered and collapsed, and his spirit was also severely damaged at this moment. With a piercing scream, the star god fragment suddenly raised its head, and then the flat face without facial features, like a light bulb, also shattered, and the dark light of the collapse erupted from it with a roar, merging into the light column in the sky. Yuah! At this moment, and Lorena and Otis were also running away, rushing out of the collapsing steel building as fast as they could. I knew Mr. Knight would do something big, looking back at the light of destruction that had completely engulfed the entire building, and couldn't help but complain, while Lorena next to him sighed softly. My Lord Knight is still the same as before. The further impact of the power of destruction completely destroyed the last bit of consciousness of the star god fragments. Soon, Duanmu Huai felt that the body of the star god in his hand, which was originally extremely hard and even his thunder hammer could hardly hurt it, began to crack rapidly and decomposed and disappeared like sand. And the star god's spear that had originally pierced Duanmu Huai's body also dissipated. After a moment, only a faint light remained in front of Duanmu Huai, almost as bright as a 5-watt light bulb. No way. They're not all dead yet? Staring blankly at the ball of light in front of him, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. He could guess that this might be the form of the star god before he was discovered by the Necroner and became the star god. That is, the original strange natural phenomenon that had no self-awareness and could only orbit around the star to absorb power. Is this thing really immortal? Drop. Just when Duanmu Huai didn't know what to do, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Warning, detecting first level permissions. Containment in progress, countdown 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Wait. What the H.L.? Containment? What the H.L. is containment? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he saw the system prompt in front of him. However, before he could reach out to click on the system information to see the specific situation. The countdown had reached 0. Containment begins. The next moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly saw a flash in front of his eyes. And then a huge metal box appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. It looked like a metal coffin. Through the glass, Duanmu Huai could even see a sleeping girl inside. Wait, isn't this my own Deus Ex Machina? Duanmu Huai was also surprised to see this card suddenly appear. Duanmu Huai had touched this Deus Ex Machina from the Foundation's base using the Heart of the Blood Raven. But he didn't know how to use this card. So he had kept it in the Tribunal to serve as a tool to build up the Tribunal's combat power. But now, why did it suddenly appear? Before Duanmu Huai could figure out what was going on, he saw the steel coffin that was originally tightly closed and could not be opened suddenly made a slight sound of metal gears turning. And then the hard steel coffin door slowly opened. The girl who was originally sleeping in it opened her eyes and stared at Duanmu Huai calmly. There was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. They were as cold as a machine. The girl just looked at Duanmu Huai silently, and then looked at the fragment of the star god in his hand. At the moment when the girl was looking at it, the fragment of the star god seemed to be attracted by something, and flew directly into the girl's body with a whoosh. Afterwards, the girl slowly closed her eyes again, and fell into a deep sleep. The steel hatch that had been opened was also closed again. Immediately afterwards, the huge steel coffin rose up quickly, and then disappeared again. What the H.L.? Looking at the coffin that had completely disappeared, Duanmu Huai was confused. He stood up and took a look at his deck. Well, the card Deus Ex Machina is still there, and its description remains the same as before. So what did that just mean? What is the first level of authority creation? Duanmu Huai was sure that he had never heard of any first level creation in the game. And system, you didn't even give me a choice, and just took it away. What's the meaning? Shouldn't you give me a reward or something? Mr. Knight. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, he heard An's voice. He looked up and saw An, Ogus, and Lorena running over from the cliff beside him. Oh! Looking carefully, a large basin-like pit nearly 100 meters deep has formed around him. But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. Are you okay? I am not alright either. Lorena, give me a bottle of holy water. Ah. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Lorena hurriedly took out a bottle of Lorena's holy water from her arms and handed it over. Duanmu Huai took the holy water and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he feel that his originally burning body was gradually becoming much more comfortable. Phew. That's much better now. Mr. Knight, do you want me to go get some help? Seeing the wounds on Duanmu Huai's body, even An's face changed slightly. She had been with Duanmu Huai for so long, but she had never seen him injured. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai's power armor was also pierced by the star god's spear, and it was full of holes and looked dilapidated, which made him worried. You know, no matter what kind of battle he encountered in the past, Duanmu Huai was always at ease, and after the battle, he looked no different from usual. In An's memory, this was the first time Duanmu Huai was injured. It's not a big problem. At this moment, Lorena's holy water had taken effect, and Duanmu Huai also stretched his hands and feet and nodded. Speaking of the last attack, it was really a close call. Duanmu Huai really didn't expect that his dimensional transcendence would have no effect on the star god at all. Obviously, time had been stopped and skipped, but the opponent was still able to launch a surprise attack on him in the still time. It was precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai was unable to dodge. But fortunately, he used 2 dimension transcendences in succession, which barely stopped the movement of the star god fragments and avoided the vital points at the same time. Sure enough, fighting against a being of this level, relying solely on soul cards is not enough. Fortunately, this time Duanmu Huai used the power of the Old Ones. So after the explosion of the star god, his Old One's priesthood also soared all the way and directly rose to level 18. Now Duanmu Huai only has the 6th Heaven Demon King and God of Joy positions that have not yet been raised. Well, I have to say, these 2 are indeed difficult to raise. At least, it is impossible for Duanmu Huai to find a star god to upgrade the God of Joy. This star god doesn't even know whether it is a man or a woman. Even if the star god is a woman, he would not be interested in her just because she looks like this. Could it be that I, the God of Joy, can no longer ascend? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also felt depressed. Forget it. There will always be a way out when the time comes. We'll talk about it then. All in all, Things are done here. Pressing his aching chest, Duanmu Huai raised his head and glanced at the sky. Perhaps it was because he had made too much trouble. Or perhaps it was because the culprit had been eliminated. The thick clouds that had originally covered the sky above the planet had completely disappeared, revealing the dark and dazzling starry sky. Under the bright moonlight, the surrounding land seemed to be more lively than before, no longer as lifeless as it was at the beginning, as if it had no vitality at all. Of course, the specific situation can only be known after returning. Okay, let's go back too. Then, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and spoke. Chapter 1150, done and called off. After that, Duanmu Huai spent some time to erase the cursed land, which was considered to be the completion of his work on this planet. As for how to rebuild this bare planet in the future, well, Duanmu Huai thought that he could introduce Dardanelles. After all, his atmospheric transformation device was quite useful. Knowing that the poisonous gas on the ground had dissipated, the Guardian clan was very grateful to Duanmu Huai. However, how to migrate on the ground was still a problem. On the contrary, Tianba seemed quite active in developing underground mineral veins. According to the pirate girl, they planned to first build a town above the underground city, and then extend it to the surrounding areas depending on the situation. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Anyway, his goal for this world was to hand over a batch of Revacial on time. As long as Tianba could complete the task, Duanmu Huai would not interfere in the management of this planet. Tianba was also quick and quickly selected 300 Revacial, who were led by Shurilia on a warship to the Inquisition. They would receive education and guidance about the Inquisition there. And then, they would chant on the warship every day to appease the machine spirits. After Duanmu Huai returned to the courtroom, he immediately came to the mechanical deity in the manufacturing workshop. This thing doesn't look like it's changed at all? Looking at the steel box in front of him, and the girl sleeping inside, Duanmu Huai walked around it several times, but still couldn't figure out anything. The information displayed in the system remains the same. So where did it put the star god fragments? Maria. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at Maria. Has this been examined? Yes, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. After receiving your order, I immediately arranged for personnel to conduct a comprehensive inspection on it. Is there anything unusual? Abnormal situation. To be honest, we still can't accurately detect and record this mysterious thing. So a lot of data is still unmeasurable. The only change is, according to our testing results, the range of the reality anchor has increased. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. That's right. The Deus Ex Machina was stolen from the Foundation by Duanmu Huai in order to use it to create a reality anchor. It was a portable device that could close the gaps in the subspace. And the Deus Ex Machina was used by the Foundation to create a reality anchor. However, the effective range of the reality stabilization anchor was only a few dozen meters in diameter before. So Duanmu Huai made it just in case. What now? With a diameter of 3 kilometers, the maintenance time has increased by 1/3. I didn't expect it would work this way. Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised to hear Maria's report. Does this mean that if the Ex Machina continued to devour the fragments of the star god, it would be able to strengthen the reality anchor to the point where it could cover a planet or a galaxy? If so, it would be like building an iron wall for his territory, and he would no longer have to fear chaos. Having said that, Duanmu Huai remembered that the Necron seemed to be planning to carry out a similar plan on Katakan before, intending to close the subspace of the entire universe and completely isolate it from the real universe. From a certain perspective, this group of purely materialistic lunatics is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it failed. As for how they failed, Duanmu Huai didn't know. But now it seems that the Necrons might have used the technology obtained from the fragments of the Star God. After all, neither the Star God fragments nor the Necrons are good at dealing with the warp. If I let the Deus Ex Machina absorb a few more Star God fragments in the future, wouldn't this reality anchor be able to cover the entire battleship or fleet? In this way, there's no need to be afraid of the subspace anymore. I can just pull the fleet in and fight. Having said that, Duanmu Huai did not gain nothing from dealing with the Star God this time. Obviously, even Star God, which existed since the beginning of the universe, could not do anything to the power of the old ones. This was easy to say. In the future, when Duanmu Huai encountered the evil god, even if he could not defeat him, he could use his authority to summon the 3 outer gods, such as throwing Azathoth to the stain of corruption, Yog-Sothoth to the trickster, and shove Migurath to the obsessive evil, well, then there will probably be some good shows to watch. I don't know if these two sides really confront each other. Will they fight to the death? Or will they directly merge into some kind of cosmic disaster? Forget it. It doesn't matter. If I can't win, then the life and death of the universe is none of my business. Anyway, what do you always follow me? Duanmu Huai asked curiously, looking at who was following him. On weekdays, and would immediately go to Gulia to chat after returning to the court. Why was he still following her like a little tail now? I'm just a little worried. Are you really okay, Mr. Knight? It's okay. It's okay. That little injury is nothing to me. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Real? You do not believe? Of course. Because you've never been injured before. Mr. Knight? It's no wonder that An is so worried. After all, she has been following Duanmu Huai for such a long time. And she has never seen anyone who can break Duanmu Huai's defense. She is a little uneasy now. It's like some people. Either they are not sick or they are seriously ill. Moreover, since the other party can break Duanmu Huai's defense, it means that the other party's power is likely to restrain Duanmu Huai. This is very worrying. Don't worry so much. It's nothing serious. In comparison, Duanmu Huai was really calm. I also know how powerful the Star God fragments are. Although I did suffer a minor setback during the battle, it was not a big deal. This minor injury was within my expectations. Is that so? That's good. But you still have to be careful, Mr. Knight. After all, the Inquisition doesn't have any talent in this area. If it doesn't work, I can go find Xiaoniayo. Her saintly power is quite powerful. Duanmu Huai was talking about a student named Uci Kodori who traveled to the Dark World with him on another Earth. At that time, all the students who traveled to the Dark World received a certain vocation. And Uci Kodori's vocation was a saint. Apart from anything else, she was very strong in assisting and strengthening healing. As long as you are not dead, you can be resurrected. Even if your limbs are broken, you can regenerate. Duanmu Huai was thinking about whether to bring her to work in the Inquisition after she graduated. After all, as An said, the Inquisition currently does not have anyone specialized in this area. Well, it is indeed a hidden danger. By the way, I remember Shurelia said that Ravachel seemed to have talents who specialized in healing? Ask later. After making sure that Duanmu Huai was not holding on, and finally felt relieved and turned around and jumped to look for Gu Lea. No. She was ready to go look for Lonnie, Fulilian and the others. The previous debate is not over yet. It was difficult to explain clearly through the screen at the time. Now that we are back in the courtroom, let's see for ourselves who is right. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. If they wanted to fight, they could do it outside. Just don't tear down the courtroom. Oh. Yes. Okies. What is it? Master? Carry my message to the planets below. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and remembered the important matter. He spoke to Ojisi, who was sitting on his shoulder. Ask them if they have encountered any troubles from alien races recently. If necessary, you can report to the Inquisition, and we will go there to handle it personally. That's right. Duanmu Huai's problem now is not only to upgrade the level of 6th Heavenly Demon King and God of Joy, but also to speed up the progress of natural disaster. Duanmu Huai recently looked through the help requests, but didn't find any useful tasks like alien invasions. Most of them were just a few human forces fighting each other. The Inquisition is too lazy to get involved in such things. Even if you guys beat your brains into dog brains, the Inquisition won't care. Of course, there are other evil gods. I have to say, this Star Sea heavenly punishment is really hard to bear. Now it's hard to find a cosmic race with enough weight. Alas. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai regretted that this natural disaster mission came too late. If it had appeared earlier, based on how he killed demons from Mars, all the way to the Star Alliance and the Forerunners. And now, it is estimated that the enemies of survival would be full. As for now, we can only wait and see. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Ojisi also nodded. Also, have Ekid send a reconnaissance fleet to other star systems to see if they can encounter some alien civilizations. Well, focus on Area 59. In the game, because Duanmu Huai was a power leveler, he rarely participated in the battles to expand the territory. At most, he was hired by some guilds or individuals. Apart from that, Duanmu Huai spent most of his time fighting against cultists and players. Therefore, he didn't know much about alien forces. But Duanmu Huai did know some intelligence about them. For example, in Area 59, Duanmu Huai remembered that there seemed to be a war between players and aliens there. Of course, he didn't pay attention to the specific situation. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai stretched himself, yawned, and prepared to go back to rest. Fighting the star god this time was indeed tiring. But the gains were not small. Revachel was the biggest gain. And a piece of the star god fragment was also killed. Well, maybe Duanmu Huai should go to Mars to find the legendary god of all machines. But Terra is a very dangerous place now. It is basically on the same level as the Eye of Terror. It is not a good idea for me to go and cause trouble directly. A blacksmith must have strong tools. It is better to finish what I need to do first, and then talk about other things. Chapter 1151. I can't think of a good title for Naruzmio. After joining the Inquisition, she had imagined many things that she would encounter. But the work ahead was still beyond Naruzmio's expectations. Wow, why do you have to copy all this stuff? Looking at the parchment in front of her, Naruzmio, who was holding a pen in her hand, was about to cry. That's right. After joining the Inquisition, Naruzmio was not assigned to eliminate aliens as she had worried. But instead, she was assigned to do clerical work. That's right. Naruzmio never thought that the court, which had already completely realized the personal terminal system network communication, actually had such an ancient way of keeping files. It didn't even print it out with a printer, but asked you to copy it by hand. You know, even schools use photocopiers to send out notices now. Why do you have to copy it by hand onto parchment? Although the content that Naruzmio needed to copy was not much. It was just a rough record of the activities of the Inquisition the day before, such as an application for the transfer of the night guards in a certain place, or the progress of resource allocation work, as well as the summary of reports from all parties. To put it bluntly, it was more like a report summary of the Inquisition's work for the day. Even if there is a template on the personal terminal that can be used directly, it is still very tiring to copy such a document on parchment. Not to mention that this is not ordinary paper, but parchment, and the pencil used is not one that can be modified at will, which means that if Naruzmio's hand shakes or she accidentally copies it wrong, she will have to start over. This made Naruzmio complain bitterly, although it was also tiring for her to use her own strength to do civil engineering. Naruzmio now felt that it would be better for her to do civil engineering than to sit here and copy these boring summary reports. Although Naruzmio complained to others, the answer she got was, "This is the tradition of the Inquisition." Well, why is there such a tradition? Although she wanted to complain, Naruzmio had to admit that in the process of doing this job, she did have a deep understanding of the situation of the Inquisition. At least Naruzmio already had some understanding of the world under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition and its current situation. For example, the Interstellar Business Alliance composed of the War Planet, the Tower Council, and the Machine Planet is currently growing and developing with good momentum. Some cultists have appeared in the world called Faerun, but they have not become a big force. Some suspected cultists have just appeared, but they were eliminated by the local church before the Inquisition could take action. And the recently recovered Demon Tower planet has handed over 150 singers named Revachel to the Inquisition. Well, Naruzmio has heard their songs, and they are indeed very nice, and can be said to have an unexpected sense of sacredness. Well, not only that, every time they finished singing, I felt that the terminal speed on my side seemed to be much faster, and there was no interference or lag. Maybe it was a psychological effect? Why did the tribunal want these people to sing? Is it just like the resident singers in restaurants and bars? But there is no need to get so many people here. There are more than a choir. Naruzmio was completely puzzled by this, but it was not something she should be concerned about. Ding dong. Just as Naruzmio was busy copying yesterday's summary, her personal terminal rang with a message reminder again. Hearing the sound, Naruzmio raised her head and glanced at the screen next to her. Ah, it's a message from above. Anything interesting? Maria, who was helping nearby, also curiously stuck her head out and looked at Naruzmio's screen. It seems that my uncle is asking about the current situation in other worlds, and whether they have encountered any troubles caused by alien races. Master Duanmu is really busy. He finally came back from the New World, but he still has to deal with these things. After hearing Naruzmio's answer, Maria also sighed. After coming to the trial court, they spent less time with Duanmu Huai. Of course, Duanmu Huai would come to see them from time to time. And if they went out to eat, they would eat together. But Duanmu Huai had a lot of things to do. So naturally, he couldn't be with them all the time like in that world. There's nothing wrong with our world. Right? I have contacted Ria Senpai before. And everything is normal over there. The god of disobedience has not appeared again. Naruzmio shook her head. Although she had come to the Inquisition, she did not forget to pay attention to her own world. After all, she had seen what the planets that were ordered to be exterminated by the Inquisition looked like. Naruzmio naturally did not want her world to become one of them. So she often contacted Rias and Taha Kaneko to ask about the situation over there. Fortunately, everything seems to be normal now. Naruzmio answered Maria's question while staring at the system message in front of her. After all, Duanmu Huai, as the chief judge of the tribunal, must record his actions. Since he asked these questions, it means that it might become a record on parchment in a few days. Why do you have to copy it by hand? After watching for a while, Naruzmio breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, every world now reports that the situation is normal, and there is no need for the Inquisition to go out in person. This is normal. When the Inquisition is dispatched, it is usually when there is a crisis of world destruction. How is it possible that the world will be destroyed every other day? Makes sense. Hearing Maria's indifferent answer, Naruzmio nodded. Then she lowered her head again and continued her work, which was much more painful than copying homework. Naruzmio painfully copied the parchment, while Duanmu Huai lay comfortably on the bed, boredly brushing the system taskbar. Similarly, he did not receive any reports of alien invasions from the planets under his jurisdiction. So Duanmu Huai had to start brushing tasks again to see if there were any good tasks that could allow him to find clues about the alien races. Unfortunately, after searching around, I didn't find any alien races. Basically, the current missions are about this country invading that country, and that country invading this country. The two forces are fighting each other for some reason. And then, the losing side asks for help. What if the Inquisition is Doraemon? The Inquisition doesn't care about this kind of thing. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak. If you are weak, you deserve to be invaded and annexed. Thinking of asking for help at the last minute? Dream on. If it is a battle between humans and aliens or heretics, then the Inquisition will definitely stand on the side of humans. But if it is the human Civil War Inquisition, I saw nothing. Forget it. Since there is no alien war, then let's see if there are any cults and kill them all the same. With this in mind, Duanmu Huai started to do tasks out of boredom again. From what happened in the City of Light, it can be seen that the influence of the Chaos God is indeed slowly reviving. This is a serious situation that needs to be vigilant, just like the alien invasion. Since there is no threat of alien invasion for the time being, it is also a way to find out if there are any evil cults causing trouble. Just as Duanmu Huai was browsing his task list, suddenly, a task caught his attention. Special mission witch hunting is now open. Mission objective: find the culprit and eliminate him completely. Mission level: SSS. What is this? Witch subjugation. Looking at the task prompt in front of him, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin, squinted his eyes, and observed carefully. At first glance, it seemed like a very ordinary mission. Witches were often synonymous with psychics. If the Inquisition received a mission to subjugate witches, they were mostly believers who had been contaminated by chaos or had fallen into the hands of evil gods. Moreover, the difficulty level of this mission is SSS, which means that the mission is not only very difficult, but also the reward must be very high. Could it be that a certain psychic is in cahoots with the evil god? So the system issued this task? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and made a decision. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go and see what the situation is. If it is really a violent psychic, then I can just kill him directly. It won't waste any time. Right? All in all, give it a try first. Then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the task. Soon a ray of light flashed, and then Duanmu Huai felt a flash before his eyes. Why is it like this again? Looking at the tall buildings next to him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with this world, but what Duanmu Huai saw from the reflection of the French window next to him was a petite and cute girl. Isn't this his own in-game avatar? My goodness, In that future world, once is not enough. We need to do it again? Why do we need this clone? Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, clenched his fists, then narrowed his eyes, and looked around carefully. No matter how you look at it, this looks like a very modern city. When he first heard about witch hunting, Duanmu Huai thought it would be an ancient period like the Middle Ages. He never thought it would be an era that seemed to have highly developed technology. How could there be any witch in such a scientific place? Yeah. Lo. Just when Duanmu Huai was puzzled, suddenly, a voice sounded in Duanmu Huai's ears. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a strange creature that looked like a white squirrel in front of the windowsill not far from him, staring at him curiously with a pair of bright red eyes. What do you? My name is QB. Lo. The white animal in front of me can actually talk. It looks very strange. What is this? Duanmu Huai stared at the monster in front of him, and silently took out the soul card in his hand. Could this be a witch? Or something related to a witch? However, what the white animal said next was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. I say, do you want to sign a contract with me and become a magical girl? Uh-huh. Chapter 1152 Suspect. I have to say, Duanmu Huai was also stunned when he heard the words of the white animal in front of him. What does it mean to sign a contract with you and become a magical girl? Or why? It's just like the person handing out flyers on the street. You should at least say a few words. Don't just come up and say, boss. Are you interested in buying a house? Although this clone of mine is indeed full of charm. But, isn't your persuasion a bit too direct? Duanmu Huai had seen anime about magical girls before, but he had never seen someone who came to sell something to him without any reason. After all, this QB didn't look like he was injured and needed help. Nor did he look like he was asking for help because he encountered some difficulties. He was just like those people handing out flyers on the street, trying to hit the target without any reason. How? Seeing Duanmu Huai in front of him not saying anything, the weird thing named QB spoke again. If you sign a contract with me and become a magical girl, I can help you fulfill a wish. Any wish? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at QB and asked, and the latter nodded. Of course, as long as it is a wish you want to fulfill, then any wish is fine. I see. After listening to QB's explanation, Duanmu Huai nodded and then changed the subject. But I refuse. What a joke. When Duanmu Huai heard QB say can make any wish come true, he instantly became alert to this thing. This is exactly the same as the words used by the evil god of the subspace to win over those psychics. If Duanmu Huai hadn't felt the power of the subspace from this guy yet, he would have started fighting directly. I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's decisive answer, QB nodded, and the next moment Duanmu Huai saw it suddenly jump and then disappear without a trace. No. Brother? What do you mean you just ran away? Looking at the QB who disappeared without a trace, Duanmu Huai was confused. Aren't you trying to persuade me to become a magical girl? Logically speaking, shouldn't there be only one in a million magical girls? Even if I rejected you, shouldn't you try to convince me again? What does it mean that you just ran away like this? Try to keep me here, and then say something else. Why did you choose me to be a magical girl? What is a magical girl supposed to do? At least explain it clearly. So you just ran away without saying a word when you were rejected? Are there such unprofessional salesmen? Do you have the mind to do anything? Did I screw up? Scratching his head, Duanmu Huai was speechless. But he couldn't be blamed. As a judge, when he heard someone say sign a contract with me, and I can fulfill one of your wishes, he basically decided to tie the other person directly to the stake. But the problem now is, what should I do next? A strange city. Strange streets. Strange people. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and made a decision. All in all, secure shelter and food first, then worry about the rest. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched, then turned and walked into the crowd, heading in another direction. It was just another ordinary day for the city. The same is true here. Café Licorico. This is a peculiar coffee shop located in a corner of a quiet residential area, which looks full of Japanese style. Although it is not a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities, nor a well-known store, the comfortable and relaxed atmosphere here still makes many people become regular customers here. And they come and go in an endless stream. Jingle bell. The phone rang, and the black man behind the counter picked up the phone, listened for a moment, and then looked towards the cafe in front of him. Hey, Chitsuki. What is it? Teacher? Along with a black uncle shout. A cute girl with platinum gold hair tied with a red ribbon poked her head out energetically. The team leader is calling. There's work. Oh. Hearing the black uncle's words, the girl named Qianshu was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Clear. Yes. This is a cafe. But it is not an ordinary cafe. It is a branch of the independent law and order maintenance organization called DA. Their mission is not as simple as serving tea and water to customers in the cafe, but also maintaining law and order and fighting crime in private. The job that the girl, Chitose Nishiki, took was the same, but a little different. Oh, I'm really going to trouble you this time. Chitose. Sitting opposite the sofa was the leader of the Jota group, a feared figure in the underworld. However, in front of Nishiki Chitsugu, he behaved like an ordinary, amiable old grandfather. No problem. Team leader. How can I help you? Well, this is actually a bit embarrassing. As he spoke, the old man glared fiercely at the younger brothers in black suits, who stood silently beside him. The latter stood in the corner without saying a word. But judging from the bandages wrapped around their bodies, and the crutches in their hands, these people were obviously seriously injured. Actually, it has something to do with these idiots in our family. According to team leader Jiatian, not long ago, his subordinates saw a very pretty girl in a white robe on the street. Of course, perhaps because they were obsessed with sex, these idiots also approached her. Then, they took the girl to an alley. And then, they beat them up so badly that they couldn't get up. Not only that, the girl also took their money directly. It may not be nice for me to say this, but it is wrong to bully girls. Of course I understand. I have taught these idiots a lesson. The problem now is not this. But, in fact, the reason why team leader Jiatian needed help was because this group of lustful idiots had just collected protection money and were going to hand it over to the guild. But the money was also taken away by the girl. Now things are getting complicated. If you were just robbed, then at most you would just learn a lesson. But if you took away the money that was supposed to be paid as tribute, then things would get really serious. But the problem is that the Chinjio group cannot send people to investigate this matter in a high-profile manner. Otherwise, if the higher-ups find out, then the Chinjio group will also be in trouble. So the Jiatian group had no choice but to come here and ask for help. In other words, the team leader wants me to find the girl and get the money back. Right? That's right. Team leader Jiatian nodded. If you find that girl, you can tell her that as long as she is willing to return the money, the Jiatian group can pretend that the incident never happened. As for those idiots being beaten, it was entirely because of their own stupidity. We will not take revenge for such a small matter. Understood? Leave it to me. I promise nothing will go wrong. Ah. And Shitsuki. What's wrong? Team leader? Just as Chitose jumped up and was about to go to work excitedly, team leader Jiatian called her again. Be careful. According to my subordinates, the girl knocked all of them to the ground with her bare hands. When she stole the cash box, our people even pulled out guns to threaten her. As a result? I don't know what means the other party used, but they turned the guns in my subordinates' hands into a pile of scrap metal. Oh, there is such a thing? Hearing the reminder of the leader of Tomoda, Jimu Qianyu widened his eyes in surprise. In short, be careful. I understand. Please leave it to me. With a smile and a wave of her hand, Nishiki Chitsuga turned and left. After she walked out of the door, she immediately reported the situation. Not long after, a message was sent to Nishiki Chitsuga's mobile phone. Although it is a mafia organization, it is also a part of maintaining public order. If it is not an action that will disrupt public order, the DA can also help with the investigation. Perhaps it was because not much time had passed. Or perhaps it was because the opponent's features were too obvious, so that the other side easily locked onto the target without even spending any effort. It's her. Looking at the picture in the mobile phone, Qianshu's eyes widened curiously. And I saw that the camera through the street camera was a white robe. Although she could not see her face, she could see which was very attractive. In the surveillance video, the girl in white robe walked across the street, looked around, and then walked into an empty alley next to it. Oh, if you want to say suspicious, it really is very suspicious. To be honest, it was rare to see someone of this age wearing a white robe. Although team leader Jiagen's subordinates said that she was a rare beauty, it was hard to tell from just looking at her like that. But she deliberately went to those deserted alleys in broad daylight, which seemed a little strange. But at least it can be confirmed that it is her. And the reason is very simple. That is, the girl is holding the money box that the Jiaqian team wants to offer as tribute. Although we don't know how much money is in it. Seeing that the leader of the Jiaqian team is so anxious, and even said, I might have to cut off my little finger to apologize. We know that the amount of money in it must be not small. In short, now that the location has been determined, let's go and have a look. I hope the other party is a reasonable person, so that my task can be completed easily. To be honest, she doesn't want to do some troublesome work. If it can be easy and interesting, it would be even better. Thinking of this, Nishiki Chitsugu made a decision. He hummed a song and skipped towards the target location. The mountain bike I bought has arrived. Nowadays bicycles are really troublesome. I also have to adjust the gears. After struggling for a long time, I finally figured it out. Chapter 1153 Invitation. Where did he go? After walking around the alley again, Duanmu Huai still didn't find the strange white creature that could speak human language, which made him somewhat dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? The main NPC disappeared after being rejected once? Does it mean that I am stuck in the level? But it's impossible for Duanmu Huai to say that he nodded in agreement at that time. Signing a contract to become a magical girl sounds very suspicious. After all, according to the style of cartoons, isn't it usually something like I need your help with something very important or only you can save everyone? Please? What the hell is this? How can you just run away after being rejected once? So unprofessional? Forget it. There's no point saying this now. Ah, I found it. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking about what to do next, suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. He turned around and saw a girl in uniform pointing at him and shouting loudly. Seeing the strange girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai looked at her in confusion. However, after the girl noticed Duanmu Huai's gaze, her face slightly blushed. But soon she coughed and regained her composure. Finally found you. I thought you were going somewhere. Find me? Hearing the girl's words, Duanmu Huai was confused. He had only been in this world for less than a day. How could someone come to him? And it was a completely unfamiliar girl he didn't know at all? Wait. Girl? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai seemed to suddenly understand something and looked up and down at the girl in front of him. So that's it. This should be the companion of the white animal. The magical girl who signed a contract with it. It should be something like this? Could it be that I couldn't find the white animal before because it felt that it couldn't communicate with me smoothly? So it planned to find a girl of similar age to convince itself? I see. So you are the magical girl? Why? However, when the girl opposite heard Duanmu Huai's question, she widened her eyes in surprise, and then waved her hands desperately. Magic? Magical girl? Ha ha. Sorry. I'm not that. Ah. I'm not a magical girl. Then who are you? Duanmu Huai didn't care about the other person's attempt to hold back a smile, and asked curiously. That's what I came for. As she spoke, the girl stretched out her hand and pointed at the cash box in Duanmu Huai's hand. Although I know that what they did was wrong. It is a crime to steal other people's money like this. It's a crime. It's not too late now. As long as you return it, everything will be fine. The other party also said that he realized his mistake. As long as you return it, there will be no problem. This, after hearing the girl's answer, Duanmu Huai suddenly realized and looked down at the money box in his hand. It was obvious that the other party came to seek death, because he happened to bring money with him. So Duanmu Huai took it to collect it. The other party seemed to be a gangster, although Duanmu Huai had thought that they would send someone to find him. He didn't expect them to be so fast, and they would actually send a girl like this. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, in the TV series I watched before, there seemed to be something like a gangster's daughter. It can't be true. It's okay if you want me to give it back to you. Eh? Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the girl on the other side shouted excitedly. How should I put it? Looking at her, Duanmu Huai felt very familiar. She was young, energetic, and couldn't sit still. She felt very similar to him. However, as a princess, and was a little reserved in this regard, the girl in front of him looked like the type who did whatever she wanted. But on the other hand, I also have something I hope you can help me with. Why? So, you took her to our shop? The black man standing behind the counter looked at the girl in front of him helplessly. Do I have any way? Who told this child suddenly said, I hope you can help you exchange these money. If you can help me get a certificate of identity. And she gives me this. While saying, Jimu Qianyu took out the colorful gems tremblingly. Teacher, are these real? Or fake? I don't think they are fake. Who is this kid? You ask me. Who should I ask? But it is certain that she is very dangerous. The black man, whom Nishiki Chitsuka called a teacher, once again looked at the girl in a white robe sitting at the bar, sipping coffee. To be honest, the moment Nishiki Chitsuka brought the girl in, he felt an incomparable sense of terror and crisis, as if his life was about to come to an end at this moment. Seeing her like a foreigner, shouldn't it be smuggling? Although the other person's face cannot be seen clearly because of the hood, it can be seen from the golden hair that the girl in front of me is probably not from this country. And the hair does not look like it has been dyed, because we came here illegally. She wants us to give her an ID? And she gave us these? Who does she think we are? Ah ha 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 ha. It seems like she mistook me for a member of the Gyota group. Jinmu Qianshu stretched out his hand and scratched his cheeks. But I can't really take her there. After all, she is a girl. What if something happens? So, teacher, do you have any way? It is not completely absent to say a way. The black man crossed his arms and frowned. To be honest, his instinct was madly warning him to stay away from that figure. The best way was to ask him to leave immediately. But on the other hand, as a member of the DA, he couldn't do that either. Because since this girl made him feel so dangerous, it meant that she was likely to bring unimaginable disasters. As a member of an independent organization that maintains law and order in this country, the man certainly couldn't just let her go. But if I force her to stay, I see. After taking another look at the gems in Qianshu's hand, the man let out a long sigh. I'll go talk to her. Sitting at the bar, Duanmu Huai leisurely drank coffee while looking around. To be honest, from the surface, this is just an ordinary coffee shop. But Duanmu Huai can keenly feel that there are some hidden facilities under the shop. Obviously, this shop is not as ordinary as it looks on the surface. I don't know if it's because of working hours or for some other reason, but there aren't many customers in this store right now. There's only a maid in a kimono standing next to me, staring at me blankly without moving. Sorry to keep you waiting. While Duanmu put down the cup, a black man walked out with a crutch. As for why he was using a cane, it was probably because he was injured. How about coffee? Is it your taste? I don't know much about coffee, but it tastes pretty good. As he said, Duanmu put the coffee cup on the bar, and when he heard the answer, the black man smiled. I see. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Mika, and I'm the owner of this store. Duanmu Huai gave a fake name as usual. You are not a person in this country. Did you just come here? Roughly the same. So what's the matter with you coming here? Roughly the same. How long will you stay here? Not sure, although I personally hope it can be done as soon as possible. Given the current situation, maybe we have to be prepared for a protracted war. Protracted war. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mika's facial muscles twitched slightly. And then he coughed lightly. Maybe you don't know yet? Then I will explain it. In fact, we are a branch of the DA organization. Duh? Yes. It is to protect the independent organization of public security in this country in secret to work to maintain daily stability. Oh. In the face of Mika's introduction, Duanmu didn't care about it. Similar power exists in many worlds. Strictly speaking, the trial court is also one of them. Then it seems that your duties are very similar to mine. Yeah. Yes. I am from the Inquisition. The Inquisition? Yes. The main purpose of the trial court is to protect human beings at all costs and eliminate all the existence of threatening humans. Well, hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mika couldn't speak for a while. And this kind of organization? Wow. On the contrary, Jimu Qianjian next to him heard Duanmu Huai's answer, and excitedly glowed his eyes. I feel like a hero of justice. I see. Is that why you asked me if I'm a magical girl? That's about it. I see. Ahem. Listening to the increasingly unreliable chat between the two, Mika hurriedly coughed and interrupted the conversation between the two parties. In that case, I have a suggestion. What suggestions? We can provide you with the convenience of moving around in this country. But in return, we also hope that you will not create any dangerous situations here. I can't guarantee that. Facing Mika's proposal, Dwanmu Huai shook his head decisively. Are you kidding? The mission says it's a witch subjugation. Even if these people have nothing to do with witches or magical girls, it is definitely an SSS-level mission carried out by the Inquisition. If you don't kill a few more people, how can you justify the difficulty? Fortunately, Dwanmu Huai just checked the system, and the mission has not failed. Well, that means he still has a chance. Well, I have a suggestion. If you are willing to cooperate with the DA, then we can assist you. Although we don't know what you are going to do, we also have the mission of maintaining the law and order of this city. We can't let you act at will. What do you think? I think this is not a bad thing for you. After hearing Mika's suggestion, Dwanmu Huai began to think. Indeed, although he could handle it, if Mika was right, then DA, as the local boss of this place, must have a lot of information that he didn't have. Although Dwanmu Huai didn't think this organization would be related to any witch. But, who knows? All in all, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Right? Alright. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai looked at Mika and nodded. It's decided. Chapter 1154 Abnormal Exploration. As a DA branch, this cafe is no ordinary cafe. There is also a shooting range in the basement. For Nishiki Chizuki, who is a Lycoris, this is also where she usually practices. But now, Nishiki Chitsugu saw something more interesting. Bang! 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 Wow! Looking at the target shooting training in front of her, Nishiki Chitsugu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. And the black Uncle Mika standing next to her was so upset that his whole face was twitching. It's no wonder that when they introduced this place, they also introduced Dwanmu Huai to the shooting range. Qianshu first practiced shooting, and then asked Dwanmu Huai to try it. As for Qianshu's invitation, the latter said that he is not good at shooting, but he still couldn't resist Qianshu's enthusiasm and finally agreed to give it a try. Originally Mika was a little wary of this, and also hoped to be able to see the opponent's ability from his shooting. But, bang! 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 Wow! Hearing Chitosa's screams, Mika himself wanted to hold his head. The reason is simple. That is the girl's shooting skills are really bad. Firstly, even the posture of holding the gun was inaccurate. Although it was an ordinary pistol, the girl in front of him simply held the gun with one hand. It was not even to the extent of an amateur imitating a movie star holding a gun. She just simply held the gun with one hand and aimed forward. But when she fired the gun, her arm was unusually stable. You have to know that the recoil of a pistol is not something that an ordinary untrained person can withstand. It is normal for the muzzle to deviate due to recoil when firing. However, the gun was steady in her hand, and it hardly even jumped. It was more stable than Qianshu. But corresponding to it is, the shooting technology is really bad. Of course, Licorice's training cannot be like hitting balloons at the festival, where she hits fixed targets. The targets will be erected from the ceiling or the ground, and then move back and forth and left and right. This is the most basic training for Licorice. The problem is not whether she can hit the target or not, but to hit the most precise position in the shortest time. However, this person's feel, no, or shooting sense is really bad. Mika observed carefully and found that she was not hiding her weakness on purpose, but was really not used to shooting. Every time the target moved, she would aim and shoot, but for some reason she always missed the target, and sometimes even deviated from the direction. The result was that after firing almost 10 bullets, none of them hit the target. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the last bullet was empty, and the target on the opposite side still moved left and right, looking as if it was ridicule. Seeing this scene, Dwanmu Huai finally got angry. Oh, this is so annoying. While roaring, Dwanmu Huai gripped the gun tightly in his hand and threw it with force like a baseball. The pistol flew across the shooting range at a high speed and hit the target's head squarely. With a bang, the entire gun disintegrated completely, and the target was smashed into pieces. Call. At this moment, Dwanmu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Qianshu next to him was already stunned. Your shooting skills are really not good enough. Like I said, I'm not good at this. Dwanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. He was like this before. He couldn't even play FPS. Later, even with virtual reality and entering the starry sky, it was still the same. In the final analysis, some people just don't have this talent. But how do you complete the task in this case? For modern society, Guns are basic. Qianshu raised his question curiously. And Mika nodded. Just as Qianshu said, battles in modern civilization are basically based on firearms. So agents like Licorice also pay great attention to the use of guns. It's embarrassing to say, but in Mika's opinion, if Duanmu Huai joined Licorice, he would be eliminated directly with this shooting level. It's very simple. Hearing Qianshu's question, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, then clenched his fist and punched hard at the alloy table in front of him. Boom! The next moment, the alloy counter that would not break even if it was hit head-on by a C4 bomb was smashed into crooked, broken wreckage by Duanmu Huai. Seeing this scene, Mika couldn't help but gasp, while Qianshu widened his eyes in surprise. How amazing! You can even do something like this? How strong are you? I can't tell you have that much strength. As he spoke, Qianshu approached Duanmu Huai, curiously reaching out his hand to touch and pat Duanmu Huai's body and arms. After all, this clone looked like a girl of the same age as Qianshu, with slender arms and body, and didn't look like she had any muscles at all. Hee hee. I can even lift a steamroller. Really? I want to see it. I want to see it. Okay. That's enough. Shitos. Even if you want to see it, we don't have a steamroller, Mika said, while reaching out to grab thousands of collar, pulling her away like a kitten. It looks like, although Qianshu often creates some messes, if this child creates trouble, it will be more difficult to deal with than Qianshu. Then again, this is not the strength that a human should have. You know. She smashed the alloy steel plate with her bare hands. But the other party's hands are not injured at all. Of course, Mika had heard of some kung fu masters who could do similar things. But first of all, those were urban legends, and he had never seen it with his own eyes in all his time in this line of work. Secondly, people who trained for many years would have calluses on their hands. But these hands did not look like those of long-trained hands at all. However, Mika understood where the fear and dread he felt when he saw this girl before came from. Although she wrapped herself in a robe and looked calm and indifferent, she actually had a hot and fierce temper. Coupled with this terrifying ability, she was like a wild beast that had not been locked in a cage. If someone saw a tiger or a lion walking on the street, it would be similar to this feeling. What's even more terrifying is that the other person's appearance is full of deception. At least ordinary people would only see the person in front of them as a weak girl, rather than some kind of ferocious beast with a bloody mouth that can swallow people in one gulp. In addition, it is a threat to let Mika determine the girl in front of her. Not because she can break the alloy steel plate in one punch. But a touch of murderousness appeared when she couldn't shoot the target, although there was only a trace of it. The strong murderous intent almost made Mika's heart stop beating. From this point of view, Mika could be sure that the other party not only killed people, but also killed a lot of them. Who on earth is this person? Or, what kind of organization is the tribunal? The other party introduced himself as the Inquisitor from the tribunal. These two words are not safe words. Tribunal? Inquisitor? Then what exactly is being judged? To be honest, the DA Lycoris who secretly maintains law and order has killed many people. But even they are just docile kittens compared to the girl in front of them. Thinking of this, Mika shook his head. Okay, Shizuki. It's almost time to open the shop. Know it. The group returned to the cafe from the basement, and Qianshu went to change clothes and prepare for work, while Duanmu Huai found a seat and sat down, picking up a magazine. This was not the kind of fashion or celebrity magazine that girls would like to read. On the contrary, most of these magazines recorded some urban rumors and ghost stories whose truths were unclear. To be honest, if I hadn't witnessed the girl's abilities with my own eyes, I would probably have simply thought she was a psychic enthusiast. At present, Duanmu Huai has basically fixed her base in this coffee shop. She will only leave and go home when the shop is closed. By the way, in order to facilitate monitoring of her actions, Qianshu invited Duanmu Huai to live with him, but was rejected by the other party. She just rented a room next to Qianshu, and she also bought a car for transportation. Of course, all of this is done through the DA's network. Otherwise it would be a bit troublesome for Duanmu Huai, who has no identification, to move around in this city. Duanmu Huai had no choice but to use this method. But he was experienced. Although up to now, Duanmu Huai still didn't know what the so-called witch was. But at least, he was sure that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. And considering the difficulty of the SSS level, it meant that the damage caused by the other party must be not small. even if the city will turn a blind eye to see these unscientific things. Those three-stream tabloids, who like to collect rumors, will definitely not be blind. In fact, in that future world, Duan has several times to investigate the crime of electronic demon crime several times. From a certain perspective, for the sake of rice, the editors of these three-stream magazines in digging and intelligence are better than ordinary enthusiasts More enthusiastic. Have you found something interesting? After changing clothes, Qianshu also came out and curiously approached Duan looking at the magazine spread out on the table in front of him and the laptop next to it. After all, rumors that can be published in magazines must be quite famous on the internet. It is a good opportunity to compare the two and see if there are any discoveries. To be honest, this job was a bit boring for Duan but Qianshu was very excited. On the one hand, although Qianshu also worked in the other world, she had never seen any monsters or ghosts. Now Duan came to investigate these things. Although she looked like a fanatical fan of the supernatural, at least her strength showed that she was definitely not an ordinary person. In other words, aren't the supernatural stories in these magazines just stories, but real? If that's the case, Qianshu will be so happy. After all, she loves to join in the fun. So far, no particularly useful clues have been found. While drinking coffee, Duan answered Qianshu's questions in a bored manner. After all, looking for clues about the witch from third-rate tabloids was like panning for gold in the sand. To be honest, Duan was not sure if he could really find it. In short, he could only try to look for it. This seems quite interesting. Seeing the title in front of him, Duan raised his eyebrows. And Qianshu also came over. Huh? What? The curse behind the group's suicide? Is this related to what you want to investigate? Of course. Basically, any mass death incident is a very important investigative target for me. After all, for the Inquisition, no matter if it was an accident or something else, as long as it was a mass death event, the first reaction was to sacrifice the warp. The more people died, the more attention it needed to pay, even if it was an accidental disaster. After all, as long as there were a large number of human deaths, it would mean that the reality barrier of that place had become weak, at least, and it was necessary to go and take a look. I'll take you. Hearing this, Qianshu immediately excitedly recommended himself. I'm very familiar with this place. You've only been here for a short time, so you probably don't know the way. Let me take you there. You just want my sports car. Seeing Qianshu's shining eyes, Duan rolled his eyes. After all, he had seen Qianshu drooling over the sports car he bought more than once. Can you drive? Of course. How can I be licorice if I can't drive? Then I'll leave it to you. No problem. Hearing Duan answer, Qianshu patted his chest with a smile. I will handle it. Chapter 1155. Although Qianshu gave her assurance with full confidence, it was a pity that by the time the two of them set out on their journey, it was already evening. After all, as a clerk in a coffee shop, she couldn't just slack off from work. So it wasn't until the cafe closed that Qianshu finally drove the supercar he had been dreaming of and drove excitedly towards his destination. Come to think of it, won't you investigate these things? Leaning against the car window, looking at the highway scenery outside the window boredly, Duan asked casually, and Qianshu shook his head. No. Our main job in Lycoris is to maintain social order. Mass suicides like this, even if something like this really happened, they wouldn't tell anyone about it. I don't understand why someone would choose to end their life when they could have lived. Life is precious. Speaking of which, this thing is really weird. Duan said this while flipping through a magazine. Collective suicide. If a person really wants to commit suicide, why would he do it with others? If you want to die, wouldn't it be more convenient to just take some wine and leave? Why do you have to form a gang? If you don't have the courage to die, then why not just not die? Anyway, if you're not afraid of death, then what else is there to be afraid of? What you said makes sense. Hearing Duan complaint, Qianshu also laughed. Indeed, if you are not afraid of death, then there is nothing to be afraid of. So why would you want to die? I really don't understand. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Are we almost there? Just in front. According to the records in the Supernatural magazine, the supernatural event, the curse behind the suicide group, came from a real case. In simple terms, A factory went bankrupt due to poor management. This is a very normal thing. But what happened next was not normal. The factory itself was not big, and the employees inside were all locals, with good relationships with each other. After the factory closed down, they were all very sad about it. Then, they met in the sealed factory building, and then ignited gasoline, burning the entire factory building and everyone to death. I have to say that whoever looks at this case must be scratched. The factory closed down, so it's understandable that you are sad and upset. And it's also understandable that there are a few stubborn people willing to live and die with the factory. But dozens of people in the entire factory agreed to commit suicide together? Are you nonsense? According to the records in the magazine, the police also thought this was nonsense. They initially considered the incident to be murder. Some police even believed that the criminal was actually the owner of the bankrupt factory. The latter was unwilling to die alone, so he found an excuse to gather everyone in the factory, then locked the factory and set it on fire. To be honest, this is more logical, isn't it? However, the facts overturn the police's inference. In the homes of those who died, they found suicide notes written by the other party without exception. The content was almost the same, just saying that the factory had closed down, and they felt that they could not live anymore, and they were sorry for the factory and their families, so they could only die to apologize, since the handwriting was indeed written by the person himself. And according to the results of the on-site investigation, no violence was found. From the perspective of the distribution of the bodies, these people did not even think about escaping, but gathered together, and did not try to escape even when they were set on fire. Therefore, although it was incredible, the police finally closed the case as suicide. Of course, if that were all, this incident wouldn't be reported in a supernatural magazine. At most, it would just be a strange case. There are so many strange cases like this in Japan. There are also people who lie in the gutter to peek under other people's skirts, and then die in the gutter because they are stuck and can't get out. In comparison, the collective suicide of dozens of people is not particularly outrageous. Fortunately, the magazine editor still has some moral integrity, and he actually found some information proving that this is some kind of curse. According to the magazine, in fact, this factory had encountered a crisis before. At that time, the entire factory was unable to supply goods in time due to a typhoon. According to the information obtained from the investigation, if the factory could not supply goods in time at that time, the compensation alone would be enough to make it go bankrupt. However, at this time, a strange thing happened. The goods that were not supplied in time appeared in the customer's warehouse the next day, and no one even noticed how they were transported in. But anyway, the goods are transported, and naturally there is no need to compensate. So the crisis of the factory is just over. However, soon after this, a strange thing happened. The factory owner's 12-year-old daughter was found dead in the factory. The cause of death was unknown. It was also after this that the factory owner began to become drowsy and sleepwalked all day long. Then, the fate of the factory was determined. Of course, according to the editor, he believed that all this was caused by the ghost of the factory owner's dead daughter, because she wanted to be with everyone. She cast a curse and wanted everyone to die with her. Ugh, that sounds really creepy. At this moment, Xianshu had already driven off the highway. After hearing Duanmu Huai's story, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. The factory itself is located beside a suburban highway and has been closed for nearly half a year. When Xianshu drove off the highway, the headlights illuminated a shabby, deserted road. Driving along the road, under the illumination of the headlights, the shadows of the bushes and trees on both sides kept shaking, like ghostly figures. I suddenly regret coming here. After stopping the car, Qianshu held the steering wheel and looked at the closed factory iron gate in front of him and swallowed. Aren't all horror games like this? I think if we go in now, we're bound to encounter some scary things. So you want to go back? Are you really going? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? Compared to Qianshu, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just opened the car door and got out. Qianshu was afraid of ghosts, but Duanmu Huai hoped that there were ghosts. At least if there were some strange things, maybe he could find clues related to the witch. Right? Why? Watching Duanmu Huai got out of the car, Qianshu sighed. Now she feels more and more like she has entered a horror game, for the sake of insurance. Qianshu still silently picked up her gun, although he didn't know whether this thing was useful against ghosts. Qianshu felt a little more at ease at least when he felt the familiar touch in his hand. The entire factory was a huge warehouse. Although it was on fire, the overall structure was still intact. Of course, under the moonlight and flashlight, you could see the dark door that had been burned by the flames, as well as the seals that were affixed. Duanmu just glanced at these things, then reached out and grabbed the iron door. With a dong sound, the locked iron door was torn open by Duanmu with his bare hands. And then Duanmu walked in. Wow, you actually did that. Seeing this scene, Qianshu, who was following behind Duanmu, gasped. She already knew that the girl in front of her was extremely strong. But watching her tear the heavy iron door in half so easily like tearing brown paper still made her feel indescribably shocked. The factory was completely dark, and Duanmu and Qianshu were using their cell phones to illuminate the surroundings. Under the illumination of the cell phone lights, it could be seen that the place was covered with traces of burnt black by the flames. And there were even patterns of the outlines of corpses drawn by the police on the ground. Of course, this was all in the past, and there was no point in talking about it now. Oh, I really regret it now. Qianshu held the gun tightly in her hand, followed Duanmu, and looked around with vigilance. She didn't know if it was her illusion or because of the stories she heard before. But Qianshu always felt that this factory looked a little bit wrong. As for what was wrong, she couldn't tell. Compared to the nervous Qianshu, Duanmu seemed very calm, even a little excited. Sure enough, my guess was correct. When entering the factory, Duanmu felt a very familiar smell. It was the smell of subspace. In other words, are the so-called witches in this world really related to the demons in the subspace? Alas! Just when Duanmu was about to continue searching, Qianshu behind him suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Duanmu turned his head in confusion and looked at Qianshu, who looked pale. I may have heard it wrongly. I seemed to hear a little girl's laughter just now. A little girl's laughter? Yes. Yes. There shouldn't be anyone else like us in this place at this time. He. However, before Qianshu could finish his words, suddenly, a burst of crisp laughter rang out and echoed in the silent factory. Alas! Qianshu hurriedly raised his gun and aimed at the surroundings. But in the pitch-black environment, he couldn't see anything at all. No. It's not really the ghost of the factory owner's daughter. Is it? Who knows? Facing Qianshu's nervous questioning, Duanmu just stared at the surroundings silently, and at the same time reached into his robe and clenched his warhammer. Duanmu could feel that the subspace fluctuations in this place were becoming increasingly active due to the arrival of himself and others. Sure enough, just as he thought, the large number of deaths would cause the barrier of the real world to become weak, allowing the monsters of the subspace to infiltrate. He. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the laughter around them not only did not disappear, but became louder and louder. Not only that, along with the laughter, the two saw figures around them holding hands, surrounding the two of them in the middle. What on earth is this? Qianshu's face was pale at this moment, although she really liked to join in the fun. Now she was a little doubtful whether she should not join in the fun. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the laughter surrounding the two people became louder and louder, and those small black shadows that originally looked like puppets became taller and taller, gradually stretching and extending, covering the two people. And the next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Chapter 1156 which, as Licorice, Qianshu has seen many scenes, but the scene before her still made her shout loudly. What the hell is this? That's right. No wonder Qianshu was so panicked, because in just a blink of an eye, the two of them were no longer in the dark and scary factory before, but a very strange place. There were houses and scenery made of cloth and threads everywhere, and little people who were about the same size as them, like handmade dolls, emerged from them. What on earth is this place? Wow! Compared to the panicked Qianshu, Duanmu couldn't help but sigh. Although he had seen many subspaces, this was the first time he had seen a subspace so full of childlike fun. But no matter what, at least it looks much more comfortable than the evil god subspace. There are still blue sky and white clouds. Right? At #**you and ***. At this moment, those puppets that looked like they were handmade by children also stood up from all around and walked towards Duanmu and Qianshu. Seeing this, Qianshu also hurriedly raised the gun in his hand. What should I do now? Can I shoot? Can I shoot? You can try. But I don't think it will be of any use. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Qianshu also clenched his teeth, then raised his gun and pointed it at the puppet in front of him. To be honest, the puppet in front of him looked simple, and there was nothing scary about it. The body was made of a ball of yarn. The eyes were sewn with buttons, and a crescent-shaped piece of red cloth was cut to serve as a mouth. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a child's handicraft. But when such a puppet appears in a form larger than a human, it becomes creepy no matter how you look at it. Qianshu raised the gun, aimed at the puppet in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! As the gunshots rang out, a red mist suddenly exploded on the puppet's head, but the latter continued to move forward as if unaware. It's really useless. Faced with this scene, Qianshu was not too surprised. The reason was very simple. Although ordinary licorices kill people with live bullets, Qianshu adhered to the principle of non-killing. Therefore, she did not use ordinary live bullets, but non-lethal bullets similar to rubber bullets. If this kind of bullet hits a human, the violent impact will cause the other party to lose consciousness or combat effectiveness. But is it useful for something that looks like a doll? Well, now it seems that it is useless. Then again, even if it was real bullets, it would be useless. Right? Is there any harm to this woolen doll? What should we do now? In short, let's run first. Compared to Qianshu, who was yelling, Duanmu Huai was quite calm. Although it was indeed a subspace, it was too childish to interest him. It was not a twisted ghost place with blood and flesh all over the ground and mutated internal organs. So Duanmu Huai felt more like he was in a children's playground. Moreover, these subspace demons. It was too rare to see a subspace demon that looked like this. Let's see the situation first. Although these things were very strange, they were not very fast. So Duanmu Huai and Qianshu quickly ran out of them before they closed the encirclement, and then ran away as fast as a puff of smoke. But it was useless. Obviously it was useless. What on earth is this place? Hiding behind a tree made of cloth. Looking at the puppets, who were looking around as if looking for her and others, Chitos took a breath. After all, she was a Lycoris. And after the initial confusion, she quickly calmed down. We've run. It's pretty far. Right? Is this factory really that big? Maybe he was sucked into the subspace. Duanmu Huai answered casually while looking around. Subspace? It's a different dimension from the real world. To put it simply, this dimension is infinitely extended. I don't think we can get out even if we run for a whole day and night. What should we do? There shouldn't be any water or food here. Right? As she spoke, Chito stared at the apple cut out of red cloth and on the tree trunk cut out of brown cloth in front of her. Could it be that she wanted to take a bite and try it? Well, the only way is... Just when Duanmu Huai was about to explain, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh my! I didn't expect you to come here. Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked up, only to see a white, squirrel-like animal staring at them with red eyes. Then it stretched out its claws and greeted Duanmu Huai. Yeah, we meet again. What is this? A squirrel? One that can talk? In comparison, Qianshu was shocked, which was no wonder. After all, a talking animal appearing in front of him was scary enough. My name is QB, and you are now trapped in the witch's barrier. Which? Hearing QB's answer, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Wow, it's true. After searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. Is this the witch? This thing? That's right. Witches are born out of a curse. Since ordinary people can't see them, their nature is very bad. Witches will bring the seeds of these disasters into the world, such as anxiety and suspicion, excessive anger and hatred. Unexplained suicides or murders are likely to be caused by the witch's curse. Huh? In other words, the mass suicide incident that occurred in this factory was caused by the witch's curse? After hearing QB's explanation, Qianshu was surprised and asked, and QB nodded. That's right. Because the witch has been lurking in the barrier and will never show up in front of people. The place where you are now is the witch's barrier. So, as long as we destroy the witch, we can leave here. Right? That's right. People who are swallowed by the barrier usually cannot return to the real world alive. And with your current strength, you can't destroy the witch. So, having said that, QB looked at the two of them and blinked his big, shining eyes again. Sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Hey. Me? A magical girl? Faced with QB's persuasion, Qianshu looked confused and puzzled. That's right. Fighting witches is the mission of a magical girl. Of course, it's a very dangerous thing. So if you want to become a magical girl, in return, I can fulfill any of your wishes. Can I wish for anything? Of course. Since you are risking your life to fight the witch, you should be rewarded accordingly. Hearing this, Qianshu thought for a moment, then looked at Duanmu Huai. What do you think? In response to Qianshu's question, Duanmu Huai did not answer. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the strange white creature in front of him. Before that, I have a question for you. What's the problem? According to our investigation, the factory owner's daughter died unexpectedly before this, and the cause is unknown. So, I want to ask you. Duanmu Huai's sharp eyes shot towards QB like a blade. Is she a magical girl? Or a victim of the witch? Ah. Hearing this, Qianshu cried out softly and quickly covered her mouth. She suddenly remembered that Duanmu Huai had told her about what happened here before in the car, including that the originally insufficiently prepared goods suddenly appeared in the owner's warehouse, which saved the factory from bankruptcy. And after that, the factory owner's daughter died for unknown reasons. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, QB seemed very calm. She's both a magical girl and a victim. So, that child was killed by this witch. Hearing this, Qianshu couldn't help but clench his fists. That's really too much. This witch is using this factory as a base to attract more outsiders. More people will be harmed in the future. In order to prevent this from happening, she must be eliminated. At this point, QB looked at the two again. Besides, you guys need strength now. Don't you? Why? As if responding to QB's words, the ground suddenly began to tremble and swell. And then a strange monster crawled out. Its two arms were as slender as knitting needles, and its entire head turned into a fly-like shape. Two huge, bright red eyes like a ball of wool occupied most of the head area. With the appearance of this monster, the wool monsters around it also screamed excitedly. What it is? Looking at the strange monster in front of him with a slender body and a small skirt on the lower body, Qianshu got goosebumps all over his body. That's the witch. Hashtag, you and hashtag, and at asterisk and, at. Before QB finished speaking, the monster suddenly turned its head and stared at the two people hiding behind the tree. Then it let out a scream that no one could understand. Then, the woolen monsters around it turned around and rushed towards Duanmu Huai and Qianshu. At the same time, the cloth tree in front of the two people suddenly twisted into form, turning into a huge monster. It stretched out its claws condensed from branches and grabbed Duanmu Huai and Qianshu. Hurry. Both of you. Sign a contract with me right now and become magical girls, or you will die. This, hearing QB's anxious call, Qianshu hesitated, but at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded from beside her. No, that's not necessary. As Duanmu Huai spoke, Qianshu only heard a loud bang. The next moment, the huge wool monster was torn into pieces and exploded. At the same time, Duanmu Huai stood in front of Qianshu, holding a steel hammer in his hand that was taller than himself. I can deal with monsters of this level in 3 minutes. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai's figure flashed, and he rushed directly towards the army of furry monsters in front of him. Chapter 1157 Qianshu Huang. Send money? To be honest, although Qianshu felt like she was dreaming before, when she witnessed Duanmu Huai's battle with her own eyes, Qianshu still felt that she was really dreaming. Those monsters were 2 or 3 meters tall. In front of them, the petite girl in a cloak was simply vulnerable. However, the reality was completely different. Ha! With a wild roar that was not like that of a girl, Qianshu watched the girl in front of her suddenly raise the hammer in her hand and smash it down at the huge plush monster in front of her. As her hammer hit the plush monster, shining lightning instantly burst out from it, spreading in all directions and hitting the other plush monsters nearby. The furry monsters that were struck by lightning suddenly seemed to be ignited, and flames burst out from their bodies. In just a moment, dozens of furry monsters were turned into ashes while screaming. Hashtag and hashtag asterisk at asterisk at and. However, This scene naturally attracted the attention of the huge monster named the Witch. It raised its hands and made a noise-like scream again. Then the trees, plants and buildings woven with wool around it instantly decomposed and turned into lines, rushing towards the girl quickly. Faced with the lines rushing towards her, the girl did not dodge or evade, allowing them to tightly wrap around her body and limbs. Wait! Wait! Shall I? Seeing this scene, Qianshu screamed in surprise. Although she had no idea what the two parties were doing, she knew that having her movements restrained by the enemy was a very bad thing. However, compared to the panicked Qianshu, Duanmu Huai raised his head very calmly and stared at the witch in front of him. You still want to compete with me at this level? As Duanmu Huai spoke, Qianshu watched in surprise. Duanmu Huai's arms, which were originally tied up tightly, were actually raised up just like that. He even turned his hand over and grabbed the ball of thread that was originally wrapped around his body, and then pulled it suddenly. Boom! This was simply unimaginable, and a scene that was impossible to appear in common sense. The girl, who was less than 1.7 meters tall, raised her hands, and under her pull, the witch, who was as tall as a 5-story building, was actually pulled off the ground and flew into the sky. Seeing this, Qianshu's mouth opened into an O shape, unable to close. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also leaped up, holding the warhammer tightly in both hands, and flew towards the witch's head like a cannonball. At this moment, her cloak also completely fell apart, revealing her face that had been hidden in it. At this moment, Qianshu only felt his heart suddenly tighten. Before, the girl had been wearing a hood and wrapped herself in a cloak, so Qianshu had never seen her appearance so clearly. But when the hood was removed, revealing her true face, Qianshu felt that everything in the world seemed to be eclipsed in an instant. As if at this moment, in this world, only the girl herself existed, with her pure white and flawless skin, golden long hair shining like the sun, eyes as bright as stars, and delicate facial features that seemed to embody the word beauty. She was like an angel, captivating and completely captured Qianshu's heart. The so-called soul dreaming is probably like this, as if even the soul is completely attracted by the other party. He can't look away at all, and even everything around you forget. The witch seemed to have the same feeling, looking at Duanmu Huai in front of her. Her movements suddenly slowed down, as if she was completely confused. She just stared blankly at the girl in front of her. At the same time, the warhammer in Duanmu Huai's hand had already smashed down again, hitting the witch's forehead heavily. Ah! When being hit by Duanmu Huai, the witch screamed as if she had just woken up from a dream. However, everything was already too late. With Duanmu Huai's ruthless bombardment, the witch's head exploded and cracked. She stretched out her hand in despair to grab something, but then fell backwards and hit the ground. Then, the surrounding scenes began to become illusory, swaying in the air like a mirage, and then slowly disappeared. When Duanmu Huai landed on the ground again, they were back in the abandoned factory. The strange world, the equally strange witch, and the furry monsters were all gone. After letting out a sigh, Duanmu Huai put his hood back on. Only then did Qianshu seem to come back to his senses and looked around in surprise. Hey! Are we back? That just now wasn't a dream, was it? Why? Do you think it was a dream? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai squatted down and reached out to pick up a strange object from the ground. It looked like a round piece of jewelry, but it was black and had a long and thin tip at the bottom. So this thing dropped after killing the witch? What is this used for? Duanmu Huai took a look. Well, I don't understand it at all. Everything that just happened shouldn't be a dream or an illusion. At this time, Qianshu also came over and looked around in confusion. To be honest, she hoped that this was some kind of illusion, or that she was just dreaming. But unfortunately, Qianshu had just checked her ammunition. This meant that what had just happened was not a dream. I never thought something like this would happen. In other words, the so-called mass suicide was actually the work of the witch. She even killed the factory owner's daughter. This is absolutely unforgivable. Why are you looking at me like that? Qianshu finished speaking indignantly. And then he realized that Duanmu Huai was staring at him speechlessly. Then, Duanmu Huai suddenly spoke. Actually, I am the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. Now I have to go back and open my tomb to take the treasure that belongs to me. But I can't go back because I have no money. Transfer 500,000 to me. When I go back and open the tomb, I will give you half of the treasure. Eh? What are you talking about? I mean, do you believe in that animal? Or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? You mean? The animal is lying? At least it definitely doesn't tell the truth. As a judge, Duanmu Huai never believed in any species other than humans. Let alone something like this that had "I am suspicious" written all over it. Have it? Of course. I asked it. Was the daughter of the factory owner who died before a magical girl? Or was she a victim of the witch? You still remember how it answered? It says both. That's right. But why use such a complicated explanation? Wouldn't it be better to just say that the witch killed her? Oh, now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Also, don't you realize that this guy is not a good guy? Have it? Of course. You still remember what I said before. That this factory almost went bankrupt due to a mistake that led to delayed delivery and compensation. But suddenly the goods appeared in the customer's warehouse. So they avoided the crisis. Ah, you mean to say that this is the wish that girl made to QB when she became a magical girl? Yes. Did you find any problem? Question? Uh-huh. Looking at the confused Qianshu, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Let me tell you this. Suppose you are fighting an enemy, and are out of ammunition and food. Suddenly this thing appears and says, sign a contract with me to become a magical girl, and I can grant you a wish. Would you choose to refill your ammunition? Or would you just wish to destroy the enemy? It should be the latter. I can easily kill the enemy. So why would I need ammunition? At this point, Qianshu suddenly realized what was wrong. Indeed, according to Duanmu Huai, the factory was facing the dilemma of huge compensation and bankruptcy because it could not deliver on time. You can wish for delivery on time. But if you wish for the factory to suddenly have billions, isn't that easier? After all, you have to sacrifice your life to become a magical girl and fight. Since it is any wish, you must choose the one with the highest reward. After all, even if you have stocked up on goods this time, who knows if the same thing will happen again next time? Children may not be able to think so much. But the animal also doesn't understand? Does it look like it has warned the other party? This is indeed not the case. Even a child, once the interests are explained, will understand that it is obviously not worthwhile to put himself in danger in exchange for a one-time pass. It's like wishing that you can get 100 points in this final exam. What about the next final exam? Are you going to sacrifice your life for this final exam? At least you should get 100 points in every final exam. Children all understand this, don't they? That is to say, that guy is looking for children everywhere to sign contracts. I'm afraid he thinks that children are easy to deceive. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. He had previously thought that so-called magical girls should be the kind of destined protagonists he had seen in anime. But now it seemed that this was a business that anyone could sign a contract with. Even if not everyone could. At least it seemed that QB would accept anyone who came. So the question is, what exactly is this thing? Duanmu Huai did not sense any subspace aura from it. So it was definitely not a demon from the subspace. So what exactly is it? Is it so eager to find people to sign contracts in order to protect humans? No one would believe it. Speaking of which, where's that talking white animal? Qianshu looked around and no longer saw QB. They saw that we were not easy to deceive. So they ran away a long time ago. Duanmu Huai snorted lightly. While he was dealing with those monsters, QB had already slipped away without anyone noticing. It was obvious that it had discovered that it could not complete the task. So it ran away early. I see. Now that you mention it, it really is becoming more and more suspicious. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Qianshu nodded. And then she looked at Duanmu Huai with some curiosity as he put on his hood again. Why do you have to hide yourself? You are so beautiful. Aren't you? It's easier to fight this way. In response to Qianshu's question, Duanmu Huai simply shrugged his shoulders. The clone with full charm actually also has a charm skill similar to the fear aura of the original body. However, unlike the fear aura that requires a willpower appraisal in every round, the clone's charm skill is in a decreasing state. In other words, if you face the avatar directly for the first time, you will definitely be charmed. And then the opponent's resistance will gradually increase with each round. This is different from the original fear aura. After all, if the opponent's will is strong enough, the fear aura can be resisted in the first round. But the charm of the clone ignores resistance, and will definitely hit in the first round. Therefore, when Duanmu Huai splits himself, he usually chooses to conceal his true face. either by using some kind of transformation props like he did in Night City before, or simply wrapping himself up when fighting a boss. As long as he reveals his true face first, the boss will be charmed for a round regardless of its resistance or immunity. Then Duanmu Huai will take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and hit a critical hit, which can basically kill most of the small bosses directly. Now what? What else can I do? Duanmu Huai looked at the strange black ornament in his hand. Let's go back and study what this thing is. Living in the mountains is really bad. To buy groceries, I have to ride down the mountain with an empty bike and then ride up the mountain with a full bike. If only it were the other way around. Chapter 1158 Secret Investigation. A night passed. Qianshu did not sleep well that night. After all, everything that happened before was too much for her to accept. It was not surprising that it completely overturned her worldview. Qianshu tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. At dawn, she could no longer resist her curiosity and got up to knock on the door next door to find Duanmu Huai to ask about the situation. Did you find anything? At the moment? Not at all. I'm not good at this. Duanmu Huai, who was called by Qianshu, yawned. As expected, he was not suitable for these things that required thinking. Since this was related to magic, it would be more reliable to find an Orpheolilian. However, given Duanmu Huai's current condition, he definitely couldn't call them over. Let's think of other ways. Anyway, let's go to the store and have breakfast. Duanmu Huai did not expect to solve the problem all at once. It was obvious that the witches were not isolated cases, at least according to QB. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had used the auspicious instrument to record the subspace fluctuation values of the witch's enchantment yesterday. Next, he just needed to let the servo skull scan nearby, and then according to the values, he should be able to lock the location of the witches. Moreover, there are many places that Duanmu Huai finds suspicious. For example, if QB is really for humans as it says, then why doesn't it cooperate with Licorice? You guys are doing similar work, right? And you're professionals. Aren't you much better than those ordinary girls? Leaning against the car window and looking at the scenery outside, Duanmu Huai suddenly spoke, and Qianshu was stunned when he heard Duanmu Huai's words. So, although it was a little unexpected, Qianshu had to admit that what Duanmu Huai said made sense. After all, Licorice was an adopted orphan, and she had received combat education and guidance since she was a child, and she was mentally prepared to sacrifice for the battle. Even to put it more cruelly, they were essentially professional soldiers, even if they couldn't be compared with special forces or Navy SEALs. At least Qianshu was sure that she and others were definitely more useful than those ordinary girls when facing witches. So why doesn't QB look for Licorice herself, but instead looks for ordinary girls? Doesn't it know about the existence of itself and others? Although this possibility does exist. Arriving at the coffee shop, Qianshu changed his clothes and started his work, while Duanmu Huai continued to stay in the corner, holding a magazine and opening his laptop to continue his work. Although Qianshu had suggested that Duanmu Huai come to work in the coffee shop, Duanmu Huai had no interest in the service industry, and he didn't plan to greet and see off customers all day, so he decided to stay in the corner. After all, slacking off is the most comfortable thing. Although this cafe is not a breakfast shop, it does have similar meals. Duanmu Huai ordered coffee and a sandwich while continuing to search for news online. At the same time, at the counter, Qianshu could be heard talking happily to Mika. It's true, teacher. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. There was a witch and a white squirrel that could speak human language. And the witch also used certain methods to induce people to commit suicide. What movie is this from? This isn't a movie. Obviously, Mika didn't take Qianshu's words seriously, and thought she was talking about a plot from a movie or TV series, which made Qianshu very helpless. The evidence was that when Qianshu brought the coffee and sandwiches over, she looked defeated. No, the teacher doesn't believe what I say at all. Generally speaking, normal people wouldn't believe it. Duanmu Huai took the coffee, took a sip, and then spoke. You have no evidence. And what you described seems more like a scene from a nightmare anyway. Wow. In that case, I might as well go and explain it to the commander directly. What are you going to say? That there is a witch endangering this city? Even if your commander believes what you say, what do you think you can do against such a monster? Hearing this, Qianshu was speechless. Indeed, just as Duanmu Huai said, although they the Lycoris, were also good at fighting. Their opponents were humans, facing those monsters that were beyond imagination and incomprehensible. Well, Qianshu was the elite trump card of Lycoris, and even she couldn't do anything with those weird things. So it was conceivable that others would be even worse off. But I think I still need to explain this to the commander. Anyway, since we already know that there are such strange and terrifying things in this world, we must be careful. What if other licorices are accidentally attacked by witches while performing their missions? Whatever you want. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders indifferently to Qianshu's words. Just do what you want to do. I'm not stopping you. Am I? Can you? Shouldn't this kind of thing be confidential? Seeing Duanmu Huai's indifferent expression, Qianshu was also very surprised. You know, even licorice is kept secret from the outside world. And it can even be said that most citizens don't even know their existence. And they are only dealing with some ordinary criminals. This which is more terrifying than the criminals that licorice dealt with. It's not like it's confidential or not. After all, this kind of thing is even more outrageous than an ordinary urban legend. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to the magazine next to him. Look! What we said is actually written in this magazine. Right? They wrote it openly. But do you think anyone took it seriously? Before this, you didn't think it was really happening, did you? Looking at the supernatural magazine in Duanmu Huai's hand, Qianshu's expression suddenly became quite interesting. Indeed, before this, even she had not thought that the content in this third-rate supernatural magazine would be true. Well, I'll go out for a while then. At this moment, Duanmu Huai finished his sandwich, drank his coffee in 2 or 3 gulps, and then stood up. Where are you going? I plan to talk to the editor of this magazine. Since he was able to find so much information, it means that he is not the kind of reporter who simply makes groundless accusations. Maybe he can find some clues. Then I'll go too. 1,000 beams. However, just as Qianshu was happily preparing to go out with Duanmu Huai, Mika poked her head out from the counter and called her. At this time, Qianshu seemed to remember that she still had work to do, and she lowered her head dejectedly. But soon she excitedly waved to Duanmu Huai again. Then I'll wait here for you to come back. When you come back, you must tell me what you have investigated. New. Looking at Qianshu, who was as lively as a happy golden retriever, Duanmu Huai smiled slightly, waved at her, and then walked out of the cafe. Editorial Department of Urban Legends. This is a magazine editorial office located in a remote area of the urban circle. Just from the shabby 3-story building and the surrounding environment, it can be seen that the business itself is probably shaky. However, for a magazine editorial office that makes a living by reporting urban supernatural programs, this is almost the case. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze from the surroundings, then walked to the dilapidated door of the editorial office in front of him and reached out to knock on the door. The door is not locked. Come in. Soon. A lazy voice came from inside the door, as if a man had just woken up. Hearing the other person's words, Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and walked straight in. The small editorial office was in chaos, with papers scattered everywhere and some thrown aside, like books that had not been finished reading. In front of the desk, a man with messy hair and wearing a sweater vest was climbing up from the table with red eyes. Judging from the ashtray full of cigarette butts beside him, he was probably another one of those who stays up late. Who are you? The man was obviously surprised to see Duanmu Huai coming in. This was normal. After all, it was a very strange thing for a girl wrapped in a cloak with her face not showing to come to such a chaotic and dilapidated place. My name is Duanmu Ai. Duanmu Huai didn't waste any time. He took out the magazine from his robe and put it on the table. I came here to talk to the author of this article. That's what I wrote. Who are you? I'm editor Tingchuan. The man named Tingchuan introduced himself and stared at Duanmu Huai warily. Is there any problem with this article? I'm curious. Duanmu Huai raised his head and stared into Tung Chuan's eyes. I have read this article. Now I just want to know why you want to investigate this. Also, where did you know about the witch's curse? What do you mean? This is just a legend of a city. Don't give me any more perfunctory treatment. Duanmu Huai interrupted Tung Chuan's pale and weak defense. I have been to that factory and eliminated the witch entrenched there. So you don't have to treat me as an idiot who is ignorant and comes here just out of curiosity to seek excitement. You? Hearing this, Tingchuan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. No matter what you say, it's just a ghost story. Miss, I know girls of your age love this kind of story the most. But it's just... boom. However, before Tung Chuan could finish his words, Duan Mu Huai suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Tung Chuan. The next moment, the thunder hammer was swung out from her hand, brushing against Tung Chuan's cheek and smashing directly into the wall behind him. It was not until this time that Tung Chuan seemed to react. He looked at Duan Mu Huai in front of him and the huge war hammer in his hand in surprise. And for a moment, he didn't know what to say. My patience is limited. Mr. Tung Chuan? Duan Mu Huai stared at Tung Chuan. Although I don't like to use my brain, I also hate others treating me as an idiot. After hearing what Duan Mu Huai said, Editor Tung Chuan did not say anything, but just looked at Duan Mu Huai in silence. Are you the magical girl? In response to Editor Tung Chuan's question, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows again. From the look of you, it seems that you do know something? Certainly. Facing Duan Mu Huai's question, Editor Tung Chuan smiled bitterly. Then he lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then looked at Duan Mu Huai. Because my niece was most likely killed by a witch. Then, Editor Tung Chuan spoke. Chapter 1159, The Other Side. Because my niece was probably killed by a witch. Hearing what Editor Tung Chuan said, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows. Go on. All right. The warhammer, which was powerful enough to crush him into a pulp, was right next to his head. But Tung Chuan just nodded. My brother is an ordinary office worker. He married a colleague, started a family, and gave birth to Yuna, my niece. They are just an ordinary family of 3. If it continues like this, their lives will be no different from those of ordinary people. But, how should I put it? At this point, Editor Tung Chuan took a puff of his cigarette with emotion. My brother doesn't know how to say no to others. To put it in an extreme way, he is a pushover. As long as someone asks him for help, he will do his best to help the other party. Because of this, he is regarded as a useful guy in the company. Not only is it common for others to borrow money from him, but they will even push some troublesome work to him. Of course, his wife quarrels with him from time to time because of this. After all, they are just an ordinary family, and they also need money. But my stupid brother lends all the money to others. Get to the point. Duan Mu Huai is not interested in other people's private affairs, and even less interested in society and the law. Sorry, I'm off topic. To put it simply, my brother was deceived and became a guarantor after being persuaded by someone with sweet words. That person ran away after he couldn't pay the debt. As a result, the debt collectors found my brother's house, and the couple argued endlessly about it. My sister-in-law even thought about divorcing my brother. Actually, this is normal. From my point of view, a good person like my brother is really not suitable. Okay, I'm off topic again. Perhaps sensing Duan Mu Huai's dissatisfied look, Editor Tung Chuan gave a wry smile. To put it simply, because of this incident, my brother has started to file for divorce. And Yuna, my niece, is also very worried about this. But she is just a child, and there is nothing Yuna can do about this kind of thing between adults. It should have been like this. But a miracle happened. Hearing the word miracle, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows. My brother won 800 million yen in a lottery. That's 800 million yen. Of course, my brother used the money to pay off his debts. And my sister-in-law never mentioned divorce to him again. To be honest, I was relieved. But at this time, Yuna found me very happily and said that she became a magical girl. At first, I thought Yuna was just talking about the plot of some cartoons. After all, that's what kids love the most. Like magical girls who can transform, and heroes of light who fight against aliens. But then Yuna told me an incredible story. She said she met a strange, talking white animal. The animal wanted to sign a contract with her to make Yuna a magical girl to fight witches. And in return, Yuna could fulfill a wish. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai's expression darkened. QB? Yes, that's the name. Then Yuna told me that she thought her father and mother quarreled because the family had no money. So she made a wish so that her father and mother would no longer quarrel over money. You believe it? Of course I didn't. Although I'm in this line of work. It's precisely because I'm in this line of work that I know that many of the so-called supernatural and urban legends are actually just exaggerated rumors. But Yuna is my niece after all. Maybe she thinks I'm in this line of work, and will be more likely to believe her. Of course, I won't refute it. After all, it's still good to regard it as a child's innocent dream. Besides, the lottery itself is a matter of luck. Who can be sure? Editor Tingchuan gave a wry smile. After that, Yuna often came to me and told me some of her adventure stories, such as fighting familiars and witches in a witch's barrier. She told them vividly, and it was quite interesting. Of course, although Reina was very persistent about this, I didn't take it seriously. After all, she was at that age. In today's words, it's called Chunibyu. Many people have the dream of being a magical girl and saving the world. And she is no exception. But unfortunately, everything changed after that. Perhaps he recalled something. And Editor Tingchuan's expression became gloomy again. Although my brother resigned from the company after winning the lottery, the money he has is still very eye-catching. There are often relatives who come from nowhere to borrow money from him, saying that their children are seriously ill, or that the company is going to go bankrupt due to poor management. My brother is a good guy, so if others play a bit of pity, he will lend money. Then my sister-in-law will definitely not be happy. After all, my brother was a joint guarantor because of this, and he almost lost his family. And now it seems that he has no intention of repenting at all. So my sister-in-law has made up her mind to divorce my brother and live alone with Yuna. At this moment, Editor Tingchuan had finished his cigarette, so he picked up another one. Actually, I can understand my sister-in-law. After all, my brother is just like that. If he continues like this, even 800 million won't be enough for him. In comparison, a decisive divorce, a division of property, and a rich and peaceful life with Yuna are also a rational choice that adults can accept. But unfortunately, Yuna doesn't seem to understand. I still remember that day. Yuna, who had always been very lively, found me like a zombie. There was no life in her eyes. She seemed unable to understand why her parents finally divorced even though they had money. Although I have persuaded her, the child didn't seem to listen to me at all, and then left. That was the last time I saw her. As he spoke, Editor Tingchuan reached out and viciously crushed the unfinished cigarette in his hand into the ashtray. After that, Yuna disappeared, and about a week later, the child's body was found in an abandoned apartment. According to the police, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the case was ultimately determined to be that the child died of physical weakness after running away from home. If that's all, then it has nothing to do with magical girls and witches. Hearing this, Duanmu Hui frowned. At least this story sounded more suitable for reporting on a social law program rather than some supernatural weekly. Of course, I thought so at first, but I couldn't accept it. That child, although Yuna was hit hard by her parents' divorce, she is definitely not the kind of person who would commit suicide because of it. She is still very young, and she still has a lot of time. So I found the coroner and wanted to find out the truth. And then I got an answer that I didn't expect. Oh! The coroner told me that Yuna's case is not an isolated case in this city. No, it's not just this city. In fact, similar cases have occurred in many places. Young girls suddenly disappeared and their bodies were found. But there were no signs of violence or abuse on these bodies. Nor did they appear to have taken drugs or alcohol. Everything was normal. But they just died. Just like the police reported. They died of weakness. The coroner also considered from a medical perspective whether this was some kind of conditionally restricted infectious disease. But at least so far, apart from the fact that the deceased were all young girls, they had nothing in common. And no signs of any lesions were found through medical autopsies. I see. But you still didn't tell me. Duanmu Hui stretched out his hand and pointed at the magazine. What does this have to do with your investigation into the witch curse in this factory? Because that child is Yuna's friend. Editor Tingchuan shrugged. I heard from Yuna that the child worked with her to eliminate witches. So I wanted to ask the child at first. At that time, I thought that the magical girl action that Yuna mentioned might be a metaphor or some kind of activity, and it might be related to her death. So I also started an investigation. As a result, when I found the child's residence, everything was too late. And the cause of death of the child is exactly the same as Yuna. Do you think this is an accident? So you think this is a witch's curse? No. This time, Tung Chuan's answer was beyond Duanmu Hui's expectations. Yuna once told me about the witch's curse. She said that the witch would first control other people's minds through a method called witch's kiss, and then let them sacrifice themselves. Then, she would pull these victims into the witch's barrier and turn them into food for her familiars. And as long as those familiars eat enough people, they will transform into brand new witches. When I learned about the mass suicide incident in that factory, I suddenly thought of the witch's curse that Yuna mentioned. So, I wrote it in the magazine. Why? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I just want to vent. Or maybe I just want to find new material. Or more likely I hope someone will do something after seeing this, like you are doing now. Having said that, Editor Ting Chuan raised his head and stared at Duanmu Huai with his bloodshot eyes. Then, miss, please tell me, are you a magical girl? If that's what you were expecting, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Duanmu Huai reached out and took back the warhammer. Actually, I am also investigating the matter of magical girls like you. So strictly speaking, I don't know much more than you do. However, I can be sure that the deaths of those girls are indeed related to magical girls and witches. But I am still investigating the specific circumstances. Then, who are you? I am the Grand Inquisitor from the Inquisition. That's all you need to know. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left. He had originally hoped to get some clues from this person. But now it seemed that apart from hearing a boring story, it was a complete waste of time. Wait a minute. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to leave the editorial office, Editor Ting Chuan suddenly jumped up. Do you want to continue investigating this matter? If so, I have an intelligence for you. As he spoke, Editor Ting Chuan was seen rummaging through the table, sweeping all the materials and newspapers aside. Then he finally found something, took out an ancient book, and came to Duanmu Huai. Actually, after that, I was also investigating things about witches. This is the information about witches that I found in the historical records. Look, it says here that people defeated the witch who caused the disaster and sealed her away completely. Witch? Seal? Duanmu Huai took the ancient book and glanced at it briefly. It simply said that people in a certain place were bewitched by evil ghosts, and had sex with them to give birth to a witch with ghost blood, and the witch also brought disaster to that place. Later, with the help of passing monks and enthusiastic onlookers, the witch was sealed up. Why does it feel like something I often encountered in Journey to the West? Are you sure this is a witch and not a vixen or something? Anyway, let's go and take a look. Anyway, there are no other clues now. No matter whether this is true or false, we will know it as long as we go and take a look. In the end, Duanmu Huai accepted the ancient book handed to her by Editor Ting Chuan. Perhaps it was out of intuition. She always felt that she would gain something from this trip. But what exactly was gained? It's hard to say. Of course, after returning to the car, Duanmu Huai still sent a text message to Qianshu on his mobile phone, informing her that he would be away for a while. After all, that place was not very close to here. However, Qianshu did not see the text message sent by Duanmu Huai at this moment. The reason was very simple. She was in a place where she could not receive text messages. You may think I'm making this up, but I'm serious. Commander Kusunoki, staring at the woman in front of her. Qianshu's expression was tense. After separating from Duanmu Huai, Qianshu thought about it and felt that she had to report this matter to her superiors. So she called Nanma, the commander of the DA organization, and told him about the witch. In fact, Qianshu was mentally prepared that the other party would reply to her with a sentence, "You watch too many movies," and then hang up the phone directly. However, what Qianshu did not expect was that, after listening to his report, Nanma not only did not hang up the phone, but instead said, "Report to the headquarters for the specific situation." It has to be said that this did make Qianshu a little confused, but she still came to the headquarters and explained again in front of Nanmu everything she had seen last night. Anyway, that thing called the witch is really dangerous. I think it's a good idea to warn everyone. Is that all you have to say? Yes. Okay. I get it. Wait. To Qianshu's surprise, Commander Nanmu did not answer her immediately, but just nodded, then pressed the intercom and said a few words. Soon, Qianshu saw the door next to her open, and then a woman walked in. She looked 2 or 3 years older than Qianshu. She was not wearing the licorice uniform, but a smart professional suit. She had waist-length dark blue hair and firm blue eyes, and looked like a white-collar beauty. Qianshu was sure that he had never seen her in DA. Who is this person? Qianshu looked at Commander Kusunoki curiously, then at the blue-haired woman, who nodded slightly at her. Hello. Nice to meet you. Ms. Nishiki Chizuka. I'm Yujari Ayano from PMC Company AAA. As she spoke, Yujari Ayano stared at Nishiki Chitsuka seriously. Regarding the witch, barrier, and the Inquisition mentioned earlier. Could you please give us a further explanation? Then she spoke. Chapter 1160, The Depths of Darkness. Hey, PMC? Qianzhu was still confused when facing the woman in front of him. But Commander Kusunoki, who was sitting behind the desk, gave an explanation. Private military company is a private military company that is responsible for resolving disaster D. What is disaster D? To put it simply, it's demonic possession. In response to Chizuka's question, Yujiri Ayano gave a very detailed explanation. You must have seen that in many movies and novels, there are plots where demons sign contracts with humans and grant humans power. We call those who sign contracts with demons and gain power demon-possessed. And it is our responsibility as AAA to solve the troubles caused by these demon-possessed people. Oh, I see. Is there such an organization in our city? Why don't I know anything about it? Hearing Yugi Ayano's answer, Chizuki nodded first, and then immediately looked at Commander Kusunoki with dissatisfaction, like a cat with its fur standing on end. You know, Chizuki can be regarded as the ace elite of the DA organization. And even she has never heard of such information. Because you like Chorus don't need to know. Solving D disasters is the responsibility of PMCs. And like Chorus is responsible for maintaining social order. The responsibilities of both parties are different. So the scope of jurisdiction is also different. Oh, that's right. Hearing this, Qianzhu pouted in dissatisfaction. She could understand what Commander Nanmu meant. It was like firefighters and police officers in the serious crime squad. Although they were both part of the establishment, their work would not normally involve any interaction. After all, you couldn't ask firefighters to investigate serious crimes. And the latter weren't good at putting out fires. Right? But you haven't solved the problem yet? The witch was Xiaoyai. Missed one who killed her. Hey, Chitsuki. Hearing Chizuka raise her questions without any mercy, Commander Kusunoki couldn't help but speak out to stop her. After hearing Chizuka's question, Yujiri Ayano's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Indeed, as you said, we are not able to deal with witches because they are somewhat different from ordinary demonic possession. Different? Ordinary demon possession is when humans sign a contract with a demon and gain the power granted by the demon. As a result, they will become very strange beings that far exceed human form. In my opinion, that which is already quite inhuman. Thinking back to the monster with a fly-like head that he saw in the witch's barrier last night, Qianzhu silently complained. But the most important thing is that most demon-possessed people need power because they want to cause unrest in real society. Because they are dissatisfied with politics. Because of broken social relationships. Or because of failed love. At this point, Qianzhu could understand it. After all, the targets of Licorice were similar terrorists. No matter what the reason was, the ultimate goal of these people was to retaliate against society and cause social chaos. That was why Licorice defeated them in an unknown way before they could take action. But the enemies they faced don't look like monsters. Thinking of this, Chitsuka felt a sense of closeness towards Yujiri Ayano in front of her. After all, we all make a living from this. And in this way, she understood why Yujiri Ayano said it was different. But witches are not like that. They just hide in the barrier, secretly kill others, and never show up. Qianzhu also thought this was indeed very strange. After all, from this perspective, witches were not like ordinary demons, who took revenge on others or caused social chaos. On the contrary, they even tried every means to prevent others from noticing their existence, which was not the behavior of terrorists or demons. It was more like a serial killer, just like the mysterious murderer that Qianzhu saw in the movie, who committed serial murders on American roads. People disappeared mysteriously from time to time, but no one thought it was a serial killer, and no one even thought that there was such a thing as a murderer. In fact, for Qianzhu, if the witch did not hide in the barrier, but appeared directly in front of everyone, it would cause a large-scale panic in the whole society. After all, that shape, it's really hard to describe. I have nightmares after watching it, and I don't know if I will dream about it tonight. That's right. So the investigation we can conduct is very limited. In fact, up to now, we don't have enough information to prove the existence of the witch. And we can't even find her specific location. To be honest, I'm afraid we don't know as much as you do, Miss Chitsuka. So when we learned about the report you submitted from Commander Kusunoki, we wanted to meet with you urgently, so that we could get to know the actual situation as soon as possible. Please do me a favor. As she spoke, Yujari Ayano even bowed her head and saluted to Chizuka, which made Chizuka feel a little embarrassed. Ah. I am really embarrassed to say this. To be honest, I don't know anything about this and I don't know if I can give an accurate report. It doesn't matter. Just tell me what you saw at that time. Oh well. Since Yuton Lingyo said so. Chizuka was not the kind of person who would look ahead and behind. So she quickly explained everything she had experienced last night to Yuton Lingyo in detail. The latter also listened very seriously. Not only took out a recorder to record, but also asked some questions from time to time. Because of this, a lot of time was spent. And it was almost dusk. It seemed that Yujari Ayano was sure that she could not get anything out of him. So she nodded to Chizuka. Thank you for your cooperation. No. It would be great if I could help. Touching his hungry flat stomach, Xianshu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he might not be able to wait until he could go back, and could only eat in the cafeteria of the DA headquarters. But it must be said that Xianshu is also quite interested in this matter. Miss Aya, do you think that QB will be a demon? Very much. Yujin Ayano nodded seriously. According to you, the other party appeared in front of you and asked you to sign a contract to spin the difficulty in front of you. This is similar to the means of demon temptation to sign a contract. Ah. Come to think of it, AI said the same thing, thinking of the other party's speechless question to him last night. Do you believe in that animal or believe that you are Qin Shi Huang? Xianshu could only smile bitterly. But she is not unquestionable. But isn't this strange? According to QB, if you sign a contract with it and become a magical girl, you have to destroy the witch. If it is a demon, why would you destroy the witch? Aren't witches also demons? I don't understand this either. And there is no way to give an answer at the moment. But in fact, demons are not monolithic. Is that so? That's right. Since ancient times, it has been very difficult and dangerous for humans to deal with demons. Moreover, human weapons can hardly cause any damage to demons. And even if they do, it is difficult to kill them. On the contrary, demons can effectively kill demons. Therefore, in historical records, there have been records of humans making contracts with demons and driving demons to destroy them. Is there such a thing? That's right. If what you said is correct, then it is very likely that QB and the witch are demons of different species. There is a high possibility that the two sides are hostile to each other to some extent. Therefore, QB would use this method to increase the number of demons possessed and use them to deal with and eliminate the witch. Having said this, Yujin Ayano was silent for a moment. To be honest, I am also very interested in Miss Duanmu and the tribunal she belongs to. Can you ask her to come here and talk to me? It's okay for me. But there's no way to contact her now. Her phone isn't with me. Xianshu spread his hands helplessly. That's right. The DA headquarters was just like a school. Even Licorice was not allowed to bring a cell phone when entering. Xianshu's cell phone was naturally confiscated when he entered the headquarters. Commander Kusunoki? I see. Commander Nanmu sighed helplessly, then made a gesture. Not long after, Commander Nanmu's secretary came over with Xianshu's cell phone and handed the phone back to Xianshu. Thanks. After getting the phone back, Xianshu thanked him excitedly. Then she quickly and skillfully turned on the phone and glanced at the screen. What's wrong? I may not be able to call Xiaoyai here. As she spoke, Chizuka showed the screen of her cell phone to Yujari Ayano. She sent a message a long time ago, saying that she had found some clues about the witch and was going to County Inn. Judging from the time, she must have arrived by now. Why? Just as Qianshu said. When she got the phone, Duanmu Huai had already driven to the location recorded in the ancient book. Good fellow. This is really good fellow. Standing in the desolate mountains and wilderness covered with snow. Duanmu Huai was also confused. If I remember correctly, judging from my phone, it is still September in this world. Although the mountains here are a bit high, it is not likely to snow. When you made such a mess, I thought someone was wronged. Is this really the place? Duanmu Huai flipped through the ancient book in his hand again in confusion. Although the climate here is very abnormal, there is no breath of subspace at all. And it doesn't look like a witch's barrier. Well, I always feel that I should have found the wrong place. In short, let's find a place to hide first. It was still morning when Duanmu Huai left the city. and it was already dusk when he drove here and climbed up the mountain. Although Duanmu Huai's physical fitness was not bad even in a snowstorm, he was unwilling to endure this pain. Fortunately, when he was climbing the mountain just now, Duanmu Huai had seen a small wooden house not far away, which should be a place for hunters to rest when hunting. It would be nice to stay there for a night and then continue the investigation. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai walked towards the cabin in the heavy snow. The climate in the mountains always changes suddenly. When Duanmu Huai arrived in front of the cabin, the whole mountain was already pitch black. Only the whistling sound of the wind was echoing in the mountains, mixed with heavy snow blowing towards them. However, when Duanmu Huai walked to the door of the cabin, it was found that there were obvious signs of fire in the cabin. Besides me, is there anyone else going up the mountain at this time? Anyway, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai knocked on the door, and then pushed the door directly and walked in. Sorry to bother you. Click. The heavy wooden doors are isolated from the cold and blizzard outside. Duanmu Huai walked into the cabin. This found that it was very clean inside the cabin, and in the fireplace next to it, it burned flames and firewood. Wow! Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, but he whistled in his heart. This is not surprising. After all, anyone who opens the door and walks into the room and sees a blonde beauty facing him with messy clothes will inevitably want to feast his eyes. Sorry to bother you. Don't care. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming in, the blonde beauty seemed very calm and even smiled at him cordially. Well, this is probably because Duanmu Huai is currently using his avatar. If it was his real body, he would definitely have to call the police. But it's really strange. Duanmu Huai walked into the hut, sat on the chair next to him, and looked at the blonde in front of him curiously. The latter was obviously changing clothes because her clothes were wet in the heavy snow. However, what surprised Duanmu Huai was that this blonde beauty was not wearing mountaineering clothes, and she didn't look like she was dressed for hunting. On the contrary, judging from the headscarf she wore and the dark blue robe she wore, she was more like a nun. A nun? Weared like this to climb the mountain? What is rhythm? Of course, strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai had no right to criticize the other party. After all, Duanmu Huai himself usually wore a long robe and a long skirt. After all, the nun's clothes looked warm. Duanmu Huai looked like he was in summer. Although strictly speaking it is indeed summer. God knows why this mountain cave has become like Antarctica. I haven't introduced myself yet. Duanmu Huai also spoke at this time. My name is Duanmu Ai. Lo. Please give me more advice. Hello, Miss Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the blonde beauty also smiled slightly. I'm Sharon Holly Greer. It's our first meeting. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 1161 Joining Forces. Call. There was a whistling sound of cold wind outside the window. But inside the cabin, it was unusually quiet. Perhaps because of the same women. In the face of Duanmu Huai, Shanlang didn't care too much. At present, she has completely taken off her nun clothes worn on her body and roasted in front of the stove. Although Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up for this. After all, it was a feast for the eyes to see a blonde beauty with a good figure dressed like this. It was a pity that he was now a clone and could not do anything. Let's read a book. This ancient book is only halfway up. There is no signal in the Shinshan Laolin mobile phone. In addition to the spitting local infrastructure, it can only be turned over. However, the more he feels like his own investigation direction is completely different. As a proof of the contract, the price to be paid must be specified. The two parties must be agreed. And at the same time, the cost of paying for them can be selected by themselves, such as soul, memory, life, 5 senses of course. The higher the cost of payment, the stronger the power that the other party can use. Well, as an ancient book it is quite interesting. But Duanmu Huai feels that this is probably not the same as the witch he was investigating. At least the witch I saw in the factory before should not have signed a contract with anyone, right? To be honest, considering the suspicious white animal, Duanmu Huai was not sure. After all, Editor Tung Chuan also said what the witch kiss was. Is it accursed? I said, just as Duanmu Huai was staring at the ancient book in front of him and lost in thought. Suddenly, Sharon's voice rang out. Why are you here? Judging from your attire, you're not here to hike or hunt. Same here, Miss Sharon. Why are you here? Duanmu Huai is not the type to be trapped in a passive position. To be honest, Duanmu Huai also knows that he looks suspicious. But on the other hand, Sharon's dress is also suspicious. Two suspiciously dressed people together. Well, it really only doubles the suspicious index. But Sharon answered Duanmu Huai's question very straightforwardly. I am a nun affiliated with the Star Sky Church. Starry Sky Church? Yes. We are a religious organization that advocates love all over the world. We love everyone equally, and bring God's mercy to everyone. This is our creed. Ah. There is actually such an organization. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by Sharon's answer. As an inquisitor, he had seen many strange religious organizations. But this one was the worst. Then why is Miss Sharon here? There's no one here. Right? If I were to preach, would that be too far? Of course. I came here not to spread the mercy of love to the world, but to protect the world from the threat of evil. I have a feeling that's neither good nor bad. In fact, according to our investigation, a powerful and evil demon is sealed here. And I came here this time on the orders of the church to completely destroy it. It turns out that this is the same. Having said that, Sharon closed her mouth and stared at Duanmu Huai, obviously with an expression of it's your turn. Well, okay. There's nothing special to hide. My name is Duanmu Ai. My purpose for coming here is actually similar to Miss Sharon's. Similar to me? That's right. I belong to the trial of the trial court. I came here because I came here to investigate the incident named witch. Because there are records in ancient books. I will come here. The Inquisition? I have to say, when Sharon heard Duanmu Huai's answer, she showed a somewhat surprised expression. I'm sorry. I've never heard of this organization. This is normal. The Inquisition has only one duty, which is to protect humanity at all costs and eliminate all threats to humanity. Therefore, we will not appear in front of the public. I see. Hearing this, Sharon's expression became much more relaxed. So, can we be considered companions? For now. After all, I came here just to investigate the situation of the witch. As for what kind of existence that witch is, I still know nothing about it. Of course, if the other party is determined to be a threat to humanity, then as an inquisitor, I will of course choose to purify it. Then it seems that our goals are the same. To be honest, Duanmu Huai's answer was completely unfounded. But Sharon seemed to understand what Duanmu Huai meant. It seemed that because they all did the same thing, they could feel each other's sincerity. If possible, could you tell me about the tribunal? Of course not. Just as Duanmu Huai started chatting with Sharon, in the DA cafeteria late at night, Qianshu was looking at the dinner in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. Wow. To be honest, it's been a long time since I ate at DA's cafeteria. But the taste is still the same as always. Especially this boiled lettuce. I think DA's cooking skills are great. Unlike Chitsuka, who showed a picky attitude towards food, Yujiri Ayano ate the food in front of her very calmly. So, Ms. Qianshu, do you have anything else to add about the tribunal? Even if you ask me to add something. I only heard about the Inquisition from Xiaoyai, an organization that protects humanity at all costs and eliminates all threats to humanity's existence. To be honest, I can't imagine the existence of such an organization. Come to think of it, as if to change the subject. Or perhaps because he suddenly thought of something. Qianshu's eyes lit up. I heard Xiaoyai talk about a rule of the Inquisition, which I found quite interesting. It is the criteria for the Inquisition to judge human beings. What are the criteria for judging humans? When she heard Chitsuka's answer, Yujiri Ayano's eyes lit up. Yes, according to Xiaoyai, the Inquisition has only one criterion to determine whether a person is human. As he spoke, Qianshu raised his hand, made a pistol gesture, and pointed at his head. It's the skull. Skull? Any idea? I remember Xiaoyai said that in the universe, the human skull is a symbol of purity and holiness. Therefore, even if a person's entire body has been completely transformed into a robot, as long as his skull is still human, the Inquisition will treat him as a human. But on the other hand, as long as the skull is not human, then for the Inquisition it is an alien. Whether good or bad, it is an object that needs to be completely eliminated. This is really a crude and simplistic standard. After listening to Qianshu's telling, Shitong Yaina's expression was a bit complicated, and Qianshu was also familiar with this expression. After all, when she listened to Duanmu Huai, she estimated that her expression was almost the same as that of Shitongyu. After all, as an avid movie fan, Qianshu has watched quite a few movies. Of course, many movies also explore what it means to be a human being. Some would judge from the way of thinking, some from the feeling of feeling, and some would explain the soul. However, compared with these ambiguous methods, the judgment of the Inquisition is simple and rough. If your skull is human, you have a chance to live. If your skull is not human, then you will die. There are no exceptions. To be honest, this standard really scared Qianshu. In other words, the white animal ran fast. If it had run a little slower, according to the standards of the tribunal, after Duanmu Huai killed the witch, he would have been the next one to deal with. But it's based on the universe. Such an organization is really rare. When she first heard about the Inquisition, Yuki Ayano thought it was some kind of religious organization. But she didn't expect it to be so large-scale. Not even limited to a planet, but directly based on the entire universe. Could it be that if there are aliens, if the aliens don't meet the standards of the Inquisition, will the Inquisition also take action against them? No, that's too much. Thinking of this, Yutong Lingnyo shook her head. Most likely, this is just a religious belief and should not be taken too seriously. After all, destroying aliens is too exaggerated. Although Yujari Ayano didn't take it too seriously, it doesn't mean that others do the same. For example, I see. After listening to Duanmu Huai's introduction, Sharon nodded thoughtfully. The skull represents the purity and sanctity of human beings. It is indeed a very special angle. We have never thought about it from this perspective before. But if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. As she spoke, Sharon stared at Duanmu Huai. So, Miss Duanmu, according to what you said, as long as the skulls of those possessed by demons are human, will they also be recognized? It depends on whether they pose a threat to humans. If they do, they must be purified. Duanmu Huai also learned from Sharon that in this world, people who make deals with the subspace demons to gain power are collectively called demon-possessed. Of course, from the perspective of the Inquisition, this statement is a bit imprecise. But it's harmless. Although the two came from different forces, they had a very pleasant night. After all, there was no substantial conflict of interest between the Starry Sky Church and the Inquisition. And the Inquisition did not preach so soon. Duanmu Huai and Sharon agreed to join forces the next day to find the witch who was sealed in the legend. It must be said that there is indeed strength in numbers. Although Duanmu Huai had clues, he didn't know much about this world. However, Sharon had fewer clues, but she was relatively familiar with this world. So the two immediately exchanged information early the next morning and then took action. After spending more than half a day, the two finally found the legendary place where the witch was sealed. Chapter 1162 Contract. Is this the sealed witch? To be honest, when Duanmu Huai and Shanlang passed through the mountains and snow, they came to a cave and saw the so-called witch. Duanmu Huai was speechless. What appeared in front of them was a stone statue that looked like a woman. A long sword that did not look like a normal weapon pierced through the chest of the stone statue and nailed it to the wall. No. That's it? You also call this a seal? Duanmu Huai walked to the stone statue and looked at it carefully. When the seal was first mentioned, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it should be to put the person in a coffin, and at least stick some runes on it. To be honest, what kind of seal is this? Isn't this just a stone statue, or a lawn like a human stone? Duanmu Huai reached out and knocked on the stone statue in front of him. What about this sword? Will the person who draws the sword become the king? Is this the setting? Anyway, we'll know once we pull the sword out. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also reached out and grasped the weird long sword. Click. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, the sword seemed to be not inserted properly, and he pulled it out of the stone statue with a light pull. The stone statue also slid down the rock wall and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was stunned. No. Is it that simple? What can this thing seal? If there is an earthquake, it will probably break the seal immediately. Wait. This reminded Duanmu Huai of a TV series he had watched before, in which the village was set up so that whoever could draw the sword would be the hero who saved the village. However, all the people who drew the sword before were just performing on purpose, and they didn't actually draw the sword. When the last honest person drew the sword, he put his hand on the hilt, and the sword slipped out directly. Is it a similar situation here? Are you playing me? Woo! Just when Duanmu Huai was confused, The stone statue that had fallen to the ground suddenly jumped up with a roar like a wild beast. And then its right hand turned into a sharp claw and grabbed directly towards Duanmu. The opponent was very fast, as brave as a cheetah. But Duanmu just glanced at it, stretched out his free left hand, and easily grabbed the wrist of the stone statue. Then he raised his head and stared at the stone statue in front of him. Well, it didn't seem to be a stone statue, but more like a petrified person. Are you a witch? Can you understand my words? Woo-woo. I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if you can. However, before he could finish his words, Duanmu suddenly grabbed the witch and dodged to the side. Then he saw a figure passing by him, and then kicked the rock wall. Boom! A huge dent instantly appeared on the hard rock wall under the opponent's attack. But Duanmu obviously didn't care about such a trivial matter. He just stared at the person who suddenly launched the attack and asked, "Didn't I say that I would be the one to question her? Miss Sharon?" That's right. The one who suddenly launched the attack was none other than Sharon from the Xingtian Church, who had previously acted in a friendly manner with Duanmu. But you saw it too, didn't you? Sharanda reappeared, staring at the witch who was grabbed by Duanmu. This demon has completely lost his mind and has no way of answering your questions. Just kill it as we agreed beforehand. I haven't made a judgment on her yet. At least for now. She doesn't meet the characteristics of an alien. As for whether she is a heretic or a demon, it is up to me, as an inquisitor, to decide. Hearing this, Duanmu's eyes turned cold. Although the two sides have the same general goal, when it comes to the specific level, it is obvious that neither side will give in. As Duanmu said, the judgment of aliens, heretics and demons is made by himself as the judge, not by what others say. Likewise, no one is allowed to object to the judgment they make, as long as the court determines that someone is one of the three. No matter who defends or objects to it, it is meaningless to the court. The same is true for the Xingtian Church across the street. From a certain perspective, colleagues are really enemies. Is this really okay? Depending on the situation. I will also make you think you are the devil who is confused by the demon. It's mutual. Duanmu sighed silently. Don't think I don't know what your Xingtian Church wants to do. That's right. Duanmu knew it very well, because during the previous discussion, Sharon had said that she could give all the bounty of this demon. But the condition was that the demon's body must be handed over to her. To be honest, the moment he heard this request, Duanmu became wary of Sharon. You said before, only the demon can hurt and eliminate the demon. So, how does your Star Church destroy the demon? Yes, the answer is very simple. After all, there are many radical inquisitors in the tribunal who like to play this kind of trick of learning from the barbarians in order to defeat the barbarians. To be honest, Duanmu knows without any guessing what the Xingtian Church wants to do with the devil's corpse. From my perspective as an inquisitor, your actions are also heretical. However, in order to save humanity from the threat of demons, many sacrifices are necessary. I agree with this. But there are also things that should be done, and what should not be done. Self-sacrifice, that is self-righteous, will likely lead to a more serious degeneration. Based on the reason of protecting human beings, it will gradually fall into the heresy of the fallen abyss. Don't tell me that you have never appeared in the Church of Star. Are you kidding? There are many people like this in the tribunal. Duanmu doesn't believe that the awareness of the Xingtian Church can be higher than that of the tribunal. Then, aren't you the same? You were deceived by the devil's sweet words, and thought you could control the devil's power. But even your soul was devoured. There are many such people in the records of the Starry Sky Church. The two sides looked at each other, and the air became tense. Then Duanmu sighed silently. It seems that our cooperation will end here. What a shame. I thought we would be like-minded partners. As she spoke, Sharon clenched her fists. It seems that only one of us can leave here. I don't think so. Miss Sharon. As he spoke, Duanmu opened his hands. At the same time, a loud bell sounded from somewhere. Clang. The next moment, Sharon felt the scenery in front of her suddenly change. The originally dim and narrow cave changed. And the next moment, a solemn and luxurious pure white space appeared in front of Sharon. The hall that was full of sacred atmosphere like a cathedral appeared in front of her, and golden bells were hung on the tall pillars around it. Duanmu stood at the top of the steps, staring at Sharon. On both sides of Duanmu stood two lions, which looked like they were carved from stone. They sat on stone seats with their wings spread out, and their front paws hitting the shields that were golden and white. If Sharon hadn't been staring at them with a fierce look, she would have thought that they were just some kind of sculptures. But now, Sharon had no idea what to say. What on earth is this? Come on, mighty unicorn. As Duanmu Huai called out, Sharon saw a gorgeous creature in pure white, wearing gold and silver, with mane and long horns as bright as the sun, appearing out of thin air as if it had walked out of a myth, and standing in front of her. This, at first, Sharon thought it might be some kind of demon. But she soon realized that her guess was untenable. As a devout believer of the Starry Sky Church, Sharon could clearly feel the incomparably sacred aura coming from the creature in front of her. She had only experienced this feeling in the great cathedral of the Starry Sky Church. But even then, it was far less than what she felt now. It is not only a rare and famous horse, but also a missionary of faith. No matter who you are, don't even think about riding on its back, because that horse is carrying a mission given by God. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Sharon. If you stop here, I can still let you go, Miss Sharon. So, what do you want to choose? Along with Duanmu Huai's voice, Sharon heard another sharp scream. And then a huge pure white bird with wings shining with colorful light fell from the sky and landed on the stone pillar next to it. Sharon fell silent as she watched the scene before her. After a moment, she spoke. The Xinqian Church will not let this go. I understand. But I think you should also be aware that the Inquisition has its own practices. Then, I hope we won't meet again. After saying this, Sharon suddenly jumped back, then quickly turned around and left, disappearing into the depths of darkness. Seeing Sharon leave, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then saw the holy shield lion, the divine unicorn, and the elegant bird beside her also disappeared. Fortunately, the other party is not that stubborn, which is a good thing for me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and looked at the holy light of destroying evil he had just drawn out. Well, if Sharon was a little more stubborn, she would be dead. Of course, this doesn't mean that this card has no use. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the witch who was standing behind him, staring at him vigilantly. Well, after seeing what happened just now, it's normal to be wary of yourself. But what Sharon said made sense. No matter what, the devil's sweet words were indeed troublesome. And Duanmu Huai himself was not the kind of person who liked to use his brain. Not to mention that this was a clone, which meant that Duanmu Huai could not use the Shadow's ability to copy the opponent's information like the original body. Then, it seems that there is only one way. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the ancient book at hand. If he remembered correctly, the content of this ancient book should contain a part that can force the devil to answer questions? So, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the witch in front of him, who was trembling like a small animal being stared at by a ferocious beast. Would you like to sign a contract with me? Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. Chapter 1163, Aspiration to Become. Why should I sign a contract with you? The witch in front of him stared at Duanmu Huai coldly. By the way, she has now completely shed her original petrified SHL from the outside. She is just a cute girl about the same age as Qian Shu, with long pink hair and bright red eyes. Of course, this witch lady is not wearing any clothes. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After all, there's nothing I can do now. Right? Don't you already have so many powerful beings under your command? You don't need me at all. That's right. Although she had just woken up and hadn't figured out what was going on, the witch was sure that the being in front of her had far more power than herself. Apart from anything else, each of the things she had just summoned was enough to fight against a very powerful demon. If they all rushed over, even she would not be a match. What frightened the witch even more was that she had no idea what it was. If it was a demon, then it would be understandable. But the witch was sure that the girl in front of her was not driving a demon at all, but some completely incomprehensible existence. Could it be a mythical beast? I have something I want to ask you. That? But you are a demon, and I hate using my brain. To be honest, I don't like people lying, and I don't like looking for the truth in lies. As long as I sign a contract with you, then you can't lie. Right? For me, this is enough. Just for this? It must be said that even the witch who had just awakened was very surprised to hear the answer from the girl in front of her. But soon, she sneered. Really? The nun just said it. You may think you can drive the devil, but in the end the devil will eat you up. Moreover, signing a contract with the devil requires a price. So what price do you plan to pay? Hearing the witch's question, Duanmu thought for a moment, and flipped through the ancient book again. Lifespan. It is indeed a very orthodox and classical way. Is it really okay? You don't look very old. And you still have a long life ahead of you. Maybe you think it's okay now. But when you know that day has really come, can you still treat it so calmly? I can understand what you're saying. In fact, I've seen similar things before. Oh, I've seen an animation before, in which a nun signed a contract with a demon, and by consuming her own life, she drove the demon to destroy the enemy and protect humanity. At the end of the animation, as you said, the young girl's life came to an end, but she did not die calmly. Instead, when the sun set, she cried and hugged the demon she had signed a contract with tightly, shouting that she didn't want to die. To be honest, this scene shocked me greatly at the time. After all, generally speaking, wouldn't such a development eventually lead to death calmly? However, even though the girl was mentally prepared, she still longed to live in the end. But even though she felt fear in the face of death, she still persisted to the end. I have to say, it is indeed very respectable. Oh, by the way, although the girl eventually consumed her life and died, the demon that was her target is still living leisurely in this world. It is really a non-mainstream ending. What is animation? But I see. You are here to avenge that girl. So I thought since it was a rare opportunity, I might as well do some COS. What is COS? I don't know what you're talking about. But I feel like you're definitely not saying anything nice. Also, if the contract requires a token, can we use a watch instead? The kind that you wear on your chest, which counts down every time you use up your life. I think that would be more like it. What do you think of signing a contract with the devil? Listening to the request made by Duanmu, the witch was completely speechless. Although she had been sealed for too long and didn't understand what Duanmu meant by animation or COS, she could guess that this person probably wanted to imitate the actions of a character in a story because he admired the character in the story. By the way, even though it has been sealed for so many years, the witch still wants to ask, are you humans playing so wildly now? What do you think of signing a contract with the devil? Taking a deep breath, the witch stared at Duanmu in front of her and spoke. Then give me the contract. Contract? What is that? Don't you even know this? When humans and demons sign a contract, a detailed contract is required. It's so troublesome. I don't want such troublesome things. However, the witch's explanation was interrupted impatiently by Duanmu. The content of the contract is very simple. You must obey my orders completely and answer my questions truthfully. Is this really all that's going to work? It must be said that the witch was a little speechless in the face of Duanmu's extremely simple contract requirements. Generally speaking, signing a contract between humans and demons is a process of fighting wits and courage. Both parties will deliberately leave various traps and constraints in the contract in order to restrain each other. However, Duanmu's 3 blows made the witch lose all her temper. She had never seen such direct contract terms. Certainly. Well, I have a condition. 2. What conditions? Let me see your true face. It's hard for me to recognize someone who doesn't even want to show his true face as my master. Yeah, that makes sense. Duanmu was not surprised by the witch's request. When he thought about it carefully, he had been wearing a cloak and hiding his face in the shadows. In the animation, he would be the mastermind, the kind who would appear in front of the protagonist after the final boss was killed and say that the battle had just begun. Well, it is really suspicious. Oh well. Duanmu sighed silently, then reached out and took off his hood, and then looked at the witch in front of him. The latter was now wide-eyed in surprise, staring at the girl in front of him without blinking, her mouth as big as an egg, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Well, the charm worked, which is normal. Duanmu silently put on a hood again. After a while, the witch seemed to tremble and returned to God. That's okay. Then let's sign the contract quickly. I still have a lot of things to do, and there is no point wasting time here. Okay, I get it. While answering Duanmu's words, the witch looked at the girl in front of her. The scene just now made her unforgettable. At that moment, it seemed as if all the bright colors in the world were gathered here, making her completely fascinated. So much so that when the other party put on the hood again, the witch even had a strong impulse, as if she had lost everything, like a broken heart. Oh, what a pity. Staring at the girl in front of her, the witch began to think. She originally wanted to solve this problem by completely taking away the other party's lifespan during the contract signing process. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, who asked the other party to make such rough contract conditions? Even the lifespan required when signing the contract was not specifically specified. So it would be no problem for her to take it all. After all, this is a devil's contract. But after seeing the existence in front of her with her own eyes, the witch suddenly changed her mind. No matter what, letting such a beautiful existence disappear, even she would feel that it was a crime. That's right. Thinking of this, a dark smile appeared in the witch's eyes, taking away most of her lifespan, making her completely her own, turning her into a puppet that can't move without her. Fufufu. As a demon, this is more interesting than simply taking away someone's lifespan and soul. Well, first follow the steps. Since you are going to make a contract with the devil, you should at least know how to do it. Right? You need to give it a name. Right? That's really troublesome. Usually, don't demons have real names at times like this? Duanmu complained silently. Of course, even though he was complaining, strictly speaking, he thought this type of contract was much better than the contract between Furin and the devil, because the real names of those devils were longer than each other, and it felt like it would kill a lot of brain cells just to memorize them. Of course, the reason why those devils made their real names so long is very simple. Once you write a word wrong, the entire contract will be invalid immediately. In comparison, the demon contract in this world seems a little immature. Forget it. Come back to your senses. Name. Name. It's so troublesome. Duanmu glanced at the ancient books and picked a name at random. Just call me Kizara. Is this okay? That's right. Demon Muzara. Please make a contract with me at the cost of my life. While opening the ancient book and looking at the words on it, Duanmu began to speak according to the lines described in it. Then. Oh. However, Duanmu was not finished. Because at this time, I saw the witch suddenly stretched out her hand to put it on Duanmu's cheeks. And the next moment, the soft lips of the girl stuck tightly. Wow. To be honest, Duanmu was quite surprised by the witch's sudden attack. But he was not panicked. Although this body was a woman, the other party was also a woman. And from the appearance, she was also a beautiful girl. It was not a loss at all. And he even made a lot of money. The soft existence came in like a nimble little snake, teasing him constantly. At the same time, Duanmu could also feel that some kind of power was gradually dissipating in his body. Then, after dozens of seconds, the two sides slowly separated, and Mugung stared at Duanmu with wide eyes. How is it possible? How strong is your vitality? That's what I thought. But it's just this little bit. Well, it's no exception. For Mu Ji's inquiry, Duanmu did not answer, but glanced at his HP first. It must be pointed out that although Duanmu's clone, the original game character, looks like a weak and beautiful girl. In fact, this character follows the same career path as Duanmu. Although there is no divine job bonus, it still follows the path of being thick-skinned, strong, and high attack. Otherwise, why does the ID be called Little Boxing Smash Your Brain? So naturally, the HP value of the game character Duanmu is already over 1 million. And the HP that Mugung just took away, well, it's only about 1,000. In addition, what Mugung took away was not the HP limit, but the HP value, which means that Duanmu can get it back by just drawing holy water or something. How is it possible? Aren't you humans? At this moment, Mugung widened his eyes and looked at Duanmu in surprise. You know, the lifespan of the other person she just absorbed would be 80 or 90 years if it were a human. Even if the lifespan of the girl in front of her could reach 100 years. She would definitely be very weak now. But the fact is, Kizara almost burst his stomach. But the latter still didn't react at all. As calm as if he was bitten by a mosquito. In short, the contract is now complete. Facing Mugung's horrified gaze, Duanmu just sneered. Are you kidding? Sign a contract? Well, Duanmu admitted that he did not have the skills of a lawyer. Nor was he like the rat-like devils in the 9 hells of the Faerun world, who would go to the devil whenever they had time. But there was no need for him to go to the devil. Right? What was a contract? A contract was only to guarantee and constrain the credit of both parties. If one did not keep his word, Then he would be in violation of the contract and would be punished. But if Lao Tzu is so powerful that he doesn't even care about punishment, your paper-breaking contract is not used for Lao Tzu. Just like those Fortune 500 companies. I violated your patent. What can you do? If you have the guts, you can sue me in 200 countries around the world. I have thousands of lawyers. Let's see if you can afford it. In the end, you will go bankrupt by fighting the lawsuit or just sign the settlement agreement and get out. Think it over. From this, we can see that contracts and credit are completely useless. And power is the absolute rule. Contracts without power are all bullshit. The same goes for Duanmu Huai. His lifespan is nothing. The HP of his clone is far beyond that of humans. Even if you punish me for violating the contract, it won't hurt me. So I will abide by this contract if I want to. And I won't if I don't want to. What can you do to me? Rules? What are rules? I can't beat you in chess. But I can smash you to death with the chessboard. That's the rule. Contract spirit? Whoever has the bigger fist has the spirit. There are no guns in your hand. Do you dare to talk fairly with Lao Tzu? Looking at Mu Gung, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him and staring at him, Duanmu Huai revealed a calm sneer. Okay. Answer my question obediently. At this moment, Duanmu Huai felt that he was very stable. With a big tape and cute big breasts. Everything was under control. There would be absolutely no problem with this equipment. However, this everything is under control mentality only lasted for 5 minutes. So, you have nothing to do with witches. And you don't know anything about magical girls or QB? I've never seen the things you're talking about. Hearing Mu Gung's angry answer, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. According to Mu Gung, their clan had always lived in the deep mountains and old forests. But at that time, they were not called demons, but monsters by the people here. Later, hundreds of years ago, a monster hunter went up the mountain and was injured and unconscious. Mu Gung's mother took a fancy to him, cured his injuries, and took care of him. The result was that feelings developed between the two, and then Kizara was born. Of course, the final ending is also very mainstream. The demon-slaying organization that Kizara's father belonged to came here, killed Kizara's parents, and sealed Kizara up. Justice defeated evil, and humans defeated demons. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. But for Duanmu Huai, that's not the case at all. Therefore, this witch is not the witch hiding in the barrier at all, but a metaphor made by the later recorder to Kizara. Kizara herself is not the kind of magical girl transformed by QB's MLM, but a hybrid of human and demon. This is completely different from what I expected. Didn't my intuition feel pretty good before? What on earth is this? Is there a problem with my intuition? It seems you didn't get the information you needed. Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was holding his head in distress in front of him, Mu Gung smiled. Well, in this moment, the offense and defense were switched, and the smile did not disappear, but shifted. How is it? Do you regret signing a contract with the devil so rashly, and even sacrificing your life? Forget it. It's not a loss. However, beyond wood, Duanmu Huai was very open, but he was distressed for a moment, and then stood up to make a decision. Come on. Let's get out of here. Although he did not get the information he wanted from Mu Gung, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this contract was not in vain. What he lacked most now was manpower. But with the situation of this clone, Duanmu Huai did not dare to ask the big guys in the court of justice to come and watch the fun. Lumiel was familiar with his form, and had spent a long time with him in Night City. Unfortunately, this time it seemed to be a complete magic problem. But unfortunately, Lumiel was a thorough science person. As for this witch, although from the perspective of the Inquisition, she was more like an illegal psychic, she was not beyond the scope of being requisitioned. At least she is more familiar with this world than himself. And she is a witch, so she should have a certain degree of knowledge about magic. It would be great to have him as your subordinate. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also calmed down. You want to escape from me? Dream on. Chapter 1164 Cooperation. You finally answered the phone. I thought you had disappeared. What happened? No accident. Everything is okay. When Duanmu Huai came down the mountain, he turned on his phone, and the first thing he received was a message from Qian Shu saying that he had important things to discuss with Duanmu Huai, and he should call back immediately. So Duanmu Huai turned on his phone and called Qian Shu back. As soon as the call was connected, he heard Qian Shu's machine gun-like questions. It's okay. I went to the mountains, and there was no signal. So I couldn't make a phone call. If you want to blame someone, just blame your infrastructure. This has nothing to do with me. Wait. Qianshu suddenly stopped talking halfway. And then Duanmu Huai heard the sound of gunfire coming from the other side. What are you doing? Work. Wait a minute. It will be done soon. Along with Qianshu shouting coming from the microphone. Duanmu Huai heard a few more gunshots, followed by a man's scream. And then a thud, as if something heavy fell to the ground. After a few seconds, the sound of Qianshu taking a breath was heard again. Okay. The work is done. I'll just leave it to the scavenger from now on. Ah. Are you still here? Yes. Is there anything you need to discuss with me? Actually, it's like this. Over the phone. Qianshu quickly explained to Duanmu Huai what had happened to him. AAA? Yes. Miss Ayano hopes to meet with you to discuss the situation. They seem to be looking for clues in this regard. But they haven't gained much. Oh. By the way. Shall I? You said you went to Ing County to investigate. Did you find anything interesting? There are some interesting things. Duanmu Huai held the steering wheel while looking at the girl with long pink hair sitting in the passenger seat, who was leaning against the car window with shining eyes, gazing at the passing scenery outside. Unfortunately, she's not the same which I'm looking for. Never mind. Let's talk about it when we get back. Okay. Ah. Can I call Miss Ayano? After all, I told her to call her when you come back. No problem. This clue has been broken. And Duanmu Huai can only hope that this so-called AAA can be more reliable. So when can you come back? About 5 more hours. Well, how about we all have dinner together? I know a good restaurant. No problem. Interestingly, although Qianshu is a waiter in a coffee shop, she knows all the good food nearby. Although it seems a bit unprofessional, at least the restaurants recommended by Duanmu Huai are delicious. When Duanmu Huai drove back to the city, Qianshu had already contacted the restaurant and sent him the address. So Duanmu Huai quickly brought Mu Gung to the restaurant Qianshu mentioned. It was a Western restaurant. It was not very luxurious from the outside, and there were not many people inside. Duanmu Huai opened the door and walked into the restaurant, and soon hearing 1,000 beam full of vitality. Ah, here I come. Shall I? Over here. Qianshu, dressed in casual clothes, poked his head out and kept waving his hands, while Duanmu Huai also walked over with Mu Gung, the latter looking around curiously along the way. Well, after all, they had been sealed for hundreds of years, which was almost no different from ancient people traveling through time to the modern times. I didn't expect Xiao Ai to come back so soon. Who is she? I'll explain it to you later. Duanmu Huai returned casually, and then looked at the blue-haired woman who was sitting next to her. Who is this? I'm Yujari Ayano from AAA. Hello. Nice to meet you. At this moment, Yutong Lingyo also stood up and stretched out her hand to Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai also held Yutong Lingyo's hand. Hello. I am Duanmu Ai, the Grand Inquisitor from the Tribunal. After a brief self-introduction, both parties took their seats. Qianshu then quickly called the waiter to come and take the order. After the waiter confirmed the meal and left, both parties finally got down to business. By the way, Shall I? What did you gain from going there? And who is this lovely girl? That's a long story. Well, strictly speaking, it's not that long. Facing Qianshu's question, Duanmu Huai did not hide anything and quickly explained his experience. Of course, strictly speaking, it was just a few words. In short, this is the situation. Although she is indeed a sealed witch, she is completely different from the witches and magical girls we are investigating and looking for. Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. Of course, in order to prevent her from lying to me, I also signed a contract with her. So she can't lie to me. At least it is certain that she has nothing to do with the witch and the witch barrier we encountered before, and the suspicious animal QB. But, is this child a demon? From the perspective of the Inquisition? She is an illegal psychic. Under my protection, she is a type that can be requisitioned. As long as she does not endanger humans, there is no problem. A demon-possessed person, compared to Chizuki with her eyes shining with curiosity. Yujari Ayano was obviously wary of Kizaru in front of her. You do this. The same thing was said to me by the nun from the Star Sky Church. Before waiting for Shitonya to say something, Duanmu Huai interrupted her directly. But I also said it again. The trial court had the criteria of the judgment court. So as a judge I have made a decision. That's it. Alright. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yutong Lingnyo could only nod and stop talking. This was the confidence of a staff member. If it were those idiot protagonists who kept to themselves in anime, Yutong Lingnyo would definitely not give up so easily. She would either use intimidation or bribery, and she would never leave Mugon alone. The other party's confidence in doing so is that she is from AAA. And no matter how you look at it, she is still a member of a company, which is completely different from the protagonist, who is alone and has no one behind him. So in this case, no matter how reluctant the protagonist is, he can only compromise to a certain extent. But Duanmu Huai is different. He tells you directly that I have someone behind me. What if you want to cause trouble? We all have a regular job. So who is afraid of whom? Well, so Yudra and Ayano decisively shut up. The same reason is why Sister Sharon of the Star Sky Church chose to leave instead of fighting. Having a grudge with a person and having a grudge with a force are two different things. Although Duanmu Huai's clone in this world cannot use the items in the original body's inventory, it is at least a pure soul messenger of the maximum level. Although it does not have the original worship, this clone also has a trump card that is no less powerful than the Extinction Order. For example, World Destroyer or something. After that, everyone talked about some other things. Of course, as Duanmu Huai thought, Yutong Lingnyo knew less about witches than he did. However, as local bosses, AAA and DA had a strong surveillance system here. So Yutong Lingnyo suggested that AAA should take the lead, jointly with DA and the Tribunal, to form a special anti-witch action team. Yutong Lingnyo and Nishiki Chitsuka were the representatives of AAA and DA respectively. Duanmu Huai had no objection to this. After all, in many cases, local intelligence still had to be obtained from local bosses. There were currently no major conflicts between the two parties, so it was not impossible for them to cooperate. In case of a problem, the big deal is the same as Shanlang, and the face is over on the spot. All in all, this dinner was a very enjoyable one, and both the host and the guests were very happy. After leaving the Western restaurant, Duanmu Huai also made a request to Qianshu, hoping that she would dress up Mu better and prepare some equipment for girls of this era. Qianshu was naturally excited and agreed. No problem. Give it to Qianshu. But? Don't you come together? I think you are more suitable. Whether it is figure or body, it is better than the model. Come together. And why do you always block your face? Obviously so beautiful. Hearing this, Kizara nodded. It must be said that she also agreed with Shizuka's opinion. Facing the gazes of the two people, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. Are you sure you want me to take off my hood? Of course. It's a shame that she's so beautiful but always hidden away. Okay. I'll take it down then. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took off his hood, revealing his true face on the street in the night. Wow. As expected, it's still so beautiful no matter how many times I see it. Looking at the beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes in front of her under the streetlight, Chitsuka was suddenly filled with emotion. And Kizara couldn't help but be immersed in it, and didn't say a word. Hey! Is this Miss Duanmu's true face? How could it be? Yudri Ayano, who knew nothing about this, widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the girl in front of her as if she was in a dream, as if she was completely immersed in it. At this moment, several young office workers walked out of the restaurant again. One of them was stunned when he saw the girl taking off her hood. The next moment, he rushed to the girl and knelt on one knee. Marry me. Why? Faced with this sudden scene, Chitos and Kizara were stunned. But the office worker just knelt there, completely ignoring the surprised looks of others, just staring at the girl and spoke. For you, I can work hard. I promise you that I will work hard for 3 years. After 3 years, I will quit my job and start my own company. Then I will spend 5 years to take the company public. Then I can let you live a happy and fulfilling life. Then, we will have 2 more children. Seeing this scene, both Chitsuga and Kizara just opened their mouths wide, looking 000, completely not knowing what to say. Hey, what's wrong with you? At this time, the companion of the man in the suit also came over with a smile and patted the man in the suit. Proposing in public? That's not like you. Why would you do that in the street? By the way, do you know each other? While saying, the companion of a suit man looked at the girl. Then, let's get married. The next moment, he kicked the man in the suit aside. Knelt where the man in the suit had just knelt. And made the same move. For you. I can resign from the company. We can go back to our hometown in Hokkaido to farm, and make a living. And I want to have 8 children. Chitsuko and Kizara at this moment, sigma, degree, is identical to, degree. Hello. However, before the latecomer could finish his words, the man in the suit rushed over and kicked him away. This is my wife. You dare to steal my woman? Aren't you my best friend? Our 20-year friendship has come to an end. Friendship is precious. But love is even more precious. For her, I can give up everything together. At this moment, the two of them were grabbing each other's clothes and fighting, while Chitos and Kizara next to them were already standing there in a daze, looking confused. At the same time, the rapid sound of the alarm sounded. Beep beep. Accompanied by the sound of sirens. A patrolman also hurried over. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be violent. What on earth is going on? As he spoke, the policeman looked at the two people who were tearing each other's clothes, as if they had a deep hatred for each other. Then he turned his head again, and looked at the blonde girl standing not far from the two of them. Then, let's get married. The policeman threw the siren aside, and knelt in front of the girl. For you, I will work hard to become the police chief within 3 years. Then the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. And finally a big shot in this country. I want you to live a rich and prosperous life. Child, don't try to take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, the plastic brothers who were originally confronting each other turned around and rushed towards the police together. And then the three of them started fighting. Roll away. That's my wife. No. My wife. You dare to stop my relationship. I will shoot. At this moment, the three of them were already fighting. And Duan Muhuai silently put on his hood. And then led the three people like puppets away from the scene. The latter was completely unable to react. And just let Duan Muhuai lead them away from the completely chaotic streets. Until they came to a remote alley not far away. Duan Muhuai then stopped and turned to look at Qianshu again. How about it? Are you sure you still want to buy me clothes? Let's forget it. Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Qianshu silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If you take her into the mall, it may cause violent incidents of groups. Forget it. Chapter 1165. It's raining tomorrow, so you don't have to go out. Early the next morning, Chitsuka came to the door happily and took Kizara shopping. The reason why Qianshu was so active was simple. Duan Muhuai not only asked her to purchase daily necessities and clothing for Mugung, but also asked her to buy furniture for her family. After all, although Duan Muhuai had money, he was not interested in wasting time on such things. When he went shopping with his mother before, Duan Muhuai knew that women were the kind who could spend a whole morning shopping for a chair, just to find out which one was the best value for money. The worst thing is that when you feel that your feet are about to break, the mother who compares a circle feels that the first shop is the most folded. So I have to come back to my head. MMP. Going shopping with a woman is like PTSD for Duan Muhuai. So this is equivalent to Duan Muhuai dumped a black card and told her what she wanted to buy casually. As long as I result, it doesn't matter how much money spent. For Qianshu, isn't this the best way to satisfy her shopping desire? She can buy whatever she wants. What could be more enjoyable than this? What? You said the things you bought weren't hers? Hee hee. This is like a few things they buy when they buy them shopping. They usually use it. Never mind. It doesn't matter. After Qianshu took Kizara out, Duan Muhuai also went to the DA headquarters. Qianshu and Kizara went shopping on the street, while Duan Muhuai went to the DA headquarters to investigate the magical girl incident with Yutong Ayano. The reason for choosing the DA headquarters is that the DA headquarters has the largest surveillance system and information collection system in the city. If you want to thoroughly search the entire city, you naturally need big data analysis and support. First of all, there is the goal of big data, for which Duan Muhuai is already prepared. A girl who died of weakness? That's right. Facing the inquiries of Shitong, Duan Muhuai nodded. I learned from editor Tingchuan that he had asked forensic doctors and learned that similar incidents had occurred all over the country. Most of the victims were girls. They had no external injuries and no signs of taking drugs. They simply died. Therefore, the police could only say that they died of weakness. At present, these girls who died of weakness are likely to be sacrificed magical girls. So, I want to see how many people died of this reason. I see. Yudri Ayano nodded, then quickly typed on the keyboard. Soon. A map of the entire city appeared on the big screen in front of the two of them. Then, spots of light emerged from it and quickly spread out on the map. Also, witches will manipulate others into entering the barrier and devour them. These people are generally considered to have committed suicide or disappeared in the real world. The number of suicides and missing persons should also be counted. No problem. Finally, let's put it in chronological order and see. Oh, this is really interesting. Yes, that's really interesting. Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, Shi Tongling nodded seriously. Frankly speaking, if these data were separated, they would all seem to be unrelated events. However, when those events that were relatively concentrated in the same area were separated and arranged in chronological order, a very obvious feature emerged. The first deaths were all girls, and they were no older than 18, mostly between the ages of 10 and 16. Staring at the death cases arranged on the map, Duanmu Huai's voice was low. This really fits the characteristics of a magical girl. That's right. I never thought that we would miss such a clue. Staring at the screen, Shi Tongyao also clenched her teeth. Simply put, if a girl dies on August 5th, then within 2 months of that girl's death, various suicides, accidental deaths and disappearances will occur in the area. If it is a region, then you can blame the region for having bad feng shui. However, there are similar situations in several urban areas in a city. It is not good to say that feng shui is not good. Moreover, since the information used was internal police data and not public information, the cause of death of these girls was not the kind of death from weakness that would fool the media and their families. But the cause of death is unknown. That's right. In every region, the first girl to die had an unknown cause of death. This is just the result of Yutong Lingnyo's analysis and investigation of the data of this city in recent years according to Duanmu Huai's request. I never thought that such a horrible thing could have been lurking here for so long. I haven't received any similar reports at all. That guy seems invisible to ordinary people. Duanmu Huai recalled the time when he had just come to this world and was approached by QB on the street. There were people coming and going around, but no one looked at the animal that could speak human language. It was very likely that, as QB said, only the chosen ones could see it. Well, for an organization like AAA, this was indeed a very difficult problem. What should we do now? Should we investigate everywhere? There's no need to make it so troublesome. Duanmu Huai shook his head, rejected Yutong Lingnyo's proposal, then stretched out his hand and pointed at the screen. Looking closely, most of these incidents lasted for 1 to 2 months. And then, there was a break. If I'm not mistaken, the witch who caused the incident here was eliminated by the magical girl. So there will be no more trouble. In this case, even if we investigate, we probably won't get anything. So I suggest we do it the other way around and start from the end. Later? Yes. It's about this week. Lock these areas. And then filter out the areas where similar incidents occurred in the week. Soon, the icon on the map changed again, shrinking from several areas to 2. What's next? Wait. Then, Duanmu Huai pulled a chair next to him and sat down, staring at the screen silently. If the witch wants to act again, these 2 areas will definitely have things to commit suicide or disappear. We only need to focus on observing the monitoring cameras in these 2 areas. Of course, if we can encounter a magical girl by the way, it is even better. And we don't need to collect information around. It seems that this is the only way. After hearing Duanmu Huai's suggestion, Shitong Lingnyo was stunned for a moment. And then she found that this seemed to be a relatively reliable method. Or, in other words, they didn't have any better methods. After all, Duanmu Huai was the only one who could deal with witches. Although Shitong Lingnyo had killed demons before, she was still very cautious when facing this kind of monster whose true identity was unknown, so as not to overturn. Fortunately, this kind of thing does not require 2 people to watch over it. As long as the conditions are given, the DA's staff will naturally be responsible for handling it. Duanmu Huai took the opportunity to change the camera and watched Qianshu and Mu Gung go shopping and slacking off through the surveillance. I don't know whether the 2 of them are unaware of the existence of surveillance or don't care. At least on the surface, they seem to be having a good time. Qianshu is as excited as a golden retriever. She takes Mu Gung running around the street, visiting this store and that store. And every time they go out, they always have a big bag in their hands. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he didn't go. Otherwise, at the end of Qianshu shopping, He might have triggered PTSD and died on the street. For example, when choosing cosmetics, according to Duanmu Huai's idea, just find a store and buy them. As a result, Chitsuka dragged Kazara to the East Market to buy lipstick, the West Market to buy blush, the South Market to buy earrings, the North Market to buy skin care. Aren't they all cosmetics? Do you have to buy them in 4 stores? Can't the whole family just buy them? Report. Just when Duanmu Huai was secretly complaining, suddenly, the DA's staff member, who was previously responsible for monitoring the urban area, spoke immediately. There's something unusual going on in Area C16. Release it. After hearing the report, Yugi Ayano immediately gave an order, and then the big screen flashed. And then a dark, narrow alley appeared. Then, several men and women in suits, who looked like office workers, appeared from one end of the alley, and walked towards the end of the alley weakly, as if summoned by something. Then, they just disappeared from the screen, without a trace. How is this going? Yugi Ayano also cried out when she saw the scene, which was normal because there was a camera at the entrance and exit of this alley, mainly used to monitor the intersection. So there was a blind spot in the middle of the alley. Although it was called a blind spot, it was actually only a few meters. In theory, if a person disappeared from the sight of camera A, then he only needed to walk 5 or 6 steps at most to be in the sight of camera B. However, several minutes had passed after these men and women disappeared from the shooting range of camera A, but they were not seen in the shooting range of another camera B. This is... Let's go! Before Shitong Lingyo could react, Duanmu Huai had already stood up and walked towards the elevator. It's time to act. Chapter 1166. Buckwheat noodles are really unpalatable. When Duanmu Huai and Shitong Lingyo arrived at the target location, it had been completely blocked by AAA staff on the grounds of pipeline maintenance. What about the situation? What are the discovery? When Yutong Lingyo came out of the van, she had changed out of her work suit and replaced it with a combat suit similar to a single soldier armor. She was holding a rifle that looked quite futuristic and sci-fi. Although Duanmu Huai thought that this thing would be of no use to a witch. Well, maybe it was indeed of no use. Nothing was found. The AAA staff dressed as cleaners also came over at this moment, and shook their heads at Yudri Ayano. We have searched the alley thoroughly but found nothing. No clues. This is impossible. Where on earth did those people go? Yugi Ayano frowned and looked carefully at the alley in front of her. This alley between 2 buildings was very narrow, and could only allow 2 people to pass side by side. There were no other forks or places to hide around. And there should be at least 5 or 6 people captured by the camera just now. Just as Yutong Lingyo was thinking, Duanmu Huai also walked over, looked around, and then came to a round trash can in the middle of the alley. Then Duanmu Huai reached out and picked up the lid of the trash can. Oh! This is really... What's wrong? What did you find? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Shitong Lingyo came over and looked into the trash can. Nothing? Can't you see it? After hearing Yutong Lingyo's answer, Duanmu Huai looked at her and asked, Can't see? What do you mean? To me, it's just an ordinary trash can. Oh. Duanmu Huai snorted silently. Although Shitong Lingyo couldn't see it, Duanmu Huai could see that the bottom of the trash can in front of him was constantly spinning, like the neon lights at the door of a barber shop, flashing a vortex of strange light. It's so obvious. But Yudrin Ayano can't see it? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand. Give me your hand. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, Shitong Lingnai still followed Duanmu Huai's instructions and stretched out her right hand. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed Shitong Lingnai's hand and threw it directly into the trash can. Wow! Obviously, Yutong Lingyo had never expected such a development. Looking at the dark trash can in front of her, she couldn't help but scream, just as Yutong Lingyo closed her eyes and raised her hands to block the coming impact. Suddenly, a strange feeling of weightlessness suddenly emerged. This made Yutong Lingyo's eyes widen in surprise. And then she saw a scene she had never imagined. The originally dark environment in front of her eyes suddenly turned into a strange stage. At the same time, a countdown, like a black and white silent movie, flashed before Yujiri Ayano's eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the curtain in front of Yujiri Ayano suddenly opened. And then she fell from the air and sat heavily on the ground. What is this place? Looking around in surprise, Yutong Lingyo was dumbfounded. No wonder. The space Yutong Lingyo was in was a world that looked like a child's crayon drawing. Like a primary school student's graffiti. The rough earth. The sun hanging in the sky. And the grass that looked like it was painted with green crayons. To be honest, this place didn't feel real at all. Just when Yujiri Ayano was at a loss. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Ah, sure enough. I guessed it would be like this. Hearing this voice, Shitong Lingyo turned around and saw Duanmu while also falling from the void and standing beside her. Wait, what's going on? Where is this place? This is the Witch's Barrier. Miss Ayano. Duanmu Huai reached out and took out a war hammer that was taller than himself from his cloak. This is your first time seeing it, isn't it? It's quite childish and interesting. Witch's Barrier. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shitong Lingyo immediately calmed down and began to think. So, there is an entrance to the Witch's Barrier in that trash can? How did you find it? I saw it. Duanmu Huai shrugged. I opened the lid of the trash can and saw the vortex-like entrance at the bottom of the trash can. Huh? But I didn't see anything. To me, it was just a simple trash can. Faced with Shitong Lingyo's puzzled questioning, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment. Maybe because you're not a girl anymore? Wait, that's too rude. I'm still young. Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shitong Lingyo was immediately unhappy. Although among the four of them, Shitong Lingyo was indeed the oldest one in terms of appearance. She was also a pure newcomer to society. The kind that children would have to call sister instead of auntie when they saw her. Why do you call me not a girl? Can't I have a girl's heart? However, Duanmu Huai obviously would not argue on such a boring issue, but instead put forward his own opinion. What I mean is that it is very likely that only girls can see the entrance to the Witch's Barrier. This can also explain why QB only chooses magical girls to deal with witches. Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Yutong Lingyo's cheeks twitched a little. Although this statement was indeed insulting, it seemed to make sense now. By the way, why can only young girls see it? Isn't this age discrimination? Well, it looks like we don't have time for small talk. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai tightly gripped his war hammer and looked forward. Looking in the direction Duanmu Huai was looking, Yutong Lingyo saw that on the other side, dozens of strange things that looked like crayon men were walking towards them. What is that? They must be the witch's familiars. Kill them! Good. As an elite of AAA, it was not the first time for Yugi Ayano to fight against the demon-possessed. In fact, many demon-possessed would summon a large number of low-level demons during the battle. Although the style of the Witch's Barrier in front of her was different from the demon-possessed that Yugi Ayano usually fought. She also hurriedly raised her weapon and pulled the trigger at the crayon monster in front of her. Bang! 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 Rapid gunshots rang out. Sparks flew across the crayon monster's body. But the other party didn't seem to care at all and continued to move forward. It's no wonder. After all, it's obvious that this thing is not a living creature. It doesn't seem to be any use using a gun to hit a crayon. Right? I knew it. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai, who was swinging a war hammer to smash the crayon monster in half in front, rolled his eyes, then reached out, took out something from his robe, and threw it directly at Yutong Ayano. Use this. What's this? After taking the weapon thrown by Duanmu Huai, Shitong Lingyo was stunned. The appearance of this gun was really too unusual. Although it is similar to ordinary guns in structure, with a gun body, a gun handle, a barrel and a trigger, its appearance is quite peculiar. First of all, this gun has no loading part and seems to have no magazine. Secondly, there is a rectangular structure that looks like transparent crystal on the silver-white gun body. And there is a golden eagle head as decoration on the front muzzle, with a black skull pattern next to it. It looks more like a weapon that appears in a science fiction movie. Secondly, this gun is quite large. Although it looks like a pistol, it is actually almost the same size as the battle rifle used by Yujiri Ayano. How do I use this thing? The safety is on the left side of the gun handle. Just turn it on. If the charging crystal reaches red, it will overheat. Be careful. Oh. Although she didn't know what Duanmu Huai was saying, Shitong Lingyo still nodded, then quickly turned on the safety, aimed at the crayon monster in front of her, and quickly pulled the trigger. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Yujiri Ayano extremely appeared. At the moment when Yujiri Ayano pulled the trigger, A beam of light as bright as lightning suddenly shot out from the muzzle of the gun and directly pierced through the crayon monster in front of her. The monster let out a scream the moment it was hit by the beam. And then its entire body quickly shattered and turned into a pile of black charcoal. What on earth is this? Holding the gun in her hand, Yutan Lingyo was completely stunned and speechless. She had never seen such a powerful weapon before. More importantly, although this gun looked big and heavy, it was extremely convenient to use. She had never thought that there was such a weapon in the world. But soon, Yutan Lingyo quickly came to her senses and continued to hold the gun and attack the monster in front of her. After all, there were crayon monsters rushing towards the two of them from all directions at this moment. If she wanted to express her feelings, she should wait until the battle was over. Duan Muhuai's fighting style remained the same as always, without any change. Holding the warhammer, she turned into a tornado that brought destruction and fragmentation, smashing all the monsters that dared to enter her range into pieces. Meanwhile, Yutan Lingyo dodged the monsters that attacked her while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Soon, with the cooperation of the two, the crayon monsters around were swept away, and at the same time, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a roar like a gale also sounded. What's going on here? After beating the little one, the old one comes out. If I'm not mistaken, it's about time for him to come out. Boom! As if to verify Duan Muhuai's words, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the painting board of the sky that was originally painted blue, and then a pair of colorful arms, as big as a train, stretched out from it. In the darkness of the hole in the painting board, a bright red eye stared at this side intently. Hashtag at Q, hashtag asterisk, at. What is that? That's the witch. How about that? Very rare, isn't it? This is not an uncommon problem. Looking at the huge monster in front of her, Yutan Lingyo was completely overwhelmed. She had seen many demons possessed, and many of them were quite bloody or terrifying. But the witch in front of her was no longer bloody or terrifying, but more like some kind of incomprehensible distortion. Like a monster that appeared directly from a nightmare in reality. Just being stared at by that red eye that looked like it was randomly drawn with red crayons made Yutan Lingyo feel an unimaginable fear. Woo! Staring at that eye, Yutan Lingyo instinctively raised the gun in her hand and pulled the trigger. Then a beam of light suddenly burst out and shot directly into the dark hole that looked like the white of the eye. Yuan hashtag and hashtag at. Yutan Lingyo's attack seemed to work. The witch let out a shrill scream when she was hit. Then she raised her arms and blocked in front of herself. At the same time, two arms stretched out from the dark hole and grabbed Duan Muhuai and Yutan Lingyo. Go to H.L. Facing the big hand grabbing towards him, Duan Muhuai was not afraid at all. He just took a half step back, and the warhammer in his hand drew an arc on the ground. Then Duan Muhuai leaped up like a cannonball and shot directly towards the witch in front of him. And asterisk, and percent hashtag Yuan. Facing Duan Muhuai's attack, the witch on the opposite side hurriedly raised her hands to try to resist. However, under the bombardment of Duan Muhuai's thunder hammer, the witch's arm was as fragile as a slender branch. Almost in the blink of an eye, the arm between the witch and Duan Muhuai was directly broken. Then Duan Muhuai accelerated again, and flashed past with the hammer, and directly crashed into the witch's bright red pupils. Wah! Accompanied by screams like a crying baby. The next moment, the whole world began to collapse. Yudri Ayano only saw the scene around her gradually become transparent, and then quickly disappear. When Duan Muhuai landed again, the two were already standing in the alley again. Captain, are you okay? At this moment, the AAA staff also hurried over, looked at Yutan Lingyo and asked worriedly. I'm fine. No, I'm not sure either. What did you see? We only saw the lady throw you into the trash can and then jump in. Then, we didn't know what to do. And our contact with you was cut off until just now, when you two suddenly reappeared from the sky. What happened? Faced with the questions from her subordinates, even Yutan Lingyo herself could not answer for a moment. But she still took a deep breath, shook her head, walked to Duan Muhuai, and handed the gun over. Thank you for the weapon. Oh, you keep it. No problem? Hearing Duan Muhuai's bored answer, Yutan Lingyo was shocked. Although she didn't know what the gun was, she was sure that it was a weapon beyond her and others' understanding. To be honest, Yutan Lingyo also liked this gun very much. But she didn't expect that Duan Muhuai would give her the weapon so easily. I have plenty anyway. And they're of no use to me. Duanmu Huai was not talking nonsense. After all, this plasma gun was simply the reward for completing missions under the account of Duanmu Huai. It was not worth much money. In addition, Duanmu Huai's shooting skills were disastrous. He had given up shooting long ago anyway. So whoever wanted to use it could use it. Thank you then. Is that really okay? AAA will probably disassemble it for analysis. Haha. If you're not afraid of death, just tear it down. Anyone can copy the Empire's plasma weapons. If you are not afraid, just dismantle them. At most, they will be destroyed on the spot. Duanmu Huai sneered, and then turned around. Oh! By the way, I need your help in doing something. What's up? Remember when we designated this area? We targeted the girl who died here at the beginning, whose cause of death was unknown. Certainly. I want to get detailed information about her. What she likes. What her hobbies are. What she does on a daily basis. What her interpersonal relationships are like. In short, all the information. That's fine. But what do you want these for? I have a guess. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked into the distance. On the top of the lighthouse, a blonde girl was standing there, staring at this side. Perhaps she noticed Duanmu Huai's gaze. The blonde girl turned around and jumped down, then disappeared in the dark shadow of the city's horizon. I hope my guess is wrong. Chapter 1167. The Robin song is so beautiful that you must max out your life. As the witch was defeated, the people who had been missing also reappeared in the real world, lying in all directions in the alley. These people were naturally picked up by AAA for treatment. And Yutong Lingyo also said goodbye to Duanmu Huai and left in the company car. Well, probably AAA wants to do something with that gun. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After all, if you think about it carefully, you will know why Duanmu Huai, who is obviously not good at shooting, still keeps a plasma pistol in his inventory? Then the answer came to light. Now that the matter was over, everyone went back home to their own mothers. Duanmu Huai also drove away from the neighborhood while eating hot pot and singing. Heading home. When Duanmu Huai returned to his apartment again, it had completely changed. Welcome back. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Qianshu pulling Mu Geng to the entrance, and greeted Duanmu Huai with a smile. Hey, how did you guys get from shopping today? In fact, there is no need to ask. You can know the answer by looking at the cardboard boxes that can't even fit in the entrance. Hey, it went very smoothly. As expected. Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Qianshu excitedly reached out and patted his chest. It will be absolutely no problem to leave it to Master Qianshu. I have already prepared everything you need. As for the style of the room, since Xiaoyai said it doesn't matter, I will temporarily do it according to my idea. If you don't like it, you can change it later. Under Qianshu's guidance, Duanmu Huai also visited his apartment again. Originally, this apartment was bought by Duanmu Huai, but he was too lazy to clean it up. So the whole apartment was just kept in the way it was when he first bought it. Now, under Qianshu's arrangement, it looks brand new. The overall style is simple, with neither too many nor too few things. It feels like the house is just filled up without making people feel too small and crowded. Well, from this point of view, Qianshu is still capable in this regard. Great job. Great job. Very good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's praise, Qianshu raised his hands excitedly. By the way, we ordered pizza for dinner. Do you want to eat? Certainly. After running all day, Duanmu Huai was hungry. So everyone went to the dining table and started to enjoy dinner. Qianshu naturally asked Duanmu Huai curiously about his situation today. Xiaoai, did you find anything interesting today? Well, we found a witch who was hunting, and Ms. Ayano and I took her out. Oh, by the way, Kizara. Seeing Mu Geng, who was curiously enjoying the pizza, Duanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something, then reached out and took out a black ball from his pocket. It was nothing else but the thing dropped by the witch when Duanmu Huai killed her before. Of course, the witch dropped the same thing today. The two look very similar, except for the different patterns. At least for now. This might be a fixed drop from the witch. Duanmu Huai doesn't know what this thing is. But maybe Mu Geng knows? Do you know what this is? This? Picking up the strange ball out of curiosity, Kizara stared at it for a moment and shook his head. I haven't seen anything like it. So, what do you think it should be? Let me see. As she spoke, Kizara clenched her right hand and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them again. It seems to be a container for souls. The container of the soul? Yes. The thing imprisoned inside should be a soul. It is filled with despair, pain, and hatred. Where did you get this thing from? Beat a witch. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Is this the witch's soul? I'm not sure. After all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But at least I can be sure that there is a very desperate and painful soul inside. I see. Is there a way to release it? Or, is there a way for us to communicate with it? I'm afraid not. Kizara shook his head. This soul has been deeply distorted, and it is almost impossible to restore its original consciousness. Then, what is this thing good for? You want me to tell you? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mu Geng raised his head and gave a cold smile. I can use it to devour. I am a demon. As long as I devour this tormented soul, I can turn it into my strength. Then forget it. Duanmu Huai took the black ball from Mu Geng's hand. Is this okay? If you devour these souls, then you won't have to waste your own lifespan. Okay. That little bit of lifespan is of no concern to me. But you, on the other hand, want to eat something this weird? What if you get sick from eating it? For the sake of safety, forget it. Oh well. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mu Geng curled his lips, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he continued to lower his head and began to enjoy the pizza in front of him. Duanmu Huai stared at the black ball in his hand, frowning slightly. A soul of despair, pain and hatred. To be honest, I always have a bad feeling. I hope it fails this time too. At the same time, in the AAA research building, the sound of a rapid alarm was echoing. Beep, beep, beep. Wait, what's going on? What happened? Yutong Lingyo was escorted out of the building by everyone and was completely confused. Just as she told Duanmu Huai. After returning to AAA, Yutong Lingyo reported the whole incident to the president of AAA and her mother. Her mother was also very interested in the gun, so she asked AA's research department to take it for investigation, while Yutong Lingyo chatted with her mother while drinking. As a result, before they finished the glass of wine, the alarm suddenly sounded, and then everyone rushed over with serious faces, demanding that the two leave immediately. So, Yudri Ayano and her mother got on the helicopter as quickly as possible and flew away from the AAA building. Yes. What happened? At this moment, the president, Akino Yujari, also had a serious expression on her face. Did something go wrong? No, this is actually just in case. In case? That's right. Because the weapon that Miss Ayano brought was too terrifying. We had to make this decision just to be on the safe side. Horrible? After hearing their subordinates' answers, the two looked at each other in confusion. That gun is certainly powerful. But is it necessary to evacuate the entire building? Is such that. At this moment, the subordinate also had an expression of surviving a disaster. He answered while wiping the sweat from his forehead. We conducted a series of inspections on the weapon, and found that it used a technology that we could not understand at all. But we still understood its principle. In simple terms, this is a weapon that can fire by exciting plasma. The process is to send the hydrogen stored in the pistol into the internal miniature nuclear reactor through some means to ignite it. So, hearing this, Yutong Lingyo was stunned for a moment. And then cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. Wait, what did you say? Nuclear reactor? There's a nuclear reactor in that gun? Yes. According to my guess, it should be considered a miniature nuclear reactor. The specific situation, I don't dare to take it apart yet, so I'm not sure. Wait, is that thing going to explode? Of course I will. Miss Ayano. Faced with Yudri Ayano's question, the researcher almost cried. Although I don't know how the other party miniaturized the reactor. Judging from the external structure, it should have an overheating protection mechanism. But if it is damaged or overheated beyond the limit, it will explode. Judging from the energy currently contained inside, it has at least the power of a nuclear bomb. Upon hearing the researcher's answer, Yudrin Ayano's face turned pale. Wait, so I was fighting with a nuclear bomb in my arms? That's right. This is why Duanmu Huai left these plasma weapons. He is not good at shooting, but he is very good at using plasma guns as nuclear bombs. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is much more effective than simple shooting. Come to think of it, when I asked him before, He did say don't be afraid of death, and just demolish it casually. So that's what he meant. Is the gun still there? Yes. We have isolated it in the internal warehouse. Please leave just in case. Uh-huh. Hearing this, Yujari Akino breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her daughter. What are you going to do? After all, this gun was brought by Yutong Lingyan. Now that such a big thing has happened, we can't just ignore it. After all, no one wants to have a nuclear bomb in their company. Not even ordinary bombs. Let alone nuclear bombs. Tomorrow. No. I'll call Miss Duanmu now and ask her to take the gun back. As she spoke, Yugi Ayano decisively took out her cell phone. At first, she was just thinking about whether she could get some technology from this gun to speed up AA's weapons research. After all, the demons they had to deal with were not easy. Not to mention that from today's battle, AA's heavy firepower weapons were useless against witches and familiars. So this weapon, that could easily destroy familiars, and even cause damage to witches was naturally the best choice. But Yugi Ayano never expected that this was actually a miniature nuclear bomb. If she doesn't take it back, she won't be able to sleep well. Chapter 1168. I thought you called me at night. Walking out of the elevator, Duanmu Hua yawned, looking bored. Is it all because of this little thing? How can this be considered a small matter? Yutong Lingyo followed Duanmu Hua, speechless. In fact, it was no wonder that she was so nervous. AAA had thought about researching this gun. After all, apart from anything else, the technology of miniaturization of reactors would make anyone drool. If possible, AAA would dream of having this technology. But, no! AA's research director has explained to Yugi Ayano and her mother that they do have the means to dismantle the plasma gun. However, there is a big problem. It is a weapon. Arms. As we all know. In many cases, those high-tech new weapons will be equipped with self-destruct devices to prevent them from being disassembled for research. Not to mention that the principle of this gun is based on the reactor. And there is no need to do anything too complicated. As long as the reactor goes out of control, this pistol will instantly become a nuclear bomb, destroying everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. So the question is, should we take this risk? After a okay discussion between Yujari Ayano and her mother, they finally decided not to take the risk. The reason is simple. If this gun is a rare item like an unearthed relic, AAA would risk their life to get it. But as far as we can see, this gun is completely a creation of the Inquisition. Duanmu Hua threw it to Shitong Lingyo without even planning to go back to check it. It is very likely that the Inquisition has mastered the manufacturing technology, and may even sell it by the pound. This means that the Inquisition is likely to have many similar weapons. In this case, it is not worth taking the risk. Instead of working on such aircraft behind the scenes, it is better to establish a good relationship with the Inquisition directly. The latter is obviously safer and more controllable. As for why they asked Duanmu Hua to come instead of delivering the gun themselves, it was because everyone was too nervous. Especially after knowing that this was basically a nuclear bomb. No matter how brave a person was, they would not dare to run around with it. So they asked the other party to come in person and take away this magical power. Therefore, when Yutong Lingyo accompanied Duanmu Hua to AA's underground secret warehouse, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the other party casually pick up the gun and stuff it into his clothes. In any case, at least the responsibility is no longer on AA's side. How's the thing I asked you to do going? It's already been done. Hearing Duanmu Hua's question, Shitong Lingyo immediately took out a tablet and handed it over. Duanmu Hua took the tablet and swiped it. And then he saw a photo and detailed records appear on it. Mita Honda, 11 years old. Cause of death unknown. She attended Yagi Elementary School, was introverted and rarely interacted with others. Her father, Honda Tetsudo, was a famous painter. Maida Honda learned painting from her father's influence. She once wrote in her composition that she wanted to be a picture book painter in the future. Later, she was injured in her right hand due to a traffic accident. After treatment in the hospital, she recovered. And you like to draw with crayons, right? Before Yutong Lingyo could finish her words, Duanmu Hua interrupted her. And Yutong Lingyo paused and nodded. Yes. So, could it be that the witch we killed yesterday was? It is highly likely that this little girl has not escaped. Duanmu Hua casually returned the tablet to Shitong Lingyo and snorted coldly. Xianshu, who came with him, looked at this and that curiously, with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? What are you talking about? As of now, we suspect that the dead girls were not killed by the witch. Why? I have to say, Qianshu was a little surprised to hear this. Isn't it? Yes. In fact, if we don't guess wrong, then these witch changes from these girls. Wait. Is that so? Hearing this, Qianshu almost jumped up. That is to say, the witch we killed at the factory that day. It is also very likely to be the daughter who died in the factory. The reason why Duanmu Huai had such a guess was that, after meeting Editor Tingchuan, he also asked Editor Tingchuan about the girl. As a result, Duanmu Huai learned from Editor Tingchuan that the factory owner's daughter was very dexterous and loved knitting. She once gave her hand-knitted sweater and gloves to Editor Tingchuan's niece as a birthday gift. Of course, it was just a casual remark for Editor Tingchuan. But for Duanmu Huai, who had once fought in the witch's barrier, he naturally took it seriously. However, Duanmu Huai did not make an immediate judgment at that time. After all, there was only one example, which was not enough to support the judgment. But now there have been a second case. Okay. At present, this is 100%. The girl who loved knitting died. And then everything in the witch's enchantment looked like it was made by cutting and knitting fabric. The girl who loved drawing with crayons died. And then, the witch's enchantment that followed had a crayon monster. It can't be a coincidence once or twice. Wait. So those children were not killed by witches, but became witches after death. Although I can understand that. Why did those children die? Did they commit suicide? At this time, Qianshu also reacted. But soon, she raised another question. That's right. This is also the biggest problem now. According to the intelligence data collected, the girl turned into a witch after her death, and then created a barrier, and used the witch's kiss to manipulate others to commit suicide. This can be confirmed by data analysis. However, this presents a new problem. So how did these girls die? Whether it is the factory owner's daughter, the Editor Tingchuan's niece, or the girl investigated by Duanmu Huai and Yutong Lingniu this time, the cause of death is unknown. At this time, it is necessary to ask professionals for answers. Kizara, what do you think? Yua? Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Mu Gung, who was following him like a ghost. But he was almost scared. The pink-haired girl following him had lifeless eyes, as if she was dead. She just stared at him silently without saying a word. Just like some persistent ghost behind him. What are you doing? Are you sleepwalking? I thought Miss Duanmu had forgotten me. He stared at Duanmu Huai without blinking. And Mu Gung's expression in front of him still looked gloomy and terrifying. You used sweet words to trick me into falling for you. And then threw me aside. Never mind. Anyway, I am such an easy-to-handle woman. I know Miss Duanmu won't take me seriously. At most, it will be like this. She will come to me when she is useful to me, and throw me aside when she is no longer useful to me. That's right. That's it. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Mu Gung's mumbling, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why is this woman so troublesome? I asked you to sign a contract. Isn't it just to use you? Do you think I'm a kitten or puppy picked up from the street when I have nothing to do? Nothing. Ahem. Turning into a witch after death? Although I haven't seen what a witch looks like. This situation is very rare. Will it? In the line of work I'm in charge of, it's not uncommon for people possessed by demons to turn into monsters. After hearing Kizara's answer, Yujari Ayano next to her stared at her warily. This was normal. After all, the one who appeared in front of her was a demon, and a very powerful one at that. That's because the human body cannot withstand the power of the devil. So it will actively mutate to be able to withstand the power of the devil. But according to what you said, the girls' bodies have not mutated at all. This seems to be true. If there was a mutation, it wouldn't have been written as cause of death unknown. Strictly speaking, mutations in the soul are actually very rare. After all, the fragility of the body is understandable. But the soul, in order to distort the soul, a very strong emotion is required. Strong feelings? Hatred, despair, anger. And it must be to the extent that it can completely destroy a person's personality and mind. Otherwise, no matter how much a normal person's soul mutates, it cannot become a monster. Isn't this what you demons are good at? Hearing this, Yujira and Ayano couldn't help but sneer. To lure people into depravity, drive them into despair, and then devour them. Make no mistake. Faced with Yujari Ayano's ridicule, Kizara obviously would not just sit there and surrender. In fact, most of the time, demons don't need to do anything. They just need to watch from the sidelines. After all, you humans have enough malice towards yourselves. All we have to do is give them a push when they are hesitant. It is you humans who push them into a desperate situation. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. However, before Mugong could finish his words, he saw Duanmu Huai stretched out his little hand and pressed on the top of Mugong's head. Shut up, Kizara. Maybe you're right. But being destroyed by humans and being destroyed by demons are two different things. Even if humans are all despicable and cunning, it is not the turn of demons to cause trouble. Humans will solve their own problems. Anyone who tries to interfere in human affairs with this excuse, whether it is a demon or a god, will not be allowed by the Inquisition. Don't let me hear such heresy again. Do you understand? Ming. I understand. Seeing Mugong nodding vigorously with tears in his eyes, Duanmu Huai finally let go of his hand. Looking at this scene, Chitsuka and Yujiri Ayano beside them couldn't help but whisper to each other. Shall I? What you said is really domineering. I heard her say that the Inquisition is human supremacist before, but I didn't understand what she meant. Now I finally understand. It's no wonder that the two of them were so emotional. Although Duanmu Huai had told them before that the tribunal was human supremacist, they thought it was referring to the legitimacy and justice of human existence. After all, many religions are like this. Those who follow my teachings are good people, and those who don't listen to my teachings are evil people. So good people are superior to evil people. As a result, they now understand that the Inquisition does not do such fancy things. It does not matter whether humans are good or bad. As long as they are human, they will unconditionally support them. On the contrary, as long as they are not human, they will unconditionally oppose them. From a certain perspective, there is no more extreme human supremacy than this. It must be said that it was not until this time that the two of them had a deep understanding of the existence of the tribunal. But they will soon find out that this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Inquisition. Chapter 1169 Temporary Mission. In the next few days, the witch investigation team led by AAA began to investigate from several aspects. The first thing is to continue to follow Duanmu Huai's request and lock in the areas where witches are likely to appear based on data intelligence analysis. Then, investigate whether there is any news about witches and magical girls on the internet. After all, this kind of news is very likely to appear on the internet, and it is possible that it will be ignored because it is too unrealistic. Of course, they also need to do other work. For example, the tasks currently undertaken by AAA. That's the goal of our mission. Yujiri Ayano took out her cell phone and waved the photo on it in front of the three people. Not long ago, AAA intelligence officers found a plan to assassinate the mayor in this student's apartment. Our mission is to protect the mayor from being succeeded by that student at the upcoming dinner. How is this AA's mission? Looking at the young boy on the phone in front of him, Qianshu raised his hand in confusion. Hasn't it always been our job to deal with terrorists? As Qianshu said, terrorist activities like this have always been the domain of Licorice. Especially those terrorist actions that attempt to create explosions or attacks. Licorice will blend into the crowd and subdue or kill the enemy when they are not paying attention. Since Licorice are young girls and wear uniforms, they will not attract the attention of the terrorists at all. So they can succeed repeatedly. Logically speaking, something like assassinating the mayor in public should be left to them. The Licorice. We suspected that he was possessed by a demon, so we kept a close watch on him. We found the plan by accident. He is currently missing. We suspect that he may have signed a contract with the demon and attempted to assassinate the mayor at the banquet tonight. As she spoke, Yujiri Ayano scrolled past another page. Here are the details of the proposal. So we have to kill the mayor at the banquet to set things right? That's really stupid. Duanmu Huai glanced at the plan and snorted. Are the thinking circuits of these idiots all cut from the same mold? It's useless for you to be a hero alone. In fact, players in the game have laughed at similar situations. Just like in many novels, animations and games. There was no news about the witch in the short term. And Duanmu Huai also wanted to see what the demon-possessed people in this world looked like. So he finally agreed. Of course, Duanmu Huai himself would not enter the banquet venue. According to the plan, Yutong Lingniu would bring Qiansu and Kigen to search the banquet venue, while Duanmu Huai would be on standby downstairs. He had no interest in crowded places, and this clone did not have the ability of the bloody duck to hide behind a small tree and make himself invisible. So Duan Muhui found a safe corner to hide, waiting for movement above. But having said that, the night view here is quite nice. Standing in front of the French window, looking at the city below with flashing neon lights, Duan Muhui nodded. This municipal dinner was held in the highest building in the city. Of course, strict security was also carried out during the banquet. But everyone knew that this was useless for the demon-possessed. The reason was very simple. Because just now, Kizara personally demonstrated to everyone how she passed through the wall, as if she was in an empty space. According to Kizara, almost every demon-possessed person has similar abilities. So it can be seen that that level of security is simply impossible to stop demon-possessed people. It's almost time to start. Duan Muhui took out his cell phone and stared at the screen. On the screen, a middle-aged man with gray hair was walking onto the stage. At the same time, the lights went out, leaving only the light on the podium in front. At the same time, the gray-haired man began his speech. As the mayor, I am proud of the city's development to this point. But this is not the end. We will carry out revolutionary innovation and deployment of municipal work. Of course, Yujiri Ayano had no interest in the nonsense of the middle-aged man on the stage. At this moment, she was hiding in the dark shadows, staring at the crowd vigilantly. After all, no one knows what form the possessed demon will appear in. Thinking of this, Yujiri Ayano reached out and pressed the Bluetooth phone on her ear. I don't see anything here. Xianshu. What about you? Everything is normal here too. Xianshu, who was wearing a red dress, also answered in a low voice, different from her usual attire. Xianshu was wearing a bright red dress at this moment. Even her shoulder-length hair, that was usually loose, was beautifully hairstyled. She looked like a rich lady. As a member of Licorice, Xianshu had long been accustomed to infiltrating under various identities, so she was like a fish in water here. By the way, in Yujiri Ayano's opinion, the most dangerous person here right now is actually Chitsuka. The reason is very simple. Because after Duan Muhui took back the plasma pistol from Yutong Ayano, he immediately threw it to Qianshu. This made Yujiri Lingnyo feel like she was doing something in vain. Fortunately, although Qianshu has a lively temperament, she is very cautious in the use of force. After testing the power of the plasma pistol, she was also shocked and repeatedly assured that she would only use this gun when encountering a demon. But this cannot cover up the fact that Qianshu is running around the venue with this nuclear bomb at this moment. If this explodes, not only the mayor, but everyone in the venue will die. Now the only thing Yujiri Ayano can do is to trust the technology of the Inquisition. After all, you can't not believe it. At the same time, a huge eye popped out from the shadow of the wall behind the mayor, who was giving an impassioned speech. No, it was not so much an eye as a huge head made entirely of eyes. At this moment, the huge eye stared fiercely at the mayor's back, then suddenly jumped out of the wall and pounced on the mayor. However, before the monster with the huge eyes and head could succeed, Kigen suddenly emerged from the wall next to him like a diver, stretched out his arms to hug the eye monster's neck, and then pulled it into the wall silently. Drink it. A moment later, accompanied by Kizara's shouts, the eyeball monster was thrown out from the ceiling and hit the ground. Only then did the monster in front of him reveal its true form. It was wearing a windbreaker, with a huge eyeball head hidden in the hood, and a long lizard-like tail behind its body. No matter how you look at it, this monster in front of you doesn't look like a human. Damn it. Who are you? You are also possessed by a demon. Why are you hindering me? The eyeball monster raised its head angrily and stared at Kizara. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Yugi Ayano ran over from the other side of the passage with her subordinates. Seeing the eyeball monster in front of her, she immediately gave an order. Attack! Duh. Following Yujiri Ayano's order, gunshots soon rang out, and the eyeball monster quickly raised its tail and blocked in front of itself. Damn! What now? Turning his head, the eyeball monster looked around. It was impossible to pass through the wall again, as it had been blocked by her own kind. Although she was also a demon, she was on the side of humans. But since she had blocked the escape route, there was no way to pass through the wall again. As for this side, it is blocked by humans, so there is only one choice left. Thinking of this, the eyeball monster jumped up and ran to the other side of the passage. And just at this moment, a voice rang out. Ah! I knew you would come here. At this moment, Qianshu also jumped down from the stairs, aimed the gun in his hand at the eyeball monster, and then pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and several red mists burst out from the eyeball monster. But there was no way to stop the eyeball monster. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Feeling the impact coming from his body, the eyeball monster also laughed. He was a demon, and ordinary weapons had no effect on him. Even the live ammunition used by the humans on the opposite side could not hurt him. And this girl actually tried to use this rubber bullet to deal with it. How stupid. Thinking of this, the eyeball monster suddenly accelerated and pounced towards Qianshu. Then, the eyeball monster saw that facing his attack, the blonde girl did not choose to dodge. Instead, she threw away the weapon in her hand, then pulled out a gun from under her skirt and pointed it at herself. What's the use of this thing? Just as the eyeball monster was puzzled, a dazzling flash suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. It was purely an instinctive reflex. At this moment, the eyeball monster's tail slapped the ground and suddenly jumped up, just barely dodging the plasma beam that was enough to destroy everything. Even so, its long tail was directly cut in half by the sweeping plasma beam. Aya? The eyeball monster that fell to the ground screamed immediately. It stared at the weapon in Qianshu's hand in disbelief, with a look of surprise on its face. How is it possible? Human bullets can't hurt demons at all, let alone a strong demon like me. But now, the gun in the girl's hand can actually cut off my tail? What on earth is this? Duh. At this moment, footsteps were heard. The eyeball monster turned around and saw that Kizara, Yujiro Yano, and Chitsuka had completely surrounded it. This time, it was obvious that it had no way to escape. Is this the end of it? Jingle bell. Just as the eyeball monster was anxiously thinking about countermeasures, suddenly, a cell phone rang. Then, the eyeball monster saw a girl wrapped in a cloak, who suddenly walked out from behind the pillar next to the skylight with a cell phone in her hand. Hello? Yes. It's me. What? Did you find anything? Very good. Continue to investigate the entire area. I'll be back soon. It's now. Seeing that other people seemed to be attracted by the sudden appearance of the girl, the eyeball monster suddenly perked up. Then it suddenly accelerated, sliding across the hall floor like a fast gecko, and rushed directly in front of the cloaked girl. It stretched out its hand to hold the girl's neck, while staring at everyone. Put down your weapons, or I will kill her. However, what the eyeball monster didn't expect was that in the face of his threat, the expressions of the others were somewhat intriguing. Before the eyeball monster could react to what was happening, suddenly, a voice came to its ears. So troublesome. As the words fell, Duanmu Huai suddenly punched the eyeball monster in the chest with his right hand. And then the eyeball monster suddenly exploded like a ball, shattered, and then turned into fragments scattered all over the ground. What a waste. You are looking for death, with nothing to do. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, looked coldly at the remaining remains in front of him, and then looked at the other three people. Okay. Things here are over. Let's go back. Go back? Yes. I just received a call from the rear, and they seem to have found clues about witches and magical girls. Really? Where? Hearing this, Qianshu immediately asked curiously, and in response to Qianshu's question, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Kamahama City. Chapter 1170, Chase Operation. At the DA headquarters, there is a supercomputer that is used to collect intelligence on the entire country, including but not limited to surveillance cameras, mobile phone communications, text messages, and even chat content on the internet. If this were known to the public, it would surely be denounced as an invasion of privacy. However, privacy is a kind of self-psychological comfort. What level of personal privacy is considered privacy depends on the individual. As a judge, Duanmu Huai would naturally not object to this. After the survey began, the search results naturally included witch and magical girl as keywords. Frankly speaking, this naturally increases the workload of supercomputers. After all, words like witch or magical girl can be used in many places, including animation, comics, novels, games, etc. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to extract valuable clues from them. But now it seems that even if we look for a needle in a haystack, we can still find valuable clues. Or, there is another reason. The reason why DA reported this information is that after screening it with a supercomputer, it was found that the number of keywords had increased at an unusual rate in recent times. The core content is just one sentence. As long as you go to Kamahama City, the magical girl will be saved. This is what we have collected from online communications during this period. The DA's staff pointed at the computer screen in front of him and spoke to Duanmu Huai and others. Most of the messages were sent through text messages, but there were also online chats. Is there any cause and effect? No. In my opinion, this is more like some kind of code. Most senders will write in the text message that they had a dream. And in the dream a girl told them that as long as they go to Kamahama City, the magical girl can be saved. It feels like the secret words that gangsters are used to trade. Qian Shu is also curious to look at the content displayed on the screen. As Loco live, they often encounter similar situations. For example, when the gangsters are dealing with prohibited products, they will use a similar pigeon to the pier, or don't forget to bring a candy box such as secret code understands to avoid eavesdropping. But the gangsters who use magical girls as a code word seem pretty cute. If there really is such a gang, I really want to meet it. Shitong Lingnyo complained silently, while Duanmu Huai touched his chin and thought for a moment. Magical girls will be redeemed. What does this mean? Judging from the content of these text messages, it seems that no one has ever asked this question. In other words, they all know the answer? If magical girls sign a contract with the devil, then they must have lost something. At this time, Kizara also spoke. To me, redemption means getting back what you lost. Is this kind of thing possible? In theory, it's possible. But not everyone can do it, let alone helping others get rid of the devil's contract. It's basically impossible. In order to avoid this from happening, every devil will carefully consider the content of the contract to prevent breach of contract. Is there any information from Kamahama City? Duanmu Huai stared at the screen and asked. See, this is the benefit of cooperating with local tyrants. Magical girls are indeed very mysterious. But it would be too exaggerated to say that there is no way to find them. It's just that we haven't been looking for them seriously. Once we start looking for them seriously, the power of state agencies is not comparable to that of magical girls playing house games. That's very strange. The DA's staff slid the mouse and opened the map. Only in Kamahama City, there is basically no such news, as can be seen from the map. After searching with the keywords magical girl and redemption, similar information can be found almost everywhere in the country. But in Kamahama City itself, which is the target location, there is almost no sign of the existence of such information. Well, this is a case of trying to cover up one's own mistake. We should be able to find some clues from the usage of monthly passes and train tickets. Yes, in recent months, the number of students taking the train to Kamahama City has been 3 times the average. Most of them are junior high school or high school students. And there are also some elementary school students. This is really... Hearing the DA staff's answer, Shizuki's expression suddenly became gloomy. And Yujiri Ayano even frowned. Is it possible that they are planning to hold some evil sacrificial ceremony in Kamahama City? Devil. Contract. Girl. Redemption. Putting these words together doesn't sound like a good thing. By the way, with so many students missing, didn't their parents call the police? According to police records from various places, the number of missing persons reported remains at the average level, with no signs of a sudden increase. So the best way is to capture a magical girl and interrogate her. Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. It was useless for him and others to grope in the dark here. Only the magical girls themselves knew the situation. In this case, he might as well catch the magical girls and send them over to eat pork chop rice. He didn't believe that these little brats, who hadn't even grown all their hair, could hold out for long. By the way, how are we going to catch a magical girl? No one present objected to the proposal to capture the magical girl. Chitos even looked eager to try. Well, they all worked in violent agencies as expected. Mu Gon was an exception. But she obviously had no say. She was just squatting in the corner, staring at Duanmu Huai with lifeless eyes. Fishing. Of course. Fishing? That's right. Magical girls can hunt witches. Right? Then we will keep an eye on the areas where witches have been spotted. If anyone who looks like a magical girl appears, we will immediately go out and capture her. Having said that, Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and slammed his palm hard. Then we can interrogate her properly. In this way, the plan to arrest magical girls was launched. Although some people suggested that it would be more convenient to use surveillance cameras to track the girls who went to Kamahama City and then track their destinations. This was not the case. Although it can be seen from the surveillance cameras that many girls wearing school uniforms from other places took the train to Kamahama City. They quickly lost their traces after entering Kamahama City. This isn't surprising considering that the other person is a magical girl, and possibly some kind of demon-possessed person, just like the eyeball monster that Duan Muhuai and others killed before. It can move freely through the walls. It is not a difficult task for a person possessed by a demon. Maybe the magical girl can do something similar. So in the end, everyone adopted Duan Muhuai's proposal. Just like that, a mysterious big net, without the magical girls noticing, quietly spread to the entire city and spread to every corner of the city. However, the magical girls knew nothing about all this. Night falls. At the top of a high tower, a girl was standing there, staring at the street below. She was wearing a strange outfit, with circular curly hair falling down on both sides. In the dim night, the girl's golden hair also looked dull. If Duan Muhuai was here, he would recognize that the blonde girl in front of him was the one he saw after killing the witch in the alley. Yo! Asami! Just then, a strange white animal with long ears appeared from the blonde girl's shoulder. Are you ready to start? Sure. QB. Hearing QB's question, the blonde girl named Asami nodded. It seems that there are no such people coming to cause trouble today, so I plan to eliminate the witch here. At this point, Asami paused and stared at QB. Speaking of which, QB, do you know who they are? They don't look like magical girls to me. As she spoke, Mommy recalled her last action. At that time, she wanted to enter the witch's barrier and destroy the witch as usual. But to Mommy's surprise, a group of unidentified people quickly blocked the entire alley before she could act. Then she saw two girls entering the witch's barrier. Although she didn't know what method they used, it was clear that they defeated the witch from the fact that the witch's barrier was lifted in the end. But Asami always felt that those two people were not like magical girls. After all, generally magical girls would not send workers to block the streets, and then send ambulances to take away all the victims after the event. It was clear that they were organized. But then again, Asami was somewhat unhappy about this. After all, this area is her hunting territory. According to the rules between magical girls, they cannot seize other magical girls' territory. But the other party not only seized the territory, but also made a big show of it, relying on their large numbers to openly rob. This made Mommy very unhappy. There can't be such a magical girl, right? They are indeed not magical girls. However, QB's answer was beyond Mommy's expectations. Isn't it? But if they are not magical girls, how can they destroy witches? I'm not very clear about this, but I'm sure those people are not our friends. QB wagged his tail and spoke, then lowered his head again. Okay, Asami, it's time to act. That's right. After hearing QB's answer, Mommy calmed down. Then she jumped from the tall radio tower and disappeared into the dark shadow of the construction site below. This scene was completely recorded by the camera nearby. Chapter 1171 Battle. The Witch's Barrier. Looking at the fancy barrier that looked like a dance hall, Mommy's expression was a little stiff. Although she was also a veteran, every time she entered the witch's barrier, Mommy would feel uncomfortable. And today this feeling was even stronger, as if something bad was about to happen. No matter what, let's get rid of the witch as soon as possible and leave here. Looking at the witches and familiars that surrounded her because of her appearance, Mommy Tomo also stretched out her hand. And then she saw flintlock rifles appearing out of thin air from behind Mommy Tomo. And then, bang, 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 with a series of gunshots. The familiar was completely defeated by the flintlock array and smashed into pieces. The stimulated witch also slid down from the air along a pipe. The witch looked like a human model, but with 4 arms and 4 legs, which looked extremely weird. However, Mommy was also an expert in dealing with such a witch. She jumped up, grasped the ribbon in her hand and jumped backwards. At the same time, countless flintlock rifles surrounded Mommy and fired rapidly, turning into overwhelming artillery fire, completely enveloping the witch in front of her. And UN%. Suffering a head-on blow from Mommy, the witch let out an angry scream and raised her hands to try to fight back. But Mommy's ruthless attack did not stop at all. Soon, the witch's arm was ruthlessly broken, and she fell to the ground with wounds all over her body. The next step is the final blow. Looking at the witch lying motionless on the ground, Mommy raised her hand, and then a huge gun appeared in her arms. and Mommy was aiming at the target at this moment. Tyro. Careful. At this moment. Suddenly, QB's reminder sounded, and almost at the same time, Tomo felt a whistling airflow suddenly rushing from behind her. She turned around hurriedly, and saw a strange huge war hammer appear in front of her. Finale. At this moment, Mommy pulled the trigger without hesitation. And then she saw the gun that was bigger than her, and was held in Mommy's arm suddenly fired. The huge fireball that shot out directly collided with the war hammer, and then suddenly exploded and split. Mommy also grabbed the ribbon beside her, and quickly jumped back, staring at the front vigilantly. At the same time, a somewhat irritable voice sounded. Really? Just let me knock you down obediently. As expected. Showing mercy is not something I am good at. With this sound, Bame saw a girl wrapped in the robe all over her body, and walk out of the smoke. And her hand held a huge war hammer that just hit herself. So, the person who attacked him just now is about to be revealed. What do you want to do? This is my territory. Mommy stared at the girl in front of her, with a serious expression. Although she was a magical girl, the magical girls in this world were not the messengers of dreams. In order to hunt witches, the magical girls would fight each other, and fight for territory. Although it was rare, it was not uncommon for them to attack other magical girls. Could this girl be one of them? I am not a magical girl. Young lady. Duanmuai raised his head, and stared at Baomi. Let me introduce myself. I am Duanmuai, the Grand Inquisitor from the Tribunal. I am here to arrest you. Arrest me? It must be said that after hearing Duanmuai's answer, Tomomi was a little stunned. She had no idea what the other party meant. What did he mean by arresting her? And who was this girl? Tomomi was completely confused at the moment, and had no idea what was going on. That's right. Staring at Mommy, Duanmuai showed a sinister smile. The hammer in his hand drew an arc on the ground, and then raised it. As long as you answer my questions obediently, then I might consider sparing your life. What if I don't answer? Then, don't blame me for being rude. Before he finished his words, Duanmuai leaped up from the ground and rushed towards Mommy like a cannonball. Woo! Although she didn't know the other party's intention. Seeing Duanmuai's murderous look, Mommy knew that today's incident would probably not end well. So she gritted her teeth and raised her hand. Along with Mommy's movements, several yellow ribbons suddenly appeared, crisscrossing to form a barrier to block Duanmuai's way. At the same time, flintlock rifles once again revolved around Mommy as the center and launched a violent attack on the target. TSK. I knew you would do this. Facing Mommy's attack, Duanmuai just smacked his lips, and a light flashed in his hand. Come on. Holy Lion Temple. Jewel Temple. As Duanmuai called out, Tomomi saw an extremely luxurious temple emerging from the ground, directly blocking Duanmuai. At the same time, a colorful crystal fell from the sky and floated on the top of the temple. The powerful firepower that was enough to destroy the witch finally arrived at this time, and hit the thick wall of the temple. But it did not even leave a scratch. Duanmuai also raised his hands at this moment, and the card sandwiched between his fingers shone brightly. Even if it's just scattered prayers, they will eventually become a great salvation. Humans, pray, make a wish. While chanting, Duanmuai swung his hands, and the holy lion crystal between his fingers flew out quickly, transforming into winged lions in the air that looked like stone sculptures. They roared angrily, and used their sharp claws to easily tear apart the ribbon that Mommy was blocking in front of them, and then rushed towards Mommy with their fangs and claws. What's this? Mommy was also shocked to see these strange creatures suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Could this be a witch in human form? Is this a familiar control by the witch? Is there any witch like this? Although she didn't know what it was, Tomomi was also a magical girl with rich combat experience. She quickly summoned the flintlock rifle again and attacked the stone lions in front of her. Fortunately, although these stone lions looked very hard, they were broken into pieces without much effort under the bombardment of the flintlock rifle array. But that's not the end. Roar! Just as the first batch of stone lions that rushed over were defeated, the second batch of stone lions appeared again with roars. However, compared to the first batch of stone lions, they were as tall as 2 stories high and wore heavy and hard armor. Bang! 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 The flintlock rifles were fired again. But this time, the stone lions were not broken into pieces like before, although their bodies gradually crumbled in the hail of bullets. These huge lions still struggled to pounce on Mommy. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, Bam finally felt a trace of tension and pressure. She held her shot with her hands and fired the trigger. At the same time, Baomi also swelled backwards through the ropes, trying to avoid the lion's attack again. Leaves, however. At this moment, Mommy suddenly saw a petite figure quickly rushing out from the shadow of the stone lion and rushing directly towards her. This was none other than the strangely dressed girl from before. This is a trap. At this moment, Mommy finally understood that the other party had summoned those strange stone lions before just to attract her attention. After she summoned these stone lions that were as tall as 2 stories, the girl had been hiding behind them until now when she launched the surprise attack. But you are not so easy to deal with. Facing the girl rushing towards her, Mommy Tomo was not afraid at all. In almost a moment, hundreds of flintlock rifles appeared out of thin air, forming a circular gun formation that directly surrounded the girl. From then on, just one strike would be enough to completely defeat her. Just as Mommy raised the gun in her hand, aimed at the girl and was about to pull the trigger, the girl suddenly moved. She stretched out her hand, a light flashed, and then a huge cone shining with white light appeared in the girl's hand. Then the girl grasped hard. The glory of shooting. The dazzling white light eroded the entire world at this moment. Mommy only felt that the dazzling light seemed to have turned into a tangible energy tide rushing towards her. The gun array composed of hundreds of flintlock rifles surrounding the girl was shattered, and the weapon in her hand also exploded under the sudden attack of this huge force. Immediately afterwards, Mommy felt a violent blow coming from her abdomen. Woo! The impact that seemed to pierce through even the soul hit Mommy directly, causing her to scream. However, before Mommy could finish her scream, Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand, grabbed her head, and slammed her directly to the ground. Bang! Mommy, who was caught by Duanmu Huai, was unable to resist at all and was thrown to the ground. Her body also jumped and trembled slightly like a dying fish. So far, Mississippi. Duanmu Huai grabbed Mommy's head and pushed her to the ground. Now you have 2 choices. Either answer my questions obediently or die. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai's small hand grabbed Mommy's head tightly, causing the latter to groan in pain, while Duanmu Huai just stared at her coldly. Survival or destruction? You can choose it yourself. Chapter 1172. Woo! With her head grabbed by Duanmu Huai, the blonde girl groaned in pain. But she just stared at Duanmu Huai in front of her, clenched her teeth, and said nothing. What? Do you still think you are a messenger of justice? Watching the blonde girl staring at her anger, Duanmu Huai smiled, and then glanced at the white animal again. It seems you don't want to answer my question. Then there's no way. Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, who kept her mouth shut, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. If only it were the real body. He could just use the shadow to copy the information and get everything in the other person's mind. Instead of like now. Forget it. Just treat it as a game. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes narrowed slightly. It doesn't matter if it gets broken. After all, there is more than one magical girl. In that case, I want to see how long you can endure. Duanmu Huai glanced around. The witch who was beaten half to death by the blonde girl was still lying there gasping for breath. Although Duanmu Huai could easily kill her, he decided to keep her alive for now. After all, in the witch's enchantment, no matter how hard she tried, it would not affect the real world. But it would be a bit troublesome in the real world. Now, let the witch continue to live for now. As for this magical girl, Duanmu Huai grabbed the blonde girl's head with one hand, lifted her up, and stared at her. The girl looked like a martyr who was willing to sacrifice herself, staring at him without saying a word. Hey, do you really think you are the messenger of justice? Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai grinned. Ah, this reminds me of the days of interrogating heretics. Maybe I can refer to the plots of those books on the player forums that interrogate heretics? For example, staring at the blonde girl's chest, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned slightly cold. Then he raised his right hand and slapped her hard. Snapped. Woo! Oh, that's how it feels. Feeling the heaviness from the hand, the soft touch like a water ball, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but whistle. This is much more interesting than hitting the face. After all, it will only hurt the face. And this feedback is a bit like a soft water ball, which is quite addictive. Of course, this also depends on the person. And not everyone has this kind of capital. But now, let me enjoy it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his hand again. Snap! 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 Woohoo! Although Duanmu Huai was not quite sure how the blonde girl felt at the moment, he could see that the blonde girl's eyes were wide open and her body was trying desperately to twist and struggle. But Duanmu Huai's other hand was like a vice, tightly grasping the blonde girl's head, so that she was now like a fish being hung up, and could only twist her body desperately in a futile resistance. Snapped. Oh. The blonde girl's body suddenly tensed up, and then she lost her strength. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the blonde girl in front of him again. How is it? It's about time you speak. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the blonde girl was silent for a moment, then opened her mouth. Pooh! He sprayed Duanmu Huai directly in the face. No matter what you want to know, I will never tell you. You witch. Ah. Really? Duanmu Huai reached out and wiped his face. But he did not get angry. You're pretty tough. But it seems like that's the only tough thing you have. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, reached under the blonde girl's skirt, and then suddenly pulled it. With a slight ripping sound, a piece of soaked cloth fell into Duanmu Huai's hand. When the blonde girl saw the cloth, her face suddenly turned red. It seems that the other mouth is more honest. Well, let me ask you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and his slender jade-like fingers pressed on the blonde girl's lower abdomen, and then slowly slid down. Feeling Duanmu Huai's movements, the blonde girl tried to struggle again. But like a fish on the hook, no matter how hard she swung her body, she could not escape Duanmu Huai's 5 fingers mountain. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's fingers also penetrated deep into the body like a flexible snake. And at this moment, suddenly, the blonde girl's expression began to become painful. She opened her eyes wide and wailed as if she couldn't breathe. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. He hadn't even started yet. So why was he calling out now? However, Duanmu Huai saw the blonde girl reach out her hand, take out a black ball from her skirt, and put it on her head. Duanmu Huai also reached out and grabbed the blonde girl's right hand to stop her action. What are you doing? This is, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, the black ball in the blonde girl's hand was nothing else but the unknown thing that dropped when he fought the witch before. Please, give it back to me. At this moment, the blonde girl had completely lost her previous arrogance. Instead, her face turned pale, and she stretched out her hand to Duanmu Huai tremblingly. What kind of magical girl is this? She looks like she's taken some drugs and is having a drug addiction attack. You want it? Duanmu Huai held the black ball and shook it in front of the blonde girl, who nodded desperately, looking like a drug addict on a drug addiction attack. This magical girl seems a little abnormal? Then you are. Duanmu Huai also wanted to see what the blonde girl was going to take this ball, so she returned the black ball to her. At this moment, it has become dull, and there is even something turbid. Then the blonde girl picked up the black ball and placed it next to the crystal hair accessory. Then a dark breath flowed out of the crystal hair accessory and was sucked into the black ball. It was not until this time that the blonde girl, who had been breathing rapidly and looking pale, slowly calmed down. What's the difference between this and taking drugs? Now Duanmu Huai feels more and more that this magical girl is really abnormal. But just right. Looking at the blonde girl slumped on the ground, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed with a cold color. And then he stepped forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed the hair ornament on the blonde girl's head, and then pulled it off with force. The blonde girl obviously didn't expect Duanmu Huai to do this, and she screamed at this moment. Then, a bright light suddenly flashed on her body, and the next moment, the magic girl costume originally worn by the blonde girl disappeared, replaced by a school uniform. At the same time, the blonde girl's hair ornament also turned into something similar to a gem ornament in Duanmu Huai's hand. It seems that this thing is the key to your transformation. Staring at the blonde girl slumped on the ground, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. This was also what Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of just now. After all, don't ordinary magical girls have a special transformation device for transformation? Maybe this blonde girl also has one. Well, now it seems that I guessed right. Perhaps because she had lost the power to transform. The blonde girl had lost her previous arrogance and determination. Instead, she sat on the ground shivering like a kitten, staring at Duanmu Huai uneasily. Okay, Mississippi. Duanmu Huai fiddled with the gem for a while, and then put it away. Come with me. The pork chop rice is delicious. After that, Duanmu Huai killed the unfortunate lingering witch, removed the witch's barrier, and then left the scene with the blonde girl. Under the guidance of AAA staff, they came to the interrogation room under the DA headquarters. After capturing the other party, with the strength of DA and AAA, they naturally quickly found out information about this blonde girl, Mami Tomo, 15 years old, a third-year student at Mitakahara Junior High School. Your parents died in a car accident several years ago, and you are the only one who survived. Sitting in the interrogation room, staring at Mommy, who was sitting on the other side of the table, Duanmu Huai threw the information in his hand directly onto the table. So, you survived and became a magical girl because you signed a contract with QB? So what? Who are you guys? Mommy clenched her fists and looked tense. It was no wonder that she was taken to a place similar to an interrogation room and her hands were handcuffed. Even though Mommy was a magical girl who had killed many witches, she couldn't help but become nervous at this scene. We are a national violence agency. Do you understand what I mean? Miss Tomo Mommy? Duanmu Huai reached out and knocked on the table. I advise you not to even think about running away. If you dare to run away, I guarantee that tomorrow there will be wanted posters for you on the internet and TV programs all over the country. As for the charges, well, it doesn't matter if you think about it later. Is this how the police handle cases? We are not the police. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Okay. Now it depends on your attitude. Miss Tomo Mommy, I'll ask you again. Are you willing to cooperate? I think you've seen that there are cameras here, monitoring you. If you have a good attitude, then you may be able to return to your daily life as you wish. What if I don't want to cooperate? Then I will smash the surveillance camera. Then I will be the only one who can tell what happened in this room. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and shook it in front of Mommy. Wow. Miss Duanmu looks just like those bad cops in the movies. Looking at the scene in the interrogation room through the one-way mirror, Shitos couldn't help but sigh, while Yudrin Ayano shook her head. Anyway, now we have at least the identity of a magical girl. For us, this is the biggest victory. That's right. Just as Yuki Ayano said, they couldn't find the person before because they couldn't identify the other person. But once the identity is locked, the rest of the problems will not be a problem. Even if Tomo Mommy escapes. With the ability of DA and AAA, they can also thoroughly investigate Tomo Mommy's classmates, relatives, and all the people who have contact with her. What if you really don't regard the state's violent organs as cadres? As long as you don't leave this country, isn't it easy to check your bottom? Hearing Duanmu Huai's threat, Mommy's face turned red and white. Finally, she clenched her fists, then loosened them, and raised her head to look at Duanmu Huai as if she had made up her mind. What do you want to know? Then, Tomo Mommy spoke. Chapter 1173 Mystery. It turns out that children are children. When Mommy Tomo found out that the person interrogating her was not a dark organization or an evil force, but a legitimate civil servant, she immediately became timid. When Duanmu Huai asked her, she stammered and told him what she knew. First of all, what are magical girls? Signing a contract with QB will become a magical girl. Did it fulfill your wish? Yes. I had a car accident at that time, and QB appeared in front of me and said that he would sign a contract with me and fulfill my wish. I wished to it that I didn't want to die. So I survived. What is this gem? This is called the Stone of the Soul after signing with QB. It is the source of our magic girl's magic and proof of the magical girl. What is that black ball? It's called the Seed of Sorrow. I don't know the details. But when a magical girl is fighting, she will consume magic power. Or when her emotions are experiencing intense ups and downs, the soul stone will become turbid. Therefore, the Seed of Sorrow is needed to absorb the turbidity in the soul stone and make it clean again. What will happen if the soul stone is not cleared of turbidity? Sorry. I don't know. But I should die. Can the Seed of Sorrow be used continuously? No. The Seeds of Sorrow can be used a limited number of times. If it absorbs too much filth, the witch will hatch again. So generally speaking, the Seeds of Sorrow that have been absorbed will be recycled by QB. How to recover? It seems to be eaten. QB often sign a magic girl? Is it a loan? Sorry. I am not very clear about this. QB sometimes goes out to find a quality girl to sign a contract to make them a magical girl. And I have never seen similar existences other than QB. Are there any other magical girls in this city besides you? Yes. There's a few. There are 2 that I know of. Write their names. Baomi silently took the paper pen and started to write the name. After taking the list, Duanmu Huai left the interrogation room and came to the observation room next to him. How about it? Seeing Duanmu Huai coming in, Shi Tongyin was still curious and asked. A little harvest, but not much. To be honest, I think this girl may be fooled by QB. What do you mean? Take this. For example, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and shook the species of lament in his hand. According to Baomi, the species of lament are mainly used to absorb the filth in the soul gemstone, and then absorb the limit. Once the limit is absorbed, the species will hatch into a witch again. That's true. Isn't this just right? Everyone was stunned by Duanmu Huai's statement. Just in time. That's right. Originally, the seed of sorrow was dropped by defeating witches. If the seed of sorrow absorbs enough filth, it will hatch into a witch again. So, don't we just need to defeat it again? Then a brand new seed of sorrow will be spawned. Isn't this an infinite cycle? You can't say that you can defeat this witch but not that one. Hearing this, everyone was quite surprised. It seems that it is really such a truth? But it's also possible that the witch that was hatched by absorbing the filth of the magical girl is more powerful. Xianshu raised his hand curiously to put forward his thoughts. It's not impossible. But it's just a possibility. After all, even Mommy herself admitted that she only heard this from QB, and she hasn't seen anything like it with her own eyes. And, having said that, Duanmu Huai turned to Mu Gung and shook the soul stone in his hand at her. Kizara, come and look at this. What do you think this is? Mu Gung walked to Duanmu Huai's side, stared at the soul stone in Duanmu Huai's hand, and then widened his eyes slightly. The soul is in this place, which is basically the same as the structure of the species. Is it the soul of Baomi? I'm not sure. Maybe? Wait. So that means the girl's soul is here? At this moment, Xianshu also screamed in surprise. She carefully looked at the stone of the soul in Duanmu Huai's hand, and looked at Baomi sitting on the opposite side of the single-sided mirror. Then, sit there. What's going on? Maybe the same as the remote control? It is only the body over there. And the soul is separated? It's a strange design. Duanmu Huai looked at the stone in front of him. Okay. I can't see anything at all. So what now? In short, put away the stone of this soul first. Duanmu Huai casually placed the soul stone in the evidence box next to him and handed it to Yutong Lingyo. After all, as long as she doesn't have this thing, then the other party is just an ordinary girl. And there is no threat at all. I see. Yudri Ayano took the box and nodded. I will put it in the storage room. After saying this, Shi Tongyin turned to leave, and Duanmu Huai turned his head again, watching Baomi on the opposite side of the single-sided mirror. The latter still just sat there immobilized. But seeing her look around, it seemed very nervous. What should we do next? Shall I? Xianshu blinked and asked, while Duanmu Huai shrugged. At present, Baomi seems to not know much about the situation in front of her. Or everything she knows is that QB tells her. And it will definitely only tell her something irrelevant. Is that so? Yes. In fact, I have an idea. Boom. However, just when Duanmu Huai was about to explain his guess to Xianshu, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred in the interrogation room. Mommy Tomo, who was originally sitting there, suddenly fell headfirst onto the table and became motionless. What happened? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai and Xianshu and Mu were also surprised, and hurried into the interrogation room. Little love. She's dead. Huh? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. She's really dead. What happened? Chitos was also in a panic at this time. But Kizara was relatively calm. This is not surprising. In order to prevent things from being revealed, many demons will set up hidden clauses. Once someone says their affairs, they will be cursed and died immediately. But shouldn't that be in the middle of the explanation? That's how it's played in the movies. How can you only start the curse after everything is said? It's just a movie after all. Duanmu Huai completely ignored the conversation between Qianshu and Mu Geng, and instead carefully examined Tomo Mami in front of him. The latter indeed looked dead. Her heart wasn't beating, and she wasn't breathing. No matter how you looked at it, she was dead. Forget it. Let's call Yutong Lingnyo over first. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai picked up his mobile phone and called Shitong Lingnai. After a while, he heard hurried footsteps, and Shitong Lingnai carrying the evidence box pushed open the door of the interrogation room. What happened? Miss Tomo Asami is dead? How did she die? We don't know either. If you don't believe me, you can go and watch the surveillance video. He was fine just now, but suddenly he collapsed. Shizuka was also busy explaining to Yugi Ayano that although they were indeed a violent agency, they still had to follow the rules because they were a violent agency. If it were a gang, they would just pour concrete on the person and sink him in Tokyo Bay. But unfortunately, they obviously didn't have such a good thing. This is really troublesome. Staring at Mommy lying motionless in front of her, Yujiri Ayano reached out and pressed her forehead. How can I explain this? No need to explain. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. I've already looked at the information. Her parents died a long time ago, and she doesn't have any contact with her relatives. Right? Just take her away and cremate her. Then declare her missing. It's not that difficult. Xiao Ai seems to be very familiar with this process. This is how the Inquisition eliminates heretics. It's already a routine. I feel like I have touched a darkness that I shouldn't have touched. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Qianshu folded her arms exaggeratedly and pulled back. However, judging from her forced smile, it was obvious that Qianshu was just trying to ease the atmosphere. However, at this moment, suddenly, a voice that shouldn't have sounded rang out. A low moaning sound was heard from behind, and everyone turned their heads, only to see Mommy slowly raise her head and look at them. Wow! Seeing this scene, Qianshu was so frightened that he felt like he was electrocuted, and rushed directly behind Duanmu Huai. Hey, what's going on? Zombies? Have you watched too many movies? But she was clearly dead just now. Duanmu Huai could understand Qianshu's panic. In fact, he had just checked Mommy's condition. Her heart had stopped beating. She was not breathing, and even her body temperature had disappeared. But now, how could she be resurrected from the dead? Why? What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Is there something wrong with me? However, Mommy, who was being watched by everyone, seemed to be unaware of anything. Instead, she asked in a panic. In response to Mommy Tomo's question, Duanmu Huai and others looked at each other, speechless. Finally, Duanmu Huai coughed. Anyway, let's do a physical examination first. Now it seems that there are more and more mysteries surrounding this so-called magical girl. Chapter 1174, Don't Enter the Tiger's Den. After that, in the DA hospital, Tomo Mami underwent a series of physical examinations. And of course, the results were, everything was normal. To be honest, looking at her body, it doesn't look like she's ever been dead. Looking at the test report in front of him, the DA doctor gave his own conclusion. Could it be because the death time was too short? That won't happen. In response to Yugi Ayano's question, the doctor shook his head. Once a person dies, there will be various organ problems. But her examination results are very good. Although it is possible that she has recovered well. But according to what you said, her heartbeat and breathing stopped only an hour ago. So it is inevitable that she will have some degree of physical damage. But from the current point of view, it is obviously not the case. It's so strange. Why did Miss Tomo Mami suddenly die? Qianshu looked incredulous. We didn't do anything at that time. If anything, it was Miss Ayano who placed the soul stone. Having said that, everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Yugi Ayano, who was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. I didn't do anything at all. I promise. I didn't even touch the soul stone at that time. In fact, I just walked to the elevator. If you don't believe me, you can go and watch the surveillance video. Well, that's not the question. I do have an idea. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai once again looked at the evidence box next to him. Please take the soul stone and leave for a while. Okay. Qianshu, you should come with us. Okay. Soon. The two nodded and left the room. And after that, Didi. Suddenly, the detection instrument issued an urgent alarm. And the doctor immediately glanced at the screen, then jumped up in shock. How could this happen? The heart stopped? No breathing? Even the brain waves stopped? Quick! Prepare for rescue immediately, etc. However, just as the doctor was anxiously trying to push Tomomi into the emergency room, Duanmu stopped her, and then carefully observed Tomomi again. She was lying on the instrument with dull eyes, looking like a doll. Then Duanmu picked up his phone and called Yutong Lingnyo. Okay, now that we've figured it out, come back. Confused, Yutong Lingnyo and Qianshu returned to the room according to Duanmu's order. And then, they learned the situation from Duanmu. Hey! What happened? Miss Tomo Asami died again? It's unbelievable. Looking at the records printed out by the machine, the doctor looked confused. Without any warning signs, his breathing and heartbeat suddenly stopped, and even his brain waves were no longer active. This was complete death. But under such circumstances, he was able to wake up again. As he spoke, the doctor looked again at Mommy in the CT room on the other side. The latter was still looking at this side, with a confused look on her face, as if she had no idea at all that she had just died. And there is absolutely no abnormality in physiological functions. This is simply inexplicable from a medical point of view. That means Miss Mommy's death is related to the soul stone? At this moment, Qianshu also said curiously. Of course, they had learned the situation from Duanmu. Naturally, they also made this judgment. After all, after they left with the stone of the soul, Bame died. Why does it feel like this is more like a robot than a human? I have to admit that Qianshu's complaints were correct. Duanmu and Yutong Lingnyo had the same feeling. Rather than being human, this was more like some kind of robot controlled by radio waves. Once out of range, it would immediately lose control. As for the specific situation, go ask him. As he spoke, Duanmu pushed open the door and walked in. As expected, when Mommy Tomo learned about her situation, she was shocked, although she didn't want to believe it. After watching the surveillance video, Mommy Tomo could only fall into silence. How? How could this happen? I never knew something like this could happen. QB didn't tell you? Facing Duanmu's inquiry, Bame shook his head silently. Didn't you notice it yourself? No, because the soul stone is usually worn on the hand as a ring, and it usually never leaves the body. Oh, in other words, Japanese schools don't care about this. If you put it in Xiaodhua, the teacher would probably have confiscated it from you. Duanmu scratched his head and then looked at the doctor. If it were up to you to judge what happened to Tomo just now, would it be considered death? This is of course considered death. The heart has stopped beating. There is no breathing. And there is no response in the brain waves. Medically speaking, it can be considered complete death. What was the cause of death? This, generally speaking, it can only be confirmed by autopsy. But as of now, no abnormalities or lesions have been found. So it can only be considered. The cause of death is unknown? Yes. Ah. Hearing this, Chitsuka shouted and exchanged a glance with Yugi Ayano and Kazara. They had seen Dia's big data analysis before and knew that many girls were in similar situations. And now, everything was connected. Wait, so those girls didn't die? It was because their soul stones were too far away from their bodies? Having said that, Qianshu felt cold all over. So, everyone thinks they are dead. But they are actually still alive? Or maybe they are dead. Duanmu waved his hand. After all, if we destroy the soul stone, we can achieve the same effect. Right? This, as of now, the information we know is still not enough. Duanmu sighed silently. Although he did find the magic girl and got a lot of information, it seemed that the magic girl herself was fooled and her information was not very convincing. Moreover, there was a lot of information that she herself did not know. If it doesn't work, I'll have to change direction. Change direction? That's right. I'm the one going to sign with QB and become a magical girl. Why? Upon hearing Duanmu's answer, Qianshu, Kigen and Yutong Lingnyo were all surprised. Wait. This is too dangerous. Yes, and we haven't figured out what the magical girls are yet. But from the current situation, it seems that magical girls are not as simple as we imagined. I know. But nothing ventured. Nothing gained. Now it seems that there are many things that magical girls themselves don't know. So it would be better for me to sign a contract and become a magical girl myself. Which would be faster? Facing the dissuasion of Qianzhu and Yutom Lingyo. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Although at present, this decision is indeed dangerous. But for Duanmu Huai, this is just a game clone, not the real body. If there is any problem, he can just cut it off directly. But if it succeeds, well, it's a huge profit. After all, I came here with a mission. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the system prompt, then looked away. In terms of individual combat power, this clone is not much worse than the original body. But the problem is that once it is enlarged, Duanmu Huai's clone is a little bit powerless. This is also normal. No matter how powerful the clone is, it is just a reproduction of the game character's numerical value. And it is different from the original god. On the other hand, as for Kizara, he was squatting in the corner, drawing circles and muttering to himself. As expected, I'm just a useful woman. I'll be thrown aside when I'm no longer useful. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. I'm so easy to deal with anyway. But it doesn't matter. Even if she doesn't have me in her heart. As long as she can be by my side in the end. It's enough. Are you done yet? Titrate. Just then, a reminder sounded, and Yujiri Ayano took out the tablet, took a look at it, and then handed it over. The information of those two people has been investigated. Oh, it's fast. Duanmu Huai simply ignored Mu Gung, who was squatting in the corner, with a look of abandoned resentment, and took the tablet to start looking at it. Sakura Kyoko, 14 years old. Her father was once the leader of a new religion and had 2 daughters. Later, he committed suicide with his second daughter and wife. The eldest daughter, Sakura Kyoko, also disappeared and her whereabouts are currently unknown. Hamura Akemi, 14 years old, has been hospitalized for a serious illness. After recovering and being discharged from the hospital, she was transferred to Maikahara Junior High School. Her parents work overseas all year round, and she currently lives alone in an apartment. Now it seems that the former is basically impossible to find, but the latter can be found. Since she is studying at Maikahara Junior High School like Tomomami, it should be easier to find her. Just as Duanmu Huai was staring at the tablet in front of him thinking, Mommy's voice came from the side. As expected, what Xiaomei said is true. Hearing what Mommy said, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that Mommy was lowering her head and staring at her hands. You mean Hamura Akemi? What happened to her? She once came to me and told me that QB had deceived us and that we should not trust QB too much. But at that time I didn't believe her at all. I just thought she said this on purpose to incite me. After all, why would QB deceive me? Muttering to herself, Tomomami clenched her fists tightly. But now it seems that QB did lie to me. Why didn't he tell me this? Why did he hide it from me? Oh, there is such a thing? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes slightly. So, did that girl called Hamura Akemi tell you how QB tricked you? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Tomomi was speechless for a moment. Because I didn't believe what she said at all. We parted ways unhappily after that. She didn't explain the details. And I'm not sure either. Forget it. There's nothing much to expect from the little girl. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently, then looked at the others and nodded. It seems that if I want to find out information about QB, I must talk to Hamura Akemi face to face. Chapter 1175 Investigation. For Kizara, this world is very strange. As a demon that has been sealed for hundreds of years, Kizara is like an ancient man who has come to the modern world. Although in terms of age, there should be no one older than Kizara in this world. But from the outside, Kizara is just a teenage girl, or strictly speaking, even in terms of psychological age. Because of this, Kizara also needs to go to school to learn the common sense and general knowledge of this world. Although he was a little uncomfortable at the beginning, Kizara gradually got used to this life, which was completely different from before. But, looking at the phone in front of him, Mu Gung sighed silently with a depressed look on his face. What's wrong? Kizara? Seeing Kizara's expression, his classmate and friend next to him curiously leaned over and looked at Kizara's phone. Kizara quickly put away his phone and smiled at his friend. Nothing. I'm just recording the communication. What? Are you sending a message to that lover you mentioned? You really are in love. Seeing that Mu's cheeks turned red, the friend reached out and pushed her with a smile. And another girl wearing glasses heard this topic and hurriedly came up. Oh, You two live together, right? Then you must have been having a lot of fun every day. No. And, having said that, Kizara sighed silently. That person is very cold to me now. He hardly ever replies to my messages. Even if he does, he only says a few words casually. How could it be that Mugung is such a good girl? But there are people who dislike her? After hearing Kizara's answer, both of them were shocked. Kizara was very popular in school. After all, she had a good personality and was cute and pretty. Therefore, many boys in school had a crush on her. Unfortunately, according to Kizara, she already had a lover and they were living together. It must be said that this really broke the glass hearts of many boys. I remember you were working very hard on cooking and even joined the cooking club, saying you wanted to make delicious food for your lover? And you cooked really well. To be honest, I want to marry you as my bride. As he spoke, his friend reached out and hugged Kizara. You have such a good girl as your girlfriend. What are you dissatisfied with? Your lover must be a weirdo. No, that person is a good person. But, only, he brought other girls back recently. And I feel a little uneasy. Other girls? After hearing what Kizara said, the two were stunned for a moment. A relative or something? No. It was just a girl we met by chance. She said she felt sorry for her. So she let her live in our house. And she has been caring for her all the time. This is cheating. Cheating. And he even brought his mistress in front of his girlfriend. Your lover is such a jerk. Upon hearing this, Kizara's friends were immediately filled with indignation. How can there be such a person? He already has a girlfriend as good as Kizara. So what on earth are he not satisfied with? Kizara, let's go home with you after school. We want to take a good look at what kind of person that shameless guy is. Oh, no. Sorry. Seeing the two of them so angry, Kizara quickly waved his hands. It's okay. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Although that person is usually like this. He can be very gentle to me sometimes. And, as long as that person can be by my side in the end, I will be satisfied. This, seeing Kizara's face slightly red, and her mobile phone tightly held in her arms, with a happy smile. Her two friends looked at each other helplessly. This is how to do. There's nothing I can do. This kid is already completely addicted. It's useless to say anything to her now. As they talked, they both sighed deeply. Why? Just as Mugung was holding his phone with a look of happiness on his face, Duan Muhui was staring at his phone with a twitching expression. On it, pieces of information are popping up continuously. I'm in class. What are you doing? I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Why don't you reply? Am I too annoying? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to talk to you. It doesn't matter if you don't reply. I just want you to know that I'm always thinking about you. If you are with another woman, don't worry about me. I will wait for you at home no matter what. By the way, what do you want to eat today? I will make meat and potato stew. I will wait for you at home. Please come back. Okay. Absolutely. Have you made an appointment? This guy is not done yet. Is he? Looking at the 99+ text message number on his phone, Duanmu wanted to throw his phone away. Ever since Mugung learned how to use a mobile phone, he would send himself these boring harassing messages every day. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, most of them were nonsense. So you're not studying hard and just staying in the classroom sending text messages all day, right? MMP. Why is there no blacklist function? I really want to just block her. Duanmu Huai decisively turned off the text message alert tone. After traveling through so many worlds, this was the first time he met a woman like this. He was speechless. Fortunately, the avatar is not the ontology. Otherwise I am afraid that it is not that the head will be fried. What's wrong? Seeing Duanmu Huai's reaction, Shitong Lingyou asked curiously. And Duanmu Huai shook his head. Nothing. Harass the text messages. It should be coming soon. Yes. I have already explained it to the principal. And it should be here soon. At present, Duanmu Huai and Yutong Ayano are at Mayakahara Middle School. With Yutong Ayano's identity, it is very easy for her to meet a student like Hamura Akemi. She just needs to find the principal, show her ID, and say that she has something to ask Hamura Akemi. The latter will naturally call someone, and even be so considerate as to give up the principal's office. Duanmu Huai and Shitong Lingyou just had to wait in the principal's office. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, at this moment, There was a knock on the door. Shitong Lingnyo and Duanmu Huai looked at each other and nodded. Come in. Excuse me. The person who walked into the principal's office was a girl who looked a little introverted. She had long black hair and pigtails, and wore red-framed glasses. She looked a little nervous, like a trembling little animal. Is this also a magical girl? Duanmu Huai winked at Shitong Lingnyo, and the latter looked at the girl with pigtails in front of her. Are you Hamura Akemi? Yes. Yes. Well, I heard the principal is looking for me. Technically speaking, we are the ones looking for you. As Yujari Ayano spoke, she took out the ID from her bosom and opened it to Hamura Akemi. When Hamura Akemi saw the ID in Yujari Ayano's hand, her face turned even paler, and she was sitting there stiffly, fidgeting. Well, then may I ask, what do you want from me? I'll ask you straight to the point. Hamura Akemi, are you a magical girl? Why? Hearing Yutong Ling's question, Hamura Akemi's shoulders trembled with fear, and she almost jumped up. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai appeared behind her like a ghost, pressed down Hamura Akemi's shoulders, and forced her back onto the sofa. But this made Hamura Akemi even more nervous. She looked at Yujari Ayano, then at Duanmu Huai who was standing behind her and pressing on her body. And then, yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hamura Akemi simply lowered her head and apologized to the two of them. I know I shouldn't steal weapons, but I need the means to fight and destroy the witch. I'm really sorry. Well, I will return those weapons. What are you saying? Duanmu Huai and Yugi Ayano were both a little surprised by Hamura Akemi's sudden self-explosion. But Hamura Akemi seemed to have reacted at this moment. Aren't you here to track down those weapons? We can discuss this topic later. Yujari Ayano coughed. Although she was also very curious about what Hamura Akemi meant, she quickly returned to the topic. Actually, we are investigating something about magical girls and witches. In fact, we have found a magical girl named Tomo Asami. I think you know her too. It was from her that we learned of your existence. So, I have something I want to ask you. Yujari Ayano stared at Hamura Akemi and spoke. You told Tomo-san mommy that you were all deceived by QB. What exactly did that mean? We know that QB induced you to sign a contract and made you into magical girls. So, what exactly did they deceive you about? In response to Yujari Ayano's question, Hamura Akemi clenched her fists, grabbed the hem of her skirt, lowered her head and said nothing, as if she was thinking about something. We have been investigating the situation regarding witches and magical girls. In fact, we have already eliminated the witches, but we are still not very clear about the relationship between witches, magical girls and QB. Although we have asked Mommy Tomo, the information she has obtained is only what QB told her, and the authenticity of the information cannot be confirmed. You once found Mommy Tomo and said that she was deceived by QB. So can I ask how you came to this conclusion? Hearing this, Hamura Akemi seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head and stared at the two of them. Actually, I came back from the future. Then, Hamura Akemi spoke. Chapter 1176 from the future. That is a very orthodox magical girl story. The girl who was discharged from the hospital started a new school life. But because of her long-term hospitalization, she was unable to keep up with the school curriculum, and it seemed very hard. However, when the girl was confused and anxious, someone reached out to her for help. Kaname Round, a lovely and gentle girl, who is also the girl's classmate. She tried her best to help and take care of the girl, which made the girl feel a little warm. However, in fact, Kaname Madoka is not just a gentle and good child. She also has another identity, a magical girl. That's right. When the girl accidentally entered the witch's barrier on her way home, she was rescued by Kaname Madoka and Tomomami. After that, the girl followed them, watching their fight and admiring their handsome backs. Until that day, the most powerful witch of Witch Night arrives. Mommy died in the battle, and Madoka Kaname also died to protect the girl. There has never been a moment when the girl hated her own powerlessness so much. Just when she was crying bitterly in front of Madoka Kaname's body, QB appeared in front of the girl, and the girl made a wish to QB. That is to go back to the past. Back to the time when she first met Madoka Kaname. She will no longer be a burden. This time, she will fight together with Madoka Kaname and the others to destroy Witch Night. Then, when the girl woke up again, she had returned to the day before she was discharged from the hospital and enrolled in school. Next, the girl met Kane Madoka and Tomomomi again, and fought together to destroy the witch. This time, they also encountered Witch Knight. And although Tomomomi died again, the girl and Kane Madoka finally defeated Witch Knight. This should have been the end. But, after defeating Witch Knight, Kane Madoka suddenly became very distressed. And then, the girl witnessed a scene she had never expected. In front of her, Kane Madoka transformed into a huge and terrifying witch. At this moment, the girl finally understood. QB fooled everyone. I see. After listening to what Hamura Akemi said, Duanmuhui nodded, while Yutong Lingyo remained silent. Seeing their reactions, Hamura Akemi was a little worried. Excuse me. Do you believe what I said? To be honest, it feels like a dark fairy tale. Duanmuhui gave an answer quickly. Regardless of whether what you said about coming from the future is true or not, we do have evidence to prove your claim. Evidence? It must be said that after hearing Duanmuhui's answer, Hamura Akemi was somewhat surprised. The reason why she couldn't convince Mommy was because she had no evidence at all. After all, no one would believe that such a thing was true unless they saw it with their own eyes. And the girl in front of her actually said that they had evidence to prove this? That's right. As he spoke, Duanmuhui handed the tablet to Hamura Akemi and listed the records of their previous investigation on the girl, whose cause of death was unknown, and the series of events that followed. This is, to be honest, we always thought that witches hunted humans there after killing magical girls. But at that time we always had a question. That is, how did these magical girls die? Now after hearing your story, the mystery has been solved. It was not the witches who killed these magical girls, but these magical girls turned into witches. Well, this makes sense. Mommy-sen said that once the soul stone becomes turbid, it will cause pain. And if the filth is not removed in time, it will cause death. But now it seems that this is also a lie of QB. It's not really a lie. After becoming a witch, the magical girl did die. That's why I hate those damn demons. They always pick on words. MMP. There's a weird light in your eyes. They're all idiots. What are you talking about? Nothing. I'm just complaining. Seeing Hamura Akemi and Ayano Yujari looking at him in surprise, Duanmuhui shrugged and skipped the topic. Ayano Yujari did not delve into the topic and turned to Hamura Akemi. So, Akemi Hamura-san, is Witch Knight really that powerful? That's right. For Yujari Ayano, the truth about the magical girl can be put aside for later. The Witch Knight is the biggest trouble at the moment. According to Hamura Akemi, the Witch Knight can even easily destroy a city. This is what AAA needs to worry about the most. Compared to those witches who hide in the dark and eat people, the disaster level of this witch is simply beyond the sky. Yes, Witch Knight is very powerful. But didn't you destroy Witch Knight once before? Although according to you, Kane Madoka-san and Tomo Asami-san both died. If that's the case, then as long as we gather more magical girls, can we defeat Witch Knight? In fact, Yujari Ayano also thought about whether she should directly summon the members of AAA and or even the army to fight against Witch Knight. But Hamura Akemi said that it would not work. The reason why she was able to use military weapons to destroy witches was because she was a magical girl, and she was in an enchanted state when using weapons. If she were an ordinary person, she would be like Chitose, and would not be able to even penetrate the opponent's skin. Of course, the bottom line is that the weapon is not powerful enough to break through the defense. If it were Duanmuhui's plasma gun, every shot would be accurate. But well, too much power can sometimes be troublesome. I'm sorry. I don't know much about other magical girls. And, to be honest, after finding out the truth, I don't know how to explain it to the others. I wanted to explain it to Mommy-san before, but she didn't believe me at all. Hamura Akemi lowered her head dejectedly and sighed silently. But it was true that the witch hunted by the magical girl was actually a magical girl in her original form. If this kind of thing were to be spread out, it would be enough to make many magical girls despair. Thinking of this, Duanmuhui suddenly clapped his hands. Wait, maybe the incident in Kamahama City is related to this? You mean the redemption of the magical girl? Hearing Duanmuhui's words, Shitong Lingyo was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. That's right. Haven't we been thinking about what the so-called redemption of magical girls is? If what Hamura Akemi said is correct, magical girls will eventually become witches, so they must be redeemed. Maybe Kamahama City has found some way to save magical girls and prevent them from becoming witches. So it is called redemption. This possibility is not impossible. Right? Ah. This. Hearing the two people talking, Hamura Akemi also raised her hand and spoke in a low voice. In fact, I know that too. How did you know? It was in my dream. A pink-haired girl told me that if I went to Kamahama City, the magical girl would be saved. So, I was planning to go to Kamahama City on my day off. Then it's decided. We'll go to Kamahama City together. Duan Muhuai made a decisive decision. Although I don't know what's going on over there. But at the moment, this problem does need to be figured out. Also, if we need more magical girls to deal with Witch Night, we do have to go to Kamahama City. Also, I always feel that there is something wrong with that redemption. At least it is definitely not as simple as we thought. Is that so? Of course. Do you remember that Tomomami also said that she wanted to go to Kamahama City to investigate? But she didn't see any dreams. According to Tomomami, because the number of witches in this city has decreased. The number of witches in Kamahama City has increased. So many magical girls have gone to Kamahama City. But now it seems that if what Akemi Hamura said is correct, then the relationship is actually the other way around. You mean, it's not because the witches become more. So the magic girl went to Kamishi City. But because the magic girl went to Kamishi City, so the witch in Kamaya City became more. Having said that, Duan Muhuai snorted lightly. From this point of view, I doubt whether there is any problem with the redemption. After all, if the redemption of the magical girl is really effective, the number of witches in Kamahama City should decrease, not increase. But the fact is that the number of witches in Kamahama City has increased. If this is true, then what exactly is being redeemed over there? It is very suspicious. At this point, Duan Muhuai scratched his head. Well, now it seems that the mystery has been mostly solved. But in this case, the problem is not completely solved, but even more serious. If all witches are transformed from magical girls, then there is really no other way but to eliminate all the magical girls. Of course, before that, QB must be eliminated. Otherwise, even if you kill the magic girl with all the light, it will create a new magic girl. Well, this stuff is really not a good thing. At least now Duan Muhuai has ranked this thing on the clear list. Shi Tongyao didn't know what Duan Muhuai was thinking, but nodded. This seems to make sense. It's settled then. Having said that, Duan Muhuai looked at Akemi Hamura. Is that okay? Ah. Yes. No problem. In response to Duan Muhuai's question, Hamura Akemi nodded vigorously. And at this time, Ayano Yujari also came over and reached out to hold Hamura Akemi's shoulder. So, Akemi Hamura-san? Is that? Now, could you please explain the issue of arms? Ah. Chapter 1177 Dinner Time. I did not expect that the magic girl was actually a theft of the arms. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. While driving, Shitong Lingyo sighed helplessly, and Duan Muhuai also shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, generally speaking, I would never expect that. Duan Muhuai had heard from Yutong Lingyo about what happened. Not long ago, a large amount of munitions were lost in a nearby military base, including very dangerous weapons such as RPGs and mines. Because of this, the higher-ups were very nervous and asked for a thorough investigation. In fact, both DA and AAA received a notice to assist in the investigation. But AAA did not take it seriously. After all, the demons they faced generally did not use weapons. If she hadn't heard about Hamura Akemi's self-destruction, Yujari Ayano would never have thought of this. Okay. Facts have proved that the superiors were resigned and dozens of unlucky eggs were sent to the arms of the military court. The culprit was actually a magical girl. Hamura Akemi's motivation for doing this is also very simple. Her ability is very powerful, but not aggressive. So she needs weapons to destroy witches and familiars. At first, Hamura Akemi chose to make homemade explosives. But later her companions complained that the sudden explosion in front of her eyes was too scary. So she began to choose arms as a means of combat. At first, Hamura Akemi only stole guns from the gangs. But later she became more and more daring and directly stole guns from the military bases. The reason why she was able to steal without being discovered was simple. Hamura Akemi's inherent ability was to stop time, and her shield after transformation was almost equivalent to infinite space. Enough to hold an entire arsenal. No wonder no matter how they investigated, they could not find any results. That's why they commissioned AAA, which specializes in investigating cases of demonic possession. However, at that time, AAA only thought that this might be an internal political conflict, and not the work of the demon-possessed person, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. Well, it turns out this is really a matter within their jurisdiction. Of course, it was impossible to arrest Hamura Akemi. However, in order to prevent those unlucky people from being sent to the military court, Yujiri Ayano still persuaded Hamura Akemi to hand over the remaining weapons. As for the report to the military, it was written that the demon-possessed person used his special ability to steal weapons and put them into the market, trying to create chaos, but was discovered by AAA and was eliminated, and the weapons were recovered. From AA's perspective, it can be considered as doing the other party a favor. After all, this is not a negligence to face the magical girl who can stop time. What you do is useless. Although this would leave Hamura Akemi without weapons to fight, Duanmu White promised that he would give Hamura Akemi better ones. To be honest, this made Yujiri Ayano very uneasy. But unfortunately, she couldn't intervene. I had to go with Duanmu White. So, we're going to Kamahama City tomorrow? Well, I will bring them with wood. It is always good to prepare. And Miss Chizuka. After all, we still need the DA's assistance in handling that arms theft case. After sending Duanmu Huai home, Shi Tonglingni stepped on the accelerator and left, while Duanmu Huai stretched and then walked into the apartment. When he arrived at the door of his apartment, Duanmu Huai took out the key and opened the door. Ah, you are back. As soon as Duanmu Huai entered the door, he saw Mommy running towards him like a golden retriever welcoming its owner home. As for Mommy Tomo, the final disposition was that of Duanmu Huai, who did not seem to object to this. So Duanmu Huai took Mommy Tomo back home directly. But then again, Duanmu Huai looked Mommy up and down. At this moment, she was like a golden retriever kneeling at the porch and wagging its tail at its owner. She was staring at him, and didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Is this normal? I just beat her up before. But now this guy is not afraid of me, and even approaches me? Should she be a special hidden habit? Just like those two goddesses. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Duanmu Huai put the thoughts in his mind aside, and nodded to Mommy. I'm back. What about wood? Ah, Miss Mugung. Boom. Before Tomo finished her words, she heard a heavy sound of cutting vegetables in the room. Duanmu Huai walked into the living room curiously, and saw Mugung with her back to him in the open kitchen. She was cutting cabbage with a kitchen knife in her hand. She raised her hand and cut the cabbage into two halves like a human head, and then chopped it up again with a dong 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 sound. Ah, you're back. As if he had just noticed Duanmu Huai's presence. Mugung turned his head, and his pair of dark red eyes without highlights stared at Duanmu Huai like dull glass balls. I'm cooking. Wait a moment. It will be ready soon. As he spoke, Mugung raised the kitchen knife in his hand high up, and then dropped it heavily. Boom. At this time, Mommy Tomo also came over and spoke a little embarrassedly. Actually, I wanted to help, but Miss Kizara said she was enough on her own. Then, casually, for some reason, Duanmu Huai always felt that the air in the living room was a little heavy. But he was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. He just sat on the sofa and turned on the TV to watch. Tomo Mommy stood there for a moment, then went to the kitchen again. Soon, the heavy sound of cutting vegetables disappeared and turned into a hurried sound of cutting vegetables. At the same time, the kettle sounded. Woo! Of course, this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. It didn't take long after that. Mugung and Bame had dinner, and then the three had dinner together. On the contrary, Mommy's cooking skills made Duanmu Huai somewhat of an exception. After all, she was quite skilled at it. I didn't expect you to cook. Ah, that? I cook a lot. Is that so? I thought you usually ate out. I usually eat alone at home. And sometimes QB will accompany me. Having said this, Tomo Mommy lowered her head. In fact, I haven't had dinner like this with other people in a long time. Oh. After hearing Mommy Tomo's answer, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Mommy Tomo's information stated that both her parents had passed away, and she had basically no contact with her relatives. Well, thinking about it this way, it seems that she can only eat alone. From a certain perspective, It is quite lonely, isn't it? Although it's not really a reward. Can you let me cook while I'm staying here? Dwanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard Mommy Tomo's proposal. Girl, do you have a misunderstanding about your position? We are here to monitor you, not to take you in. Why are you taking the initiative? That doesn't bother me. Dwanmu Huai was more than happy to have someone cook for him. Wait, Master, what about me? However, Mu Gung was obviously unhappy. She bit her chopsticks, stared at Dwanmu Huai with dissatisfaction and asked, while Dwanmu Huai shrugged her shoulders. You two can do it together. Or take turns. What's the problem? Anyway, Dwanmu Huai would never be able to cook. He just had no interest in it. When he was in other worlds, Dwanmu Huai would either leave this kind of thing to the maid or simply eat out. Asking a grown man to cook and wash dishes, well, let me be frank. He is just too lazy to do it. Before the time travel, Mu Huai mainly ate takeout. After all, it was very troublesome no matter how you thought about it. Washing vegetables, cooking, eating, and washing dishes by yourself. It's still more convenient to order takeout. You can just throw it away after eating. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's bored answer, Mu Gong and Tomo Mommy looked at each other. So, 1, 3, and 5 are mine. And 2, 4, and 6 are yours? And Sunday? Let the master choose. Okay. No problem. What are you doing? Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other in front of him, Dwanmu Huai shook his head. However, at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. And then the door outside opened, followed by a cheerful and lively voice. Oh, Chitsuka-sama is here. Ah, he's having dinner after all. Add me in. Add me in. As he was talking, Xianshu, who was wearing a uniform, ran over happily, threw her school bag on the sofa, and then took the bowl and chopsticks by herself. This person has been eating for a while. At the beginning, it was Dwanmu Huai who invited her to come. And now Xianshu will come over on her own initiative as soon as she gets off work. After all, if you have dinner here, you don't have to go back and cook. This is what Xianshu said. Dwanmu Huai agreed with this deeply. Soon, dinner was over. Dwanmu Huai and Xianshu sat on the sofa watching TV and drinking tea, while Kigen and Mommy Tomo washed dishes in the kitchen. Well, the division of labor is clear. Oh, right. Just then, Dwanmu Huai remembered something and spoke hurriedly. Since you are all here, I will tell you that we are going to Kamahama City to conduct an investigation tomorrow. Is it the rumor about the magical girl? Hearing this, Xianshu jumped up excitedly, and Dwanmu Huai nodded. Yes, we suspect there is something else behind that rumor. Asami, do you know anything about this? This? Hearing Dwanmu Huai's question, Tomo Mommy frowned, wiped her hands, and thought for a moment. I haven't been there yet, so I don't know. Ah, but it seems that QB can't get close to Kamahama City. What do you mean unapproachable? It will lose consciousness if it gets close to Kamahama City. Mommy Tomo also gave an answer quickly. QB found me before and asked me to help investigate what happened in Kamahama City. At that time, it showed me that at the highway intersection leading to Kamahama City, QB only took a few steps forward and then fell to the ground without moving, as if it had encountered some invisible obstacle. It was not until I picked it up again that it regained consciousness. Oh, there is such a thing? Hearing this, Dwanmu Huai's eyes lit up. So, QB can't go to that place anymore? Yes, that should be the case. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Chapter 1178 Kamahama City. After learning that QB could not enter Shiban City, Dwanmu Huai immediately became very interested in the place. You must know that in Dwanmu Huai's plan, whether it is to completely eliminate the magical girls or use other methods to deal with these troubles, a prerequisite is that QB must be killed. Otherwise, no matter how many magical girls Dwanmu Huai kills, the other party will create another batch, and it will be in vain. And now, there is a place where QB can't get in. It seems like there is something fishy going on in Kamahama City. He did what he said. Early the next morning, Dwanmu Huai drove to meet up with Yuton Lingyo, and then brought everyone else to Kamahama City. As a new city with a population of 3 million, Kamahama City is naturally not small. Frankly speaking, it is not an easy task for Dwanmu Huai and a few others to find magical girls in Kamahama City, even with the assistance of DA. But, as the saying goes, stand users are attracted to each other. Maybe the same goes for magical girls? After arriving at Kamahama City, Dwanmu quickly made a division, with himself and Tomomomi in one group, Kizara and Chizuka in one group, and Yugi Ayano and Akemi Hamura in one group, to investigate the new West District, Minami District, and the Central District respectively. The reason for this division is that, after all, there are magical girls here, and even if they can't find other magical girls, as long as the magical girls can find the witch's barrier, there is a high probability that they can encounter magical girls. After all, there is no other way. Right? So Dwanmu drove around Shiban City, searching as he drove. And then, as expected, it's not easy to find a magical girl sitting on a bench in the park. Dwanmu drank Coke and couldn't help but sigh, because most of the time, magical girls are in class during the day, and if they need to go out, it's usually at night. Mommy next to her was also holding an ice cream in her hand and explaining in a low voice. By the way, do you have enough time like this? Why? As for magical girls, they are basically still students. Right? They have to go to class during the day, do homework after school, and fight witches at night. You don't even sleep? Can you hold on? Well, hearing Dwanmu curious question, Mommy's expression twitched slightly. It's okay. After becoming a magical girl, I mainly rely on magic to move around, so I don't feel tired. I see. Actually, I'm curious. Curious? The magical girl's words. Only girls will become magical girls. If an adult is an adult, is it called a magical girl? Take that ant for example. As he spoke, Dwanmu raised his chin and pointed to the smiling lady in her 60s, who was selling ice cream to children in the ice cream truck not far away. If I live to her age, can I still become a magical girl? Like you? With a transformation or something? I've never thought about this question before. Hearing Dwanmu question and looking at the plump auntie with a barrel-like figure, Tomomi broke out in a cold sweat. Just imagining herself becoming an auntie and then transforming into a magical girl or something. She shuddered all over and didn't dare to think about it anymore. I am just a 15-year-old kid. Not even 50 years old. How should I answer you when you ask me this? Fortunately, Dwanmu just asked casually and did not ask Mommy to answer. Instead, he directly picked up the phone to contact Qianzhu and Yutong Lingyo. Well, the response from the latter also yielded no results. Especially Chizuka. When I heard her talk with relish about the delicious shops she found and the fun places she had, I knew that she almost treated this day as a shopping trip. Although Dwanmu himself is almost the same. Yujiri Ayano was working seriously. But it was a pity that she couldn't find them. Finding a few magical girls in a city with a population of 3 million was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it is better to learn from Dwanmu and Qianshu and do some lazy fishing. At least the day will not be wasted. Well, it looks like nothing was gained. Dwanmu finished the call and shook his head. Then let's find a place to have dinner, and then discuss what to do next. Please wait a moment. At this moment, Mommy suddenly stood up. Her eyes widened in surprise. I feel an ominous magical force. Oh! Upon hearing Mommy Tomo's answer, Dwanmu expression also became serious. Is it a magical girl? Not sure. Maybe it's a witch. Whether it is true or not, we will know if we go and take a look. Lead the way. Yes. Now it seems that this day was not completely a waste of time. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting dark, and the dark night covered the last trace of the sunset's red glow, shrouding the entire sky in darkness. Dwanmu followed Tomomi through the woods and headed deep into the park. When the two of them passed through the woods, they saw a huge lake in front of them, as well as a long bridge and a torii built on the lake. It looked more like a religious place. However, what first caught Dwanmu attention were the two girls standing by the bridge. The reason was very simple. Judging from their strange and peculiar clothes, if they were not cosplay, they could only be magical girls. However, these two magical girls looked quite disheveled, as if they had just experienced a great battle. Crash! At this moment, the lake water suddenly exploded, and then a round monster with an extremely abstract appearance flew out of it. It raised its head, made a bird-like cry, and then rushed towards the magical girl below. Wow! Wait a minute. Facing the monster's attack, The magical girl screamed. And seeing this, Tomomomi also jumped up in a hurry. Then, flintlock rifles appeared around Tomomomi and merged into a huge gun. Tyro finale. Boom! The whistling artillery fire shot out from it, directly piercing through the monster's huge balloon-like body. Then the monster was seen dissipating. And from the gap below it, a girl with long pink hair, dressed as a magical girl, fell from it. And then another magical girl below also hurriedly ran over and caught her. At the same time, the two also noticed the presence of Tomomomi. "Who are you?" The magical girl, who caught her companion, stared at Tomomomi and asked with a serious expression. She has long aqua blue hair, a slender figure, and she seems a little old. At least he doesn't look like a junior high school student, nor a high school student. Could he be a college student? Can college students also be magical girls? Just as Dwanmu Hwai was staring at the other person and thinking about something in his mind, Mommy raised the gun in her hand and aimed at the girl in the arms of the magical girl. "I came here following a strange magical power, but I didn't expect there would be a witch disguised as a human." Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai silently glanced at Tomomomi. "Are you serious? Have you forgotten what you said when you saw me before? Put down your gun. Who are you?" However, the blue-haired girl obviously would not give in just like that. Instead, she stared at Mommy and asked again, "My name is Tomomomi, the magical girl of Mitakahara. Why are the magical girls from Mitakahara here? This is the territory of Kamahama West. If you act arbitrarily in the territory of other magical girls, it will be regarded as a hostile act. Don't you even know this? Why does it sound to me like this isn't a conversation between magical girls at all, but more like a conversation between two gangsters? Are all magical girls like this now? Or am I getting old and out of touch with the times? But if you think about it carefully, whether it's magical girls or gangs, they are all illegal organizations that are not recognized by the government. Strictly speaking, there is no difference. That's enough. Asami, Dwanmu Hwai is not here to watch magical girls learn how to seize territory from gangs. What you members of illegal organizations do is your own business. We are an established unit, and there is no need for us to act like gangsters." Miss Dwanmu. Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's voice, Mommy was stunned for a moment. Then she obediently put down the gun and stood aside. How to put it? Dwanmu Hwai felt that Mommy really gave people the feeling of a golden retriever. When she met a stranger, she would bare her teeth and bark. But when her owner pulled the leash, she would lie down obediently beside him. Well, how about just putting a collar around her neck? "Who are you?" Seeing Dwanmu Hwai appear, the blue-haired girl became more alert. She even stood up and tightened the spear in her hand. But unfortunately, Dwanmu Hwai will not give her any chance. "This is my identification." As he spoke, Dwanmu Hwai took out a black certificate from his pocket and opened it. The blue-haired girl was shocked when she saw the words above. Metropolitan Police Department? That's right. Originally, the Magical Girl Investigation Team was a joint investigation agency led by AAA and DA, with the participation of the Inquisition. The name of this joint investigation agency was placed under the Metropolitan Police Department. After all, it is easier to do things with the name of an official unit. Metropolitan Police Department? WY? At this moment, another magical girl next to them was even more caught in chaos. And the blue-haired girl looked at Mommy with dissatisfaction, as if saying, "We are all gangsters. And you are so unruly to call the police?" Facing the blue-haired girl's dissatisfied glare, Mommy lowered her head with an expression that said, "I'm sorry, but I want to be a good person." Although the two did not speak, even Dwanmu Hwai could see the silent communication between them. "So, what do you want from us?" The blue-haired girl glared at Tomomomi fiercely, then looked at Dwanmu Hwai and asked in a cold voice, although she didn't quite believe that the girl wrapped in a cloak looked like a police officer. The fact that she directly took out her ID made the blue-haired girl a little apprehensive. After all, what if it's true? "I want to talk to you about the things happening in Kamahama City." Dwanmu Hwai closed the certificate as he spoke, then looked at the two people in front of him, and at the same time looked at the other magical girl who had fainted in the arms of the blue-haired girl. If I remember correctly, didn't Hamura Akemi say that she once saw a pink-haired magical girl in her dream who said that coming to Kamahama City to be a magical girl would bring salvation? All in all, Dwanmu Hwai withdrew his gaze and made a gesture to the two of them. "My car has air conditioning. Let's talk there." Chapter 1179 Rumor Investigation. In the end, Duanmu Huai still didn't take the three back to the car. The reason was simple. That is, besides the three of them, there were other people lying all over the place, looking like victims of the witch's barrier. Needless to say, the next step was to follow the phone call process. Duanmu Huai called Yutong Lingnyo and Qianshu, and then AAA sent people to send all the unconscious people to the hospital for treatment. DA was responsible for covering up the matter, and quietly evacuated the surrounding crowd. I didn't expect that you guys are actually from the government. At this moment, the blue-haired girl and the others also lifted their transformations, returned to their original daily attire, and introduced themselves. The blue-haired girl was called Nanami Uchiyo, 19 years old, a college student. According to her, she had been active as a magical girl in Kamahama City for 7 years. Speaking of 19 years old, isn't this almost expired? The magical girl who was nearly attacked before was Yubitsuruno, 17 years old. The pink-haired girl sleeping next to her was Tamaki Iroha, 15 years old like Tomomami. Anyway, Duanmu Huai looked at the few people calmly. Although Naomi Uchiyo is the oldest in terms of age, Tomomami is much more mature than them in some ways. So, what do you want to know? The disarmed Naomi Uchiyo looked like an ordinary fashionable college student. Although her tone was cold, she couldn't help but look a little nervous. It was no wonder. After all, even a magical girl couldn't compete with the violent state agency. About the rumors. Rumor? For some reason, Duanmu Huai found that when Naomi Uchiyo heard the word rumor, she seemed a little shaken. What rumors? Many magical girls from various places claim that they have learned that they can be redeemed as long as they come to Kamahama City. I would like to inquire about the details of this matter. I have also heard about this matter. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Nanami Uchiyo was silent for a moment, but finally spoke. To be honest, we are also troubled. We don't know where those magical girls got such unfounded news and ran to Kamahama City. Without any evidence? That's right. Well, I have a question, too. At this moment, Tomomami also interrupted. She stared at Naomi Uchiyo, completely unafraid of the other party's indifference, and asked, "There's a rumor going around lately that the magical girls of Kamahama have gathered all the witches in Kamahama City in order to monopolize the Seed of Sorrow. Do you know about this?" Hearing Mommy's question, Nanami Uchiyo gave her a cold look. "Do you want to say that this was my doing? Can you please stop accusing people so casually? The witch in various places has gathered in Shibin. This is true. Because so, the witch in the surrounding area is falling abruptly. Even so, it has nothing to do with us." Nanami Uchiyo snorted coldly. "We will solve the problems on our territory ourselves." Having said that, Nanami Uchiyo glanced at Duanmu Huai, then looked away. "So don't bring your own problems to Kamahama City. You can go back and argue if you want." However, Duanmu Huai would not indulge these gangster girls. "I just want to know. You have been fighting as a magical girl in this city for so many years, but you don't know anything about these things? I advise you to think carefully before answering my questions." Miss Nanami. Duanmu Huai looked at the 7C and 8,000 generations, and his tone was indifferent and calm. "It's about whether you continue to live your peaceful daily life tomorrow, or go out for a pork chop meal." 8,000s. Hearing Duanmu Huai's threat, Yubitsuruno next to her was so scared that she grabbed her arm, and then hurriedly spoke to Duanmu Huai. "Actually, we came here to investigate the matter regarding the witch. We really don't know what's going on." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes." Looking at Duanmu Huai, Chihai Uchiyo hesitated for a long time before nodding slightly. "Although I have been active as a magical girl here for a long time, the abnormal phenomenon in Kamahama City only occurred not long ago, and magical girls gathered here around that time. Before that, Kamahama City was just a city that was no different from other places." "But QB is gone, isn't he?" "That's true." The Chihai and 8 dynasties decisively acknowledged this fact. It should be around the same time that the incident happened. We wanted to find QB to inquire about the situation, but we couldn't find QB anywhere. Later we found out that QB had completely disappeared from Kamahama City. QB? Isn't QB a white, red-eyed, long-eared animal that looks like a squirrel? That's true. But it's better to say it's a group than just one. To be honest, I don't know exactly how many QBs there are, but they do appear in various places, and in front of magical girls at any time. If there was only one, it probably wouldn't be able to do that. I see. After hearing Nanami Yachiyo's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. This answered one of his own questions. Therefore, the goal of completely eliminating QB became more difficult. So, this lady just now said that you came here to investigate this matter. What did you find? Hearing this, Nanami Yachiyo glared at Yubitsuruno fiercely again. If she hadn't been so talkative, she wouldn't have been caught by the girl wrapped in a cloak. But unfortunately, it was obviously impossible for her to say that there was no gain at all. After all, there were also magical girls on the other side. And they were all local foxes. Why should she pretend to be a trivial person? In fact, we came here not to find information about the witch, but for that child. She, seeing that Nanami Yachiyo cast her gaze towards the girl sleeping on the bench. Duanmu Huai asked curiously. By the way, it was originally planned to let the girl receive treatment as well. But Nanami Yachiyo firmly rejected this proposal. And Mommy also said that the injuries of the magical girl can be recovered by consuming magic power, and does not require medical treatment at all. So Duanmu Huai did not insist. That's right. This kid, Tamaki Iroha, came to this city to look for her sister Tamakiyu. And we are just helping out as locals. Oh! Then what does it have to do with what happened here? It doesn't matter if you don't tell us. We will investigate on our own. I advise you not to underestimate our ability to investigate intelligence, including your own intelligence. As long as we want. There is nothing we can't investigate. Hearing Duanmu Huai's threat, Yubitsuruno took a step back, and Naomi Yachiyo's face turned pale. But Duanmu Huai was very calm. Are you kidding? As an inquisitor, this kind of threat skill is a basic operation. You can run away from the monk, but you can also run away from the temple? The Inquisition is not a secret organization like the Men in Black. It is the kind that can directly kick the door, and smash the wall and burn you and your neighbors to death if necessary. Are you playing tricks on me? If you're not afraid of being executed as a heretic, then just do it. Actually, a rumor has recently appeared in Shiben City. The rumor exists? This is a bit unintelligible. To put it simply, it's a rumor. An urban legend. For example, if you say the word break up when you're at odds with someone, you'll be captured by the rumor monster on the breakup ladder. Is there anything strange about this? Duanmu Huai didn't find this strange. This was how adults used to scare children. If you don't eat well, a tiger will come and catch and eat you. But in fact, some people did go missing. And quite a few of them. Later, after our investigation, we found that there was a witch-like existence hidden inside this rumor of the so-called ladder of breaking up friendships. A witch-like existence. That's right. And unlike the witch, it will not drop the species of lamenting. And its power is very powerful. Most of the magic girl's attack is difficult to produce any effect on it. But what does this have to do with you helping Iroha Tamaki find her sister? Oh, just like what you want. Nanami Yachiyo nodded. Before, we accidentally encountered and defeated the rumor monster of the stairway of breaking off friendship. After that, the missing people came back. So, Tamaki Iroha thought that her sister might also be trapped in a rumor monster's world because of the rumor monster. And we came here to investigate another rumor monster. In the end, as you can see, unfortunately, it seems that we still haven't found Tamaki Iroha's sister. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. Logically speaking, Nanami Yachiyo's explanation was smooth and reasonable. Wait. According to this statement, could the rumor that the magical girl would be saved if she came to Kamahama City be something similar? That's enough. I think. Just as this thought flashed through Duanmu Huai's mind, Nanami Yachiyo spoke again in dissatisfaction. We have told you everything we know. Can we leave now? Of course. You can go. Duanmu Huai nodded. And Nanami Yachiyo carried the unconscious Tamaki Iroha on her back and turned away with Yubitsuruno. After seeing the three of them disappear, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and gestured. Okay. Come out. Crash. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yuton Lingno, Akemi Hamura, Shitsugu and Kazara came out from the bushes on both sides. Well, in fact, they had already arrived at the scene. But they had been hiding themselves. Once Nanami Yachiyo and Yubitsuruno showed signs of escaping, they would rush over and subdue the two. Fortunately, as a college student with clear and stupid eyes, Nanami Yachiyo still has a relatively clear mind. Miss Aya? Duanmu Huai turned to Shitong Lingyo, who picked up her phone and nodded. I have already gone to investigate the information about Nanami Yachiyo, Yubitsuruno, and Tamaki Iroha. I should be able to get a report soon. What about Xiao Meiyin? Do you think that colorful feathers are the girls you saw in your dreams? Duanmu Huai nodded, then looked at Hamura Akemi. After all, Duanmu Huai had not forgotten that Hamura Akemi once said that she had seen a pink-haired girl in her dream who told her that she could be redeemed as long as she went to the magical girl in Kamahama City, coupled with the extremely strange appearance of Tamaki Iroha before. Duanmu Huai was somewhat suspicious. No. However, Hamura Akemi shook her head. The girl I saw was even younger than this Tamaki Iroha-san. Like her sister or something? Possible. Oh, this is interesting. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Tamaki Iroha came to Kamahama City to look for her missing sister. And Akemi Hamura saw in her dream a girl younger than Tamaki Iroha, but with the same pink hair as her, who told her that magical girls could be redeemed as long as they came to Kamahama City. Could there be no connection between the two? And regarding the rumors, Shizuki, Kizara, Duanmu Huai turned to the other two. I'll give you a mission tomorrow. I think you heard what Naomi Yachiyo just said. So I want you to collect the so-called rumors in this city, such as rumors of missing people. Today we're a step late and haven't figured out what it is. But as long as we find it once, we'll almost know what it is. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Shall I? Leave it to us. You sure? Of course. The DA will reimburse the expenses anyway. Right. Indeed. There is nothing better than traveling at public expense. Chapter 1180 Happy Cooperation. Let me say it again. There is nothing better than traveling at public expense. This is especially true when you are sitting in the restaurant of a luxury hotel and enjoying breakfast. I never thought I could have such a luxurious breakfast. I'm so lucky. Qianshu patted his belly with a satisfied expression on his face. Really? I think it's fine. Duanmu Huai spoke while looking at the tablet in his hand and drinking a cup of coffee. Xiao Ai is too indifferent to food. Life is all about eating well, sleeping well, and having fun. After all, life is short. So enjoy it while you can. Don't you agree? As she spoke, Chitsuka looked at Mami Tomo and Hamura Akemi for their agreement. But the latter were stunned for a moment when faced with Chitsuka's question. Is it okay? I feel so too. Really? You guys are just kids. Why are you acting so grown up? Miss Ayano, do you want to eat more? I'm trying to lose weight, so I'll let you go. It's so delicious, Xiaoyai. Do you want some more? Casual. Anyway, it doesn't matter how much this body eats. What do you want? Don't eat anything too greasy. I want to eat something light so early in the morning. Understood. Qianshu jumped and turned away. And no one knew where she got so much energy so early in the morning. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, looked at the tablet in his hand again, and then glanced at Shitong Lingyo. It's quite interesting. Indeed so. Yugi Ayano nodded, and the others were frowning and silent. The reason was simple. The DA had already found out the information about the previous magical girls. The problem now was that the information about Nanami Yachiyo, Tamaki Iroha, and Yubitsuruno was very complete. And it seemed that there was no problem. But the problem is, Huan Yu, the so-called sister of Huan Sayu, did not show up at all. It's not that she is missing, but there is no record of her at all, including birth records, enrollment records, etc. In other words, from a social perspective, there is no such person as Huanyo at all. This is very interesting. What do you think? Duanmu Huai looked at Mami Tomo and Hamura Akemi, and the latter looked at each other. Maybe, because of the wish? Make a wish? It's possible that Tamaki Iroha-san made a wish to QB, hoping that her sister would disappear completely. If that's the case, then it's understandable that this situation would occur. But she said she was here to look for her sister. And from what we can see so far, she seems to still remember her sister. If Tamaki Iroha really wants her sister to disappear completely, then isn't it strange that she still remembers her sister? Or is she wishing that everyone in the world except herself forgets about her sister? What kind of Yandra sister control is this? But this is based on the premise that Tamaki Iroha's sister really exists. As the only common-sense person here, and an ordinary person, who is not a magical girl, Yujiri Ayano also gave her own answer. It could also be that Tamaki Iroha has some kind of mental illness. Don't many children have a similar phenomenon of a friend that only they can see? If Tamaki Iroha regarded that friend as her sister and confused reality with fantasy, then this could also explain why Tamaki Iroha is looking for her sister. But there is no such person as Sukun in any official records. So what you mean is that Hwanyu only existed in Hwansayu's fantasy from the beginning? That's a possibility. That's true. But since Hamura Akemi said she had seen a similar pink-haired girl in her dreams, this is probably more than just imagination. The redemption of the magical girl? To be honest, I still can't believe this fact. At this time, Tomo-mami also lowered her head and whispered that she also knew what Hamura Akemi said about the magical girl becoming a witch. But Tomo-mami could not accept this answer. She would rather think that it was a witch disguised as a magical girl. Anyway, let's continue investigating. Dwanmu Hwai could only sigh and speak silently. QB was indeed the most difficult enemy Dwanmu Hwai had ever encountered. To be honest, Dwanmu Hwai was not afraid of those idiots who rushed towards him head-on. But what he hated most was those who did not take action themselves, but liked to stir up trouble behind his back. Especially the trouble caused by QB at present. Dwanmu Hwai thought it was also very difficult to solve. After all, we must first eliminate the QB clan to prevent them from continuing to make contracts with magical girls. And then if that doesn't work, we must eliminate all magical girls and witches. There are too many things to do, and too few helpers on my side. It's really a hassle. And although Dwanmu Hwai can use magic, he is a practical man and is not proficient in magic theory. Do I really have to swallow my pride and find someone from the other people to help? The question is who to look for? And Ronnie, Medea or Ferlian? Sorry for the wait. At this moment, Qianchu's energetic voice rang out, interrupting Dwanmu Hwai's thoughts. We have sandwiches, hot dogs, hot cocoa, and coffee. Which one do you want? Shall I? Give me a sandwich and a cup of coffee. Receive. Sometimes, it's good to not think about anything like Qianchu. Maybe that's why it's so big? After breakfast, everyone started to do their own things again. Qianchu took Mugung to the street to go shopping and find out about the rumors, while Dwanmu Hwai called Nanami Yachiyo and asked to talk to her and Hwansayu in detail. Although Naomi Yachiyo was very reluctant, she still took Hwansayu to the cafe designated by Dwanmu Hwai. I'm so glad you know my phone number. For us, investigating this kind of thing is a piece of cake. What about personal privacy? There is no privacy in the face of human threats. Facing Naomi Yachiyo's question, Dwanmu Hwai gave a speechless answer, which immediately made Naomi Yachiyo raise her eyebrows and stare at Dwanmu Hwai unhappily. But the latter didn't care. At this moment, Hwansayu, who was sitting next to Naomi Yachiyo, suddenly spoke. Well, you are Iroha Tamaki, right? Ah, yes. I can almost guess what you want to ask. So I'll tell you the answer directly, although I don't know your personal situation. According to our investigation, there is no such person as Hwanyo. Why? Why? It must be said that upon hearing Dwanmu Hwai's answer, both Naomi Yachiyo and Hwansayu were stunned. No. Why? How is this possible? There is no record of environmental concerns in the government system. Dwanmu Hwai opened the tablet and handed it over. From birth records, vaccination records, school records, and internal government information, we can't find any evidence of the existence of the person you mentioned. Hwanyo. And your family has always been a family of 3 in the system. And there is no 4th person. How can this be? Hearing this, Hwansayu immediately slammed the table and stood up, looking unable to accept it. But, you is indeed my sister. I still remember her, including her date of birth and the fact that she was hospitalized due to illness. Yes, that's right. She is hospitalized at Satomi Medical Center. As long as we investigate there. No. Dwanmu Hwai shook his head. I can't find Hwanyo in any of the system records. How come? After hearing Dwanmu Hwai's decisive answer, Hwansayu sat back in her chair in a daze, while Naomi Yachiyo beside her looked at her worriedly. So, we have 2 speculations. The first is that Hwanyo doesn't exist in the first place. He is a so-called invisible friend that you imagined. You confuse reality with fantasy, which is why you are confused. I didn't cause any confusion. Then the second speculation is that this may be related to the wish you fulfilled. Related to my wish coming true? That's right. assuming that Huanyo really exists. There is no power in this world that can completely erase all traces of him. At least from a realistic point of view. There is no such ability. Not even the government can do it. But if it is QB's wish that has come true, then that's another matter. Huan Sayu was not stupid either. Upon hearing this, she raised her head and looked at Duan Muhuai. You mean to say that I made a wish to QB and my sister would disappear from this world completely? I'm just saying there's a possibility. Of course. If possible. I want to know what wish you made to QB to become a magical girl. After all, according to QB, only if a wish is fulfilled can you sign a contract to become a magical girl. Then, conversely, since you have become a magical girl, it means that you must have fulfilled a certain wish. Right? Facing Duan Muhuai's question, Huan Sayu showed an embarrassed expression. Actually, I don't remember it myself. You don't remember it yourself? Yes. I only remember my duties as a magical girl and that I would fight witches. But why did I become a magical girl in the first place? To be honest, I can't remember it myself. Where's QB? Since it's the one that fulfilled your wish, you should have asked it. I asked? But QB himself didn't seem to know. In other words, you don't know what wish you fulfilled. And QB doesn't know what wish you fulfilled either? Hearing this, Mommy Tomo and Hamura Akemi, who were sitting next to them, were dumbfounded. There is such a magical girl. So what did you achieve? Then why did you come to see your sister? Or, why did you come to see your sister suddenly? This, faced with Duan Muhuai's question, Huan Sayu was a little hesitant. In fact, at first, I didn't remember having a sister. It was just that in my dream, I saw a very familiar figure calling me sister, and told me that magical girls could be redeemed by coming to Kamahama City. So I came here. Then I met a little QB. What does little QB mean? Isn't it QB? No. It's a little QB. How should I put it? It's smaller than a normal QB and looks like a QB cub. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai looked at Mommy Tomo and Hamura Akemi in confusion. The latter all shook their heads, obviously having never seen anything like this before. Then what? Then, the moment I came into contact with that QB, suddenly, a bunch of memories appeared in my brain, as if the originally closed door of memory was completely opened. Then I remembered that I had a sister named Huanyo. So I came to look for her. I see. That means that before this, even you had no memory of Huanyo. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai nodded. In this case, he became more and more suspicious that Huan Sayu made a wish to make Huanyo disappear. After all, even she herself forgot that she had a sister. So this speculation was very reasonable. But the only problem was, where's that little QB? I don't know. It just appears in front of me occasionally. I see. But, perhaps sensing that the atmosphere at the scene was a little strange, Huan Sayu also spoke hurriedly. I still remember the two children who were hospitalized with my sister, Satomi Tuka and Hiragi Adamu. They were both hospitalized because of illness like my sister. Satomi Tuka. Duan Muhuai looked at Shitong Lingyo, who nodded. I'll look into it. Soon, the information feedback came back, and the information of Satomi Tuka and Hiragi Adamu quickly appeared on the tablet in front of everyone. Just as Tamaki Iroha said, both of them had been ill for a long time. But they were both discharged from the hospital not long ago. This disease, looking at the records, it should have been incurable. Right? Although Duan Muhuai could not understand the medical terms, at least he could tell from the treatment records of the two people that they both suffered from rare diseases. The kind that cost money to live. It was only because these two families were rich that they were able to hold on. Otherwise they would have died long ago. After all, how could they endure staying in the ICU all year round without money? But they were cured? At least that's what the last record says. Is this what they wish for? Well, that, at this time, Hamura Akemi next to her also mustered up the courage to speak. In fact, as long as you become a magical girl, your body will become healthy. Take me for example. I was originally in the hospital due to heart disease, and my eyesight was not good. But after becoming a magical girl, my body became very healthy, and my original disease and vision problems disappeared. According to what you said, if the two of them asked QB to make a wish for a cure, then they would be losing a lot of money. Hearing Duan Muhuai's complaints, Akemi Hamura smiled bitterly. Indeed, if you put yourself in his shoes, it's really a loss. I hope those two kids don't make this mistake. So, that's the situation at the moment. After the chat, Duanmu Huai looked at Nanami Yachiyo and Tamaki Ayu again. So my suggestion is, do you want to join forces? Join hands? Yes. We are investigating the rumor about the redemption of the magical girl. According to the current intelligence, the girl who told all the magical girls that they can be redeemed by coming to Kamahama City is most likely Tamaki Iroha's sister. You are also looking for her sister, aren't you? In this regard, we both have a common goal. Moreover, I think you are also aware that cooperating with us will be much more convenient in many ways. After all, many things cannot be easily investigated by ordinary girls like you. This, Miss Yachiyo? After hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, Wan Sayu showed an excited expression, but she still turned to look at Nanami Yachiyo, who was silent for a moment. How can we cooperate? Regarding the rumors, if you have any clues, please feel free to contact us. After all, for this kind of thing, it is most convenient to find a local boss. Alright. Hearing this, Nanami Yachiyo finally nodded. I have no opinion.